Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see second part. What if Harry Potter was chosen by a demon lord's power? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. After a fateful encounter, Harry inherits the power of a demon lord, thrusting him into a world of dark magic, deadly choices, and unstoppable power. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Over the next few days, Harry, at Mesiel's prodding, grudgingly practiced his meager transfiguration skills. With Mesiel's extraordinary ability to memorize and process entire slabs of text and Harry's naturally quick mind, within a few days of constant practice, Harry had actually made some progress. Of course, he still blew up his matchstick every so often, but this time it was more charcoal instead of cinders. It is as I said, beloved, Mesiel said smugly as Harry stared at a glinting silver needle. With practice and patience, your skills can only improve. Yeah, Harry muttered sullenly. Now, can we go and work on something fun? Not just yet, beloved. First, I believe it is time you went back to the library and searched for more texts about these so-called unforgivable curses. Harry sighed but closed the thick Transfiguration tome and left the small and disused classroom, rolling his eyes in boredom as he strode towards the library. Whenever Mesiel wasn't badgering him into studying or practicing, she was pressing him into attending the classes that Hogwarts offered. As always, Harry bowed down before Mesiel's will and attended some of his classes. He kept up with Defense Against the Dark Arts, finding Moody to be an excellent source of knowledge. He had tried a few lessons in charms but found that the class was focusing on summoning and banishing charms, something he had mastered a long time ago. Sometimes he went to Transfiguration and sometimes he didn't. In any case, Harry ignored McGonagall's attempts to discipline him until he thought that the stern witch wanted to raise her wand at him out of pure frustration. But after a few days, Dumbledore must have issued a warning to all of the professors, because despite Harry's bad moods, disruptive behavior and scathing tongue, they stopped trying to discipline him and asking him to complete homework, much to the bitterness of his classmates and the disapproval of Hermione, who frowned at him every time she saw him. As long as Harry remained silent and unobtrusive in the class, the professors tended to ignore Harry, which suited him fine. He generally spent most of the lesson idly gazing out of the window while Mesiel paid close attention to all of the lessons. Much to his annoyance, Amanda still chose to hang around him. Despite Harry's snappy attitude and constant belittling, the bee-owned girl seemed to either have a resolve of steel or a brain full of air, and the insults merely bounced off her. He soon learned to tune her annoyingly chattering voice out of his head and focus on other more important things, like getting the dark speck from under his fingernails. Mesiel may have forced him to continue learning the new and, to Harry, boring magic of Hogwarts. There were some areas that the teen wouldn't budge on, and Harry found himself disagreeing with her as she tried to make him interact with the students, more specifically, the potentially useful and powerful students. It was at least a week after Harry had first arrived at Hogwarts when he decided to attend one of the Care of Magical Creatures classes. As usually, Amanda trailed behind him, chatting happily to Ron and Hermione while Harry walked ahead, ignoring the icy cold wind that slashed at his bare skin. Within his mind, the warm glow that signified Mesiel's presence surrounded him, allowing him to ignore the freezing cold as he strode forward in his customary overcoat. The Care of Magical Creatures class was held on the edge of the Hogwarts ground, near the dark and foreboding forest that surrounded half of the Hogwarts grounds. From the crude and roughly built hut at the edge of this forest, Harry could see other Hogwarts students milling about amongst the gigantic form of Hagrid. The giant man was grinning cheerfully behind his bushy beard and gave Harry and Amanda a cheery wave of hello. Harry ignored him, his eyes riveted to a small area by the lake where even now he could see cracked earth and scorched dirt, signs of the previous battle between Nicomedes beasts and Harry and Molly. Amanda waved back at Hagrid as they all came to a stop near the other group of students. Harry let his bored eyes wander around, idly noting the faces, many which were sneaking peeks at him with strange expressions. Although Harry had been at Hogwarts for at least a week, he had already gained a reputation of being a bad boy, and not in the good way either. This, coupled with the fact that Harry rarely approached other students and rebuffed all those who approached him, was enough to garner a lot of attention from the student body, especially with those in the lower years. Harry's eyes drifted over and stopped at Draco Malfoy, who sneered at Harry. The pale-haired boy had obviously not forgotten about the slight Harry paid him in potions class. In Harry's mind, Messiel gave a tut of disapproval as Harry met Malfoy's sneer with a wintry smile, his eyes glittering dangerously, and the Slytherin boy fidgeted and looked away much to Harry's amusement. It was at that moment that Hagrid started the lesson, his booming voice drawing everybody's attention to him. He was talking about a magical creature called a Niffler, but Harry turned out his loud voice. He was barely paying attention to the lesson as he focused on Messiel, who spoke to him within his mind. "You should be a little more polite to him, beloved," Messiel said softly, her voice ringing with disapproval. "Why?" asked Harry, blinking in surprise as his bright green eyes glazed over. "You've heard the little git speak. He's nothing more than a twit." "Granted, that is true," Messiel agreed. "But if you had been paying more attention to your surroundings instead of letting me do all the work, you would have heard that he, his friends and his family are powerful. Messiel, I could kick his ass from here to the Never and back again," Harry spoke bluntly, an amused smile twitching on his lips as he considered the mental image. However, Messiel didn't even give off a wisp of amusement, which was unusual for her, and Harry let a small frown cross his face as she responded. "I meant politically powerful, beloved," Messiel said softly, encouragingly. "He could become a great asset in the wizarding world later on in the future." "I don't want any assets, Messiel," Harry said in annoyance, barely watching as Hagrid lifted up a small fuzzy creature. He ignored the pleased squeals of the girls, including a very high-pitched squeal from Amanda. "I don't plan on staying here." "Then what are you planning on doing?" Messiel asked quietly, and Harry suddenly got the feeling that the conversation had gotten a lot more serious than he had intended it to be. "What will you do in the future? You cannot live like this forever hiding away from the world. Your power and status, as both the boy who lived and as a Denarian host, will not allow it." "I plan to learn everything I can from you," Harry said softly, almost stung at her criticism. Next to him, Amanda frowned as she looked away from the furry creature in Hagrid's arms and saw the first traces of genuine hurt on his face. She eyed him carefully, noting the way his eyes were glazed, and almost flinched as she realized that he was talking to the fallen. Without even realizing it, she took a hasty step away from him from under the watchful gaze of Hermione and quickly glanced away. "And then what?" Messiel pressed on, much to Harry's annoyance. "I dunno, Messiel," he hissed within his mind, sarcasm laced in his voice as he lashed out in irritation. "I thought that since you have, existed before the beginning of time, that my lessons would take a little while to complete. Sometimes, beloved, you can learn best by doing. And that means what, Messiel?" Messiel ignored his questions as she continued to whisper suggestively in Harry's mind, her tantalizing voice filling his ears. "There are many forms of power, beloved," she told him. "Magical power, physical power, political power, these are the most common. You have progressed far in terms of magical power, you have a decent understanding of physical power through your sword techniques, but you make no attempt to wield your obvious political power. This is a great weakness of yours and one that I have been unsuccessful in removing." "I don't want to be noticed," Harry snapped in his mind, a scowl forming on his face as the rest of the class moved forward to a series of large wooden boxes. Harry stayed back as he listened to Messiel's response, his eyes darkening. "Then you will never become as powerful as you wish to be," Messiel said simply. "Look," Harry snarled out loud, his voice soft but angry. Luckily, there was nobody around to hear him as they all retrieved their own Fury Nifflers. Harry took a deep breath and tried to calm himself, his anger, annoyance and even hurt throbbing in the pit of his stomach. "Look, I don't like that sort of stuff," Harry thought a little more calmly. "I don't like other people at all. I like my own company, mainly because I seem to be the only one smart enough to understand me." "You must at least try to make the right connections," Messiel pressed gently. "Political power, when wielded correctly, can be most powerful. I sure as hell am not becoming a politician. Harry growled into his head, his voice bubbling with irritation as he clenched his hands together, gritting his teeth. Please remain calm, beloved, Messiel said gently, her voice both reproachful and concerned, and Harry felt her throb with a warmth that put him at ease. I did not mean to upset you. I was merely pointing out that. It's as simple as this, Messiel, Harry interrupted firmly, his voice hard and cold. I don't want to do it, so I'm not going to. Remember, I'm the one who's in control here. As you command, host, Messiel responded, her voice alien and void of all human emotions, and Harry shivered at the harshness of it, feeling her brief flash of what seemed like hurt at his harsh words. A moment later, the fallen angel's warm presence fled from his mind, and Harry shivered, suddenly feeling very cold as he turned around and walked away from the class without another word. Later that day, Harry watched as his hand waved his wand in an elaborate whirl, crimson and ebony sparks flying through the disused and empty classroom. At the present moment, Harry's consciousness resided in the far reaches of his mind. His entire body felt as if it were glowing with a radiant heat as Messiel took control of his motor and magical functions. Are you paying attention? Harry felt his mouth move as the words came out, his voice far crisper than usual. There was an odd double note in the voice, a subtle but noticeable feminine lisp layering his words. Yeah, Harry thought with a sigh, but he focused on Messiel's next movements as his hand rose, the fingers tightly clutched around the wand. For a brief second, Harry felt the usual rush of hellfire, a blazing inferno of heat and power that accompanied his every spell, whether it was cast by wand, sword or even ring, although Harry hadn't used that crude focus for a number of years now. However, something seemed to clamp down on the dark powers and icy tinge that usually accompanied a channeling of pure wand magic, and Messiel expertly waved the wand. Harry felt a slither of pure wand magic flow through his wand, untainted by hellfire, and heard an incantation rumble of his lips. On the desk in front of him, a small piece of wood that had been carved into something akin to a matchstick shimmered. A pale silvery color flowed into it as it lengthened and flattened, one end jutting off into a point and the other end extending out into loop. The piece of wood had just been successfully transfigured into a glinting silver needle. Harry felt a rush of warmth leave him, and suddenly he was back in control of his body. With a thoughtful frown, Harry absently twirled the wand in his hand as he examined the needle closely, picking it up with his left hand and gingerly testing its sharpness. Well, damn me to an eternity of pain and agony in the lowest depths of hell, Harry whistled, impressed with Messiel as he threw down the needle. It worked. Our practice is certainly paying off, beloved, Messiel said with an air of satisfaction. Why don't you have a try now? I'll bet you a 20 that this doesn't work. Harry sighed and raised his wand, narrowing his eyes in concentration. He drew in a deep breath and waved the wand, trying to mimic what Messiel had done with wand magic when she had temporarily stopped the flow of hellfire. On the desk, another piece of wood shuddered as Harry muttered the incantation. The piece of wood shimmered, and for a moment, Harry thought that it might actually work. But the shimmer suddenly flashed red and black, and the piece of wood hissed and spluttered as it was consumed with flames with a loud and sudden crack. Well, Harry sighed in annoyance as he let out a small huff. That went well. Be patient, beloved, Messiel said, appearing to be untroubled by his lack of progress. That technique I just showed you requires a lot of skill and practice. It may take some time for you to master. I don't see why we're doing this, Harry admitted as he idly flicked his wand, banishing the small pile of smoky ashes off his desk and sending them soaring across the room. It's a waste of time that I could be using to have a nap or clip my toenails. Transfiguration is a delicate branch of wand magic, but most definitely useful if mastered, Messiel said patiently. Besides, I believe there are spells that can clip your toenails for you. Really? Harry asked, sounding a little surprised as he went back to studying the needle Messiel had just transfigured. I'm certain, beloved. Huh, Harry uttered. These wand wizards have a spell for everything. You have to tell me more of these things, Messiel, or I'll never learn. They do have a great many spells for a great many purposes, Messiel said with amusement. However, I do not believe they have a spell to stop young boys from trying to waste time, which is a pity for one such as myself. Oh, you never know, Harry said with an air of mystery, a smile of amusement lighting up his face. Broad area. Wand wizard magic, isn't it? Who knows what they have? Indeed, beloved. They might have. Ooh, I don't know. Charms to make people stay away from you, Harry said thoughtfully, nodding to himself. I could really use that one. Maybe they have a spell to break people out of magically binding tournaments. I sincerely doubt it, Messiel said. Otherwise it wouldn't be known as a magically binding tournament, would it? Yeah, Harry muttered. I tell you what. I really want to find a spell that kills people who give you dirty looks. I'm starting to get sick of the other students around here. I believe they call that spell the Avada Kedavra curse, Messiel said in amusement. And I thought you didn't care how other people thought of you. Oh, I don't, Harry said quickly, pulling away from the needle and leaning back in his chair. An annoyed frown came over his face as he continued. I honestly couldn't care what any of these pathetic spoiled brats think about me, and that includes the biggest and most annoying brat of them all. What I don't like is when somebody looks at me as if she knows she's better than me, especially when she's wrong. Suddenly the seat across from him was occupied as the illusion of Messiel neatly slid into it, as if she had been there all along. Her midnight black hair seemed to glow with a radiant light as she folded her hands on top of each other, her silver eyes watching him carefully. I see, Messiel said slowly, her voice quiet. I presume we are not talking about the carpenter girl here. What? The brat? Harry scoffed. She's too scared to even think that about me. I didn't think so. After all, she does seem to hang on your every word, Messiel said thoughtfully. Are we talking about that friend of hers, Hermione? Right in too, Harry responded easily and let out a wistful sigh as he continued. Sometimes I wish I could just smash her head into the wall. Indeed, Messiel agreed thoughtfully. However, I do believe that you made a promise to do no harm to the students of this school. Hey, the last time I checked I wasn't a fairy or a demon, Harry said, almost defensively. I'm not forced to follow the old rules I choose to. Technically, I could choose to stop following them, if only for a little while. The Order of Black and Denarius is mistrusted and hated because they choose not to follow the old rules, Messiel said sternly, her voice leaving no argument. The old rules run the supernatural world, whether it is for vampires, the city, or demons. If you follow them, then you will appear to be much more open for bargains and conversations and the like. You do not want to gain a bad reputation, beloved. I can assure you of that. All right, Harry said quickly, rolling his eyes in annoyance. I was just saying that I don't have to, not that I won't. There's no need to continue Lecture 1A on Harry's behavior. Still, beloved, there are other actions you can take if you wish to impart revenge on this girl, Messiel said thoughtfully. The old world runs on technicalities and loopholes, after all. Oh, Harry said, making a noise of surprise. For example, if you truly wished to strike out at her, I suggest that you murder her family, Messiel said easily, and her face had no flicker of emotion as she casually discussed the murder of innocent people. Kill her mother, father, brothers and sisters if she has them. Make sure that they suffer, so that Hermione will suffer. After all, you only said that you would not harm a student. Right, Harry said slowly as Messiel continued. If that is not to your liking or you wish to strike at the girl herself, then there is nothing stopping you from doing so, Messiel told him. Accept my word, Harry responded slowly, cocking an eyebrow at Messiel's words. Messiel shrugged, a small smile curving her lips. You swore that you would not strike out at any of the students, she responded with satisfaction, and a glimmer of darkness flickered in her beautiful silver eyes, flames licking at the edge of her pupils. That leaves quite a lot of room for an indirect attack. Perhaps you can organize for the girl to be tortured. No, such an act would be sure to draw a lot of attention, especially from Dumbledore. Harry started slowly, eyeing Messiel strangely. You seem to have put a lot of thought into this. Not for this girl in particular, but yes, I have, Messiel told him, and a small affectionate smile came over her face. Harry felt something warm ruffle into his hair, as if Messiel was rubbing her hands through them. I think so that at times of importance, you don't have to. Have you thought of getting somebody to apply a curse on the girl? I can think, Harry said defensively. And no, I haven't thought about that. I know of this particularly nasty curse that would rot her mouth away every time she tried to speak, Messiel said thoughtfully. Still, there are other ways to break a person, especially a female. Have you considered arranging a beep? Okay. Let's drop this, Harry said quickly, an awkward expression on his face. I've done a lot of bad stuff, Messiel, but I haven't fallen that far yet. How about I just go out of my way to annoy her, Does that work for you? As you wish, beloved, Messiel said, smiling slightly and sighed. It is a pity, though. I would have enjoyed hearing her screams of torment, no matter which course of action you had chosen. Harry just shook his head ruefully, mostly in amusement at Messiel's antics, and continued his lesson. He frowned and raised his wand, leaning forward and jabbing it at another stick on the desk in front of him. At the same time, he tried to clamp down on the constant stream of hellfire that flowed through his veins. For a brief instant, he suddenly felt a pure rush of the cool magic of the wand wizards, and one end of the stick extended out into a silvery point. However, this only lasted a brief instant, and a trickle of hellfire seeped into his wand. The other end of the half-stick, half-needle flickered with flames and curdled with smoke as it was consumed. Hey, almost got it that time, Harry crowed triumphantly, and the illusion of Messiel gave a proud smile. Indeed you did, beloved, she said warmly, her beautiful face glowing with pride. That was an excellent attempt. Harry almost flushed at her praise and ducked his head, examining the remains of his transfiguration attempt carefully. After a few moments of prodding the warped silver needle with his wand, he looked up again, his face hesitant. Are you still annoyed at me? He asked bluntly, and Messiel frowned, carefully considering her words. Not as such, she said slowly. My annoyance stems from the fact that you may be wasting potential power. Messiel, that guy is a dick, Harry said with an annoyed sigh. And he's a racist. I wouldn't want to ally with him anyway. I think hating people on the basis of a defining characteristic is just stupid. You should hate everybody equally. Both of those traits can be used against him, Messiel told him carefully, as if she were being hesitant in her words. And this isn't just about that boy. Oh, Harry inquired with a raised eyebrow. Your attitude puts people off, beloved, Messiel said, but without malice, and her words remained kind and warm. I know you enjoy acting the way you do. I'll admit that I enjoy it as well, but you tend to drive away a lot of potential friends. I don't want friends, Harry grumbled in protest. Allies then, Messiel countered calmly. I have allies, Harry said in a childish and wounded tone. I have plenty of allies that like me for who I am. You do? Messiel questioned, and a small smile came over her face. I must have missed something then. Please, beloved, enlighten me. Well, there's you, Harry said, and gestured to the illusion of Messiel, who watched him with a serious face tinged with slight amusement. And there was Cessbulby. You can't say she's not helpful. There's also Maeve. She seemed to like me. At the mention of the Winter Lady's name, Harry saw a flicker of annoyance and even anger come over Messiel's face, and her next words were not kind or warm at all. Your infatuation with the Winter Lady is not only foolish but dangerous, she said in a severe voice, her face showing her displeasure. The fairy, especially the High City, seek to entrap foolish mortals into bargains they cannot possibly keep. You know this. Harry almost flinched at her tone and felt a throb of anger flood over his mind. Some of it was Messiel's, but most of it was his as he bared his lips back, his eyes glinting with sudden anger. Why don't you just shut up? He snapped back, his voice filled with anger and hurt. Very well, Messiel said stiffly, her voice alien and remote. Her face looked as if it could have been carved from a statue of ice, and she fell silent. An instant later, her illusion was gone from the chair as quickly as it had came. There was no flicker or shimmer of anything. Harry let out an exasperated sigh, and a bitter expression came over his face as he jumped from his chair and stormed from the room, slamming the door behind him with great force. He didn't feel like studying anymore. Maybe it was time to go see how Fairyland was doing. Harry glanced around the room as he placed the small bowl of fresh fruits and sweets he had taken from the feast onto the ground, in the middle of an ornate and decorated circle. He looked at the gleaming silver coils and shining jewels that had been embedded into the circle and shook his head, rolling his eyes. What a waste, he muttered to himself as he stepped back from the circle. She's weak and stupid. Professor Annoying must really have it rough. He almost expected a small laugh from Messiel, but the fallen remained silent, and Harry sighed wearily as he took in the surroundings of the room. Hogwarts, it seemed, was warded against the Never-Never, whether it was a fairy or creature trying to get into the castle, or a Denarian renegade trying to open a circle or a portal to get outside of the castle. However, Harry had a small suspicion that Molly's classroom had been made immune to these restrictions, especially since she was hosting classes on alternate magics and the old world. Besides, Harry had heard a few of the Hogwarts students that had attended the first class say that the B.own professor had summoned up a little fairy named Toot Toot, which was exactly what Harry wanted to do. He was aware of several portraits in the room, all trying to watch him inconspicuously as he went about his business, but Harry ignored them as he narrowed his eyes, using his full concentration as he poured power into the circle. There was a flicker of magic, a shimmering red and black haze spiraling around the circle. A faint silvery glow started flashing into the air, growing brighter and brighter with each passing second. From within this silvery glow came a showering cloud of sparkling silver mote, and a female fairy appeared from within. Cessbulby blinked her luminous blue eyes and glanced around, her pinkish-red mane of hair whirling around as she sniffed the air, almost warily. There was a look of reluctance and uneasiness on her face until she spotted Harry, and then she seemed to forget her troubles as a beaming smile washed over her tiny face. "Harry!" She squealed and buzzed her wings excitedly. A shower of silver motes fell from the dragonfly wings and disappearing with soft flares of light on the floor. Suddenly she sniffed the air again, but this time it was out of curiosity, and her eyes flew down onto the tray of fruit and sweets. With an excited squeal, she rocketed down and dug into the food. Harry blinked and watched the small fairy tear into through orange skins and coconut shells with unbelievable strength, lifting the pulp and juice to her mouth and swallowing it all in a giant gulp. He sat back and let the small winter fairy enjoy her side of the bargain. A few moments later, Cessbulby sat back, patting her stomach contently. Harry cleared his throat and watched with amused green eyes as Cessbulby gave a surprisingly deep burp and glanced at Harry with languid blue eyes. "This was nice," she purred cheerfully. "I'm glad you enjoyed it," Harry said and moved forward to sit on the floor next to the small fairy. "Now, can I ask you some questions, Cess?" Cessbulby nodded slowly, blinking furiously as she rubbed her hand over her bloated stomach. "Who put my name in the Goblet of Fire?" Harry demanded quickly, his eyes intent and his face serious. "I can't tell you that," Cessbulby said and let out another burp, this one sounding more like a startled squeal. She glanced at Harry's annoyed frown and elaborated. "Maeve can't see into this castle. It's warded like a fortress. She might have been able to sneak a glance in, but there's also powerful fairy here protecting it, and she can't get past both." "A fairy?" Harry blurted out, blinking in surprise. "MMHM, Cessbulby said, nodding quickly. "A summary fairy as well." "Huh," Harry muttered, and a pensive and curious frown came over his face as he pondered that latest development. "I haven't seen one around and I haven't felt any fairy magic, but I've only been here for a week and a half." "There is one here," Cessbulby said, and suddenly something sly and almost flirty entered her voice as she leaned forward, ignoring her bloated stomach as her eyes glowed with mischievousness. "Lady Maeve is annoyed that she can't see you, especially since she wants to talk to you." What?" Harry asked slowly, blinking in surprise. "Maeve wants to talk to you," Cessbulby repeated impatiently and stamped a little foot on the ground. Her wings buzzed once or twice and then she zipped off the ground and towards Harry, landing in the surprised boy's hair and nestling in beneath the untidy mop of dark hair. Harry growled in annoyance, but Cessbulby leaned down and put her head near his ear. "I can't really tell you what she wants you for because it's not part of our bargain," Cessbulby said and lowered her voice to a sly whisper. "But I heard that it might be about sporting." Harry swallowed, a scowl appearing on his face the same time his ears and cheeks flushed with color. Something tingled in his belly and he cleared his throat quickly, very well aware of what the fairy's idea of sporting was. "What do you mean?" he asked quickly, trying to peer up into his dark locks without any success. Cessbulby let out a small childish giggle and ruffled his hair with a tiny hand. "Oh no," she said warningly, amusement laced in her voice. "I told you that's not part of our bargain, didn't I, little Denarian?" Harry sighed in irritation, his face quickly regaining its natural color as he forced his embarrassment down. He let out a wordless growl of annoyance at Cessbulby, but the Winter Fairy ignored him, content to play with his hair. Harry had to admit that the feelings were very soothing as he dropped the subject. He moved on and started asking his other questions about what Maeve had seen in her little magical video camera of the world. After hearing about a breakout in violence with some vampires and true wizards, Cessbulby finally brought up the topic of Nicodemus and the other fallen of the Order of Blackened Denarius. There's no news on Nicodemus, Cessbulby said idly as she fidgeted in his hair. Vesper and Bathrail are snatching up Nicodemus territory quicker than I can snatch the wings off a summery fairy. Did I tell you about the time when we caught a summer fly in winter territory? You did, Cess, Harry said impatiently, eager to get back to the topic at hand. So, there's no news on Nicodemus? Nope, Cessbulby said cheerfully, but something entered her voice: hesitation. He seems fixated on the death of the knight and his family. It's really not like him at all to give up all of the power he had strived for over the years just for revenge, even if it is over some foolish mortal emotion like love or grief. What do you mean? Harry asked carefully, narrowing his eyes with thought. Nicodemus was always careful and patient, Cessbulby said. Now he's acting ridiculously. It's really not like him at all. I know Lady Maeve thinks something's wrong. Something's wrong? Harry asked. Like what? Well, Cessbulby started, but it was at that moment that the doors to the classroom swung open and dozens of students started to walk in. They stopped, blinking at Harry in surprise as he glared at them. He didn't need to even look as he felt a brief flash of ice tingle his scalp, Cessbulby instantly disappearing back to the Never in a burst of winter magic. Harry wiped a cloud of floating silver motes from his eyes as he stood up, scowling fiercely at the class as a tall bee-owned woman, Molly, came forward in the robes of a professor. What are you doing here? She snapped at him, her voice suspicious and untrusting. Her blue eyes stared coldly at him as Harry regained his composure and let an arrogant smirk twist his face. I have lice, he said cheerfully. And nothing gets rid of lice like a fairy doing your hair. Molly blinked, but Harry paid her no attention as he quickly strode from the room, leaving behind an astonished class and a speculative teacher. Once outside, Harry sighed and made his way back to the Gryffindor Tower. The meeting had been more or less useful. Nicodemus was being unusually silent, although Harry wondered if he were having problems bypassing Dumbledore's powerful wards. There was a summer fairy in the school, something powerful enough to block Maeve from watching in, which meant that Harry had lost a good source of information about the doings of Hogwarts. On top of all of that, Harry had a Triwizard tournament to worry about. With another sigh, he planted an annoyed glare on his face and strode into the common room, ignoring the stares and looks he received as he stormed up into his dormitory. The room was empty and Harry whipped his wand through the air and slammed the door shut with a powerful charm, before reaching under his bed and pulling out his sword of evocation. The first task was looming up and he had better start preparing for it. Although Harry wouldn't have believed it a month ago, he had comfortably fallen into a little routine here at Hogwarts that made time seem as if it were flying right past him. In the mornings he would usually sleep in, although his wand was always placed under his pillow and Messiel was always conscious in his mind, monitoring his perceptions when he could not. When he woke up, which was always after breakfast, he would come down to the common room with sleep-tousled hair and sleep eyes and eat from the small tray of cold food that Amanda would constantly leave in the corner for him. The girl may have been annoying, but she made for a good servant. After breakfast, depending on the day, Harry would attend one of his few classes, namely Defense Against the Dark Arts, or seek out the small unused classroom where he did most of his practice. Step by step, Messiel would take him through the various basics of transfiguration, and slowly, Harry was becoming a lot more confident in withdrawing the continuous flow of hellfire that seared through his body, allowing him to perform simple transfiguration. Of course, it wasn't easy. A single day didn't go by when some poor and innocent inanimate object, or animate, if you wanted to include the small mouse that Harry had vaporized, didn't burst into hellish flames, and there was still the task of actually learning the material. Transfiguration wasn't an easy branch of magic, and even Messiel, in her ignorance, seemed to be puzzled over some aspects of it. After his class of study session, Harry would waltz into the Great Hall for lunch, make a few snide comments to Amanda and spend the rest of the time trying, and succeeding, to irritate Hermione. The bushy-haired girl seemed to find something offensive about his mere presence and never held back when she had a chance to tell him exactly what was wrong with. According to her, it varied from being spoiled, arrogant, conceited, disrespectful and rude, and not necessarily in that order. After lunch was Harry's free time, where he would generally lounge around in the common room, talking to Messiel about the upcoming first task and mentally categorizing a list of powerful curses and spells that could come in handy. When the sun fell, it was time for dinner and then Harry went to bed again, ready to repeat the procedure all over again. All in all, it was a good couple of weeks. The first task loomed up and suddenly it was the 24th of November. Harry found himself sitting at the breakfast table with bleary eyes and an annoyed scowl on his face at the absurd early hours of 8 a.m., crunching a piece of bacon in his mouth thoughtfully as he sat at the Gryffindor table. Around him, the other Gryffindors were chattering away with excitement, many of them glancing down towards Harry every few moments. Harry, for one, seemed to be totally at ease, but Amanda, who sat next to him, had a worried expression on her face as she sat there, her breakfast untouched. "Are you sure you're ready?" she whispered to him anxiously, her gray eyes shining with concern. "Are you sure that there's no way you can get out of this? I heard that people have died in these tournaments before." "Amanda," Harry said impatiently and squeezed his fingers together, giving her a pointed look. "I have 2 words for you. The first word is shut. Do you want to guess the second?" Amanda gave him a withering stare, but Harry ignored it as he turned back to his food. A frown appeared on his face as he once again ran through a mental checklist of spells and strategies through his mind. He wore his customary casual clothes, although his overcoat was bundled over his lap. In that bundle, Harry had hidden his sword of evocation. Dumbledore may have said that he was only allowed to bring his wand, but he hadn't said anything about summoning other items to him when the task had started. This might have been a loophole or a technicality, or it might not even become a problem either way. Harry didn't care. Harry had done quite a bit of preparation for the task, spending the last few nights with Messiel in the disused classroom practicing the deadliest evocation and wand spells he knew of. Messiel had recently taught him a powerful pulverizing spell, which was capable of completely grinding up small rocks and human limbs. He had done another search of the library for the ever-elusive unforgivable curses, but he hadn't found anything aside from historical tomes and brief references in other books. Still, although he looked at ease, Harry could feel a coil of nervousness in his stomach as he ripped his way through breakfast. He let out another scowl, annoyed at himself, and slammed his fork down on the plate with a loud clatter. Despite his practice, Harry knew that somebody had put his name in the Goblet of Fire for a reason, and he doubted that it was to let him obtain glory and gold. The first task wasn't going to be easy, especially if somebody was trying to kill him. It was at this point that a hush fell over the table. Harry blinked and looked up, seeing McGonagall walking towards him briskly. Her face flickered with disapproval and even anger when she spotted him. She never had forgiven Harry for his first display in her class, and when she spoke to him it was with an icy tone and a curt voice. "Mr. Potter, it is time," she said briskly and gestured Harry to follow her as she spun around and started to walk out of the hall. Harry didn't say a word as he stood up, clutching the bundle to his side. From the table, Amanda leaned forward, her face solemn and her eyes worried. "Good luck," she whispered softly, giving him a weak smile. "I don't need luck. I have arrogance," Harry stated boastfully and narrowed his eyes. "And there's no need to get all emotional on me, or is it your time of the month already?" Amanda rolled her eyes as he strolled away, aware of Hermione's outraged gasp and Ron's reflexive chuckle at Harry's not-so-quiet comment. For a moment, her eyes tracked the Denarian leaving the hall and a worried frown came over her face. She turned around, barely aware of Dumbledore's approving smile from the head table or Molly's disapproving frown as they both watched her interaction with Harry. His eyes strangely intent, Harry reached into the bag and pulled out a tiny, moving figurine of an elaborately carved dragon. He gulped, a flicker of fear flashing across his face as the small dragon paced on his palm and his head shot towards Bagman. "This isn't real, right?" Harry asked hesitantly. "I'm afraid so, Harry," Bagman said with a beaming smile and turned back to the rest of the champions. Now, to pass the first task, all you have to do is take the golden egg from a nest of real dragon eggs. Be careful, these dragons are mothers, so they will attack you if they think you're going to harm their nest. Harry blinked, ignoring Fleur's condescending smile and Crumb's amused head shaking as they eyed him from the corner of their eyes. Bagman left the tent, clutching a folder to his chest and left the champions alone. The Denarian frowned and cocked his head, his mind seeking out that of Messiel's. I didn't think the Drakon laid eggs, Harry thought in puzzlement, and he could hear Messiel's amusement as her voice filled his ears. I do not believe that this is a true Drakon, Messiel responded, and Harry could feel her carefully analyzing the small model in his palm, which let out a silent hiss. This is merely a beast drake, a common dragon, in other words. Well, that's a relief, Harry muttered out loud and let out a huge sigh. The tension suddenly left his body underneath the curious stares of his fellow champions. What's a relief? The Salem champion, Richard, asked with a quirked eyebrow. It's not a real dragon, Harry said and gestured at little figurine. It looks like a real dragon, Cedric said slowly, peering at his little dragon in confusion, and Harry couldn't help but notice that the figurine looked a lot smaller than his own. Of course that is a dragon, Fleur said crossly in heavily accented English, her beautiful face reflecting disdain as she gazed at Harry crossly. What else could it be? It's a beast, Harry said scornfully and threw his little figurine to the ground, where it scuttled off towards his bundled overcoat in the corner. It's not a true dragon. Trust me, we'd all become very, very dead if it were a real dragon. We are talking about the fire-breathing monsters, right? Cedric asked slowly, looking at Harry with puzzlement, but Richard suddenly let out a dawning sigh, comprehension flashing on his face. You're talking about those, what did Professor Carpenter call them? He murmured, furrowing his brows. The ancient dragons. The magical ones. Drakon. Harry supplied helpfully with a cocked eyebrow. That's the one, Richard said, snapping his fingers, and after seeing Cedric's puzzled gaze and Crumb's brooding face, turned to elaborate. In my alternate magics class, Professor Carpenter told us about the real dragons of the ancient world, the ones from all the myths and that, hoarders of wealth, consumer of pures, powerful magicians, and all that. Shape-shifting, Harry supplied, and a dark smile crossed his face. They can look like us, you know, just like any other human. You'd never know about it until it was too late and they had consumed your entire family, alive. Fleur made a scoffing noise and flicked her hand through the air as she dismissed his words. There is no such thing, she said crossly. Where do you think these dragons came from? Harry asked in annoyance. Do you think one day a lizard thought to itself, Johnny from up the road has grown a wicked new tail, so why don't I grow some wings and fly over to his house so I can roast the little bastard alive? Huh, Cedric uttered. Let me put it another way, Harry said, rolling his eyes. Why do you think there are tales of Drakon's dragons wanting pure girls, Oh, Cedric said with dawning understanding, and frowned, shaking his head. Are you sure? I mean, wouldn't we all know if there were these things walking around? A Drakon is a very powerful creature, Harry muttered darkly. I doubt any wand wizard who has met one ever got away from it alive. Their magic is strong, potent, and far beyond any of you. But not you. Crumb spoke up for the first time in a heavily accented voice, watching Harry closely with brooding eyes. You think you could destroy one of these creatures, yes. In the right conditions, Harry said thoughtfully and gave a cocky smile. Yes. Crumb inclined his head and looked away as Bagman burst into the tent, a beaming smile on his face. All right, Mr. Crumb, he said cheerfully. You're up. Crumb merely gave a grunt and stalked from the tent without another word, leaving a silent group of champions behind him. As a loud blaring voice boomed over the commentary, Harry leant against the wall and blocked it out as he sought out Messiel within his mind, finding her blazing warmth close to his consciousness. I am here for you, Messiel said firmly. You're still willing to help me? Harry thought in surprise. If he had asked his question out loud, the other champions would have showed surprise at the hesitance in his voice, Harry sounding more like a worried child rather than a scathing bastard. Of course, exclaimed Messiel, her tone almost reproachful, and Harry felt her presence flash across his body, sending blazing warmth through his veins. Despite arguments and disagreements, you are my beloved host. Besides, this is the downside of unions such as ours. I sometimes wonder how the other fallen with such arrangements solve such situations. We can always call up Nicodemus as ask, right? Harry thought sardonically. I'm sure there's some kind of Denarian union that takes on equal opportunity cases such as these. You're funny, beloved. Messiel deadpanned, and a grin curved Harry's lips as he leant back on his chair, idly noticing a nervous and shaking Richard leave the tent as his name was called out. So, what do we do about the dragon? He asked. From what I can recall, the offspring of the Drakon were large reptilian creatures, Messiel said thoughtfully. Many of them had the ability to wield fire as a weapon and tool. There were very few of them that had the magical skills and abilities of their sires. Do keep in mind that it has been over 2,000 years since I first heard about these creatures, so I cannot account for any changes that evolution may have had. So, we have a big fire-breathing lizard to kill. Very oversimplified, but yes, beloved, you have to kill a big fire-breathing lizard, Messiel said dryly, making Harry let out a soft chuckle. He ignored the stares he got from Fleur and Cedric and shifted in his seat, closing his eyes and appearing to be asleep. Apparition would be a very good tactic to avoid anything the dragon throws your way. I can keep your mind clear and focused and allow you to move without losing any important limbs. However, the school is warded, Harry finished flatly. An apparition is illegal to those under the age of 17. See Messiel, this is why I don't like fair fights. Indeed, Messiel agreed. Now, I believe a powerful spell to the dragon's head may cause some damage. The original Drakon were very powerful and resistant to many forms of magic, but they had vulnerable areas around their eyes. Their descendants may have inherited this same weakness. So, go for the eyes, Harry repeated, nodding his head. Got it. I suggest a mixture of slashing attacks and physical bashing attack spells that do not totally rely on a manipulation of the brain. We cannot be sure of how powerful the brain of a dragon may be. It could resist a stunning charm or a tormenting hex, even if you did strike it towards its eyes, Messiel informed him briskly. I know fire is your preferred weapon of attack, and magical fire will burn through most magical protections, but Drakons were immune to the greatest heat. I suggest you avoid any fire-based attack unless you empower it with hellfire. Does that mean that steam trick of mine won't work? Harry thought. Damn. It took me a while to think of that little combination. It will not work, beloved. Harry frowned, his brows furrowing, and he barely noticed as the fourth champion left the tent, leaving Harry alone. I have the sword in the tent. I could summon it to me and use it to channel some evocation through it. If you pour enough power into the sword, it should be able to slice through a beast dragon's hide, Messiel advised, and a note of pride entered her voice. A crafty move, beloved, well done. Harry felt a brief flash of pride at her words and smiled widely, a grin of affection lighting up his face and casting away the dark shadows that always seemed to hide under his eyes. For a moment, Harry sat in his chair, content as he listened to commentators shout something into the microphone in excitement. I'm still annoyed at you, Harry said out loud, but there was no heat or anger in his words, just a simple fact. And I with you, Messiel admitted. I do hope you will come around to my way of thinking. Not as long as I can help it, Harry said cheerfully, and he felt a pang of Messiel's resigned, but amused, exasperation. Hey, you'll probably be able to influence and tempt me into later on. I mean, you are a fallen angel, right? But for now, I'm going to remain the funny bastard I always am and insult everybody with 2 legs and a few things with 4. Very well, Messiel agreed, but there was a note of amusement in her voice and Harry could feel that she was satisfied with his response. She had all the time in the world to convert him to her thinking, and he would eventually fold, whether it was tomorrow or 100 years from now, even if it was just to get her to shut up about it. Suddenly, Harry heard the commentator call his name. He took a deep breath, a steely look of determination appearing in his eyes as he stood up. With one last glance at his coat and the hidden sword bundled underneath it, Harry pulled the flap to the tent and stepped outside. Harry, somebody said quietly, and Harry stopped with a frown on his face as he turned around. Ludo Bagman stepped inside the tent, a beaming smile on his face as he approached Harry. Despite the man's cheerful demeanor, Harry could see that the man seemed to be quite nervous, and his eyes were darting left and right as he approached Harry. Do you have any ideas on how you're going to get past the dragon? Bagman asked quietly. Because I noticed you seemed to be a little nervous earlier and you are the boy who lived, you have to have some power behind you. I mean, I wouldn't want anything bad to happen to you. I have a few ideas. Yes, Harry said carefully, eyeing that man carefully, and watched as the bagman gave him a relieved yet somewhat conspiratorial smile. Would you like some advice? Bagman asked delicately and hurried on. Not that I'm cheating or anything. I know that you don't want to be here and it isn't fair that a fourth year should face this task without even a little bit of help. Well, it seems as if somebody is quite eager for you to pass, Messiel said carefully, and a note of speculation entered her voice. He would be a likely candidate to have put your name into the goblet of fire. He seems to want me to pass the task, Harry disagreed silently. Not die a horrible and painful death. Just because his motives aren't clear doesn't mean he is innocent, Messiel warned. Harry nodded, partially to himself and partially towards Bagman, who leaned in, his voice dropping to something below a whisper. One of the dragon's only weak points is around its eyes, Bagman said quietly. A conjunctivitis curse would blind it long enough for you to run forward and steal the egg. It's been spelled to resist summoning charms, so don't waste any time trying those. Harry stared at Bagman and a small and secretive smile came over his face. Bagman let out a beaming smile of his own and silently tapped his nose, before whirling around and disappearing back into the tent. Useful information, Messiel said. If only to confirm my hypotheses. I suggest that you watch out for that man, beloved. There are ulterior motives at play here. Despite our arguments, you've already dragged me into politics, Harry grumbled as he made his way through a darkened tunnel, approaching the bright sunlight at the end, and it was to the sound of Messiel's tinkling laughter that Harry stepped out into the arena. For a moment, he simply stared at the surroundings in front of him. He had heard bits and pieces of the weird wand wizard game that was played on broomsticks, which in Harry's opinion, wasn't helping the wizarding world to move away from the stereotypical view that most non-magical people had on witches. He knew that this arena was normally used to host these games, which would explain the looming large circular stands that rose up above him, filled to the brim with cheering students, wizards and witches. However, Harry doubted that this game was played over an arena of sharp, jagged rocks, which jutted from the ground menacingly. Harry also doubted that there was usually a gigantic and fearsome-looking beast standing in the middle of the arena. For a moment, Harry just stared at the dragon with something like reluctant awe on his face. It was a huge beast, a massive black lizard with gleaming animalistic yellow eyes and two large bat-like wings spreading out from its back. Rows of dark scales gleamed on the dragon's back, and its huge tail flicked languidly through the air, layered with hook-like spikes, crushing rocks and leaving yard-long gouges in the hard ground. The beast stood over a small clump of wood, most of it still littered with green leaves, and on that small pile Harry could see a mound of dark-shelled eggs. Amongst the eggs lay a shining golden orb, and Harry eyed it carefully. Accio! Harry called out, his wand whipping up in a quick flicking motion. He could feel the magic pour into the wand, but the golden egg remained where it was, firm and unmoving. Didn't Bagman tell you that it had been spelled to resist summoning charms? Messiel asked him. Like I was going to believe everything he said, Harry muttered under his breath, and he took a deep breath, a determined glint appearing in his eyes. Around him, the crowd roared with noise, some of it coming in the form of a series of boos, most of it coming in a roar of loud cheers and calls of encouragement. Harry let it all bounce off of him as he took a step forward, his wand rising as he focused his mind and channeled in hellfire. A dark blazing rush of power roared into his body, sulfur and brimstone filling his nostrils as he carefully leveled the wand at the dragon's head. But the creature had suddenly stopped moving as soon as Harry had lifted his wand and turned its head, its gleaming yellow eyes staring directly into Harry's, and suddenly he couldn't move. Something powerful, something tremendous struck at his mind, and both Harry and Messiel, surprised by the sudden mental intrusion, froze on the spot. For a moment, Harry's eyes bulged, panic rushing across his body as he strained to move his muscles. His arm and hand shook with effort, his wand clambering unsteadily in his hands, and he glared at the dragon, an orange and red tint the whites of his eyes. A trap. Messiel hissed coldly, her voice reeking with sudden anger and malevolence. Find them, beloved. Find them and crush them. What a good idea, Harry thought with a great deal of strain as he fought against the unknown petrifying magic. I'll get right on it after I've had my coffee break, okay? The audience had seen the sudden stiffening and halting of his body, but most of them must have attributed it to fear or panic, and Harry could faintly hear a loud roar of jeering laughs, which complemented a sudden wave of boos and drowned out the yells and screams of encouragement. A small group of dark-cloaked wizards, who seemed to be the owners or keepers of the dragons, moved forward, their wands up as they eyed Harry carefully, waiting to see if the teenage boy would move or if they would have to subdue the dragon themselves. However, from the corner of his eye, Harry could see Dumbledore watching with a frown on his face, the old man's face devoid of twinkling eyes and benign smile, as if he sensed something was not right. Suddenly the dragon shuddered, its scales rippling and its eyes bulging, and the audience suddenly quietened. The men and women in the dark robes halted, and Harry could make out the expressions of confusion and dawning horror as the dragon changed before their very eyes. The dragon seemed to shrink as the dark color of the scales melted away into a blend of dark gray and white scales, which shimmered and stretched as the very pattern of the dragon's hide distorted and changed. The wings collapsed in on themselves, replaced with wings that were more bat-like than bird-like. The tail seemed to collapse into itself, the rows of dark spikes disappearing as the tail lengthened out, a single sharp blade growing out from the tip until it resembled something a scorpion would have. The biggest change to the dragon was its head, which shrunk in on itself. Large rows of rippling spikes sunk back into its thick skull, its snout shrunk down in on itself, and its nose flattered out until it resembled something that was more human than animal. The dragon's eyes were the last to change, and gleaming yellow shimmered as its eyelids shrunk back, replaced with malevolent fiery yellow and orange eyes that glinted with an ancient malice and hunger. For a moment, Harry could feel the true power of this creature and felt fear. Luckily, the act of morphing back into its true form had broken the spell the creature had put on Harry, who was able to jerk his eyes away from the mesmerizing stare of the fiery eyes, blinking rapidly. By the eternal fires of hell, Messiel swore quietly, her voice quiet and shaky. It cannot be. Why would one of them be here? But it wasn't. Harry, along with the rest of the audience, could only watch with stunned eyes as the dragon opened its mouth, revealing a deep inner glow as if 1,000 furnaces burnt in its stomach. A strong smell of burnt wood and smoke filled the air as Harry quickly avoided the creature's eyes as it looked at him once more, and then it spoke. For the night to die, so must you. The words shot around the stadium like a wave of rippling force, and Harry saw wizard and witches being flung from their chairs by the mere presence and sound of the voice. The words slammed into his head like a sledgehammer, striking at his very mind with a great deal of force, but Messiel was ready this time, and Harry could feel her close his mind off, creating something akin to a large brick wall around his consciousness that blazed at the cracks with the dark flames of hell, and the spell, for it was a spell, shattered apart. The crowd buzzed and cried with surprise, shock and panic as another roar echoed around the stadium, an ancient and horrifying roar that sent fear into the hearts of everybody present. Of the few people that were watching Harry, only a small little deaf girl who could read lips was able to make out the words that left Harry's lips as the creature, not a mere dragon beast but a mighty drakon, one of the most powerful magical creatures in this world and the next, one of the most ancient and terrifying powers of all history, turned back to Harry, malevolence gleaming from its eyes. OFK. Now I have a special treat for all of you. John, who you may know as Surorin, wrote a small omake about this story. I forget to put it in last chapter, so I'll add it here. If you want it to continue, you had better ask him, because this is all of his work. Harry quickly staggered forward, approaching the taxi as he saw the well-dressed man pay the driver, and limped his way up to the black taxi as the well-dressed man walked off. His veins were on fire. There was something hot, far different from his power, burning into his veins like acid, and his pain must have shown on his face as stumbled into the taxi, dropping the sword to the ground, because the driver peered into his mirror and frowned. You okay, kid? The man, a small bearded man with blue eyes, asked in concern. You don't look so hot. I'm fine, Harry said, and reached into his pocket, pulling out a 50-pound note and clumsily threw it at the driver, who snatched it from the air and nodded with a look of skepticism on his face as he turned around, placing the note in his money tray and clicking down the meter. Drug users sure are getting younger these days, he muttered, before he raised his voice and spoke in a slow, loud voice, as if Harry were hard on hearing. Where would you like me to take you? The driver accentuated carefully. I can heal your wounds, beloved, and help you counter this spell, Messiel said softly. But you need to find a place to rest, somewhere where you will not be disturbed. Perhaps a motel. Hey, kid, where to? The driver demanded impatiently, tapping his fingers on the driving wheel in irritation. I don't have all day here. Get off your high and give me some directions. A motel, Harry said between soft, pained gasps. A cheap motel, anywhere away from here. Chapter 4. The Denarian Renegade. By Sheza 88. That won't be necessary, a woman stated from just outside the thin metal door beside Harry. An abrupt feeling of dread tore through Harry's body. He didn't dare look up to the window. Who are you, lady? The taxi driver demanded to know. I'm Harry's mother, she explained calmly. I was taking him to the hospital, because, as you can see, he is dreadfully ill, but he ran away from me, Deirdre lied smoothly. Harry winced as he felt a cold chill enter the cabin of the taxi, and a slightly warm hand grip him, and pull him out of the taxi. Harry frantically reached down and grabbed a hold of his sword. He managed to, but it was snatched from his hands almost instantly as he brought it close to the female fallen carrier. Now, don't be rude to your mommy, Deirdre chided Harry lightly as she, with care that Harry had doubted she would normally be capable of, picked him up from within the taxi and cradled Harry up against her. He struggled as much as he could, but his weak and battered body wasn't capable of anything besides pain. You should stop that, unless you want to die, Deirdre hissed out, tightening her grip upon Harry's body. You're going to kill me anyway, Harry managed to spit out before a gasp of pain silenced him. Deirdre tutted Harry lightly as she walked away from the main road and back into the dark alley that they had battled in. I was going to kill you before, Deirdre agreed soothingly, but I can't just allow such a talent to go to waste when Daddy would love to meet you. Daddy? Harry asked Messiel in his mind. Nicodemus, one of the most powerful of the fallen, Messiel murmured, her voice void of all emotion. What are they going to do to us? Harry asked weakly as his struggles ceased. They will most likely kill you and seal the coin I reside in away, Messiel said, her voice melancholy. Harry whimpered against his captor's shoulder. Panic started to rise up within him. Still such a child, Deirdre murmured in distaste. Shut up, you stupid bitch, Harry spat out as he bit down on Deirdre's shoulder through her blouse. Deirdre smiled amusedly. Is that supposed to hurt, little boy? She asked mildly. I'm afraid I find it lacking in that department, she whispered out huskily, her voice laced with something Harry didn't recognize, as she nuzzled up against Harry's ear. You sick freak, Harry managed to say through a shudder as he pulled away from Deirdre as much as he could. Daddy doesn't say that, Deirdre said with a small pout, before her face gained a hard edge. Without warning, she threw Harry to the ground, into a shallow puddle of water. Harry grunted as he felt his side hit the concrete which covered the alleyway. You have two choices, Deirdre explained casually as she pointed Harry's sword at him. You can either die right now, alone in this alley, or you can cooperate and come with me, and perhaps live to see another day. Harry's heart thudded within his chest. He had two options then, die with Messiel by his side. Or live without her. He closed his eyes tightly. What should I do, Messiel? Harry asked shakily in his own mind. His call went unanswered, but he already knew what he was going to say. Go to hell, Harry said without feeling. There was no hatred or discontent in his voice, only a tone of resignation. Deirdre snorted. I was kidding about you having a choice, she stated mercurially. It was the last thing Harry heard, before a sharp pain on his forehead caused him to black out. A soft scent in the air was the first thing Harry noticed as he became conscious. It was a sweet fragrance, like flowers, but it was tinged with something else. It was comforting. Harry let out a soft groan as he rolled over onto his back. Whatever he was laying on was soft and warm. A bed, he realized idly. He considered just staying still and drifting back off to sleep. Messiel, what happened? Harry murmured groggily as he rolled onto his side and snuggled down against his pillow. Deirdre knocked you unconscious, Mesiel's voice whispered into his ear tenderly. Harry sighed contentedly as he felt a hand rub against his cheek. So they left you with me? He asked as he leaned into the soft warmth of Mesiel's palm. Why would they do that? Mesiel didn't answer, and her hand stopped moving. Harry quickly noticed. His eyes cracked open slightly, the light momentarily blinded him. Mesiel? Harry asked worriedly. The Fallen smiled down sadly at Harry. They have taken the coin away from you, Mesiel explained calmly, her lips tilted up in a sad smile. But you're still here, Harry murmured, his voice filled with relief. No, Mesiel said softly, shaking her head, I'm but a shadow of the real Mesiel, who placed me in your mind the moment that Deirdre knocked you unconscious. Why? What happened to her? Where is she? Harry demanded to know in quick succession, quickly sitting up and staring intently at the shadow of Mesiel. She placed me here to help you, however I could, the shadow told Harry as she reached up to his head against and gently cupped his cheek. She was sealed away, as Nicodemus does to all the fallen who do not follow him. I do not know where, and neither did Mesiel. I have to get her back, Harry said to the Mesiel in front of him. I need her. Nicodemus won't release her. Her crimes against him and the other Denarians are too great. She smiled tenderly. She wasn't sure that they would let you live, she'd be glad. Can we escape? Harry asked quickly. If we escape and manage to get something that they want, then maybe we can get Mesiel back. You don't get it, the shadow murmured sadly. They won't give her up, not after it's taken so many thousands of years to get her. Why won't they give her back to me? Harry demanded to know angrily. Because, a male voice rang out from out of Harry's view, there is nothing in this dimension that has the same value as her to us. Mesiel's shadow vanished. Harry's head snapped around to face the voice. A man of medium height and build, with short, dark hair streaked through with an off-center blaze of silver. He wore a simple black silk robe. Nicodemus, a voice whispered into Harry's ear. You're that bitch's father, Harry said quietly. Nicodemus smiled amusedly. That bitch was supposed to kill you, but apparently you made an impression on her, the older man said smoothly as he stared at Harry, who subconsciously slipped beneath the covers of his bed again. Mesiel left an imprint on you, didn't she? Nicodemus asked with a smile. No, I'm just talking to one of the many voices in my head, Harry retorted sarcastically. A rich laugh left Nicodemus's lips. You see, Harry, you're operating under the assumption that you have nothing to lose, Nicodemus explained as he stepped into the room. I'm pretty sure you've taken the only thing I've ever cared about from me, Harry said through a scowl. Now there is where our opinions conflict, Nicodemus stated calmly. I'm of the philosophy that as long as someone is alive, they have something to lose. Yes, Harry snapped. As long as you're alive you can still die, he snorted lightly. No, Nicodemus disagreed. You still have the ability to choose what you can do. You still have some standards of innocence yet, and most importantly to you, the jovial spirit in Nicodemus's voice vanished. You still have the remnants of Mesiel left within you, the memories of her, the traces of power. I can take that all away from you, he finished in a matter-of-fact voice. A chill ran down Harry's spine. Could he do that? Harry asked the shadow in his mind. Yes, Mesiel answered simply. What do you want from me? Harry demanded to know. Mesiel said you would kill me, why haven't you? Nicodemus let out another laugh. I did tell you, did I not? The man stepped into the room, past the doorway. My little Deirdre found you interesting. Unfortunately, without giving you Mesiel back, I'll never find out exactly how interesting, Nicodemus murmured, a light frown appearing on his face briefly, before disappearing. Not interesting enough, Harry grumbled to himself lowly. Interesting does not necessarily mean strong, Nicodemus explained casually as he advanced towards the bed. There is more interest to be had in an event where the outcome is decided by more than power. Something which you know shall come to pass is not interesting at all, he explained as he sat down at the end of the bed. So I'm alive because I couldn't kill your daughter? Harry asked perplexedly. That's stupid, he said bluntly. A light yawn of a laugh echoed from the doorway. If that is stupid then I should just kill you right now to correct my mistake, Deirdre yawned from the doorway. Go ahead, Harry challenged, before he redirected his attention to his mind momentarily. What kind of help can you give me, enough to escape? You do not understand. Mesiel's shadow murmured softly within Harry's mind. I hold none of Mesiel's power. Only her personality. I might be able to give you access to Hellfire, but without any way to channel it properly you'd kill yourself. Harry's eyes widened slightly and a second chill ran down his spine. A sadistic delight registered in Deirdre's eyes a moment before her tongue swept over her lips, in an almost reptilian fashion. You finally understand your position, Nicodemus stated calmly as he regarded Harry. Harry stared at the Drakon, his green eyes wide and his features reflecting amazement, shock and most importantly, fear. The Drakon roared again, a loud booming sound that blasted around the stadium as students and onlookers alike began to move from their seats. Distantly, Harry could hear screams of panic and fear, but he blocked them out as grasped Mesiel's power, allowing it to pour into him. Fire blazed in his veins and sulfur filled his nose as Harry glared at the Drakon with anger, his eyes glinting maliciously. The dragon keepers almost instantly recovered from the shock of seeing a dragon morph into another dragon-like creature, and several of them raised their wands, their voices shouting out incantations. Bursts of crimson light streaked from their wands and struck upon the Drakon's thick hide to no effect and breaking apart in a shower of glowing sparks. The Drakon brushed off their attacks with ease, its fiery eyes turning back to glare at Harry, who ducked his head as he channeled Hellfire into his wand. Smoke curdled from the runes, dark power flickered at the tip as Harry leveled his wand at the Drakon and prepared to summon his most powerful spells. It was at that exact moment that Harry felt a flare of blazing power and his eyes automatically shifted up towards the source. Dumbledore stood aloft the stands, his face white and furious and his eyes cold and hard. He held his wand aloft as blazing power struck forward in a devastating cone of magic, seemingly made up of pure light. The old wand wizard's beard and long white hair swayed underneath the powerful force of his spell and his hat went whipping off his head as he thrust his wand forward. The Drakon let out a loud screech of pain as it staggered back by the sheer force of the spell as it was struck, its fiery eyes seeking Dumbledore as the headmaster stood tall and strong, his face grim. The spell dug deep into the Drakon, shattering apart hard scales and thick hide, but the Drakon opened its mouth and let out a single piercing snarl. Harry, who was watching with wide eyes, grunted in pain as the sound slammed into him and knocked him off his feet and he landed on the ground. He watched with stunned awe as the Drakon's spell shattered apart Dumbledore's spell and blasted forward in an invisible rush of power. Dumbledore twirled his wand and defensive magics shimmered around his form, a haze of blue and green light that shimmered and sparkling as the blast of power struck it and shattered apart. An instant later, the Drakon had opened its mouth and with a single whip-like movement of its head, spat out a blaze of searing molten flames. Dumbledore made no movement, but his eyes widened a fraction as the green and blue magic solidified around him until it seemed as if he were encased in a sparkling crystal of light. With a deft flick of his wand, the blue-green left his form and blasted forward, striking the tip of the Drakon's fiery blast. Fire hissed and magic shattered as the powers enveloped each other in bright flare of light, leaving Dumbledore unharmed. But the old wizard was too slow as the Drakon let out another piercing snarl. Although the headmaster's wand came whipping up and another blue and green haze began to envelop him, Harry knew in an instant that it was too slow and struggled to get to his feet. For a split second, Dumbledore's hard blue eyes met Harry's defiant green eyes, and then Dumbledore sent forward the half-formed shield of defensive magic towards the Drakon's blast of power. There was a lesser flare of light as Dumbledore's spell shattered and the blast of power lanced forward towards the unexposed wizard. Suddenly there was a flash of flames and something red and gold streaked forward like a fiery comet, slamming into the blast of power and exploding in a burst of flames. Although the fiery comet had taken the brunt of the spell, the backlash slammed against Dumbledore, who was knocked off his feet and thrown backwards. Despite his fearsome powers and arcane knowledge, Dumbledore was just as fragile as a normal human, perhaps even more, and the elderly man slammed into the wooden benches, which cracked and snapped apart as Dumbledore came to a rest, his body still and unmoving. The Drakon staggered back up, a furious but triumphant roar of pain and power escaping its throat as it recovered from Dumbledore's spell, while people crowded over Dumbledore's still body. The dragon handlers continued to cast their spells, crimson streaks of magic repeatedly blasting apart on the Drakon's hide with little effect to no effect. Harry had staggered back up and with a short swish of his wand and a muttered incantation, he summoned the bundle from the tent he had left it in and quickly unraveled it. A gleaming rune-etched sword met his gaze as he quickly opened up his overcoat, adrenaline surging through his veins as he took hold of the powerful magical sword and glanced up. The Drakon was in the process of turning back to the Denarian renegade, its fiery eyes gleaming with an ancient malevolence. Harry took a deep breath and channeled hellfire from his wand and into his sword. His eyes glinted with dark powers, anger and blazing hatred appeared on his face and dark feelings of excitement, lust and pleasure filled his mind as searing power roared through him, urged on by Mesiel as Harry started to prepare a powerful spell of evocation. It was at that moment that Moody raised his wand from the head box, his mangled face looking oddly hollow and etched with anger as he stepped past Dumbledore's still body and faced down the Drakon without a hint of fear. Avada Kedavra! He roared angrily, his voice echoing in the large stadium, and for a moment, everything stopped. From his wand came a deadly flash of green magic, a beam of glowing death that streaked forward and struck the Drakon. The Drakon let out a loud roar of pain, its voice blasting forward and sending people tumbling as they ran from the stadium as the flash of green light dug into its hide. Gray scales darkened and shattered and Drakon hide sizzled madly as the killing curse struck the Drakon on the chest. Moody's triumphant grin quickly faded away as he stared at the Drakon in horror, which, while scratching at its new wound with a growl of pain, was very much alive. Members of the crowd stared in disbelief at the Drakon, and then the screaming seemed to intensify as the ancient creature turned around to confront Harry, once and for all. "Any advice, Mesiel?" Harry asked between gritted teeth as the sword shuddered and trembled in his hands, its runes glowing with an unholy red glow as he hoisted it up and leveled it at the Drakon. "Attack it, beloved," Mesiel said grimly. "And then run." Harry didn't say anything as he took in a deep breath, readied his magic and steadied himself. He slammed the sword into the ground with great force and closed his eyes as he lashed out with one of the most powerful pieces of magic he knew of. His very form shimmered with repressed heat and the air thickened into something like a fog, as if Harry was beeping up all the heat around him. A bright yellow and red glow emanated from behind him as his green eyes glinted with dark power. Suddenly there was a loud blaring crack that sounded almost like a firecracker, and a single ball of blazing fire streaked forwards from his shimmering form. An instant later the air was filled with loud cracks as a barrage of streaking fire lanced through the air, spinning and spiraling as they lashed out at the Drakon, looping around the large creature and slamming into its hide in a wave of successive explosions. The Drakon roared in pain as its body was bombarded with small concussive explosions, billows of fire rushing out and threatening to envelop it as dark oily smoke pumped out into the air. Harry clenched his sword and fought down a wave of fatigue as the last glowing streak of fire left his body and the shimmering aura around his body disappeared. His green eyes watched with a flare of satisfaction as the Drakon burned in bright yellow flames, but a second later they widened as the Drakon opened its mouth and let out a powerful piercing whistle, a single note that pulsed through the air, and suddenly the fire was gone, washed away by the Drakon's counter spell. A second later, the Drakon turned its head down towards Harry, who avoided its deadly fiery eyes, and it opened its mouth and lashed out. Harry's eyes widened as a beam of magnificent power zapped forward like a jolt of cackling red lightning and making his own power look like a dog next to a dinosaur. With all of his strength, Harry tugged the sword from the ground and hurled himself to the side as the beam shot past him, making all of his hairs stand up on end and sending goosebumps down his arms. He landed painfully on the ground as the beam struck where he had just been standing and sliced through thick boulders. The ground shuddered and rumbled as stone melted into glowing molten rock and steam hissed from the ground as the beam sliced into the earth. Fear coursed through Harry's veins as he picked himself up from the ground, ignoring the aches and bruises he had as he turned to face the Drakon again, just as it opened its mouth and let out another piercing snarl. A blast of power rocketed through the air, and with a cry of panic Harry brought up his wand and sword. He gritted his teeth as he poured hellfire into a defensive shield. Dark crimson and black magic flickered as a globe of magic solidified in front of him. The shield had been formed in just the right way. There was enough power in its structure to keep the defensive spell up, so when the blast of power struck the shield, it didn't reduce him to a small smear. It did, however, hurl Harry off his feet and send him flying through the air as a loud clanging noise filled the air. Harry landed on the hard ground with a wince of pain and for a moment just lay there, stunned. Flickering crimson and dark energies shimmered out of existence as the shield dissipated, having saved its owner from not only the spell but the fall, which would have snapped several of Harry's bones. With a small wince, Harry inclined his head and grasped his wand in his hand. With a quick flick and a small push of hellfire, one of the large boulders in front of him groaned in protest as it was lifted from the ground and hurled at the dragon. It smashed on its hide with no effect, crumbling to dust as Harry staggered back on his feet. The dragon keepers were still bombarding it with spells and had moved away from the stunning charm and onto some more dangerous and particular nasty ones some Harry recognized as exceptionally painful dark magic. It wasn't enough to hurt the Drakon but was enough to irritate it and divert its attention for a second as it turned its head around. Harry raised his sword and concentrated his power as the Drakon was distracted, ignoring the ancient creature as it let loose a spew of blasting heat and liquid magma. The wand wizards scuttled away and most of them managed to get clear in time, but one unlucky wizard screamed in agony as a goblet of steaming lava splashed on his wand arm, disintegrating it before his very eyes. He gurgled with pain and shock, his eyes staring unblinkingly at the arm as he fell to his knees, his face wrapped up in pain as one of his fellow wizards, a red-haired man, flicked his wand and hurled the man away from the Drakon and out of the stadium. At the same time, Harry was breathing harshly as he prepared another evocation spell. Within his mind, Mesiel helped him weave and form the magic together as he held his sword upright. Around him, the air shimmered with heat and flickered with fire as the runes in Harry's sword pulsed with an odd red light. The air around him flickered and shimmered with an oily black haze as thick smoke drifted into the air, while sulfur and the smell of dirty smoke filled Harry's nostrils as he pumped massive amounts of hellfire and magic into his spell. After several seconds, Harry heard a deafening series of loud roars and winced at both the noise and the sudden bright flashes around him as several blazing rods of roaring flames burst into existence. The flames roared with the dark power of hellfire as Harry made a sharp gesture with his hand, his eyes glinting, and the flickered as they changed. The flames roared with a greater fury as they changed into fiery mimics of Harry's sword, runes, hilt and all, and continued to hover around him. As the Drakon turned back to him, Harry allowed a tight and wicked smile to curve his lips, his eyes faintly glowing with an inner darkness as he, with Mesiel's direction and occasional manipulation, finished weaving his spell and lazily lifted out an arm. I feel the sudden urge to shout out something like, "Flaming swords," or, "Blazing inferno," Harry mentally remarked to Mesiel, and he ignored her exasperated sigh. "Now is not really the time for your wit," she snapped out in annoyance. "Release the spell." Harry gave a tight nod, his face grim, and with a single broad gesture, he extended his arm out in front of him and pushed out. The swords of burning hellfire roared with the power of a blazing inferno and shot forward as Harry released the spell. Dizziness and weariness struck his mind, and even with Mesiel acting as a buffer, Harry gave a groan and collapsed to the ground on all fours and watched the end result of his spell. In an impressive display of force and power, the glowing swords of fire shot through the air with great force. The Drakon appeared to be surprised by the pure force of the spell and took a rumbling step backwards, opening its mouth and letting out a single piercing note. Harry flinched as he lay sprawled over the ground and watched with despair as the swords of flame grew brighter and brighter as they traveled closer and closer to the Drakon, until just as the swords were about to pierce on the Drakon's hide, they exploded in a roaring inferno of deafening noise and blinding light. Although the Drakon had dispelled Harry's spell, the aftermath was apparently troublesome or powerful enough to cause it pain, and it let out a loud piercing screech that struck Harry's mind like a sledgehammer. An instant later, another roaring beam of steaming hot magma shot forward right over Harry's head and splashed on the ground behind him. Rocks sizzled and melted and steam pumped into the air as Harry staggered up, his eyes wearied and fatigued. "This isn't going so well," he murmured in his head. "So I see, beloved," Mesiel said tensely. "And it's just gotten worse." Harry watched, and as the Drakon bent down on its powerful legs and flapped its large wings, its malevolent eyes burning with ancient anger and irritation. With a huge roar, it hovered in the air with steady flapping movements and slowly flew forward. Dirt blackened and rocks seemed to sizzle in the Drakon's presence as it loomed towards Harry, who dropped his sword wearily and leveled his wand at it. "Here goes nothing," he thought grimly. "Avada Kedavra." He spat out, his green eyes glinting with rage, and he felt a rush of power sweep through him, reeking of a decidedly different odor than hellfire, but still dark in nature. From the tip of his wand flickered eerie green sparks, and a weak and dull flash of light zoomed from his wand, looking like a series of glowing green splinters. The half-formed curse flickered and seemed to wobble before it broke apart in a shower of sparks as Harry's first attempt at the killing curse failed. Crap! Harry snarled angrily and swiped his wand through the air, hellfire searing through his veins as it enhanced his next spell. The Devastation Curse, a high-level piece of dark magic, blasted from the tip of his wand in the form of a powerful flash of violet light. The curse sliced into the approaching Dracon's hide and hard scales were asunder. The Dracon let out a loud screech, but the wound was nothing more than a small cut to the ancient creature as it flapped its way forward and opened its mouth, fiery eyes peering from an almost human face. A bright sparkling flare burst forward and Harry gave a panicked cry as he threw himself to the side, pain flaring in his side as he landed on the rocky ground with a grunt. The flare flew past him, and although Harry didn't look back, he could feel it explode as a wave of almost unbearable heat struck his back. He flinched but ignored the pain as he staggered up, his eyes bright with bloodlust as he bared his teeth at the Dracon. Cornolivo! He spat out angrily. His arm buckled as a streak of dark-colored magic burst from his wand, accompanied by an eerie screeching noise. This time, the Dracon was ready, and with a single piercing whistle, the curse was deflected aside by a massive force and struck one of the large jagged boulders, reducing it to dust with a dark flash of light in a matter of seconds. It opened its mouth once more as it swooped down on Harry, and although it made no sound and produced no visible light, something huge and unseen rushed through the air. Because of the close proximity of the Dracon, it was only a few meters away from Harry, and the sudden nature and power of its attack, Harry was barely able to raise any form of defense. He managed to cross his arms over his chest, and fear surged in his veins as he hastily conjured a defensive barrier around him, but the blast of unseen power slammed into him, and sudden Harry was in pain. He screamed in agony as his barrier shattered underneath the powerful blow and barely felt his feet leaving the ground as he was thrown backwards. He slumped to the ground several meters away, distantly aware of cracks, and a sudden burst of pain in his stomach as a feeling and awareness, like liquid fire, poured into his veins and slammed into his head. Unlike hellfire, which was incredibly pleasurable and intoxicating, this spell burned with a different type of heat which produced an agony that Harry had never felt before. He was burning. He was being burnt alive. Flames were consuming his body, his limbs, his muscles, his heart, his mind. And suddenly it was all over, and the Dracon's massive presence abruptly left his head. Harry blinked tears of pain away from his eyes as he struggled to lift his head, his body aching all over, and distantly saw a swarm of crimson-robed figures rushing in at the other end of the stadium, a constant barrage of light bursting from their wands as they tried to strike down the Dracon. Some of the flashes of light glowed with an eerie green glow, and combined, it was enough to make the Dracon roar in agony and turn away from Harry's prone body. A blast of power sent the crimson-robed figures scuttling for cover, but they consistently and professionally resumed their attacks, drawing the Dracon's attention away from Harry and towards this new threat. "Now, beloved," Messiel said, her voice pained. Her perceptions came from Harry's, after all, and Harry was in a great deal of pain at the moment. "Now is the time to flee. Your spells have done little damage to the creature. You cannot take much more of this beating." "How?" Harry asked painfully, wincing as he tried to stagger up on his feet. But a wave of dizziness struck his mind and pain flared in his chest, and he gave a grunt and slumped back down on the ground. "The anti-apparition wards are still up. I can't leave. Try to make a portkey," Messiel advised. "Remember what I have taught you and focus your energies." Harry made another grunting noise, and with tender fingers, he gripped his wand tight and tried to focus his mind. He lifted his eyes and picked the first loose item he saw, a small jagged rock, and gave a weak flick of his wand. "Portus," he muttered softly. The rock shuddered and trembled as a blue glow surrounded it, but an instant later Harry gave a groan and his wand dropped. The rock continued to shudder and tremble as the blue glow intensified, before it gave a loud crack and exploded in a small shower of thick black ooze. "I think that last spell loosened my brains a little," Harry muttered wearily as he flopped back down on the ground, blocking out the distant noise of spells, curses, bestial roars, and human cries. "Any other ideas? Or should I just lie here and wait for the Dracon to come and kill me?" You must flee, barked Mesiel, her voice both stern and worried. You cannot win this fight with your own powers, unless. What? Harry thought impatiently, wincing as he tried to block out the pain and aches lancing through his body. What is it, Mesiel? Unless you ask for help, Mesiel finished quietly, her voice remote and speculative. From who? Harry thought incredulously as he tried to pull himself off the ground, hissing in pain as he felt his broken ribs jab into his flesh. The wand wizards are getting their butts handed back to them. The Phi can, at times, lend power to those who ask for it, Mesiel said rapidly. They can temporarily enhance your own magical abilities and allow one to perform powerful magical feats. Wait, you want me to call a fairy for help? Harry thought in disbelief. How many times have you told me to never, ever, make a bargain with a Phi? How many times have you ever fought a Drakon before? Mesiel snapped back. Valid point, Harry admitted. But it doesn't matter how much I like the little sadistic and sociopathic girl, I just can't see Cessbulby giving me that kind of power. Then I suggest you call Maeve, Mesiel said impassively. The Drakon roared again as a flash of green light seared into its thick scales, but Harry ignored it as his eyes widened with shock and surprise, a bubbling laughter of disbelief leaving his lips as he stared vacantly into the air, seemingly talking to nobody. You want me to do what? He asked. Hang on. You don't like Maeve. I mean, I get the feeling at times that you would like to capture Maeve and roast her alive. Why the hell would you want me to call her of all people? Because, beloved, she is powerful. Mesiel hissed, almost defensively. She is easily one of the most powerful winter Phis in the Nevernever. You have knowledge of one of her names, which will allow you to summon her. These facts combined lead me to the unavoidable conclusion that Maeve is the fastest and easiest way of gaining the power you need to kill that accursed beast. It's just that, Harry began, wincing in pain as he managed to sit up from the ground. Maeve and I have a personal history that you are unaware of, Mesiel said flatly and coldly, halting Harry in his tracks. I will tell you that she is one of, although not the primary, reasons why my last host was murdered. However, at this point in time, there is no other way. I do urge you to be cautious though and heed my word as you make your bargain. Now hurry, the wand wizards are already falling back. Harry's eyes flickered to the other end of the stadium, where the crimson-robed wand wizards were retreating from the fiery power of the Drakon, which roared in triumph as it opened its mouth and let out another blast of invisible power. The crimson-robed wizard ducked and the boulder behind him exploded in a wave of shrapnel and smoke. Harry frowned, ignoring the pain in his body as determination and anger gripped his mind, and with gritted teeth, he focused his mind. His eyes flittered up and down and his mouth parted as hellfire rushed through his body, its blazing warmth temporarily relieving him of his pains and aches as he wove his spell, a variant of the summoning spell that he used to use to trap Cessbulby. He didn't stand a chance trying to trap a Queen of Winter Phi. With a sudden exhale, Harry breathed out the name of the one he wanted to call. Maeve, of the Winter Court, I summon you. The words washed through the air and seemed to sink into the hard rock and dusty ground of the stadium, a faint echo disappearing with a soft tinkling sound as Harry waited. The Drakon was still roaring in triumph as it sent wand wizards scuttling with every attack. It seemed to be in no hurry to turn back to Harry, its belief in its own powers and its instincts to hunt and kill seemingly overriding rational thought. Suddenly, after a few seconds, Harry shivered as goosebumps crept up his arms and a gust of cold air struck him. He blinked and swiveled his gaze around the stadium. The loud roaring noises of battle seemed to dim as he sought out the source of the freezing wind, which turned out to be a puddle of molten rock that the Drakon had created. With a pained grunt, Harry crawled over the hard ground and peered down into the crater. Icy shards were crystallizing along the sleet of liquid fire, which was shimmering as it solidified into ice. It was almost beautiful as red, yellow and orange hues flashed under the icy surface, but it only lasted a few moments before an image appeared within the frozen depths. The first thing Harry saw was Maeve's eyes, strange canted, feline orbs of the deepest green. These eyes were set in a face too perfect to be human, with pale radiant features of a teenager in her late teens. Her hair, which had been bound into long dreadlocks the last time Harry had seen her, flowed down her back in long strands of differentiating colors, ranging from deep lavender to pale blues and greens to pure white. The hair seemed to sway under its own power, shimmering like a glacial waterfall. Only Maeve's head and the top of her chest was shown within the ice, and Harry had to tear his eyes away from the dangerously tight shirt of blue silk, which exposed her cleavage in a very interesting way. Maeve, he murmured softly to himself, and something raging rose up in him, primal and unbridled, and for a second Harry thought he would lose himself in pure desire. But this time, and without the help of Messiel, Harry focused his mind and blasted apart the Say.Ul glamour while wrapping his mind around a coil of protective hellfire. My dear little Harry, Maeve said seductively and smiled a brilliant smile that curved her face in a very nice way. The Winter Lady just didn't need to rely on her magic to make her seem attractive. I knew you would call on me one day. It was only a matter of time. I want to make a bargain with you, Maeve, Harry said bluntly and tiredly. You don't want to catch up? Maeve asked with apparent surprise, and she placed a perfectly manicured hand over her mouth, a devious grin curving her lips. Pity. I am very interested in you, Harry. Harry almost shuddered at the way she said his name, but with an annoyed growl, he blasted apart her next glamour, a much more subtle charm that he had barely noticed in time. In case you hadn't noticed, Maeve, I'm bleeding a little, Harry said dryly and in annoyance. And I have a Drakon trying to kill me. Can we cut to the chase now, or should I just go and invite the Drakon for a nice little tea party while you indulge yourself with your glamours? Maeve's face flickered with the first sign of her true nature, a void and alien expression coming over her face and wiping away all traces of her humanity, but at the mention of the Drakon she stopped and blinked in shock. A Drakon? She asked sharply, her seductive voice replaced with surprise. There, at Hogwarts. It's either a Drakon or it's a bloody crocodile with wings that somehow learned how to talk and throw around powerful wizards with its voice, Harry retorted furiously. What do you think? Maeve frowned, appearing troubled, and something in her gaze told Harry that she was worried, although Harry could tell that it was more than just concern for his well-being. There are only 11 of the ancient drakes left in the mortal world, Maeve said, and her green eyes roamed Harry speculatively. What did you do to annoy them so? Long story. Still don't know the details, Harry replied quickly and in annoyance. What? With the thing trying to kill me and all? Can we make a bargain now? Maeve suddenly regained her confident and seductive poise, and she gazed at Harry with dilated pupils, a pink tongue idly linking her lips, and Harry swallowed, partly because of the rush of desire that ran through him and partly because of the feeling of doom that suddenly slammed into his chest. What do you want? Maeve asked softly, eyeing Harry beneath hooded eyes. Oh, you know, the usual, Harry replied. World peace, cure for cancer, and all that rot. For now, though, you can just make that thing dead. Dead, Maeve echoed softly. You will have to be more specific, Harry. Kill it, Harry snarled, and all traces of mockery left his voice as his glinting emerald eyes struck Maeve's, who appeared startled by his sudden vehemence. Or give me the power and help me kill it. Just make it dead. Maeve nodded slowly. I can help you here, she said, and a sly smile came over her face. For a price, of course. What's your price? Harry asked bluntly. It better not be my soul that's already been rented out to somebody else. Normally I would ask for a favor, a debt, a term of servitude, Maeve said softly and seemed to lean in. Harry shivered as he felt her breath, which was strangely warm, rush over his ears as a seductive breath tingled his face. But for you, I have plans. What do you want? Harry repeated softly, hardening his voice, but Maeve didn't appear to be affected as she gave him a suggestive smile as she licked her lips again. A child, she said softly, her voice hoarse with a sudden hunger. I want you to give me a child. What, like from an orphanage or something? Harry asked, a frown coming over his face. 'Cause I can do that depending on what you want me to do with the brat. I still have some semblance of morals, Maeve. No, 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 Maeve laughed delicately, and her eyes smoldered as she forced her wanton gaze on Harry, who was unable to look away as she continued softly. I want you to give me a child. What? Harry whispered, and he felt Messiel give a giant flare of surprise as the sudden urge to shred the Drakon apart disappeared. Did you mean what I think you meant? I will aid you and lend you great power to strike down at this beast, Maeve began. I will also send forward my own power and help you kill it. But, in return, you will give me a child, our child, which will be created at a later date of my choosing. Harry's eyes widened as a surge of emotions bubbled in his stomach, a mixture of surprise, shock, confusion, suspicion, and even a hint of anticipation. He opened his suddenly dry mouth and swallowed, his eyes never leaving Maeve's. What? He whispered softly. I don't get what. That is my price, Maeve said with a tone of finality, and she gave Harry a seductive smile, an almost predatory glint in her slanted eyes. I assure you, Harry, it is not a hard price to pay, and you will enjoy it. Messiel, what do you think of this? Harry thought quickly. I mean, she can't be serious, right? I am unsure of her schemes, beloved, Messiel said uncertainly. It could easily be a plot to tie you closer to her, although I cannot say why she would want such a thing. Perhaps she wants to bind you to the Winter Court. No, she would not ask for this if she sought that. I cannot be certain to what she is trying to accomplish here. Do I take the offer? Harry asked hesitantly. It doesn't seem so bad. She is a fae. Their bargains are always bad for the mortals, Messiel said, a touch of bitterness in her voice, as if she touched upon a subject Harry didn't know about. Still, you have come this far and you need the power. The Drakon is almost finished playing with the wand wizards and it will be back for you. Just be wary, beloved. Be very wary. Harry refocused his attention back down in the frozen crater of lava, where the image of Maeve stared back at him with smug eyes, as if she knew what Harry had just asked Messiel. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously, trying to think of what she could be trying to accomplish here. There are no other costs? He asked shrewdly. You just want me to knock you up? Yes, Maeve said, a smile curving her lips. And that's it. Harry pressed. No more debt. I don't ever have to call on you again. You will not be compelled to. No, Maeve answered and her eyes glittered. But you will call on me again. This is just the first of many bargains we will make, even if you do not know it yet. Harry pursed his lips, but a sudden roar at the other side of the stadium made him flinch and he gritted his teeth, indecision racked on his face. There was something going on here, something he couldn't see, and for some reason Harry thought he was walking into a trap. Still, there wasn't much he could do about it. Fine, he said abruptly. You have a deal. He looked down only to find that Maeve was gone and the ice was quickly melting back into molten rock. His eyes whipped around the stadium, furious and annoyed as he staggered to his feet, trying to ignore the pain in his chest. The Drakon turned back to him, its fiery eyes seeking him out, while Harry desperately searched for whatever Maeve was going to send him. Suddenly his vision blurred and he let out a cry of pain as he doubled over, his hands clutching his stomach as he screwed his eyes shut. A roaring blizzard of pain was raging in his stomach and quickly spread across his body, making him shiver uncontrollably. There was something cold and icy running through his veins, a power opposite of everything he had ever wielded before. Where hellfire was hot, winter power was cold but just as potent. Power roared through his veins as the pain faded away and Harry stood up, his eyes as bright as a storm as he faced the approaching Drakon, his aches and pains disappearing underneath the enormous amount of power flowing through him. Above the stadium, the clouds rumbled ominously and the first trickle of snow started to fall. The sun disappeared behind a large and thick thundercloud, which flashed with unnatural power, and the thick scent of winter magic filled the air. There was another power at work here and Harry closed his eyes, probing the magical storm with his sense. He didn't feel any surprise when he felt the wild mind of Maeve directing the spell and his lips curved upwards into a malicious smile. This Drakon was going to die. He raised his hands and turned to stare at the Drakon with a piercing glare. The creature in question had slowed its advance, its wings flapping uncertainly as it regarded the storm with something like unease showing on its humanoid face. Harry took a deep breath, focused his mind, and suddenly let out a cry of surprise as an uncontrolled blast of icy power rushed through him, threatening to tear away his very body with its raging fury. It was more power that Harry had ever felt before, more power than he knew existed, and it took all of Harry's might to heave it out of his body before it destroyed him. At the same time, the Drakon had obviously decided to stop playing around and had moved in for the kill. It opened its mouth and another blast of invisible power roared through the air, whipping up snowflakes and gritty dirt. Harry's power left his hand at the same moment and he flung two blazing thunderbolts of emerald and violet fairy fire at the Drakon. The two spells collided and detonated in a roaring boom. Fire and ice smashed together, and despite the awesome powers of the Drakon, ice prevailed and dispersed the fire away as it lanced forward. The Drakon reared in surprise and was struck in the chest, the thunderbolt ripping into its body. It let out the loudest screech yet as it screamed in agony, and its wings folded in as it collapsed to the ground, injured but still very much alive. The clouds rumbled again, and as a howling wind roared through the empty stadium, most of its occupants having fled a long time ago. Suddenly a beam of searing power cut through the dense snowfall, ripping through stone and dirt as the Drakon lashed out in pain. A section of the stadium shuddered and exploded in a bright wave of fire as Harry ducked, his eyes narrowed as he tried to avoid the Drakon's furious counterattack. A shockwave of pure power blasted from the Drakon and Harry braced himself, pouring his newfound power into a defensive spell that surrounded him like a cocoon of fiery ice, deflecting the power away from him. Harry suddenly sensed a tremendous amount of magic building up in the creature, and he bared his teeth in rage, his eyes bright with bloodlust as a malicious smile came over his face. Without hesitation, Harry distanced himself from his magic and let Mesiel weave it into an unknown yet strangely delicate spell. Icy power roared in his veins as Mesiel directed Harry's hand forward, sharply gesturing at the ground. The end results of the spell were the complete opposite of its creation, all force and no subtlety, and frozen earth ripped up and exploded in geysers of ice. The Drakon roared in agony, and the magic it had collected abruptly dissipated as its fiery eyes widened in shock. Large gleaming icicles of pure white ice had lanced from the ground and pierced themselves on the ancient creature, ripping into its wings and legs and holding it in place. Suddenly an aura of smoky fire surrounded the Drakon, licking at the gleaming icicles in a desperate attempt by the Drakon to unbind itself, but either Harry's enhanced spell was too strong for it or the pain and wounds were affecting the Drakon's ability to cast spells, because the icicles shimmered but remained firm. The clouds rumbled again, and suddenly Harry felt a jolt of weariness strike at him. The massive rush of power within him was slowly fading, and he grunted, hesitance on his face. "We need to finish this now," Mesiel urged. "While the Drakon is weak and we are strong. What should we do?" Harry growled, clasping his wand tightly as he peered through the falling snow at the struggling Drakon, whose fiery aura was beginning to send cracks through the icicles, pinning it down. "I hurled the strongest blast of power I could at it and it's not dead. I doubt I can do it again when the power is already leaving me." "The storm," Mesiel hissed. "It's Maeve's work, her contribution to the battle. She summoned it for a reason. Use it. Tap into its power and destroy this Drakon." Harry frowned as he looked up, and he cocked his head, staring at the rumbling clouds. As if Maeve were watching him, the clouds rumbled again and a flash of lightning lanced down. There was a concussive boom and one of the nearby boulders shattered in a blast of heat, and suddenly Harry had an idea. He took a deep breath and with an unspoken incantation, he summoned his sword back into his hands, holding it up towards the sky, and he braced himself as Maeve responded. There was another flash of lightning and a boom resounded through the stadium as a bright bolt of lightning lanced down and struck the tip of Harry's sword. Harry gave a cry of pain as yet another type of power shot into him, raw, intense and utterly wild. He gritted his teeth as he fought and conquered the lightning bolt, entrapping it within his sword just as the lightning flashed again and again and again. The storm whipped around him, nature's fury struggling to break free as Harry's mind slowly bent under the pressure. The sword was glowing with a bright blue light, shuddering and hissing as it vibrated in Harry's hand. Every particle of the sword in Harry's hand was twitching in shock as he, with great effort, forced and bound the lightning into the sword. With great strain, Harry slowly lowered the glowing and shaking sword, his teeth clenched with sweat dripping down his forehead. Distantly, he could hear Mesiel say something, but his entire mind was focused on containing the power. The blizzard raged around him as he dragged the brightly glowing sword down, the wind roaring in his ears, and leveled it out until the tip of the sword was pointing at the entrapped Drakon. "Now!" Mesiel roared. "Now!" A familiar feminine voice boomed in his ears. Harry released his numb and shaking hands from the sword and fell to the ground as the sword shot forward with great force, searing through the air like a bolt of glowing lightning. It lanced out at the Drakon, gave one last roar as it produced the final vestiges of its power, a concussive cone of roaring magma and power, and leveled it at the sword. The sword broke through the globe of magma and shattered it, glowing with blue arcs of electricity and the icy white shine of winter's power, and it struck the Drakon. There was an enormous roaring boom that made Harry's ears ring and a massive flash of light that seared into his eyes, and he curled up on the ground as a loud series of shrieking hisses echoed in the stadium. A powerful gust of wind shot through the stadium, lifting up stray dirty and crumbled rocks, while the clouds rumbled again. Harry didn't see a massive explosion of white and blue fire blaze in the center of the stadium, and he didn't see coils of wild lightning lashing out from the explosions, tearing into wood and rock, leaving molten gouges or flickering fires in their tracks. The flash of intense light and the piercing loud screech seemed to go on forever, but it was most likely only 10 or so seconds, before it suddenly died down. Harry blinked, feeling nothing but weariness and aches in his body as he rolled over, gritting his teeth at the small cuts on his back from the flying debris. The first thing he felt was the sun on his face, and he looked up to see that the massive storm clouds were quickly dissipating. He licked his lips and turned his gaze to the middle of the stadium. There was no trace of the Drakon, not even a corpse, and in the center of the ground was a large jagged hole, with cracks running through rocks and ground. The stadium itself was damaged, whole sections had been ripped out and several were still on fire, but Harry didn't care as a smug smile curved his lips upwards. He flopped back down on the ground, and distantly, he saw a horde of crimson-robed wand wizards storming into the stadium, their wands out and their faces grim. Following them was the furious figure of Dumbledore, who nursed a large bloody gash on his head, followed by Moody, who limped in with a livid expression, searching for a foe. Something flickered in the corner of his eye, and Harry redirected his gaze down at the ground, at one of the quickly melting puddles of snow. Maeve's face peered back at him, a smile curving her lips as her slanted eyes glittered with an unknown emotion as Harry closed his eyes and allowed the weariness to take over him. Comforted by Mesiel's warm glow that quickly enveloped his bruised body, he heard the Winter Lady's words in his ear, sounding oddly sinister. A bargain made and a service lent, now the price must be met. It was a close one, Amanda said, watching Harry with concerned blue eyes as he lay back in the hospital bed with a gruff and annoyed expression on his face. It had only been a day since the first task and the incident with the Drakon, and despite the fact that Harry had been awake for over a day, the matron still insisted on keeping in here. Harry wouldn't have cared either way, but the Graying Witch had apparently learned her lesson from Harry's last stay in the hospital wing and now kept a constant eye on him, accompanied by a few charms that Mesiel had recognized as basic security and alarm spells. This meant that he couldn't even leave his bed to go to the toilet without Pomfrey barging in on him, and unfortunately, he knew that from personal experience. "Are you okay?" asked Amanda, her face scrunching up as she peered forward intently. "You look a little sick. Do you want me to call Pomfrey?" "God no," Harry snapped out quickly, and Amanda blinked at his vehemence. "I've seen enough of her to last a lifetime, and she's seen enough of me to keep her fantasies working for the next century or two." "Right," Amanda said slowly, a puzzled frown coming over her face, but she shook her head in bemusement and brushed Harry's strange reaction aside, much like she did the insults he had thrown her way when she had arrived and refused to leave. "Anyway, Bagman, he gave you a perfect 10, said that you had fought against the rogue dragon commendably for somebody of your age. Maxine gave you a 10 as well, said you probably saved the lives of a lot of people, even if she wasn't sure how you did it." Here she gave Harry a curious gaze, showing that even she was a little uncertain of how he had summoned a blizzard to aid him in the middle of a relatively warm day, but Harry merely cocked an eyebrow, looking amused, and she sighed and went on. "Now, Dumbledore, when the Metawizards were done with him, he gave you a 6, she said, and bit her lip, strangely hesitant, and rushed on. He said that while you fought well, you also displayed the common recklessness of youth and were unaware of the lasting consequences of your actions. I don't think anybody understood what he was talking about." "Nobody usually does," Harry jibed, but his heart obviously wasn't in it as a pensive frown came over his face. "What the hell does that mean?" "I believe Dumbledore may know of your bargain with the Winter Lady beloved," Mesiel offered quietly. "Yes, Mesiel, I sort of got that," Harry said lamely, feeling a flash of amusement at Amanda's suddenly wary stance as she edged away from him. "I was talking about common recklessness of youth, and lasting consequences." Perhaps he knows of the details of your bargain and disapproves. Messiel considered thoughtfully. You did agree to give your firstborn to the Winter Court, and there is a certain power behind such an offering. No, I agreed to knock Maeve up, Harry thought silently, an annoyed frown coming over his face. Hence, allowing Maeve to bear a child into the world, which will be your firstborn, which she will be allowed to keep, Messiel explained, and Harry made a face. Do you have to do that? Amanda cut into his mental conversation with a slightly annoyed and nervous expression on her face. Talk to it, her, out loud like that. Harry stared at her with a blank expression on his face before he rolled his eyes as a mischievous smirk crossed his face. So Messiel, he said slowly but loudly, eyeing the wall as if it were the most interesting. What do you think of the weather? Ah, yeah, me too. So, doing anything tonight? You're not? Say, do you want to come over to my place? I'll bring the booze, honest. Amanda stared at him with irritation brewing in her blue eyes as Harry continued his charade with a bright smile on his face. No, that's all for no. Just wanted to freak out the bee-owned-haired brat. Yes, I know, I'm a bastard. Hey, one more thing, show me what you're wearing underneath that. Ooh, is that real silk? You are horrible, Amanda stated firmly, but she shook her head and continued on. Anyway, Karkaroff gave you a 2. He said that you didn't manage to retrieve the golden egg and that was the whole point of the task. Git, Harry muttered, and Amanda nodded furiously. I thought you didn't care about the tournament, Messiel thought dryly. Oh, I don't, Harry said quickly. But come on, I just took on a freaking Drakon of all things. I'd like to get a little feedback of how it went, and since I wasn't reduced to a little smear on the ground, then I'm pretty sure I'm worth more than a 2. Seriously, do you really have to do that? Amanda asked sternly. You sound insane talking to yourself like that. Seriously, do, Harry snapped back in an atrocious American accent and gestured at Amanda with an impatient wave of his hand. Well, go on. What score did your sister give me? Amanda hesitated, but at Harry's annoyed expression, sighed and spoke. Molly gave you a 1, she said, speaking quickly as if she was in a rush. At Harry's raised eyebrows, she quickly elaborated. She said she knew what you had done to summon the blizzard and the lightning and strongly disapproved of it. She said, like Karkaroff, you didn't retrieve the egg and that most of the magic you used was dark, which was against the rules. She tried to give you a 0, but the minimum score was 1. Bitch, Harry muttered, and Amanda's head shot up, her eyes widening with indignation. He rolled his eyes. Not you, Molly. I'm what? Came a crystal cool voice, and Amanda started as she spun around as Molly stalked into the hospital wing. Her face flickered with disapproval as she saw Amanda sitting by his bed. Amanda fidgeted guiltily under her sister's gaze but kept her head high, and the frown on Molly's face deepened. I said, you were a bitch, Harry answered cheerfully, not at all concerned with the unexpected interruption. I mean, that Drakon was there to kill me because it wanted your father dead. For the night to die, so must you, remember. You could have at least given me a few points for, I don't know, saving your life again. I know what you did, Molly said coldly. Amanda, get away from him. You have no idea what he has allied himself with. Amanda frowned but rose from the chair and went to stand by her sister's side. She avoided Harry's gaze as if she expected him to be angry at her, but Harry didn't seem to care, and he glanced at Molly as she continued. I know what you did, Molly continued, breathing harshly as she struggled to contain her anger, and was that fear Harry could see in her eyes. You used Winter's power to kill that thing. You made a deal with the Winter Fae. Wow, just, wow, Harry said mockingly. You're right, I'm guilty. Lock me up, throw away the keys and drop the soap. Quote. Molly gritted her teeth, and Amanda stared at him with sudden comprehension as Harry continued. Why the hell do you care anyway? He asked with genuine curiosity. I mean, the Drakon is dead. You're alive. Your sister is alive. I'm alive, not that you care. Messiel's alive. Dumbledore's alive, and according to the graffiti around my apartment, so is Jesus. It's all good in your little prim and proper world. That's none of your damned business, Molly started, lashing out as she narrowed her eyes at him. What did you bargain with, Who did you bargain with? I bargained with a high city named Maeve, Harry answered truthfully. And as for what I bargained with, well, that's my damned business. Hey, wait. I get it. Damned business. Oh, you're good. What, was that a metaphor, an analogy? Or is that a pun? You know, I never was any good at English. Molly, however, ignored Harry's mocking words and took a step back, her face paling as her hand flew up to her mouth. She looked completely and utterly shocked as she shook her head wordlessly at Harry. You made a bargain with the Winter Lady? She asked in a whisper. What have you gotten yourself into? Oh, piss off, Harry snapped, suddenly feeling annoyed at her criticism, although a part of him was wondering the same thing. My damned business, remember. He stopped and cocked his head. You know, that was pretty good. The whole damned thing. I'm going to have to remember that one. To her credit, Amanda managed to roll her eyes at Harry, although she mirrored a weaker version of her sister's shock, mixed with quite a lot of confusion, as if she didn't fully understand what was going on. Anyway, why the hell does your father have a Drakon gunning after him? Harry asked bluntly, changing the subject. I mean, they're pretty powerful creatures and there's only, what, 2 or 3 dozen of them in existence. Daddy once killed a Drakon, Amanda answered, ignoring her sister's annoyed frown. It had kidnapped our mom for its rituals. Daddy went in, saved her, killed the Drakon and married her. It's like AF. King fairy tale, Harry muttered to himself, shaking his head in disbelief. Only I don't have a plucky sidekick to provide the comedy relief. It was at this moment that Dumbledore strolled into the hospital wing, a benign smile on his face and his eyes glittering cheerfully behind his glasses. He wore a long gown of purple cloth covered with twinkling stars and bright silver moons. Harry also noticed that the end of his robes had been tucked into his mismatched and extremely ugly socks. Oh, I don't think so, Harry said loudly, shaking his head quickly and waving his finger in front of him in a vaguely reprimanding gesture. I asked for a plucky sidekick, not the bloody court jester. Ah, Mr. Potter, Ms. Carpenter and Professor Carpenter, greeted Dumbledore cheerfully, ignoring Harry's strange outburst. His eyes twinkled as he took in Harry's visitors. Good afternoon to you all. It is quite good to see you up and about, Harry. Harry frowned as Dumbledore strode into the room and automatically tensed when the old man produced his wand, giving it a short, sharp wave. He blinked in surprise as a comfortable armchair materialized from thin air with a soft creaking noise. Dumbledore's wand disappeared as quickly as it had appeared and the elderly wizard sat down in his chair, folding his hands together. Now, firstly, I believe this belongs to you. Dumbledore began, reaching into his robes with one gnarled hand and pulling at a small golden egg. Congratulations on your performance for the first task, Harry. I do not believe that the Drakon was expecting such a fierce defense from one as young as you. Harry made a face but accepted the golden egg, throwing it carelessly aside. It landed on the edge of his bed and slipped down onto the ground with a loud cracking noise, but Harry didn't even look down as his eyes met Dumbledore's fearlessly. So, you know what it was, he said flatly, ignoring the 2 silent girls and concentrating on the headmaster. I do now, Dumbledore said lightly and absently touched his head as his blue eyes misted over. I will admit that the creature caught me off guard. Thankfully, Fawkes was there to save me once again. I dare say that I shall never hear the end of this one. How the hell did one of them get past your wards? Harry growled, anger seeping into his voice, but Dumbledore didn't appear to care as a pensive frown came over his face. I have started an inquiry into the whole matter, the old wizard answered slowly. However, because of the nature of the creature, I only have limited recourses at my disposal. To the Ministry and the rest of the world, they believe that one of the dragons broke free and went mad before you were able to subdue and defeat it. Of course, there are those who know better, but they are staying quiet about their suspicions until I have had a chance to investigate this incident myself. Wow, Harry declared flatly. That was a rather long-winded way of saying, I have no idea, Harry, but don't worry about it. I have another question. Where the hell are? Harry trailed off as Dumbledore reached into his robes again and pulled out both Harry's wand and sword. Harry frowned at the subtle display of magic but took the weapons from Dumbledore, carefully inspecting them. I suppose it is my turn to ask a question, Dumbledore said lightly, his blue eyes watching Harry carefully as the boy ran a palm over the hilt of the rune-encrusted sword. However, judging by the Dracon's words, I believe that you and I already know the answer to this one. Huh, Amanda uttered softly, but winced when Molly jabbed her in the stomach with an elbow. She scowled at her sister but fell silent as Harry looked up, a cautious look on his face. This Nicodemus must be getting quite annoyed that he has been unable to fulfill his rather crude manner of revenge, Dumbledore said, and his voice turned serious, the smile slipping off his face. Of course, he has tried. There have been no less than a half a dozen attempts by an unknown party to enter the school. Luckily, the additional wards I placed up after the first attack have been more than successful in prohibiting these unwelcome guests. Did you capture any of them? Harry asked quickly, but Dumbledore was already shaking his head. Unfortunately, I did not, Dumbledore answered, and a light frown appeared on his face. I can tell you that these attempts were made by a variety of creatures. Some were human, no more than mere muggles, I believe, but others appear to be akin to those nasty hounds you ran into on your first night here. There has only been a single attempt to enter by a Denarian, and all I can tell you is the intruder was apparently a male. So, good old Nico decided to swindle a Dracon to do his dirty work for him, Harry muttered and frowned. He must be getting desperate. Dracons are sort of like mercenaries, in a way. You pay them enough and they'll do whatever you want providing you keep the goods flowing in. What would you pay a Dracon? Amanda spoke up again, her voice drifting over the pensive men in the room. I mean, it's a dragon. They love wealth, they hoard it for their entire lifetime, Harry shrugged. It was probably promised and paid with a lot of glittery, shiny jewels or whatever. Or pure women, take your pick. Dumbledore muttered and stood up. If you will excuse me, Harry, you have suddenly reminded me of an errand I must complete. However, there is still much we have to discuss. Shall I arrange a meeting, say, tomorrow morning after breakfast? My office. Tomorrow's no good, Harry deadpanned. I have to wash my hair. I see, Dumbledore said slowly, although Harry could have sworn he saw a flicker of annoyance in the old man's eyes and grinned. Yeah, Harry nodded. Hey, this head is an apartment for two, you know. And you know how women are about their hair. Excuse me. I see, Dumbledore repeated, although there was a soft twinkle in his eyes as he stared down at the boy in the hospital gown. Well then, I shall see to it that Madame Pomfrey does an excellent job on your hair. After all, you are in her care until she sees fit to release you, and showering alone is not suitable for somebody in such a delicate state. Harry stared at the old man, frowned in annoyance, and finally let out an annoyed sigh as he flipped the covers over. He jumped out of bed, his sword and wand still clasped in his hand, and leveled an annoyed glare at Dumbledore. That was cheap, he said flatly. Fine, I'll be there, providing that you let me out of this burning inferno of sterilized hell. So, tomorrow after breakfast then. Dumbledore prodded gently, a smile on his face. I have your word on it. Yeah, Harry muttered. Now, where are my clothes? They're over here, Harry, Amanda offered and pointed to a small box under the bed, where all of Harry's clothes lay in a nicely folded pile. With a wordless flick of his wand, Harry summoned the bundle of clothes to him and glanced around the room. But first, you go tell that beeped excuse you call a nurse that I'm allowed to leave, Harry said flatly. Or I won't be responsible for the loss of Filch. Filch? Amanda asked with a frown. Yeah, Harry said and smiled darkly. After all, he's the one who would have to clean up after me. Dumbledore merely smiled, his eyes twinkling jovially behind his half-moon glasses. There is no need for me to do that, he said quietly. Madame Pomfrey has already told me that you are in perfect health and you are free to leave as you wish. But, Harry started, but he just shook his head and let out a disgruntled frown. Okay, old man, I'm getting dressed. I already have my suspicions about you and your choice in beeped staff, so I think you should leave. Very well, Harry, was all Dumbledore said, and without another word, the purple-robed man strode from the room. Moments later, a jovial whistle echoed down the hallway as Harry turned back to the two girls, looking at Amanda flatly. You should probably go as well, he said, and a mischievous smirk lit up his face. I wouldn't want to burst your pure eyes with my devilish appearance. Amanda flushed in embarrassment, her mouth opening and closing wordlessly, while Harry turned his gaze towards Molly, who looked as if she were trying not to laugh at her sister. You can stay though, Harry said, and Molly blinked. I wouldn't want to, she said in disgust, and she snatched Amanda's arm and led her out of the hospital wing amidst Harry's chuckles as he stripped off his hospital gown and reached for his clothes. A little while later, Harry was striding through the halls of Hogwarts with a confident grin on his face. Since it was a Sunday, there were quite a few students roaming the school, but whenever Harry came close to them, they would stop talking to their fellow classmates and stare at him with a wide array of emotions, including but not limited to awe, fear and nervousness. On the whole, Harry was enjoying the attention he was receiving. I thought you despised being the center of attention, Messiel thought in amusement. Only when people bug me about it, Harry replied out loud, much to the confusion of two passing Ravenclaws, who stared at him oddly until he leveled a pointed glare at them and they scurried away. I mean, I haven't had one person come up to me with a stupid question so far. It's looking good for me. Indeed. However, Harry's beloved solitude took a blow when he entered the Gryffindor Tower and was met with a roaring wave of cheers, catcalls and laughter. He blinked, absently picking at his ears, and winced at a particularly loud second-year girl screeched his name. He glanced around, seeing a brightly colored banner bearing the words, Harry Potter, our champion, floating in the air above a group of clapping first years. However, a lot of the older students who were more aware of just what had happened at the first task were eyeing him carefully, and Harry could practically see the nervousness radiating from their bodies. That, beloved, is true power, Messiel said smugly, and Harry could feel that she was enjoying this as much as he was. When you have the ability to make others fear your abilities, you have a very potent form of control over them. Harry didn't respond, but he allowed a smug smile to tug on his lips as he glanced around the room, watching the clapping students with amusement. They seemed to be enjoying themselves, and Harry couldn't have that. Why are you cheering? He asked loudly, his voice cutting over the din in the common room. The noise died down as some of the students frowned and looked at each other in confusion. Because you won, a second-year girl with dark hair offered hesitantly. So, Harry shrugged as he clutched his egg to his side, his sword strapped over his back and his wand tucked into his pocket. You didn't win, I did. But, the girl trailed off, looking very confused. You're a Gryffindor champion, a fifth-year boy with dark blonde hair said confidently. You're one of us and you won. No, you're one of you and I'm definitely one of me, Harry said, making a tutting noise in the back of his throat. Around him, the smiles were fading away and Harry saw Amanda roll her eyes, clearly not impressed with him at the moment, but he couldn't have cared less. You're the second Hogwarts champion, the fifth-year boy continued, but his confident tone had been replaced with hesitance and confusion and he was looking very awkward. No, 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 Harry said quickly, waggling a finger in front of him. I'm my own champion. I'm sure as hell not winning this for you lot. This is all about me. You're a Hogwarts student, the boy protested. If you win, Hogwarts wins. That's bullcrap, Harry snorted and frowned. I can't have that. Maybe I should start up my own school and recruit students from Hogwarts. Maybe. Harry's School of Witchcraft, no males. Yeah, that'd be great for me. Or, Harry's Institution of Those with Brains. Of course, it'd have a poor attendance rate, since there aren't that many intelligent people here at Hogwarts. Everybody was staring at him as Harry rolled his eyes, but from the corner came an annoyed sigh as Amanda stood up, almost immune to his scathing moods, and gestured at the golden egg clutched in his hands. So, what is it? She asked impatiently, and half of the room followed her finger down towards the gleaming golden orb in Harry's hand. That's meant to tell you about the next task. It tells me that I'll be wrestling with a crazy old man and tiny little orange-skinned freaks before I can have my roast goose for dinner, Harry retorted. What? Ron said, a frown creasing his freckled face. You know, golden egg, giant goose, annoying little bit of a brat, Harry said carelessly as he examined the egg carefully. It's a book. You know, old man disposes of annoying children and chooses a little say. Buddy. It was a classic, or so I'm told. That's really not what Charlie and Hermione began, but Harry silenced her with a wave of his hand as his face grew intent, and he narrowed his eyes. There was a hairline crack in the egg, and after feeling his way around the golden orb, he managed to open it up, and glanced eagerly inside. He blinked, seeing nothing at all, just as a loud screeching wail slammed into his head. Students cried out in shock and surprise as they clasped their hands over their ears. Harry flinched as well and slammed the thing shut, gingerly holding it out in front of him. King Hell, he swore, shaking his head and blinking as the echoing remnants of the wail left his ears. That was loud. What was that? Amanda asked, looking at the egg with wide eyes. Don't know. Don't care, Harry said and approached the staircase leading up to his dormitory. Now, I know you lot seem to be having some kind of party here, but I've got a bit of headache, so if I have to come down here to make you shut up, somebody's going to legs broken. Okay. Some of the students laughed nervously as Harry swung around and walked up the staircase, but many of them gulped, and Harry couldn't help but smirk as he entered the dorm. King Egg, he muttered as he threw the thing down on his bed. Stupid wailing piece of crap. You do know what that noise was, do you not? Messiel asked. Other than a free headache provider. Not a damn clue, Harry muttered, rubbing his temples with his hands. An instant later, he sighed in pleasure as a throbbing warm sensation soothed into his head and let a lazy grin come over his face as he flopped down on his bed. That was a language, beloved, Messiel continued as she soothed Harry's head. An inhuman language, of course, but still a language. Really? Harry muttered out loud, feeling his eyes blinking over with sleepiness. Yes, Messiel answered. And, I can translate it for you. Harry allowed a smirk to cross his face as he nestled into his large and fluffy pillows. Okay, but do it in 10 minutes or so, he murmured. You're a real temptress, you know. Single quote. I don't like poetry, Harry muttered some time later, but a pensive frown was on his face as both he and Messiel absorbed the screeching wails, which suddenly seemed to make sense to Harry as he listened into the poetry. What the hell does that mean anyway? The language is that of the mere people, Messiel informed him, her voice thoughtful in his ear. They are the scion of Phi Selkies and Sirens, to be precise. They are water-based creatures, although they do not possess any noteworthy powers. You've had dealings with them before? Harry asked as he studied the egg closely, frowning pensively. I have not, Messiel answered. However, the wand magic knowledge I accumulated for you contained some of the more basic facts about the creatures and I was able to quickly deduce the rest. I am quite intelligent, you know. And so modest, Harry muttered, but his heart really wasn't into it. So, these mermaids are going to take something I'll sorely miss, and I only get an hour to look for it before I never see it again. So it would seem, Messiel answered. What would I sorely miss though? Harry pondered out loud, frowning. A thought suddenly struck him and he stiffened, sitting upright on his bed. You don't think. The coin, Messiel said, and she too sounded worried. Oh, they'll have to kill me before I let them take that away from me, Harry muttered darkly and he felt a flare of dark power sear into him as Messiel concurred with his statement. Preferably, I'll kill them first. It could be something else, though, Messiel mused. But there aren't too many things that you would sorely miss if they were taken away from you. You wand, perhaps, but I do not think that they would take that away from you for the tournament. The sword, maybe. HMPH, Harry snorted and reached on his bed, gripping the hilt of his gleaming sword tightly. I guess I'll have to be on guard. In more ways than one, beloved, Messiel said and Harry frowned. What do you mean? He asked. There is something else happening, something beyond the apparent motives of our enemies, Messiel said softly. Even though Nicodemus may have loved his daughter, his desire for revenge here is far too inconsistent with his personality. It is like Cesbulby said, he is acting irrational and much unlike himself. I will not believe that Nicodemus would give up his hard-earned power base for the sake of vengeance. Oh, Harry uttered, listening carefully. And there was the Drakon, Messiel continued passionately and Harry could feel her complex mind whirring as she tried to piece the clues and facts together. I also will not believe that one of the ancient Drakons of the old world would put itself in such danger merely for the sake of vengeance, not matter what it was promised or given. A conspiracy? Harry asked shrewdly, but he frowned. Against who? Me. The knight. The brats. I believe somebody or something wants the knights dead, Messiel answered. The Drakon was sent to kill you because you were protecting the knight and his family. I do not believe it would have bothered you otherwise if you had not chosen to fulfill your debt. Well, I don't really care about the knight, Harry said, shrugging carelessly. And my debt to the family is gone, so, I say good luck to them. You do not understand, beloved, Messiel said, a touch impatiently. Andriel Nicodemus Fallen is one of the most powerful Fallen, a rival to me. A Drakon is a very ancient and very powerful creature. Both would not let themselves be used as a weapon like this unless somebody was directing their actions. It would take a very powerful being, more powerful than anything you have encountered before, to manipulate both of them like this, and you, beloved, you have publicly declared yourself against this big F.K. Harry muttered and sighed, sagging down onto the bed. What, you think we might be getting a little out of our depths here? Only a little, beloved, Messiel remarked dryly. If this being has the power to influence a Drakon and Nicodemus, then I believe you do not have the power to combat this threat. You were only able to beat that Drakon by temporarily borrowing Maeve's power and do not think she will let you use it again without paying a much higher price. Yeah, Harry muttered. You know, I was in such a good mood before. Harry, somebody called and Harry blinked, his eyes flicking up to the door where Ron had just entered, a bottle of drink in his hand and a nervous expression on his face. Yes, Harry replied testily and waited as Ron fidgeted under his gaze. Who are you talking to? Ron asked slowly, peering around the room and scratching his head in confusion. My parents, Harry remarked dryly after a moment's pause. I was talking to my parents, Ron. Ron looked lost and he blushed, the tips of his ears flaming up. Aren't they? Well, dead. Your point, Harry remarked coldly, and Ron gulped at the decidedly dangerous look in the eyes of the boy in front of him. No point, he said quickly and shuffled on his feet. Harry continued to stare at the redhead until, at last, the freckled face Weasley received the message and quickly backed away, fumbling for the doorknob. Well, I'll just leave, Ron finished lamely and practically bolted out of the room. The moment he was gone, Harry let out a cold smile and rolled his eyes. Moron, he muttered to himself, and in his mind he felt Messiel give a pulse of amusement. Your parents, she repeated. Yeah, well, it's the kinda sentimental sappy shit everybody expects, Harry remarked. And it gives me a great excuse for talking to you out loud. You could simply speak to me in your mind, Messiel offered. Where's the fun in that? Harry asked, and then frowned at the golden egg. Anyway, back to the egg. These mermaids, what can I expect? I do not know a lot, so I suggest that you do some research, Messiel said. However, they are creatures of the oceans and lakes, so you may need to go for a little swim to complete this task. A swim? Harry asked skeptically. Yes, beloved, a swim, Messiel repeated. Now, there are several methods that can be used to help people breathe underwater. I suggest that you go for a charm at first, but remember that your demonic form can also be used, although I suggest you wait until you're out of the eyes and ears of the audience. Now, the charm I am talking about is called a bubblehead charm. Although it is usually used to block out and purify bad odors and gases, it can be modified to act as a water repellent. The next morning, Harry donned his casual clothes, made several biting comments to Ron and Neville, amused himself by talking to Messiel in Amanda's presence and causing the Bee-Own to leave him alone, and finally walked down to the Great Hall for a meal. His stomach was rumbling as the aroma of hot cooked food filled his nostrils and he let out an impatient sigh as he quickened his step. That is what you get for missing dinner, Messiel lectured, but Harry made a dismissive noise and mentally swatted her words away as he strode into the Great Hall. Instantly, the noise dimmed down and Harry blinked, stopping as hundreds of eyes swung in his direction. There were muttering and whispers from all of the tables, including the Durmstrang, Beauxbatons and Salem students. Harry took this all in as he strode to the Gryffindor table, basking in the fear and awe his presence seemed to be generating. There was a huge grin on his face as he came around to his usual spot, and he sighed in mock modesty. I am a god among men, he said loudly as he sat down at the table. More like a git among men, Amanda muttered from the other side of the table, but she reflexively flinched when Harry's eyes shot upwards towards her and she quickly looked away, surprised that he had heard her. Hey, Harry. A red-haired girl spoke up and Harry glanced at her with irritation, trying to ponder her name. She was Ron's sister. That's all Harry could remember, and she blushed under Harry's piercing gaze as she handed him a newspaper. You're on the front page. Harry blinked and looked down, ignoring the girl's lingering presence. He flipped the paper over while reaching for a slice of toast and nibbled on the crust as he read. First task or last task? Dragon goes mad and attacks Harry Potter. By Rita Skeeter. When the students of Hogwarts were given permission to watch the 5 champions contend in the first task of the newly reinstated Triwizard Tournament, they had little idea that they themselves would become part of the task. Ministry officials were stunned when the main obstacle of the first task, a dragon, broke free and wreaked a trail of devastation over the Hogwarts Quidditch Stadium. Although no students received anything other than minor injuries, 4 dragon handlers and 2 Aurors from the Department Magical Law Enforcement were transferred to St. Mungo's with serious injuries, with several of the wizards near death. The first task required that the champions retrieve a fake golden egg from a pile of real dragon eggs while avoiding the claws and flames of the nesting mother. Although the first 4 champions were able to complete this task without incident, when controversial 5th champion Harry Potter, commonly known for his defeat of you-know-who as a baby, stepped up, all hell seemed to break loose. The nesting mother, a Hungarian horntail, broke free of its bonds and began to attack anything in its path. Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts, was unsuccessful in subduing the beast and was rendered unconscious as the dragon turned to the boy who lived and attacked. In a spectacular show of magic and in the midst of a freak snowstorm, Harry Potter drew forward a bolt of lightning and delivered a fatal blow against the raging beast. There has been much confusion over the exact nature of the incident. Several witnesses claimed to have heard a voice shouting down at Potter that he must be killed, while others spoke of some form of shape-shifting dragon. These witnesses were examined by a Metawizard and a Minheller soon after giving their accounts. However, several witnesses, including Ministry official Bartemius Crouch, spoke of Harry Potter using dark magic as he fought to subdue the dragon. At the moment, we can ascertain through various eyewitness accounts that Harry Potter used several pieces of powerful dark magic, an anonymous Ministry official stated. Including, but not limited to, an attempt at a killing curse. This, of course, would be troubling even if Harry Potter was a normal 14-year-old boy, but this is the boy who lived. A preliminary ministry enquiry into the incident has found that the use of dark magic in such dire circumstances was acceptable. However, many upstanding wizards and witches have expressed concern over the troublesome actions of the famous teenager. Harry Potter is most famous for his defeat of He Who Must Not Be Named after he both survived and deflected the previously thought unblockable killing curse. That our hero has knowledge of such dark magic has worrying implications for both Harry Potter and his classmates. Potter is, well, he's really cruel to everybody, said Draco Malfoy, a 4th-year Hogwarts student. He snaps at everybody, treats everybody like dirt, even the professors, and Dumbledore just lets him do it. It doesn't surprise me that he knows dark magic at all. He seems a bit insane, to be honest. Harry Potter was labeled as missing, presumed deceased, at the age of 7 when his guardian's house was attacked with powerful and unknown dark magic. Potter's relatives, including his aunt, uncle and 7-year-old cousin, were all killed in the attack, and it had been assumed that Potter had perished as well. His sudden re-emergence in the wizarding world took place no less than a month ago, when he suddenly arrived at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, alongside companion and possible girlfriend Amanda Carpenter, a student from Salem's Institute for Witches. Since then, Potter has seemingly been under the protection of Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, who has used his considerable political influence in delaying all attempts by the ministry to question Potter over his whereabouts and his recollection of the murder of his family. Nobody knows where Harry Potter was for the past 7 years, nobody knows who he was with, and nobody knows who taught him such terrible dark magic. What we do know is that Harry Potter is a dangerous and troubled youth and must be properly examined before we allow him to study side by side with our children. Huh, Harry muttered, but there was a dark frown on his face as he peered over the Gryffindor table and towards the Slytherin one, where Malfoy was holding a newspaper and pointing to the front cover with a smug expression on his face. His pale gray eyes met Harry's dark stare and his smile faded as he shifted in his seat. Harry continued to hold his gaze until the platinum-haired boy dropped the paper and hastily turned his head away, striking up a conversation with a pretty fifth year. "Did you really use dark magic?" Hermione asked from across the table, a wary frown on her face as she edged away from him. The Daily Prophet usually makes a lot of stuff up, but it sounded really convincing. "You didn't stay to watch?" Harry asked mockingly and was rewarded with a partly guilty and partly angry flush. He gave Hermione an arrogant smile and cocked his head. "As for the paper, well, it's mostly true. Take careful note of the cruel and mean part." "So it was dark magic," Ron breathed. Harry saw Neville and the red-haired girl shrink away from him and felt a flash of amusement. Hermione was staring at him as if he had just declared that he kicked small puppies down the street for amusement. A grin crossed his face at that thought and he decided to voice it. "You look like I just told you that I kick small puppies down the street for my own amusement," Harry declared and ignored Mesiel's sigh of exasperation at his thought processes. "You use dark magic," Hermione exclaimed loudly, and several students from down the table looked up at the small group. "And?" Harry asked after a pause, sounding genuinely confused. "And it's illegal," Hermione snapped, looking scandalized. "And it's wrong. Maybe here, but not where I lived." Harry lied easily and met Hermione's glare squarely, pasting an expression of extreme boredom and apathy on his face. "Besides, does this look like the face of somebody who cares?" Hermione frowned and bit her lip. She seemed to be having some kind of internal debate, and after a few seconds, she reached a decision and backed off, watching him warily. Harry shook his head and smiled, turning back to his breakfast. "See Mesiel. No torture needed," Harry thought as he delved into his breakfast. "Just a healthy dose of fear." "My way would have achieved the same result," Mesiel said petulantly. "And it would have been more fun." "Well, I'm sorry then," Harry thought sarcastically. "You should be." "I am." "Good. Fine then. I am not playing this childish game with you, beloved," Mesiel stated in amusement, but there was a tone of finality in her words. "You do that," Harry thought smugly. "Beloved," Mesiel started in exasperation. "That's my name. Don't wear it out," Harry said loudly. "Technically, beloved isn't. I wasn't talking to you," Harry said once again and turned around, his eyes refocusing and staring at McGonagall, who paused in mid-sentence, her lips thinly pursed as she stared at him with a disapproving frown on her face. "Mr. Potter," she greeted coolly. "I'm glad to see you're back with us. Professor Dumbledore wants to remind you that you have a meeting with him right after breakfast." Yeah, Harry muttered and turned around, focusing back on his breakfast. "Mr. Potter," McGonagall began angrily, but she was interrupted when Harry let out a loud sigh of irritation. "All right, I got the message," Harry snapped without turning around. "Dumbledore's office. After breakfast. Bring lube. Call a beep counselor." McGonagall's mouth opened and closed, her eyes wide with shock and surprise. She seemed to have been stunned to a standstill by Harry's comments and his casual disregard for one of the most powerful wizards on the planet, and Harry sighed and stood up. "I'll just go now," he said, throwing down his cutlery. "It'll save me hearing a boring lecture on manners and civility that I'm obviously not going to pay attention to." Harry wore a disgruntled expression as he walked through Hogwarts, ignoring the cheery voices of the portraits as they chatted with each other. Luckily for him, Mesiel possessed an amazingly good memory and he was able to find his way to the entrance to the headmaster's office. He stopped in front of the stone gargoyle and sighed when it didn't move. "Move it," he snapped, but the gargoyle remained still. Harry rolled his eyes, a frown on his face as he contemplated blowing the thing up. "That would not look good," Mesiel said in amusement. "Although I believe the Daily Prophet would enjoy the spectacle boy who lived murders innocent gargoyle Dumbledore involved in cover-up. It would be a bestseller for sure." "Oh, you're funny," Harry muttered. "Besides, bestsellers are books, not newspapers." He glared at the gargoyle with irritation in his eyes and made to turn away, when he heard a grating noise. He turned back and saw that the statue had jumped aside, revealing a stairway. With heavy footsteps, He trumped up the stairs, opened the door and walked inside. The room was just as he, Armesiel, remembered it. There were shelves full of strange devices, many of them moving, and large bookshelves crammed with faded books. The walls were covered in portraits, many who seemed to be sleeping, although Harry could have sworn he saw some of them peeking from out of their eyelids. Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk, his beard and large purple hat obscuring most of his face as he clutched a quill, scrawling down something on a blank piece of parchment. Dumbledore, Harry greeted curtly and moved forward to flop himself down in one of the chairs, leaning back and enjoying whatever charms that made the thing so comfortable. Ah, Harry, Dumbledore greeted kindly and he looked up, dropping the quill and pushing away the scroll. You are earlier than I anticipated. How are you this fine morning? Harry shrugged in response and with a cocked eyebrow, he met Dumbledore's eyes as he placed his feet up on Dumbledore's desk, a cocky smile on his face as if he dared Dumbledore to disapprove. The portraits tutted loudly but he ignored both them and Mesiel's exasperated sigh and watched as Dumbledore noticed the motion. The headmaster's eyes twinkled but he made no comment as they flew back to Harry, who looked a little disgruntled that he hadn't gotten any reaction. I have much to discuss with you, Harry, Dumbledore began. I presume that you are feeling well again. As good as an underage hooker on a Friday night, Harry responded cheerfully, making Dumbledore blink. Now, Dumbledore continued, deciding to ignore Harry's comment. I have had a lot of requests and some, if I may say so myself, not so subtle threats from various persons within the Ministry of Magic, especially from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, who wish to bring you in for questioning over both the first task and other various matters. Oh, Harry uttered, but his entire body tensed and his mind sought out the dark power resting on the edge of his consciousness, ready to grasp it at any moment. Luckily, I have been able to persuade most of them that I am the best suited in this particular matter and they are content to leave it to me, Dumbledore said, making Harry blink in surprise. You have you? He asked suspiciously. Yes, Dumbledore answered simply. So, now, there is much we have to discuss. First, there is the matter of the magic you used during the first task. Granted, you were trying to defend yourself, but several people witnessed your attempt at an unforgivable curse, your use of both a devastation curse and a pulverizing curse. These are two powerful pieces of dark magic, Harry, and quite illegal. It was a Drakon, Harry said bluntly, annoyed at Dumbledore's disapproving tone. I needed to think big. Besides, none of the curses worked anyway. No, Harry, you misunderstand me, Dumbledore said slowly, watching Harry with periwinkle eyes. It is not your actions during the first task that are being questioned. It has already been found by the Ministry that your actions were justified in light of the circumstances. Alistair Moody was also cleared for his use of the killing curse. Then what's the problem? Harry asked with a puzzled frown on his face. It is not your actions that trouble the Ministry but rather than your knowledge and how you came to possess it, answered Dumbledore and looked over his half-moon glasses with a slightly questioning expression. Harry didn't say anything but tapped the side of his head meaningfully with his finger, giving a rather secretive and sly smile. Dumbledore saw this and let out a wearied sigh. As I suspected, considering what she is, he murmured softly, almost to himself, but he raised his voice as he continued. You know that I cannot tell the Ministry of your mentor, so to speak, lest they take you away and try to forcibly separate you. This, I believe, would be counterproductive to an eventual rehabilitation. So, what are you going to tell them? Harry asked rather politely, although he felt a wave of scorn rush through him as he regarded the figure in front of him. That old geezer is deluded if he thinks I'll ever settle for rehabilitation, he spoke into his mind, and felt Mesiel's strong approval as her presence washed over his consciousness, reassuring him and making his listen to Dumbledore's next words. I have devised a backstory of your past that I believe will satisfy them, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling. There was once a rather infamous freelance Auror called Gareth McGregor who was known for both his knowledge of dark magic and his steadfast dedication for all that is good. He has a rather infamous reputation for his work with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement during the time of Lord Voldemort's first uprising. He was, unfortunately, killed 7 years ago on a mission in Albania, seeking out the dark forces on my behalf. Wow, Harry said flatly. Your story is both riveting and original. Please, continue. Pay attention, Harry, Dumbledore said firmly and continued. Now, there are very few who know that Gareth is dead. He had no family and very few friends. Those who do know can be trusted to keep silent about the matter. With this in mind, it could be quite believable that you were taken from the Dursleys by Gareth when rogue dark wizards attacked your house and hence, have lived with him ever since. He, unfortunately, perished 3 months ago and therefore, you accompanied Ms. Carpenter, a close family friend, to Hogwarts and were bound into the tournament. As long as you are careful with your tongue and the fallen Mesiel is careful in her defense of your mind, this story can hold. This man is very good, beloved, Mesiel murmured in approval. Why are you doing this? Harry asked softly, staring at Dumbledore in a mixture of puzzlement and suspicion. Why go all the way for somebody you don't even know will reform, somebody who could one day be your enemy? I have my reasons, Harry, Dumbledore said softly, stroking his beard with a gnarled hand. One such reason is that I have a responsibility to your parents to keep you safe from harm, whether it is from dark wizards or the Ministry of Magic. Oh, Harry said softly and fell silent for a few moments, appearing to be in deep thought. He looked up again and there was a glint in his eyes as he stared at Dumbledore flatly. That's lovely. Now, why are you really doing this? Dumbledore didn't seem to acknowledge the question as his eyes drifted away from Harry, idly staring out the window for a few moments. Finally, he let out a wearied sigh and turned back to Harry, sorrow in his eyes. All knowledge comes with a price, Harry, and I do not believe that you are ready to pay this price, no matter how experienced you are, he murmured softly, almost regretfully. There will be a time when I can tell you, but that time is not now. That was vague to the point of uselessness, Harry muttered to himself, rolling his eyes, but he shook his head in resignation and dropped the subject. What did he care why the man was helping him, as long as he was helped? Now, is that it? Can I get back to my breakfast now? There is more to discuss, Harry, Dumbledore said and Harry sighed. However, his nonchalant attitude disappeared as a hard light comes into Dumbledore's eyes and Harry stiffened, suddenly noticing how there seemed to be a faint static charge of power around Dumbledore as the old stared at Harry with cold blue eyes. It was enough to make even Harry nervous, although he still kept his feet on the table. You, Harry, have made a bargain with the Winterfly known as Maeve, Dumbledore said, his tone mild despite his demeanor. Have you not? Harry frowned cautiously but nodded slowly. So, he asked, warily moving his hand into the pocket of his overcoat to grip his wand. I couldn't have killed the Drakon without her help, you know. Be that as it may, I'm afraid I must know the exact details of your bargain with her, Dumbledore said, and it was not a question. What? Harry asked incredulously. Why the hell do you want to know that? It's my problem, not yours. Harry, you do not know what you have done, Dumbledore said and the sternness in his demeanor vanished, replaced with a bone-deep weariness, and Harry blinked and how old the man looked. Once the Phi are able to get a hold over you, you will find that you may never escape it. What the hell are you talking about? Harry demanded with a scowl on his face. I know the bargain. It won't happen like that. Besides, how the hell would you know anything about this anyway? I know, Harry, because, Dumbledore began and suddenly there was a flash of flames appeared in the office and Harry had a brief flashback to the comet of flames saving Dumbledore's life at the first task as the flames died down over the golden bird perch in the corner of the office and a figure emerged from it. It was a bird of red and golden plumage and immortal black eyes and it stared at Harry impassively as comprehension came over his face. He looked back at Dumbledore with an expression of shock on his face as the headmaster finished his statement. Because I once made the same mistake. A phoenix, Harry murmured and turned back to the bird, which had started to preen itself. A summer fairy, Mesiel whispered softly. And a powerful one at that. There are only a few fairies who have the power to cross over to this realm without being summoned, and very few of those Phi have abilities such as this once has displayed. This fairy may be just below the strength of the Winter Lady, Maeve. This is the Phi that was blocking Maeve from looking into this castle, Harry murmured, eyeing the phoenix speculatively. He turned back to Dumbledore. What's going on? Dumbledore pressed his fingers together and leant back into his chair, his eyes glazing over as he retreated into his memories and began to talk. I have been indebted to Fawkes for exactly around 49 years last August, he began softly. In those times, there was a dark wizard who was on the verge to rising to power. He was a very powerful and insane man who fashioned himself as Grindelwald, and he had no goal other than to cause terror, no purpose other than to kill. That sounds like a lot of people I've met, Harry muttered and frowned when Messiel wordlessly shushed him. He could feel her paying close attention to this conversation, and with a sigh, he bit his lip and listened in as well as Dumbledore continued. They were dark times, Harry. It was during the Muggle War, and there was hatred and suspicion within both worlds. Grindelwald seized upon the chaos that the war brought with it and struck out at a number of key ministry figures, causing enough internal conflict and dissent to further his goals. Had he been left unchecked, Grindelwald would have risen to have become a Dark Lord akin to the likes of Voldemort, and quite possible, could have seized control of the British Ministry of Magic. You went after him, Harry said, and it wasn't a question. Dumbledore nodded slightly, casting a pensive eye on the Phoenix. He clasped his hands together and began talking again, not heeding the portraits that weren't even pretending to be sleeping now. I did, Dumbledore said quietly. In my arrogance, I believed that only I had the power to defeat him. I was considered to be a powerful wizard at that time, potentially one of the most powerful, and many were confused when I decided to take the quiet position as Hogwarts Transfiguration Professor. However, I was blinded by my own power, and Grindelwald was far too powerful for me alone to defeat. Yet, there was nobody else who could face him. Every Auror who was sent after him was defeated and killed, until I left the school and went forth to battle him. I confronted him and we dueled. His powers were great, and his skill, at that time, was far superior to my own. I knew I was going to lose this duel the moment it began, but there was little choice but to continue. This is when you asked Fawkes for help, right? Harry asked, eyeing the red gold plumaged bird, who eyed him back with fearless eyes. Actually, it was the other way around, Dumbledore said and chuckled. Grindelwald was most shocked when a phoenix appeared out of nowhere and drove him back with her song. Fawkes settled on my shoulder and her voice entered my head. She offered me the power needed to defeat Grindelwald, for a price, of course. I had no other choice but to accept the terms, and with Fawkes' help, I broke Grindelwald's power and defeated him. Since that day, Fawkes has remained with me, ensuring that I fulfill my ends of the bargain. Harry was silent as Dumbledore turned to him, looking far older and wearied than Harry had ever seen before. The headmaster's serious blue eyes met Harry's green eyes, and Harry was the first to look away, shifting uncomfortably in his seat as Fawkes soared down from her perch. The phoenix landed on the old man's shoulder in a show of possessiveness, and Dumbledore smiled, regaining his benign smile and cheerful demeanor as he scratched the phoenix under the chin. So you see, Harry, Dumbledore said lightly. I do know what I am talking about. I have made my decision and I have accepted the outcome. After all, Fawkes is a very agreeable companion, and if were I given the chance to make the choice again, I would do no different. However, the being you bartered with is far nastier and crueler than Fawkes could ever be. I do not want to see you bound into her clutches for the rest of your life. What was the bargain you made? What did you give to see this man dead? Harry asked quietly, staring at Fawkes with a curious expression on his face. The bird seemed to sniff at him, and Harry could have sworn he saw a look of disgust and revulsion comes over its face as Dumbledore contemplated his answer. It can smell the last vestiges of winter magic upon you, Messiel said quietly. And summer definitely does not like winter. Alas, Harry, that is my secret to bear, Dumbledore said. Suffice to say, I pay the price of my choices every single day. There are many people who wonder why I have no family, no children. That loss was just a part of the terms I hastily agreed to. I won't become like you, Harry said confidently, although doubt floated above his mind. I won't be bound like you. My bargain was easier, a one-shot deal. I give Maeve what she wants and that's it. Dumbledore stared at him silently, seemingly pondering something, and then sighed. Just be careful, Harry, he murmured as he stroked Fawkes' head. The phoenix leant into his touch with a soft crooning noise, and Dumbledore gave a soft smile, the twinkle appearing back in his eyes. Was that all? Harry asked rudely, suddenly feeling annoyed at Dumbledore and this entire conversation. Or is there something else that you feel the need to confess to me? I'm not a damned priest, you know. Well, not a priest of God. I wonder if I can be called a priest of the devil. After all, I do have a fallen angel in my head. I believe there is nothing more to discuss at the present moment, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling, but he suddenly looked past Harry and stared at the door intently. Ah, we finished just in time. What? Harry asked in confusion. Come in, Dumbledore called out cheerfully, and Harry heard the door open. He turned his head and looked around as a tall man with dark skin, heavy eyes, and wearing a thick leather coat. A long cylinder postal package was strapped to his back, and Harry knew that there was a sword in that as his lips curled, anger flaring in the pit of his stomach. He jumped to his feet, his eyes narrowed with hatred as he backed away from both Dumbledore and the newcomer as he clutched his wand, feeling the reassuring touch of wood. Knight, Harry hissed coldly, his green eyes glinting. Demon, the Russian knight, Sonya, replied in a thick accent, just as coldly. You two have met? Dumbledore asked in slight surprise. There was still a smile on his face, but the look in his eye told Harry that he was aware of the sudden tension that had filled the room. Yeah, in the workplace, Harry remarked and cocked his head towards Dumbledore, his next words a loud whisper. He stabbed me. I was merely doing my duty as a servant against evil, Sonya said calmly, although there was a tension around his eyes, as if he expected Harry to go psychotic at any second. He held himself as if he was ready for such a thing, and Harry visibly calmed himself down, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. When he opened them again, his eyes were cold but they were calm. Very good, beloved. Why are you here? Harry asked softly without emotion. I'm here on behalf of Michael to check up on his daughters, Sonya said and gave a slight frown, the next words coming out with a grudging tone. He sends his uttermost thanks, as do I. Harry allowed an arrogant and superior smile to come over his face as he mockingly bowed his head in Sonya's direction. Well, I know that you knights have a terrible record against Nicodemus and his lot in general, so I thought I'd lend my superior skills, he finished with a satisfied smile and watched Sonya twitch. Record? Dumbledore asked carefully, and Harry was all too happy to answer him. Hundreds of knights have died trying to kill the bastard, Harry said and stared at Sonya with a cold smile on his face. Hundreds more will probably die in the future. You don't sound upset, Dumbledore noted, and something like disappointment had crept into his voice. Hey, I hate the knights, Harry said, almost defensively, before he frowned. Well, it's mostly a professional hatred than personal hatred, although the bastard here falls into the latter. Why? Sonya asked, sounding genuinely curious, and Harry stared. You stabbed me, he growled. Yeah, I did, Sonya said with whimsical smile, and Harry growled in annoyance, gesturing to the top of the stairway with an impatient flick of his hand. Go away, Harry demanded in annoyance. Go find Molly and the brat or whatever. Just get out of my sight before urge to kill you overtakes me and I have to break my promise to the old guy here. Sonya lifted his eyebrows, but he complied and turned to Dumbledore. I'll leave you two alone for now, Headmaster, he said slowly, and with one last glance at Harry, left the room. Harry could hear him walking down the stairs and didn't relax until the sounds of footsteps faded away. Harry looked at Dumbledore and opened his mouth, an annoyed and irritated expression on his face. But no words seemed to come to him, and he closed it with an audible snap and made a noise of disgust before he stormed out of Dumbledore's office with a disgruntled frown. The stakes have been raised, Messiel said softly. Let us hope he is not here for you. Great, Harry muttered to himself as he stalked back to the Gryffindor Tower, suddenly feeling the urge to handle his sword. Just F. King Great. A knight, AF. King Knight of the Cross. Could it get any worse? Oh, I wish you hadn't said that, beloved. There's a what? Harry exclaimed in shock, pumpkin juice spluttering out of his mouth and over his dinner plate. He turned to stare at McGonagall with shock on his face, but the Transfiguration professor was having none of it. A ball, Mr. Potter, she said crisply, glaring at him with no-nonsense eyes. What type? Harry asked quickly. Football, baseball, basketball. A dance ball, snapped McGonagall, her annoyance of Harry reflected on her prim face. Now, champions are required to lead the first dance with their partner, so you must. Whoa, 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 Harry cut in quickly, raising his hands in protest and shaking his head furiously. No and no. I don't do dances and I don't do dates. An activity such as this is a required perquisite within the tournament rules, McGonagall said, her lips pursed together and her nostrils flared. So, Mr. Potter, I suggest that you find a girl that you have not driven off with your bad attitude and that you learn how to dance. Harry blinked and opened his mouth to respond, but McGonagall had already whirled around and left for the head table before Harry could fire off a witty response. He closed his mouth in an audible snap and sighed. Bitch, he muttered to himself. Well, this should be interesting, Messiel mused. Harry sighed and glanced to his left, where Messiel's illusion sat beside him clothed in pristine silver robes. You seem to be showing yourself to me more than usual, he muttered quietly. It gets distracting, you know. Messiel, however, ignored him and was staring at the food with something like interest. When you're done throwing your tantrum, try some of that apple pie. I haven't had a host try that for several decades, at least. Oh, shut up, Harry muttered and he poked at his food with his fork meat with vicious jabbing movements. You're in this as much as I am. What did you say? Somebody said and Harry blinked, focusing his eyes in front of him to where Ron was staring. The red-haired boy wore an expression of curiously tinged with nervousness, the latter becoming more pronounced when Harry glared at him. What do you want? Harry asked rudely, a scowl on his face. Next to him, Amanda looked over from her conversation with Hermione, but turned back a second later. Unlike most of the students from Hogwarts, Amanda hadn't changed her behavior around him in light of the first task. Perhaps it was because she knew of his true nature and knew what he was really capable of, or perhaps it was because he saved both her life and her family's lives. Either way, Harry was disappointed that she had continued to stick around him, although he had to admit that he would take Amanda over Hermione on any day. I heard McGonagall telling you about the dance, Ron said and shifted in his seat uncomfortably. What's the problem, really? I have to find a date, Harry spat out in annoyance. And dance. You could ask any girl here to the dance and they'll say yes, Neville offered up timidly and blushed when Harry pinned him with an annoyed glare. He's right, you know, Ron agreed through a mouthful of food. He seemed to gain confidence as he swallowed and gestured down the table. Why don't you try Katie Bell or Lavender Brown? They're cute enough and they'd say yes if you asked them. They are fairly attractive, Messiel said as Harry turned his eyes down the table to where both an athletic B-owned was furiously chatting to her friends and another B-owned with a vapid expression on her face was whispering mysteriously to a girl of Indian descent. For a pair of mortals, anyway. You're such an existence East, Harry muttered to Messiel. Messiel's face flashed with amusement as she cocked her head at him. Harry rolled his eyes. You know, like a racist except it's about mortality. You really should stop verbally speaking to me, Messiel said in amusement. She leaned back, gesturing with a pale hand to the student sitting on the other side of her, who was giving Harry strange looks. Harry narrowed his eyes and the third-year boy gulped and looked away. Oh, is that all you think a date should have? Somebody said loudly. Harry sighed in irritation as Hermione jumped into an argument with Ron. For your information, Ronald, there are more important things than looks. You know, I'll agree with Fuzzball over there, Harry said and Hermione twitched, glaring at Harry in anger. Harry brushed off and continued. For instance, you could have the B-easts of a supermodel but still be as annoying as a fairy on a sugar high. You have to admit, Messiel said with a whimsical smile on her face. It was very funny. You didn't have to clean it up, Harry muttered under his breath and then focused his attention on Hermione as Messiel gave a quiet bubbling laugh. How dare you? Hermione started, bristling with righteous indignation, but Ron hastily broke in, cutting over his friend's voice. Who will you go with then? He asked, while Hermione muttered something rude under her breath. She turned back to Amanda, who was shaking her head in resignation over Harry's antics. Don't know, don't care, Harry muttered with an air of finality. Ron received the message and the two boys both turned back to their dinner. Just ask somebody, beloved, Messiel said with an exasperated sigh, folding her hands on her lap and putting on an expression that a mother might show her troublemaking child. I don't want to, Harry growled at the illusion and continued his dinner while Messiel rolled her eyes, a habit she had recently picked up from Harry. You are acting like such a child, Messiel said crossly, her hair glinting underneath the light of the candles. It's just a dance. Don't make me hit you, Harry threatened softly, and he had to glare at the boy on the other side of Messiel, who quickly decided to finish his dinner and leave the table. Harry's lips twitched into a smile and he felt Messiel's amusement rush through his brain. I have no corporeal form, beloved, the fallen said patiently and gestured to herself. This is just an illusion only you can see, hear and perceive. I would be very amused to see you try to attempt such a feat, although it would not put to rest the many doubts your classmates are having about your sanity. And whose fault is that? Harry mumbled softly, throwing a half-hearted glare towards Messiel. If somebody hadn't appeared during Transfiguration and made those very funny comments at McGonagall, I wouldn't have laughed. I merely said what you were thinking, Messiel said and lazily closed her eyes as she stretched her arms. Within his mind, Harry could feel Messiel's presence give the mental equivalent of her actions and shook his head with a sigh. If you keep annoying me, I'll do something you won't like, Harry threatened as a sudden thought occurred to him and he hid it from Messiel, his lips curved in an amused smile. The fallen blinked at him and suddenly looked suspicious as she felt him shield his thoughts and a grin played on her lips. You mean apart from opening your mouth? Messiel retorted in amusement and Harry can't help but snicker with her as the two of them laughed. Harry ignored the strange looks he was receiving and shook his head ruefully. And you wonder where I get it from, he muttered, placing his fork down on his plate. Okay then, you asked for it. He turned his attention to his left, where Amanda was talking quietly to a fourth-year boy from Ravenclaw that Harry had seen in the few classes he attended. Amanda had a flush of color in her cheeks and the boy seemed to be stammering and blushing. There was very little doubt on what they were talking about and Harry frowned. Hey, he called out loudly and the boy blinked and looked up, confusion on his face. Yeah, you. Who are you? The boy hesitated as he recognized just who he was talking to and he unconsciously flinched, taking a step backwards as he licked his lips. T.T. Terry Boot, he answered in a nervous stammer. Well, T.T. Terry, Harry mocked coldly. Just what are you doing? I'm asking out Amanda. To the ball, Terry stuttered and Amanda turned around, confusion and annoyance in her soft blue eyes. Oh, Harry frowned. He seemed to come to some kind of internal decision and nodded resolutely. In that case, piss off. Excuse me, Terry asked slowly. She's going with me, Harry declared curtly. Now, run away. Harry heard Messiel take in a deep breath of surprise and he grinned, not needing to turn around to know what was on the fallen's face. Amanda blinked, looking shocked and surprised. Terry opened his mouth, anger on his face, but it died down as he stared into Harry's cold, hard eyes, seeing something he really didn't want to see. He managed a single stammer and a quick glance towards Amanda before he fled the table under Harry's condescending smile. I am. Amanda asked testily. Her eyes narrowed, and she flicked her owned ponytail over her shoulder with a jerky, irritated movement. Since when? Since, Harry said and frowned, counting silently on his fingers. 7 seconds ago. Amanda seemed to have been stunned into silence, her cheeks suffusing with red from both embarrassment and anger as she stared at Harry with emotion-filled blue eyes. The silence didn't last long as Hermione broke in from the other side of the table. You can't do that, she declared in outrage, a shocked expression on her face. I'm beginning to think you were right about her, Harry muttered under his breath to Messiel and then raised his voice as he continued. Yes I can. In fact, I just did. Hermione scowled at him furiously and rounded on Amanda, anger blazing in her eyes. Are you going to let him do this? She demanded. Amanda frowned and hesitated as Harry eyed her, avoiding his gaze and looking down at her hands she fiddled with them on her lap. What if I want to go with somebody else? She asked quietly and looked up. Then you better bring that person to me so I can check them out, Harry said after a moment's hesitation. Who do you think you are? Hermione spat out angrily. You can't control her. She's not your South Avenue, you know. You can't dictate who she can go to the ball with. You're not her father. No, I'm her personal knight, Harry spat out sarcastically and Amanda stiffened, sending him a meaningful glance as her eyes widened with realization. Oh, she said in a small voice, then firmed her face and nodded resolutely. Fine, I'll go with you. Amanda. Hermione gasped in a tone of shock and betrayal. She whirled on her friend with a befuddled and betrayed expression on her face. You can't be serious. He treats you like garbage. Why would you want to go with him? Amanda gave a half shrug and Harry gave a sly smile, looking away and turning back to his breakfast. He knew that Amanda couldn't reveal why she thought she had to go with him and he spared a glance to his left, where Messiel sat with a displeased expression on her face. Told you, he muttered under his breath and gave her a mischievous grin. Messiel merely let out a huff and her illusion suddenly disappeared, revealing an empty bench next to Harry. Harry gave a small victorious chuckle but was shaken out of his win over Messiel by Hermione's loud, shrill and very annoying voice. I won't let you do this. The bushy-haired girl snapped, crossing her arms over her chest. You're only rewarding his bad behavior. He's a cruel, petty person who treats everybody like they're rubbish. He is not. Amanda suddenly snapped heatedly. Harry, Hermione, and the silent spectators of Ron and Neville blinked in surprise at the vehemence in the bee-owned girl's tone, Hermione looking particularly shocked as her well-mannered friend rounded in on her. You don't know anything about him. Amanda snapped heatedly, her blue eyes sparkling with emotion. You don't know what he's really like, or what's he's done for me and my family, or how bad he could really be, so just shut up. Hermione blinked and appeared to be too stunned to speak. Harry blinked as well and a hesitant frown came over his face. On second thoughts, maybe this is a win for you, he thought and felt Messiel throb with amusement. You do know that this isn't a date or anything, he said slowly. I know. Amanda snapped at him, rolling her eyes sarcastically. Don't eyeball me, Harry snapped back between gritted teeth and Amanda flushed under his annoyed gaze, her rebellious attitude fading. She fell silent and went back to poking her food with her fork. Harry gave a satisfied nod and glanced up at the head table. Dumbledore was chatting quietly with Snape but when he saw Harry watching, his blue eyes twinkled and he gave a small nod. Harry made a face and his eyes sought out the figure he was looking for. Sonia was quietly sitting over his dinner at the end of the table. The knight must have had a sixth sense or something because his eyes shot up and met Harry's squarely. Harry stared back defiantly and with a small grin, placed an arm around Amanda. The girl jumped at the contact and looked him in surprise but Harry ignored her, enjoying Sonia's narrowing eyes. Smile for the knight, Amanda, he murmured as he kept his gaze at Sonia, who looked disgruntled and annoyed and broke eye contact. Smile for the knight. Later that night, Harry walked through the darkened corridors of Hogwarts with Amanda trailing by his side, an annoyed expression on his face. He had decided to attend the older sister's class because he had heard she was going to summon a demon for them, and he would admit that he was quite curious to see what would happen. However, Amanda had insisted on coming with him and had caught up to him a few minutes after he had walked off on her, and she just wouldn't shut up. Why did you really ask me to the dance? Amanda pressed and Harry sighed, rolling his eyes for the 10th time that minute. What did I say 2 minutes ago? Harry asked with a scowl and he turned a corner, making sure not to hit one of the suits of armor gleaming in the darkened hallway. Go away right now or I'll grab my wand, shove it so far down your throat and curse you so hard that your spleen will suddenly have the urge to see what the fuss is about. Sunlight. Amanda recited with a look of concentration on her face. Harry gave a low growl deep in his throat and Amanda trailed off, a small smile on her face. You really are an idiot, Harry muttered. Amanda, I am using you, remember? Sure you are, Harry, Amanda said in a patronizing tone. You're using me to annoy the fallen. Messiel, Harry corrected absently and Amanda frowned. You're using me to annoy Messiel, she corrected and a sly smile tugged at her lips. Are you going with me to make sure Nicodemus doesn't kill me so you can claim a debt with Daddy? Right, like I really believe that. Why do I get the strange feeling that you don't believe me? Harry said in mock though and then rolled his eyes, pinning her with an annoyed stare. Okay, why do you think I asked you? I think you like me, Amanda said simply and gave a brilliant smile as she awaited Harry's response. Harry stared at her for an entire second before he burst out in laughter, his mocking voice echoing off the darkened and empty hallway. He kept laughing as he shook his head in amusement, and Amanda's smile faded just a little as his laughter died down into a few quiet chuckles. Are you serious? Harry asked her incredulously, before he held up a hand. No, please, wait. Don't answer that. I might start laughing again. Laugh all you want, Amanda said, turning away from his gaze and smoothing the front of her crimson Salem robes. I think that you're nowhere near as bad as you try to make yourself appear, and that you like me, even if it's just a little bit. You, my little vapid bee, are having some serious delusions, Harry said with a snort, but Amanda merely smiled and he sighed. You know, you're not as smart as you make yourself out to be. Yet you asked her to the ball, came a smooth and melodious voice on his right. Harry gave a startled flinch, jerking to his left and instinctively reaching into his clothes for his wand. Amanda frowned and looked past Harry's shoulder, seeing nothing out of the ordinary, but Harry straightened himself out and fixed the air with a piercing flare, an annoyed scowl on his face. What have I said about doing that? He demanded, narrowing his eyes at the apparition in front of him. Messiel's illusion gave a tiny shrug, a small smile on her radiant face, and broke Harry's gaze. I have no idea what you're talking about, beloved, she said smoothly. Harry gave a grunt, clearly indicating that he didn't believe her, and started walking again. Amanda was frowning in confusion but suddenly smoothed over her face into what she thought was a neutral expression, although displeasure and wariness tugged at her eyes. It's her, isn't it? She asked flatly. Tell her that I find her presence unwelcome, annoying and irritating, Messiel said and smiled coldly as she stared at the bee-haired girl. Tell her that the object of her affections will never return them back to her. Tell her that when she is old and fat, she will have nothing to look back on with pride and joy. Tell her that her father will most likely die a horrible and painful death in the line of duty defending those who have forsaken her precious God. Tell her. Messiel, could you just shut it? Harry asked in annoyance, and Messiel stopped speaking, a smug expression on her face. What did she say? Amanda asked curiously, in despite of herself. Something along the lines of, Harry frowned, biting his lip. She doesn't like you. She hopes that you have an unhappy life, and she hopes you never find love. She says a few bad things about your father as well. Oh really? Amanda asked with an angry glint in her eyes. Well, you tell her that I think she's a nasty. I am not getting in the middle of a bitch fight, so you can both just stop it right now, Harry interrupted quickly, holding up his hands between Amanda and the illusion as if he were going to stop them from tearing at each other. Unless, of course, there's mud, bikinis, wrestling and a rubber glove involved. A rubber glove? Amanda asked with a curious frown and was met with Harry's dark smile. Do you really want to know? He asked with a suggestive tilt of his eyebrows, and Amanda blushed, ducking her head and quickening her step. Yeah, I didn't think so. When Harry and Amanda walked into Molly's classroom, they could both tell that they were running a bit late. The demon thrashing behind a sparkling blue magical barrier with pincer-like claws and a bird-like beak was a bit of a giveaway. The 50 or so Hogwarts students who had decided to attend this class had backed away from the summoning circle, some clutching to each other as they all stared at the entrapped demon with nothing short of terror. Molly was the only person in a 10-meter radius of the demon, standing in the center of the room with her slender staff in her hand. Her eyes were fluttering and her lips were silently moving as she poured her magic into the circle, keeping it powered up as the demon tried with all its might to tear it down, a loud screeching roar emerging from its beak. Amanda let out a loud gasp of shock and revulsion when she saw the demon, while Harry merely lifted an eyebrow, staring at the demon with a faint sense of recognition. Amanda flinched as the demon screeched in anger again and slammed back and forth against the barrier, but Harry rolled his eyes and stepped forward. And the Oscar for Best Ace. Owl Demon goes to, he calls out loudly, catching the entire room's attention. 2. Chanzagoroth, for its marvelous performance in Hogwarts. When Demons Go Mad. Let's all give it a round of applause. The class was staring at Harry as if was insane, but the demon had stopped and was staring at him with its slanted eyes. To the astonishment of class, it used a pincer-like hand to delicately remove a pair of glasses from behind one of its large scale and placed it on its beak. Must you mock me? It asked in a cultivated Oxford accent, surprising the class once more, and they alternated between staring at Harry and the demon. Molly sighed with something like relief and lowered her staff, staring at the demon grimly. Harry frowned, looking as if he were thinking hard. After a few moments, he gave a short nod, a smug smile on his face. I've thought about it, and all I get is, yes, he said, and finished with a careless shrug of his shoulders. Very well, Chanzagroth said, and turned to Molly, eyeing her from behind his cultivated glasses. Why have you summoned me here, true wizard? What do you want to know, and what are you willing to pay me for this knowledge? The class turned their attention back to Molly, although a few were still shooting Harry strange and disbelieving looks, but the young Denarian shrugged them off, well used to this kind of attention by now. Molly, however, ignored the demon and turned to the class, her voice young but crisp. Now, as you can see, the demon fought against the barrier with all of its strength, even though it really didn't want to get out. Molly lectured to an attentive class, and Harry had to admit that she had a good teaching voice. All demons have an obligation to escape and kill the wizard that summoned them, although most of them never get the chance. Now, who here has done the reading and can tell me why the demon looks as it does? Hermione's hand shot up into the air, and Harry frowned, before placing a pleading expression on his face and furiously waving his hand in the air. Oh please, Professor, he said in a nasal voice dripping with scorn and mockery. Pick me, I'm a little teacher's pet and I absolutely must answer you. Hermione flushed and lowered her hand, glaring at Harry with anger in her eyes. Molly sighed in resignation and, seeing no other hands in the air, pointed to Harry. Harry cleared his throat, stopped and frowned. He cleared his throat again and scratched his head with a befuddled expression on his face. Hermione gave a smug half smile and moved to put her hand back up again. But her smile faded as Harry's stupid expression faded away, and he answered the question in a loud and clear voice. Demons don't exist in this world, he began. They can only be called here through mortal magic, and in order to interact with humans they need to create a physical shell to house their consciousness. As demons, this physical shell works well when it comes with sharp claws, big teeth and slimy tentacles, hence, why they all look but ugly. Ugly to a mortal perspective, perhaps, Chanzagroth interrupted, an expression that Harry could only interpret as annoyance on its face. It opens its beak again to speak, but Molly waved her staff and the demon halted. For a second, Harry could see only pure rage on its face as it let out a screech of anger before disappearing in a small burst of flames and a puff of smoke. The class seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief as the demon disappeared, although a few of them took a step backwards as the barrier around the summoning circle disappeared. Very good, Mr. Potter, Molly praised through gritted teeth. Oh please, I thought we had at least reached first names, Molly, Harry said charmingly, flashing a winning smile at the young professor, who eyed him icily. 10 points from Gryffindor, she snapped out, and Harry stared at her blankly, showing his total lack of concern, while Hermione twitched. Molly turned back to class and raised her voice as she gestured them all to come in closer. Okay everybody, now that we've seen an example of a demon, Mr. Potter, where are you going? She asked during mid-sentence. As soon as the demon had disappeared, Harry had made his way for the door, but he turned back when Molly addressed him, a look of disdain on his face. I go to the zoo to see the really cool animals, not listen to the tour guide, he said, and bowed at Molly mockingly before he left. The last classes finished in the first week of December, leaving an entire castle full of loud, annoying students. Because of the Yule Ball, the only students to go home for the holidays were those in third year and below who hadn't been invited to the ball. The Christmas holidays loomed up, bringing with it a festive cheer that even affected Harry. Harry, with Messiel's grudging approval, had eased up on his transfiguration practice and his other studies and spent much of his time relaxing or just taking it easy. When Christmas Eve came around, Harry found himself sitting in the Gryffindor common room with his feet up, almost asleep by the blazing fire as he rubbed his stomach contentedly. There was a soft murmur of chatter throughout the common room, but Harry was able to block it out. Most of the Gryffindors seemed to have his idea and were generally taking it easy. However, there was one fourth-year bushy-haired girl that, in Harry's opinion, seemed to have her wand up her ass about her schoolwork. Even now, she was sitting nearby with a heavy tome on her lap, muttering to herself as she traced out a sentence with her finger. After 5 seconds of hearing Hermione's voice, Harry was beginning to feel annoyed. After 5 minutes, he had had enough. Hermione. Harry broke in Hermione's musings. She blinked and looked up, frowning as she identified the speaker. Could you do me a favor? What is it? Hermione asked cautiously. Could you close that book and sit there silently? Harry asked in a semi-polite tone, his usual biting tongue seeming to have swallowed along with roast pork he had had for dinner. No, Hermione exclaimed and looked at Harry with disgust and annoyance. She glared at him and ducked her head back into the massive tome on her lap. Almost immediately, she was muttering again, frowning in concentration as she ran her finger over another line. Hermione. Harry asked sweetly. Hermione gave an impatient sigh and broke away from her book, looking particularly bothered as she glared at him. What? She snapped. Harry's smile disappeared and he stared at her coldly with glinting emerald eyes. Shut the F.K. up, he said softly, but dangerously. Hermione gaped at him, flinching at his language, while Harry settled back down in his seat and stared at the fire again. Excuse me, Hermione said in disbelief, her eyes wide. Your voice is grating on my brain like a lawnmower grates up human flesh, Harry says slowly. So, shut the F.K. up. Hermione's nostrils flared and she snapped her book shut, looking angry and determined. She stood up, shrugging off Ron and walked forward to before Harry. Can I help you? Harry asked lazily and gave Hermione a cocky smile through half-lidded eyes. No, you can't help me, Hermione said loudly, breathing deeply as she stared at him resolutely. Do you know what your problem is, Harry Potter? I have lice, Harry replied. It doesn't matter what I do, the little bastards keeping coming back. I'm thinking of nuking my hair, just to get rid of them once and for all, but I'm a little worried. I don't want a Chernobyl situation running down my ears. There, Hermione spat out loudly and the common room quietened, students looking up to watch the spectacle. That's it right there. You always have an answer for everything, some stupid smart aleck line to say. What can I say? Harry said lazily and shrugged, feeling quite amused. Nobody's perfect, except me. Don't worry, you'll eventually have an answer for everything as well. Trust me, the meaning of life will be a real kick in the balls for you. You won't be expecting it. There you go again, Hermione cried out and stamped her foot on the ground. You just don't get it, Potter, do you? You're not funny. Nobody thinks you're a rebel, or that you're cool. You're just a pathetic bully who laughs at his own bad jokes. You really think that? Harry asked softly and Hermione nodded. I laugh at your jokes, beloved, Messiel said. That must count for something. Ah, you're wrong, Harry said and dismissed Hermione with a wave of his hand. My invisible friend just told me that she laughs at my jokes. That makes 2, at least. You just don't get it, do you? Hermione said and gave a short bark of laughter. Everybody around here is too afraid of you to tell you what they really think of you, but I'm not. You, Harry Potter, are nothing more than a big bully who thinks it's funny to belittle other people. You have no respect for anything or anyone. You treat everybody like garbage, even the people who are nice to you, and you strut around like you own the place. If you keep this up, Harry, then you'll never have any friends and your life will be lonely and miserable. Harry cocked an eyebrow as Hermione stopped to take a breath, an amused smile on his face. Care to tell me something I don't know? He asked in amusement. Oh, I will, Hermione said, breathing deeply as she jabbed a finger in his direction. Everybody else may fear you or hate you, but I don't because I know why you act this way. I bet you had a horrible childhood. Maybe you were bullied. Or maybe you were abused, or maybe everybody just ignored you, and now you always have to be the center of attention. The others might see a big bad rebel, but all I see is a tiny little boy crying out for attention he's always wanted. Harry's face had grown darker as Hermione had continued, and by the end, he looked positively murderous. His eyes were glinting coldly and Hermione flinched as she stared into them. For a second it almost looked like they were on fire and something ancient and powerful flashed back at her, but then they cleared up. Hermione blinked in surprise as Harry changed from murderous to contemplative in an instant. My God, Harry said softly and stood up, staring at Hermione with sad eyes. You're right. You're totally right. Can you excuse me while I go find religion, give up drinking, start smoking so I can give it up and renounce my cruel and evil ways and behaviors? Hermione shook her head in disgust while a few of the watching students, including Ron, smiled in amusement. What gives you the right to be such an arrogant bastard? She snapped after finding a suitable word. What makes you think that you're better than any of us? Maybe because Harry started and gestured to himself with his hands. Maybe because I defeated the Dark Lord Voldemort as a baby. Is that good enough for you? Remember the Muggleborn hating git with the glowing eyes and the green light of doom? That was 13 years ago. Hermione scoffed. And you were only a baby. Yeah, agreed Harry, a superior smile on his face. And if I hadn't, you wouldn't be here. Hermione frowned and Harry sighed, rolling his eyes. Let me elaborate it for you so you can understand me, Harry said slowly. Voldemort win. Muggleborn no do magic because Muggleborn be dead. I know that. Hermione snapped, but Harry had snapped his fingers as a thought struck him. You know, in a way, you owe me, he said slyly. What? Hermione snapped, her eyes looking as if they would bulge from their sockets. I do not. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be able to do magic anymore, Harry concluded. Hermione seemed to have been struck speechless as she gaped at him, her eyes wide with shock. Her fingers were twitching as if she wanted to grab her wand and hex him at that very moment, but a flash of Harry's murderous eyes was enough to make her stay her hand. Harry gave her an arrogant grin as he yawned, stretching his arms with a lazy expression on his face. Don't worry about shutting up, he said, still grinning. I see you're incapable of keeping your mouth shut. I'll just go to my bed and get an early start. After all, it's Christmas tomorrow and I'm sure you need to prepare my present. You know, because you owe me an all. Harry strode across the room and walked up the stairs to the dormitory, leaving behind a flabbergasted Hermione, who was wondering where she had gone wrong, and many smiling or annoyed students. One of the former was Ron, who stared after Harry with a rueful shake of his head. You got to admit Hermione, he remarked. He knows how to make a good exit. Christmas morning at Hogwarts was a time of excitement and happiness, enthusiasm and joy. Students would jump out of their blankets and race to the pile of presents stacked neatly at the foot of their bed, tearing off wrapping paper with trembling hands and beaming smiles. This occurred all throughout the castle, from the highest dorms in the Ravenclaw Tower to the lowest beds of the Slytherin dungeons, except for the fourth-year dormitory in the Gryffindor Tower. When Ronald Weasley, Neville Longbottom and two other nobodies Harry had never met before had raised their voices with excitement early in the morning, they had been met with the business end of Harry's wand and had been told in a polite tone to kindly get the F.K. out. A minute later and the room was empty of presents and annoying, chattering boys, and Harry had rolled over and promptly gone back to sleep, a slight smile on his face. However, even in sleep, Harry was not unaware of his surroundings. Although his conscious mind was resting, Messiel, with her vast control over his brain and nervous system, automatically monitored his dulled senses, and several hours after her had kicked the boys out, she alerted him that somebody was trying to sneak up on him. He opened his eyes and was met with a female face framed with must-be owned hair hovering above his own. What are you doing? He asked loudly, and Amanda shrieked in surprise, taking a reflexive step backwards and clasping a hand to her heart. The other hand remained behind her back. Don't do that, she hissed at him, taking in deep breaths as her heart raced from the surprise. Harry ignored her as he yawned, sitting up in the bed and rubbing the back of his neck. I know I have. Harry begun but yawned again, rubbing his bleary eyes. I know I have a great body and all, but really. If you wanted to see it, then all you had to do was ask. Amanda blushed and moved forward, lightly whacking him on the shoulder and rolling her eyes. Harry blinked and stared at his shoulder, and then her hand, with a blank expression on his face. What was that? He asked slowly. Amanda hesitated, biting her lip in worry and wondering if she had overstepped the tenuous bounds between the pair. A friendly pat on the shoulder. She half asked, half answered with hesitation. Harry stared at her with the beginnings of irritation, and Amanda shifted on her feet, the signs of a faint blush of embarrassment starting to present itself. She cleared her throat and revealed the hand from behind her back. In it was a red and green wrapped Christmas gift. It's for you, she clarified Harry, who was staring at the gift in confusion. What? Harry frowned. It's for you, Amanda repeated quickly, and the blush rose back in her cheeks. Harry continued to stare at the gift oddly, not accepting it from her outstretched hand. I don't want it, he said frankly. Well, it's yours, Amanda said a little testily and thumped it down on the bed. Throw it out if you want. Harry hesitated and then reached for it. He picked it up, and with his clumsy movements it was clear he hadn't developed the nimble paper-tearing skills of his peers. When the present was finally unwrapped, Amanda wrung her hands together as he pulled out a large block of chocolate and a bottle of butterbeer. Harry looked at the presents and then turned his gaze back to Amanda with a blank face. I know you haven't been to Hogsmeade yet, so I thought, well, you seem to like the stuff that they gave you in the hospital wing, and Amanda rattled off. She closed eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened them again. She looked at him square in the eye and finished her sentence in an even tone. I hope you like it. I hope you're not expecting anything, Harry finally said, breaking the silence and staring at the chocolate bar and butterbeer with an odd expression. He placed it on his bedside table and turned back to Amanda. Messiel and I don't celebrate Christmas, so I didn't get anybody gifts, not that I would have bothered even if I did. You don't have Christmas? Amanda asked in a scandalized tone, looking shocked. Why not? Well, for one, it's a celebration or the birth of Christ, Harry said and gestured vaguely with his hands. You know, consorting with the enemy and all that crap. Ah, Amanda murmured in understanding. And secondly, Harry continued. Messiel only exists in my mind, my consciousness. She can't exactly go to the nearest shopping center and buy me a gift, and vice versa. Oh, that's sad, Amanda murmured, looking at Harry with a sympathetic expression on her face. Well, I hope you like your present. I wasn't really expecting anything anyway. Harry ignored her pity and turned back to his present, a baffled expression on his face. Well, it's your money, he said and shrugged. You know, I was just thinking that maybe, just maybe, you're not really an annoyingly goody-goody teenage brat with an extremely irritating tendency to bug me. Really? Amanda asked, a beaming smile washing over her face. Yeah, Harry nodded with an earnest expression. Now you're just an annoyingly goody-goody teenage brat with an extremely irritating tendency to bug me. Amanda mulled it over for a few seconds and frowned. Hang on, you just said the exact same thing, she said in confusion. I did, Harry asked with a frown and Amanda nodded. Oh well, I guess I really haven't changed my opinion of you after all. Amanda blinked and then let out a cheerful laugh. Harry blinked in surprise as she continued to laugh and stared at her strangely. Come on, Harry, Amanda said with an amused tone, her laughter fading. She smiled at Harry with something like fondness. Let's go get breakfast while it's still there. A few minutes later, Harry and Amanda were walking towards the Great Hall. Amanda was still smiling, although she seemed to be a little fidgety by his side, while Harry was staring out of the windows. He guessed that it was probably around 10:15 in the morning, which meant that he only had 15 minutes before the house elves cleared the tables. As the two Gryffindors turned a corner, they came face to face with Draco Malfoy. The Platinum B-owned haired boy looked content, but his face was quickly painted over into a sneer as he regarded Harry and Amanda haughtily. Behind him were two large students, their robes covered in scraps of food, and Amanda looked repulsed by their appearances as one of them burped loudly. Well, if it isn't Potty and the Mudblood. Malfoy drawled. Oh, shut up, Malfoy, Amanda snapped in a sharp tone that Harry hadn't heard from her before. However, he was too busy chuckling in amusement to ponder her reaction, and Malfoy and the two goons turned to stare at the laughing boy. Malfoy eyed him with a mixture disgust and confusion, his disgruntlement growing larger and larger. What's so funny, Scarhead? He spat out, much to the amusement of Harry, who continued chuckling. Malfoy bristled, his anger frowning with every moment, but Harry eventually stopped and shook his head in amusement. Potty? He asked in amusement, quoting the insults with his fingers. Scarhead. Wow, Malfoy, you're really quick with your tongue. We better keep you away from preschoolers, you just might make some of them cry. Malfoy flushed and his face was taut with a burning anger as the tables were quickly turned against him. You better watch it, Potter. You're outnumbered here. Malfoy spat out threateningly and gestured to the thugs beside him. Harry blinked. Are you serious? He asked incredulously. Malfoy only smirked while the large boys leered maliciously at Harry, cracking their beefy knuckles in a threatening manner. Why don't you leave, Potter? Malfoy said, smirking. His eyes flickered over towards Amanda, who seemed to have taken a backseat in this conversation, and his smirk grew wider. And take this useless dirty-blooded piece of American trash with you. Amanda unconsciously flinched at the verbal attack, but Harry only nodded as if Malfoy had just confirmed something for him. He took a few steps forward, moving into Malfoy's comfort zone in a single instant. Malfoy only had time to shy away in surprise before Harry whipped out his arm and gave Malfoy a vicious backhanded slap. Malfoy gave a cry of pain as the satisfying sound of flesh striking flesh filled the air. Malfoy collapsed with the force of the blow and landed on the cold stone ground with a dull thud, staring at Harry with a mixture of shock and disbelief. The two thugs stared at Harry for a split second, their thick heads seemingly unable to comprehend what had just happened. A moment later, when the first signs of anger formed on their faces, Harry moved as a blur and lashed out with his foot. The biggest boy of the two cried out in pain as Harry delivered a few sharp kicks to the knee, enough to make him lose his balance and send him collapsing to the ground. He turned to the other one with a decidedly dangerous glint in his eye, but the thug had already backed off, raising his hand warily. Harry smiled coldly and looked down at Malfoy, who was staring at him from the ground in a mixture of horror and anger. One of his pale hands was touching a split lip, and when Malfoy looked down at it, he saw red blood. You'll pay for this, he promised furiously. I swear I'll make you pay for this. My father is. Harry sighed and withdrew his wand, leveling it at Malfoy. The Slytherin boy flinched and went still, staring at the wand with fear. Got anything else to say? Harry asked softly. Malfoy was silent, pale with fear and wearing an expression of deep hatred. However, he didn't look particularly threatening lying on the ground with a bloodied lip, so the effect was lost on Harry. Good, the young Denarian said, smiled coldly. He turned away and then paused as a thought struck, turning around again. With a quick and vicious movement, he drove his foot into Malfoy's stomach. Malfoy gave a wheezing gasp of pain and suddenly looked very sick. His stomach, bloated with an extra-rich Christmas breakfast, rumbled in protest as Malfoy brought up his food with horrible retching noises. Harry quickly stepped back, looking at both Malfoy the vomit with disgust. Don't you ever go running to the papers again, Harry said quietly as Malfoy stared up at him with pained pale eyes. Or I'll do something much worse to you. He turned around again and walked away from the fallen Slytherin, an astonished Amanda following after him. After a few moments, Amanda couldn't keep the questions contained anymore and they burst out of her. Why did you do that? She asked in disbelief. Well, it was fun, Harry admitted with a smile. And, he called me a scar head. I found that very insulting, you know. I do not have a scar on my head. Amanda blinked and hesitated. Yes you do, she said and pointed to his forehead, where, behind his black bangs, a part of his lightning bolt scar could be seen. It's right there. I can see it. Oh, Harry uttered in a surprised tone and reached for his forehead. He pasted a look of worry on his face and stopped, turning around and staring down the corridor he had left Malfoy. Well, then, this is embarrassing. Say, you think I should go back and apologize? I don't think he would like that, Amanda advised, wincing as she thought of Malfoy lying in a puddle of his own vomit. Harry suddenly looked a lot more interested and Amanda sighed, clasping his arm with her hand. She ignored his look of warning and tugged at it, trying to drag him in the opposite direction and towards the Great Hall. But he didn't budge and Amanda sighed. Can we go eat while there's still some breakfast? She asked with a sigh. Well, I am hungry, Harry said thoughtfully and with a shrug, tugged his arm away from Amanda and started walking to the Great Hall. Later that day, while the rest of students were playing outside in the snow, playing with their presents or generally having a good time, Harry was inside the abandoned classroom he had turned into his unofficial training room. It had changed a lot since he had first arrived and there were several shattered, burnt and crushed desks lying in a twisted heap of wreckage in the center of the room. Although Mesiel was quite determined in making Harry master at least the basics of transfiguration, she hadn't held back on her knowledge of dark magic, and Harry had learnt some very interesting curses due to his dark magic practice. At the moment though, Harry was sitting in one of the few remaining chairs and jabbing his wand at the feather on the table in front of him. Now, beloved, concentrate, Mesiel said softly. The feather must become a rock. However, this is particularly hard because of the inverse relationship between the mass of the two objects. You need focus. Harry wore a frown of concentration on his face and jabbed his wand again. The feather twitched and suddenly burst into a small puff of flames, oily black smoke rising towards the roof. Harry extinguished the fire and vanished the smoke with a flick of his wand and scowled as Mesiel mentally sighed. Concentration is the key, she said, a touch impatiently. You need to focus on only channeling wand magic through your wand, blocking all hellfire. There will be a time where you will be able to do this subconsciously, but for now, you need focus. Harry interrupted with an annoyed grunt. I need focus. Yeah, I get it. What I also need is for invisible demons to stop talking inside my head and ruining my concentration. I might be able to focus, then. Is this better? Came Mesiel's voice, and Harry's eyes flickered to his right, where Mesiel's illusion sat on top of one of the tables. She wore an almost transparent silver and white dress, abstaining from the wizarding robes she had gained a fondness of over the past few months. Honestly, no, Harry said flatly and cocked his head. It does look good on you, though. Really? Mesiel asked and smoothed her dress over her legs, looking down at herself. You don't think it's a little too revealing? It looks like it was made to tempt, Harry said and gave a mischievous grin. So it suits you. Besides, it makes you look beautiful. That compliment doesn't mean much coming from a hormonal 14-year-old boy, Mesiel rebuked, but she had a slight smile on her face. Harry made a face at her and turned back to the burnt feather, clearing the scorched areas with a wave of his wand. Okay, feather to rock, take two, he muttered and jabbed the feather again. It twitched but otherwise did nothing, and Harry sighed. This is boring, he complained with a scowl. Let's perfect that hex we were doing the other day, the one that liquefies bones. That was fun. Or better yet, let's go and skip training for a day. It is Christmas, you know. You always need to be prepared for your enemies, Mesiel said, folding her hands onto her lap. They will strike when they can, and they will not care if it is Christmas, Easter, your birthday or Guy Fawkes Day. Yeah, Harry muttered but grudgingly nodded and went back to the feather. I know I need to be prepared, especially since I seem to have more enemies now. Indeed, Mesiel agreed, her silver eyes watching him carefully. You're more of a target now than you have ever been before. You need to be cautious and alert. She was interrupted by a loud curse from Harry's mouth as the feather flared up with flames once again. Harry scowled at it and gripped his wand, looking as if there was nothing more he would like to do than blow the damn thing up. Focus, Mesiel chided. Ah, stuff it, Harry muttered and leaned back in his chair, turning to face Mesiel's illusion. Besides, I can't focus when I'm all depressed about thinking how people want to kill me. I mean, why would they want to? I'm so damn lovable. Mesiel cocked her eyebrows at him, but Harry ignored her as he kicked at the table moodily. My enemies would be a lot easier to avoid if I wasn't bound to the stupid tournament, Harry said, but he had a frown on his face. I'm still trying to figure out what exactly the person who signed me up has achieved. It wasn't Nicodemus, or whoever is controlling him, because they wouldn't have sent a Drakon after me if they wanted me alive, and they wouldn't have bound me into the tournament if they wanted me away from the Carpenter brats. Damn, I wish I wasn't bound to this damn tournament. But you are, so you must focus, Mesiel said quietly, and her illusion stood up, walking across the room and placing a slim hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry could smell her body behind him, a sweet and slightly perfumed scent, and he was silently impressed. When Mesiel made an illusion, she did it all the way. I know, Harry muttered and sighed. I'll be a lot happier as soon as this damn tournament is over and I'm away from this stupid school, away from Nicodemus, away from the goody good nights and all that crap. I miss the apartment. Oh, Mesiel said lightly, but Harry frowned as he detected something deeper in her voice. You will be glad to leave this place. Including Amanda. What do you mean? Harry asked slowly and twisted his head to stare at Messiel. The Fallen looked slightly hesitant and seemed to choose her words carefully. I do not believe she is a good choice for a friend, Messiel said slowly. She's not friend. Harry disagreed immediately. I have no friends, remember. If she is not a friend, then why are you protecting her? Messiel asked, and there was an edge to her voice that made Harry blink in surprise. I'm not, Harry said slowly, a frown on his face. I want to piss off Nicodemus and piss off the knight. It's a double win. Why do you care anyway? Messiel was silent, but Harry could feel her presence in his mind and felt the barest flash of emotion. His jaw dropped as he identified it, and he stared at Messiel with an incredulous smile on his face. Hang on, he said slowly, his eyes wide. Are you jealous? Messiel stared at him stonily, her beautiful features not showing an inch of human emotion. Harry's smile fades and he shifted under her gaze, turning his head away. I'll just drop this subject now, he muttered and turned back to Feather, staring at it with a look of concentration on his face as he jabbed his wand at it. Nothing happened. After a few moments, Messiel spoke up again, changing the clearly uncomfortable subject. Are you looking forward to the ball? She asked and smiled in amusement as Harry made a face. Hell no, he exclaimed and scowled. I can't dance, you know. I have no idea what I'm going to do. I can take care of that for you, beloved, Messiel offered generously. Thanks, Harry said gratefully. It is not a problem, Messiel said and toyed with the seams of her dress. After all, I am always eager to serve. Sure you are, Harry said with a snort, but there were no harsh emotions in his tone, only fondness. You know, Messiel started in amusement, walking into Harry's field of sight as he stared down at the Feather. You get a lot of latitude as my host when compared to other Denarians. Harry looked amused. Really? He asked with a smug expression on his face. Yes, nodded Messiel, her face serious. Many of the lesser fallen would have crushed your mind by now and taken control of you to sat their desires of bloodlust. The other saner fallen would have punished you. After all, we do have a vast control over your nervous system, and the ability to inflict pain and terror is quite easy to do. Ah, you won't do that, Harry said confidentially, a small smile on his face. I could, Messiel argued softly, and she turned her silver eyes towards him, amusement flashing in them. Why shouldn't I? Because you love me, Harry said frankly. Messiel visibly flinched and her smile disappeared as she stared at Harry with wide eyes. Harry continued despite her reactions. Or if you're not capable of love, you have the next best thing, some degree of affection towards me. Messiel was silent, her face once again alien and remote. In other words, Harry said and stared at Messiel with serious eyes. You like me, Messiel. There was a few moments of silence in the room as Fallen and host eyed each other, Harry with open honesty and Messiel with a remote look on her face that made her seem as if she had been carved from a statue. Bold words, Messiel said quietly, after a time. There was a time when I would have killed the person who made such an implication. During your big bad ass days as a knight of the Blackened Order of Denarius. Harry asked, genuinely curious. I was a different then, Messiel said thoughtfully, almost wistfully. A soft smile came over her face as she recalled old memories. I commanded great power and great respect. I demanded fear and obedience from all. I was one of the most powerful beings on this world. Harry was silent, staring at Messiel with concern as something like sadness and bitterness came over her face and flooded into his mind. Suddenly Messiel visibly shook herself, both physically in the illusion and mentally within his head. But that was another time, she finished softly and smiled at Harry affectionately. You are right, of course. I do care for you, beloved, just as you care for me. This is why I do not demand total obedience. You are much more interesting to me as you are, rather than a South Avenue to my will. One day you'll have to tell me all about the old days, Harry said and returned Messiel's affection, the constant dark expression on his face washed away by the smile on his face. One day, Messiel agreed and she fell silent. An instant later, the illusion disappeared and Harry felt her retreat back into his mind. He frowned in concern but sighed and turned back to the Feather, jabbing it absently with his wand. The feather twitched, then shimmered and slowly changed into a smooth dark rock. Harry blinked and a cocky smile came over his face as he jumped to his feet, raising his hands in the air as he bowed to an imaginary audience. Can I get a hell yeah? He roared in triumph and he felt Mesiel's amusement in his mind. Suddenly the rock twitched and flared up in flames. Harry flinched and took a startled step backwards, staring down at the desk with an annoyed scowl on his face. A flick of his wand took care of the fire, leaving a scorched and smoldering wooden desk. Well done, beloved, Mesiel said dryly. Oh, shut up, Harry muttered. He glanced around the room, seeking out another desk, when he caught a glance out the window. The sun was just going down and Harry frowned. It's getting dark, he said. You should go and get ready for the ball, Mesiel advised and Harry made a face. Do I have to? He asked with a whine. Yes, Mesiel answered simply and Harry gave a long-suffering sigh. I have a hard life, you know, he muttered, kicking at the table moodily. Of course you do, beloved. Harry was leaning against one of the Gryffindor common room walls, staring idly outside at the bleak Christmas dusk. The sun had only gone down a few minutes ago, but there were already a multitude of stars twinkling in the night sky. A cold wind howled outside, sending up sprays of white snow and hurling it off the Gryffindor tower roof where it had fallen. Behind him, Harry noticed a sixth-year boy dressed in some very fancy red robes escorting a fifth-year girl out of the common room. Both wore beaming smiles on their faces and Harry gagged, rolling his eyes and looking away. It is a shame that you have no other clothes to wear, Mesiel remarked quietly. Harry looked down at himself, absently brushing off his large overcoat and surveying the rest of his casual day-to-day clothes, the only clothes he owned. He frowned. What's wrong with these? He asked quietly, but defensively. They are rather plain, Mesiel said wryly. Well, for this occasion, anyway. Since when do you care about this type of stuff? Harry snorted. It may come as a shock to learn that I once belonged and participated in the routines of the civilized class, Mesiel said and paused. Well, until I met you, that is. I'm civilized, Harry protested softly, drawing a strange look from one of the pairs leaving the common room. He scowled at them and smiled grimly as the boy and girl flinched and hurried out without another backwards glance. Of course you are, beloved, Mesiel said and Harry rolled his eyes. Harry. Somebody broke in quietly and Harry didn't need to turn around to recognize Amanda's voice. I'm ready. It's about damn time, Harry muttered and spun around to face her and blinked. Amanda seemed to have put the 3 hours up she had spent in her dorm to good use. Her hair had been done in a wave of elaborate curls that fell down her face and it glittered and twinkled in the firelight, a charm of some sort, no doubt. She wore a fancy robe of periwinkle blue and silver, with a golden trim and was smiling rather nervously at Harry. She bit her lip under his rather flat gaze and gestured to herself with a nervous laugh. Do I pass? She asked hesitantly. I've seen better, Harry said instantly, and Amanda's smile faded and she fidgeted on her feet, her eyes downcast. Oh, beloved, Mesiel sighed. You have no idea. But I'll admit that you do scrub up nicely. Harry finished and frowned. And you're less likely to steal my soul. That counts for something. Amanda perked up, giving him a brilliant smile and Harry restrained the urge to smirk as his mind sought out Mesiel. I have no idea, do I? Harry thought as Amanda glided forward and latched onto his arm. His smile disappeared and Harry twitched, restraining the urge to throw off the unfamiliar touch. You look nice too, Amanda said as the two of them walked out of the Gryffindor common room. I'm wearing what I always wear, Harry said slowly. Well, I know, Amanda said and blushed. I was just saying that. You look all right. I mean, did you wash them or something? Not that I'm implying that you don't wash your clothes, it's just that, you know, never mind. What the hell? Harry said, staring at Amanda with a bewildered expression on his face. Amanda's cheeks were still red but she held her head high and met his stare boldly. Harry blinked, sighed and rolled his eyes. Whatever. Harry watched as the last of the students entered the great hall with an annoyed frown on his face. His stomach gave a small rumble and he sighed impatiently, scuffing at the ground with his foot. Next to him, Amanda was chatting in an excited voice with Hermione, Crum's partner. Their constant giggles were getting very annoying, and for a moment, Harry met Crumb's eyes with shared resignation. Behind them, Fleur was talking to her partner, a Ravenclaw who stared at the French witch with adoration in his eyes. Cedric had taken a slight Asian girl Harry had never seen before, and Richard, the Salem champion, had taken one of the Salem students, a tall brunette girl. McGonagall strode from the Great Hall and approached the group of champions. Harry blinked and had to restrain a laugh as he saw her attire, a red tartan robe and a very ugly wreath of bristly around her witch's hat. "We are to enter the Great Hall in procession and approach the head table," she said stiffly, eyeing the champions in front of her. When her eyes looked over Harry and his dress, an expression of exasperation flickered over her face and she looked away with a sigh. "You will be sitting at the head table with the judges." "Ooh, front row seats," Harry muttered, and Amanda nudged him in the ribs. Harry glanced at her in annoyance, but she stared forward determinedly as the pair in front of them, Krum and Hermione, started walking forward into the Great Hall. When the procession walked into the Great Hall, they were all met with a wave of applause and cheers. Amanda blushed and ducked her head, but Harry bristled with pleasure. The Great Hall was looking quite different, with its walls decked with silver frost and hundreds of garlands of mistletoe and ivy crossing the starry ceiling. The long house tables had been replaced with 100 or so smaller ones, which seated a dozen people or so. "Wow," Harry heard Amanda breathe, and her grip on his arm tightened as they approached the head table, where the judges and the professors sat. However, a new addition to the table made Harry's eyes narrow as he spotted Sonia sitting at one end, eyeing Amanda and Harry with a disgruntled and unhappy expression on his face. Harry smiled at the knight's obvious disapproval, and when he was directed to sit down, he passed Sonia's seat and gave the large Russian man a sharp jab with his elbow. Sonia stiffened but otherwise did not react as Harry seated himself towards the other end of the table. Amanda sat down next to him and frowned, staring down at her golden plate where a small menu had been placed. "This is nice, isn't it?" she murmured to Harry. "Sure it is," Harry muttered back. "Just as nice as that scab I have on my back that I keep picking at." Amanda was reading through the menu, but she paused, a disgusted look coming over her face. But it cleared up in an instant and she giggled at his response, making Harry shake his head and roll his eyes. He had the feeling that this was going to be a long night. After dinner, Dumbledore instructed the students to stand up from their tables, and with a quick swish of his wand he directed the 100 or so odd tables to zoom back against the walls. With another flick of his wand, he conjured an entire raised platform, complete with instruments and the like. Harry couldn't help but be impressed by the wand work as a group of very hairy witches with ripped robes took to the stage. "Could the champions please take their partners to the center of the room?" Bagman asked cheerfully. The other champions stood up from their seats and started to make their way down to the dance floor. Amanda left her seat as well, but when she turned to Harry he refused to budge with a reluctant scowl on his face. "Come on, Harry," Amanda said quietly and tugged at his sleeve. "The champions are meant to lead the first dance." "Really?" Harry said with an annoyed frown. "Thank you so much for enlightening me with your outstanding brilliance. Harry, my boy," Bagman said jovially as he came around the table. "It's time for the champions to lead the dance. You and your pretty girl go and give them a good show, yeah." "I don't dance," Harry muttered, and Bagman blinked. "You can't dance?" he asked, and a momentary frown came over his face. It cleared up an instant later. "No matter then. It's not hard and the first dance is always slow." "It's not that I can't dance," Harry snapped. "It's that I don't want to." "Harry," Bagman said with patient understanding. "I understand that this can be a little nerve-wracking, especially for a young man like you, but there are protocols that have to be observed. Don't worry, I'm here for you. Just get through the first dance and who knows? Maybe you'll like it. Harry stared at Bagman blankly as the older man clapped him heartily on the shoulder. "So, what do you say?" he asked cheerfully. "Fine," Harry said quietly and rested his shoulder away from Bagman. He stood up and gave Amanda a disgruntled nod as he clasped her arm and led her to the dance floor. "I didn't think you'd say yes," Amanda admitted as Harry led her to the front of the room, where the other champions awaited him with their partners. "I could either agree with him or kill him right there and then," Harry muttered sourly. "Trust me, the second option was really tempting." Amanda gave a soft laugh and smiled at him, making Harry frown. The two of them stood on the dance floor and waited for the Weird Sisters to start the song. Can you dance? Harry asked Amanda quietly, ignoring the spectators as he focused his gaze on Amanda's face. Yeah, she answered. Can you? Nope, Harry answered honestly. Amanda blinked and frowned. So, she said slowly. Why are we on the dance floor? I can't dance, Harry said, and a mischievous, slightly dark grin came over his face. However, Messiel can. You have got to be kidding me, Amanda said after a moment's pause as she realized where he was going with this. Are you serious? Harry gave her a feral smile. Now, Messiel, he murmured softly. Remember to play nice with the little girl. Harry, Amanda started, but she stopped and flinched as Harry changed beneath her eyes. There was no outward physical change except for a slight flash of fire in Harry's eyes. But the young Denarian seemed to hold himself differently, almost femininely if Amanda had to guess. There was an alien smile on his face as he stared down at Amanda, and the blonde-haired girl suddenly got the feeling that Harry, or Messiel, didn't really like her. Hello little girl, Harry said quietly, with an odd hitch in his voice, and Amanda knew that it was Messiel talking. Let's dance, shall I? Amanda hesitated, but Harry stepped into her personal space and draped an arm around her waist, holding her close to his chest. I don't. It was at that moment that the music started playing and Harry's grip tightened around her waist, his eyes staring into hers. Messiel, Harry said with exasperation, and Amanda blinked, hearing Harry's normal tone. Play nice. Very well, Harry said a moment later, the voice slightly hitched, and started swaying to the music. Amanda was still hesitant, but after a few moments, a reluctant smile came over her face and she started to dance with him. Some time later, Harry felt himself walk away from the dance floor and felt Messiel's blazing presence leave the front of his mind. Almost instantly, he regained control of his motor skills, the only visible sign being a slight stumble in step. Amanda, who was still clasping his arm, frowned at him in concern, but Harry waved her away and took a seat at the nearest empty table. Amanda took a seat next to him as Harry picked up a discarded goblet of juice. He frowned and gave the half-empty goblet a tentative sniff, before shrugging and chugging it down. The bowl's been spiked, you know, Amanda said conversationally, and Harry made a face, blinking rapidly and shaking his head. When he dropped the goblet, he felt a burning rush pour into his stomach, quite similar to the sensation of hellfire. Oh yeah, he wheezed and gave a grin. I know now. Amanda giggled and Harry frowned, before giving an exasperated sigh and turned to her with a questioning expression on his face. All right, he declared flatly. What is up with you? You've been acting weird all night. Nothing is wrong with me, Amanda defended herself, but she blushed under Harry's gaze and avoided his eyes. Harry stared at her for a second longer and then made a face, looking away and staring at the dance floor. He saw Dumbledore dancing with the enormous headmistress of Beauxbatons and shuddered as a vile mental image formed in his mind. Was that thought necessary? Messiel asked in disgust. You, nor I, really needed to think about that. Harry sniggered and idly scanned the dance floor as he took another sip of the spiked drink, enjoying the feel of alcohol burning in his stomach. He saw the Knight, Sonia, and Molly dancing and frowned. Why aren't you talking to your friends or whatever? He asked Amanda, who seemed puzzled at the question. Because I'm your date, Amanda answered slowly and placed her hand on Harry's arm. Oh, please don't say that, Harry groaned and pulled his arm away. It's true, Amanda said with small smile on her face and giggled as he made a face. Hey, you asked me to the dance, remember? Harry sighed and turned back to the dance floor, when a particular scent suddenly hit his nose. He stiffened as he felt an icy breeze on his back, and he heard a soft tinkling laughter behind him, cold and without remorse. Next to him, Amanda turned around and gasped with awe and envy, while around them students and couples gaped at the spectacle. Harry took a deep breath, steeling himself, and turned around. Behind him stood Maeve, or at least, a human equivalent of Maeve. She wore a sheer icy groan that clung to her body, leaving very little to the imagination. She wore a wreath of glittering icicles around her neck and her eyes burned with an inner storm as she glided forward sensually. She was beautiful, more beautiful than even Fleur was, the latter watching from the dance floor with a disgruntled frown as her dance partner stared at Maeve with an open mouth. "Hello, my little renegade," Maeve said softly, sensually, and Harry swallowed at her tone. Excitement, pleasure, anxiety, they all rushed through his body at once, and he had to grip the table to sit up straight as Maeve took the sit on his right. Amanda was watching all of this with narrowed eyes, taking in both Maeve's sensual tone and Harry's fixation on the newcomer, and she planted a friendly and very fake smile on her face. "Hi," she said cheerfully, although the smile didn't reach her eyes. "You must be a friend of Harry's." "I'm a stupid and average little mortal," Maeve interrupted coldly, her green eyes flicking over towards Amanda. She seemed to assess the girl, and scorn appeared on her face, as if she had found Amanda clearly lacking. Amanda flinched at both the tone and the rather frank appraisal, and she looked at Harry, who was staring at Maeve with something like hunger on his face, his knuckles white as they clutched the table. Her eyes glittered with emotion, and she rose from the table, excusing herself with a soft murmur and walking away. Maeve didn't seem to care, and Harry barely noticed it as he drank in Maeve with his eyes. "Maeve," he said softly, hungrily, and Maeve smiled, licking her lips and placing a hand on his arm. At the contact, Harry jumped as if he had been burned and broke away. "A glamour," Messiel hissed. "Illusionary sensations and feelings. Fight it." However, Harry didn't need to be told this as he sought out hellfire. Roaring liquid fire burned into his veins, sulfur filled his nostrils, and suddenly his mind was encased in a brick wall, held together by searing flames. The icy cold glamour shattered, and Maeve flinched, a brief moment of discomfort showing on her face. When she turned back to Harry, fully composed, she was met with his blank face and hard eyes. "Why are you here?" he asked flatly. "Why not?" Maeve countered softly and ran her pale hand over his arm. Harry broke apart the glamours she induced before they even had a chance to generate sensation. Maeve smiled, and Harry knew that she could, with some effort, easily enthrall him long enough to harm or kill him. However, she withdrew her hand and placed them on her lap in a mocking gesture of serenity. "Well, my first answer to that would be the wards around this building," Harry said curtly. "The second answer would be Fox." A flicker of anger came over Maeve's face at the mention of the Summerflies name, but it was gone in an instant. "I have spoken to that pathetic bird," she said softly. "And she has agreed to let me remain here for a single night. The bargain we struck was high, I assure you. As for the wards, well, with this pathetic mortal event occurring, Hogwarts is far more vulnerable than you realize." "Oh, you came all this way and expended all this effort for little old me?" Harry mocked and placed his hand on his chest. "And here there were people telling me that I had no friends." "Good to know that you care, Maeve." "Oh, I care," Maeve said, and her cold smile was enough to make Harry shudder. "I have plans for you, little Denarian." "Plans?" Harry asked softly, dangerously. "I recall a single bargain between us. That's all." "I know that," Maeve said, and her eyes met Harry intently. "But it always starts out as one. We're not done with each other, Harry, not in the slightest." "I have no intentions of becoming a pawn for the Winter Court," Harry said scornfully and shook his head. "And with our bargain, well, it was a one-time deal. I have no intention of wrestling with a Dracon again either." "We'll see," Maeve said softly, as if she had taken Harry's declaration as a challenge. Her expression suddenly became seductive, and she smiled, running her hand on his arm. "And speaking of our bargain, I want to conclude it tonight." Harry blinked and swallowed, but he had suspected that that was the reason Maeve was here. He forced himself to look relaxed as he took another sip of the spiked drink, although he didn't allow himself to drink too much. It would be better to be his toes when conversing with a fairy queen. "What if now's not a good time?" he asked casually and looked away, ignoring the stares he was getting from the other students. Maeve, however, seemed to relish them, but her expression darkened as she gripped Harry's arm painfully. When Harry turned his head to look at her warningly, there was a cold and alien look in Maeve's eyes, and her voice was brittle when she spoke. "You made a bargain," she said icily. "And you will fulfill it." "Fine," Harry said, ignoring her hand and putting down his drink in a show of nonchalance. But there was a coil of excitement in the pit of his stomach, and his heart rate increased as anticipation sung through his veins. Messiel was monitoring his reactions with growing disapproval, but Harry ignored her as Maeve distracted him with a question. I assume you're a pure, the Winter Lady asked casually, making Harry's eyebrows rise. Yeah, Harry answered after a moment's pause, adopting his usual mocking tone. I didn't get out a lot growing up and I'm only 14, you know. It kinda makes me wonder about your preferences, you being hundreds of years old and all that. Maeve smiled and ran her fingernails down Harry's arm, making him both wince with pain and shudder with pleasure at the feelings she evoked. That's good then, she murmured and leant her head down to his ear. It should make it more fun for me. Harry almost shuddered at her tone and swallowed, desperately seeking to divert attention away from Maeve's ministrations. So, how are things? He asked after a few moments, staring away from Maeve and onto the dance floor, where another song had started. Couples moved off to dance while Maeve let out a throaty chuckle, her breath on his ear. Oh, didn't your little spy tell you anything? She asked and Harry tensed, a tingle of dread running into his veins. He forced himself to relax as much as he could and turned his head to stare at Maeve with a puzzled expression on his face. I have a spy now? He asked. Ooh, if I do then I have to name him Agent 69. It's an innuendo, you see. Don't play the stupid boy act with me, Maeve spat, her pleasant expression disappearing in an instant. Her eyes were cold as she gripped his arm tightly. I know of the one you call cessbulby indiscretions. But I allowed it to continue. It was in my best interests to see you alive, after all. That's nice, Harry said with a wince and firmly reached over with his other hand, clasping Maeve's fingers and carefully prying them off his arm. Maeve had regained her slightly amused and sensual expression and watched him with humor in her eyes, but she allowed him to continue and unclasped her hand. So, is my spy all right? Harry asked, avoiding Maeve's eyes as he rubbed his sore arm with a frown on his face. She is fine, Maeve said idly. A genuine smile appeared on her face as she stared at him oddly. My, is that real concern from you? Hey, I like her, Harry said defensively. He paused. I don't like you, for the record. You want me, Maeve whispered softly and her tone sent shivers down Harry's back. So what? He snorted, shrugging his shoulders carelessly. You're hot. Half the people in the room want you. Besides, you also tend to be a complete bitch. Rather than taking offense, Maeve smiled sensually and leaned back in her chair, seemingly satisfied with his answer. Yes, she murmured. I suppose I do. The two sat in silence for the next minutes as Harry's imagination provided some very colorful images of what he was going to be doing later that night. However, all thoughts of sporting with Maeve fled his mind as Sonia broke away from the crowd on the dance floor and approached him, looking wary. Where is Amanda? He asked Harry curtly, glancing at Maeve with narrowed eyes. And why is this Winterfy here? The brat left, Harry responded just as curtly. She should be somewhere in the hall. As for why the Phy's here, well, if you expect me to tell you of all people then you can go and key. My. She's not. Sonia interrupted him impatiently, his dark eyes sweeping the great hall as if he was trying to confirm his statement. She's left. Harry frowned and turned away from Maeve, looking out into the hundreds of couples and professors, but he didn't see Amanda's owned head anyway and he let out a growl of annoyance. Stupid girl, he muttered, but shook his head and turned back to Sonia. Oh well, she's not here then. Happy hunting. Help me find her, Sonia said, almost reluctantly, and Harry blinked. What? He asked incredulously. I get the feeling she's in trouble, Sonia said and Harry stood up, staring at Sonia carefully as he slid his hand into his robe, gripping his wand. Sit back down, Harry, Maeve said softly, sensually, and patted the seat next to her. You could always sit on my lap, if you want to. I wouldn't mind. Harry, however, ignored her and stared at the night intently. When you say feeling, Harry said slowly. Do you mean feeling as in, oh, I think my wallet is in my other knickers, or feeling as in, God to Sonia, you need to take a left here? Sonia frowned, trying to digest Harry's sentence. After a few moments, he straightened up and lifted his cloak, revealing the hilt of his rapier-like sword of the cross. The second one, he said flatly. I've had the feeling for a while now, but now it's urgent. I think Nicodemus is here. He's here. Harry breathed, a dark glitter coming into his eyes. Maybe, Sonia admitted, shrugging slightly to himself. It's not always right. But Harry didn't appear to hear him. Within his mind, Messiel radiated a burning sense of hatred and desire for revenge, and Harry straightened up, his face reflecting a cold smile. Let's go, he said softly. Denarian, Maeve started, but Harry waved her off, hellfire blazing in the pit of his stomach and neutralizing any effect she may have had on him as he followed Sonia. Molly joined the group, a look of concern and determination on her face as the three of them left the hall. The hallways were deserted as Harry, Sonia and Molly walked through them, their footsteps sounding particularly loud. Harry followed Sonia, allowing the knight to lead him wherever he needed to be. He held his wand out in his right hand, but when Sonia came to a corner and stiffened, he reached into his clothes and pulled out a small metallic toothpick. Sonia blinked at him, but Harry merely waves his wand and suddenly the toothpick shot out into a fully grown sword, etched with runes and all. That must be useful, Sonia said quietly. It's a new spell, Harry admitted, and he flipped his wand into his left hand and clasped his right around the hilt of the sword. After the first task, I thought it would be better to keep the sword on me at all times. Sonia nodded and gestured at the corner, his hand tightening around the hilt of his sword. Molly reached into her robes and pulled out her blasting rod. She took a deep breath and nodded at Sonia, who turned to look at Harry. Harry merely rolled his eyes, holding wand and sword, and ignoring knight and true wizard, he strode around the corner. The first thing he saw was Amanda, right at the other end, and he frowned. She was running towards them, an expression of terror on her face. His eyes flicked over towards Amanda for an instant and suddenly his blood ran cold as he saw the deep cut in her robe. Sonia gave a low growl and Harry heard Molly breathe her sister's name as they both started sprinting towards her. Harry growled in annoyance and jogged behind them, his eyes peeled at every shadow and every crevice, as if he expected Nicodemus to jump out at any moment. However, his caution was unneeded. As Amanda hurtled towards them, relief starting to flicker over her face, a dark mass of shadows warped behind her, boiling and flickering as if they were alive. Amanda must have heard something and glanced over her shoulder. She let out a loud scream of terror as she spotted the shadows, which were easily keeping up with her. Suddenly, her scream was cut short as something silver and glittery protruded from the front of her robes. She looked down, staring at the sword in her stomach with stunned eyes, shuddering and twitching with pain. Behind her, the shadows boiled and writhed, casting eerie shadows over the hallway as they hovered around their victim. Amanda! Molly frantically screamed, and Harry vaguely heard Sonia angrily snarling, but for the whole, all Harry was aware of was a white buzz of rage in his ears as Amanda twitched, pierced on the blood-covered blade. He was close enough that when Amanda looked up, he could see a trickle of blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Pained and disbelieving blue eyes met Harry's burning emerald orbs and Harry felt something dig in his stomach, fury boiling his veins as great hatred flared up in his mind and quickened his step. Amanda was staring at him, a stunned expression on her face, before her eyes suddenly glazed over and she fell forward, landing on the ground with a shallow thump. She gave a few twitches and then fell still, blood pooling from her prone form. Get away from her! Molly screamed, brandishing her blasting rod. The tip glowed with an incandescent white, bright flare of power and the shadows moved back, allowing Molly to drop to her knees by her sister's side. The elder carpenter girl looked both aghast and distraught, her hands shaking as she frantically examined the wound. Harry strode forward, his eyes blazing with hellfire and curls of smoke rising from the runes on his wand and sword. Next to him, Sonia spared Amanda a single heartbroken glance and moved forward to stand by the young Denarian to confront the mass of shadows. Molly remained on her knees, one hand pressed on her sister's stomach as she desperately tried to contain the injury and the other absently stroke Amanda's face. Show yourself, Nicodemus! Sonia boomed angrily, his voice blasting through the hallway like a single crisp note on a trumpet. Show yourself, murderer! The shadows quivered and parted, a man stepping out from them. He was a man of medium height and build, with short, dark hair streaked through with an off-center blaze of silver. He wore a tan trench coat, casually open. His clothes were tailor-fit to him and looked very expensive, although they were grubby and torn from recent times of hardship. At first glance, it seemed as if a slender gray tie hung loosely around his throat, but on closer inspection it revealed itself to be a hangman's noose. The expression on his face was mild, amused, and his dark eyes were half closed and sleepy looking. Within his hands he held a thin curved blade, a Japanese katana with worn hilt and bloodied blade. He stared at the group in front of him. Sonya and Harry, who had moved forward to confront him, and Molly, who was crouched by her sister's side, glancing up at the older Denarian with hatred on her face. On the ground, Amanda gave another twitch and then fell limp once more. This time, she remained completely unmoving, blood pooling from her body and spreading out around her. Nicodemus glanced at the fallen bee, owned and gave a smile of satisfaction that made Harry want to bash the man's head in. "Ah, what do we have here?" Nicodemus murmured softly with a faint British accent, sounding seemingly unconcerned. "It's a knight." Sonya withdrew his rapier with a metallic hiss and silver fire flashed on the holy blade. "The wizard." Molly pressed Amanda's hands over her stomach and then lifted her blasting rod, a bright flare of true magic cackling and hissing at the very tip. "And the renegade." Harry stared at Nicodemus with burning emerald eyes, billows of dirty black smoke rising from his wand. Hellfire burned in his veins and hatred rode in his mind as he gripped both wand and sword and prepared to attack. "It's good that you're here," Nicodemus said softly, and his smile disappeared. For a moment, a raging madness flickered in his dark eyes and took a step forward, the shadows behind him, writhing and boiling as if they were alive. "It seems I have matters to settle with all of you." "Nicodemus," Sonya said coldly. The tall Russian man was tense, and although his eyes flickered over Amanda's prone and bloodied body, his body was set in a rigid disciplined stance. He clenched his teeth as he controlled himself, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. Molly, on the other hand, was a picture of shock and grief, her eyes wet. She knelt down by Amanda's side, making frantic movements with her hands as she murmured something under her breath. A soft white glow spread from her hands and seeped into her sister's body. Molly sagged by the fallen bee's side, but she gave a soft spluttered laugh of relief. Harry spared Amanda a single glance, noting that although the wound was still open and leaking blood, her chest was rising in slow and shallow breathing. He took a deep breath, hellfire singing in his veins, before he turned his full attention onto Nicodemus. For his part, the other Denarian didn't seem to care that Amanda had been temporarily stabilized and was staring at Sonya with an intent gaze. "So, knight," he said softly in a dangerous tone, and the noose that hung loosely around his neck pulsed with a shadowy light. "We meet again. Tell me, did you really think I would let you live after you murdered my daughter?" "There was no murder," Sonya replied just as softly. "Only self-defense. It was your daughter that attacked us first, Nicodemus. She was the one at fault. You sought her out," Nicodemus said coldly. Although nothing in his stance changed, the noose around his neck quivered and the shadows behind him writhed and undulated, a frenzied mass of darkness. "You hunted her down." "She was killing innocent people," Sonya replied, a determined glint coming into his eyes. His hand gripped the sword hilt at his waist and a faint silver glow flickered behind his burly fingers. "We did what we had to do. I feel no pride in your daughter's death, Nicodemus, but I feel no regret either." "You will feel regret soon enough," Nicodemus said threateningly, and his eyes flickered over towards Harry, taking in the Denarian renegade for the first time. "And you, traitor, you will regret interfering in my quest for revenge. However, I offer you one last chance to drop your weapons and leave. My quarrel is not with you, not at the moment. Do this and I will let you live." "Would he honor that?" Harry asked Messiel hesitantly, although he continued to stare at Nicodemus with burning emerald eyes. "Unlikely, beloved," Messiel answered, and a note of pure hatred entered her voice. "If you want to live, then you must kill him. You have a better chance at that with one of the Knights of the Cross by your side. Strike him down, beloved. Strike him down with all of your power." "So, you're the infamous Nicodemus," Harry mused idly, cocking his head and regarding the man with hatred on his face as Messiel's emotions bled into his own. His lip curled and he gave a mocking derisive grin. "Funny. From what I've been led to believe, I expected you to be a little." "Ah, the pre-fight banter," Nicodemus murmured in amusement, and the shadows twisted and writhed behind him as if they were laughing. I do detest this part of the fight, but I will indulge you. So, what did you expect me to be, a little taller? No, Harry replied coldly, his eyes never leaving Nicodemus. His smile cleared up and his eyes glinted with power as dark fire roared into his body. From what I've heard, I expected you to be a worthless and pathetic nobody who has no power, no worth and no intelligence. I expected you to be someone who was so ked up in the head that he rutted with his own bitch of a daughter, a worthless slut who got was coming to her. I expected someone who was so appalling, ugly and fat that he drove people away with his very presence. Imagine my surprise when I look at you and see that you're definitely not as fat as I was led to believe. Ah, Nicodemus sighed, shaking his head mockingly. This is why I hate bantering. Well, if we are done with the necessary pre-fight conversations, shall we get down to business now? After all, revenge is a dish best served immediately. Suddenly he was moving, gliding forward and bringing his sword around. The shadow boiled around him in anticipation, and dark pleasure crossed Nicodemus' face as he prepared to take his revenge. Next to him, Sonya let out a loud roar of defiance and surged forward to meet the other Denarian. There was a low thrum of power, a flash of silver, and the hiss of a blade cutting the air as he withdrew the heavy saber at his waist. Nicodemus moved quicker than the liquid-like shadows spreading out behind him, and his blade came up, parrying the knight's sword with a single easy movement. Metal clanged on metal as the two men dueled with incredible skill, parrying thrusts and slashes. Dozens of sparks of blue lightning zapped into the air as holy light clashed against unholy shadow. In the first few seconds of the battle, the two men had already exchanged a dozen blows. Nicodemus was easily forcing Sonya back, but there was a sudden bright flare and the knight's blade glowed with a steady silver flame, throbbing with a deep, steady strength. Nicodemus hissed and took a step backwards, his shadow pulsing furiously as the light drove him back. However, an aura of darkness and shadows pulsated from the noose around his neck, seemingly absorbing the silver flare of light, and Nicodemus grinned and advanced, his blade whipping up to clash against Sonya's. Meanwhile, Harry winced as a wave of foul and disgusting holiness radiated from the knight's blade. There was an irritating burning sensation on his unprotected face as the blade burned with silver light, but he ignored it and moved forward, lowering his sword and raising his wand. Although Messiel had implanted knowledge into his memory and manipulated his brain and nervous system with new reflexive behaviors, his skill with a sword was not in the league of Nicodemus, or even Sonya. However, his skill in magic was far from lacking. As the two men battled, Harry allowed hellfire to flow into his wand as he leveled it at his other hand. A roaring scent of sulfur filled his nostrils, but Harry could barely register it as hatred flowed through his mind, emanating from both himself and Messiel. His face was contorted into an ugly mask of rage as a thin slither of oily smoke curled from his wand and a bright flare of yellow fire grew at the tip, flowing into his hands like liquid fire. It only took a matter of moments before a blazing pool of liquid hellfire rested in his hands and Harry gave a malicious grin. With a deft flick of his wrist, Harry hurled it towards the dueling Nicodemus. The ball of fire left his hand with a deafening roar, and Harry gave a loud bark of dark laughter as it zoomed towards Nicodemus. Nicodemus made no move to counter or even dodge the searing ball of hellfire, and he continued to clash swords against Sonya at a furious pace. However, the noose around his neck pulsed with darkness and his shadow boiled frenziedly. With an eerie hiss, it jumped forward at the ball of fire. Harry blinked in surprise, and shadow and fire met as the ball of hellfire exploded with a deafening roar. The ground and walls seemed to shudder as a wave of fire blasted forward from the explosion, but the living shadow shot forward and surrounded it, stifling the fire with its darkness. Harry hissed angrily and gave a quick flick with his wand as the last vestiges of fire disappeared under the shadow's power. Extrabo Arduro. He growled angrily, thrusting his wand forward. A gout of searing flame jutted from the tip of his wand, striking at the shadow, but the shadowy form of Nicodemus raised its hands and cold darkness pooled there. A concave disk of dark energy that met the flame and absorbed it, scattered it and sent smaller bolts of fire ricocheting around the hallway, splashing on the walls and floor in small, blazing puddles. An instant later, The shadow lanced forward towards Harry, and the young Denarian could almost see a rippling expression of eagerness on its face. He took a startled step backwards, his eyes widening as he poured hellfire into his wand. A bright fire grew at the tip of his wand, but the shadow was upon him, and Harry gave a cry of shock as something struck him across the face. Harry tasted blood and grunted in pain as something slammed into his stomach. He doubled over and his wand was ripped from his hand as he was sent tumbling backwards towards the ground. For a moment, Harry was completely defenseless and he stared up at the shadow. Fear coiled in his gut and his eyes widened with shock as the shadow twisted and boiled in anticipation. Luckily for Harry, the shadow halted. For a second, it strained against an invisible force as it desperately tried to move forward, before it gave a piercing and eerie howl and snapped back towards Nicodemus, who had moved down the other end of the corridor. Sonya continued to fight, silver fire battling against Nicodemus' powers. Nicodemus twirled his blade, deflecting jabs and thrusts, and he slashed it towards Sonya, who grimaced as he retreated. Blasts of dark bolts of cackling magic burst from Nicodemus' outstretched hand, but Sonya deflected them with his sword, the silver fire breaking apart the powerful spells with ease. It almost didn't seem right that Sonya was able to fight back as Nicodemus moved with a speed and skill that far outmatched that of the knight. But fate seemed to be on his side and he was able to defend himself against all of Nicodemus' attacks and even launch his own. However, not even fate could save him from injury, and Sonya hissed as Nicodemus' blade sliced into his chest, drawing fresh blood. Nicodemus bared his teeth and gave a hiss of pleasure and continued his assault. On the other side of the corridor, Harry groaned as he staggered back on his feet. Ouch! He mentally groaned, just as Messiel sent a wave of warmth that soothed his aches and pains. What the hell is that? I've never seen a spell like it. That is not a spell. Messiel hissed urgently. That is Nicodemus' demonic form. It is a very formidable opponent, especially since Nicodemus can utilize while remaining in his human form. King Hell, Harry growled and spotted his wand lying on the ground. He outstretched his hand and it flew from the ground and into his palm. His eyes glanced down the hallway and a malicious smile curved his lips as he leveled it at Nicodemus's back. Beloved, Messiel started. Harry ignored her voice and slashed his wand through the air. Magic flashed through his veins and burst into existence as an arc of glimmering silver magic, which resembled an arrowhead. It shot through the air with great force and blasted upon the unsuspecting Nicodemus' back, slicing into cloth, skin and bone. Sonya had to throw himself to the side as the blast of silver magic exploded out of Nicodemus' chest and zoomed past him, smashing on the wall and sending crumbling bits of stone to the ground. Nicodemus halted, his entire body trembling, and Harry felt a vicious streak of triumph surge into his body. It was over. His triumph faded and a dawning horror appeared on his face as Nicodemus turned around. Harry had expected to see fear or pain on the man's face, but there was just amusement as Nicodemus glanced down at his injury. He touched it with his hand and smiled coldly, and the skin began to knit itself back together. Nicodemus looked up again, bringing up his blood-covered hand, and Harry watched as the blood boiled and dissolved into a shadowy mist. The noose around his neck pulsed with an eerie darkness, and Nicodemus' eyes flashed with the dark fires of hell as he stared at Harry murderously. Behind him, Sonya surged forward, seeking to plant his blade in Nicodemus' back, but Nicodemus' shadow sprung up and shadow met silver fire with a burning hiss. Sonya struggled against Nicodemus' demonic form but advanced underneath an onslaught of dark power while the real Nicodemus shook his head wryly. Blood dripped from the wound and turned to mist, but Nicodemus didn't seem to be affected as he whipped his blade behind him and deflected Sonya's sword from taking his head off. The elder Denarian's eyes promised pain as he glared at Harry one last time, and then he turned around and began to duel with Sonya again, both solid and shadow figures surging forward and sending Sonya backwards as shadow swallowed silver flame. As I was saying, beloved, Messiel continued curtly. Nicodemus cannot be killed by conventional means. He is immortal and not just the immunity against aging that all Denarians possess. What the hell else can I do then? Harry growled as he leveled his wand at Nicodemus' back. He concentrated, bringing hellfire and wand magic to bear as he flicked it sharply towards Nicodemus, listening to Messiel's next words as a cone of dark light flickered into existence at the tip of his wand, similar to a simple Lumos charm, but infinitely more dangerous. The noose. Mesiel hissed urgently. The noose around his neck. All of Nicodemus. Magic flows into it, granting him immunity against magical and physical damage. If you can remove it, he will be just as vulnerable as you are to conventional damage, and I assure you, the next spell you hit him with will kill him. Harry frowned and eyed the noose around Nicodemus' neck, which pulsed angrily as Nicodemus continued to battle with Sonya, metal clashing in flares of shadow and silver light. Harry didn't say anything as he gripped his quivering wand and focused his power, his eyes stuck on the noose. Dark veins of power flickered through the beam of light, and the scent of sulfur and burnt wood filled the air as the wood in Harry's wand curdled and smoked. The beam of light suddenly darkened until it radiated with an unholy dark light, crimson veins of red and violet lines shooting through it as the beam of dark fire shot forward at Nicodemus. A wave of suffusing heat filled the air as the cone of dark light lanced at Nicodemus, but it was intercepted as the shadow form jumped forward and thrust out his crossed palms. The spell struck the shadow and was deflected, the sustained beam cracking apart into splinters of pure dark fire. Harry grunted as he felt the backlash, similar to a vicious jab to his head. The wand in his hand vibrated and Harry growled, clasping it with both hands and pushing the spell forward. The shadow form took a step backwards, but it kept its palms up, holding back the rush of dark fire with a concave disk of dark energy. Harry kept the spell flowing through his wand, his eyes glittering darkly as he pushed with all his strength, all his might, but it was for naught. The shadow met the blast of the spell and deflected it all. Dark fire rained down on the ground and around the walls, searing into stone one of the gleaming suits of armor. The armor shuddered and spluttered as a goblet of dark fire melted its thick metallic plate and collapsed to the ground in a heap. Heat filled the air, an oppressive heat that made even Harry sweat, but the shadow didn't seem to notice it. Finally, Harry sighed and jerked his wand, collapsing the spell and taking a wary step backwards, staying out of the range of the shadow. The shadow seemed to recognize this and it hissed at him, pacing the hallway eagerly as Nicodemus drove Sonya back up towards Harry. Both of the sword-fighting men jumped over the small blazing puddles of dark fire and continued fighting as Harry took another step backwards, retreating back towards where Molly crouched over Amanda. Okay, so we'll go for the noose then, Harry thought, breathing deeply. He clasped his wand tightly, ignoring the heat that radiated from the runes and the wand. At least we have a plan. Not a very detailed plan, but yes, Mesiel thought, but Harry frowned as a thought occurred to him. Mesiel, can Nicodemus feel pain, even when he's immortal? Harry thought, and he felt Mesiel latching onto the formations of an idea in his mind. Yes, Mesiel answered. However, he has learned to block out most of the pain. It would take great trauma to incapacitate him. Oh, I have an idea, Harry thought and gave a cocky smile as he turned his eyes on the shadow. He placed his wand in his robe and eyed Nicodemus and the shadow with glinting eyes. Let's see how this immortal bastard likes being crushed into a bloody smear. He took a step forward, closed his eyes and drew on Mesiel's dark power, allowing it to wash over his body. Hatred, rage and an animalistic fury washed over his mind as the darker emotions slammed into his consciousness, almost making him lose control for a second. However, he was able to retain control over a small part of his conscious mind and allowed the demonic rage to surge through him. He didn't need his eyes open to know of the changes happening to his body, to know that 2 bony wings were bursting out of his back and that his legs and arms were thickening and lengthening. He didn't need to see to know that his skin was changing into a thick leathery hide and that his chest was bursting out with thick armored plating. He didn't need his eyes to know that a thick armored tail burst out of his lower back and that his head lengthening out into a snout. In a span of a few seconds, Harry had changed from a 5'14" boy into a 7-foot demonic bone rime. He let out a loud bestial roar and continued to surge down the hallway, his footsteps causing the ground to shudder. His roaring fury caught the attention of everybody in the hall, and both Sonya and Nicodemus turned to see what was happening. Even though Sonya had seen Harry in this form before and Nicodemus must have heard about it from Deirdre, when she had been alive, the two of them seemed stunned. Harry roared again and charged at the Nicodemus shadow form. It staggered backwards, writhing and boiling furiously as it raised a hand. Dark energy formed into a spherical ball, but Harry reached the shadow first and slammed into it with all of his force. It was like slamming into an impenetrable force, and Harry stumbled, pain flaring in his gigantic body. But the shadow howled and smashed apart, shattering into hundreds of different pieces of a dark liquid-like substance. Harry roared in triumph as the substance oozed across the ground towards Nicodemus at great speed, and he growled menacingly and turned to face Nicodemus. With a bounding step, Harry jumped forward and raised his arm. Sonya was smart enough to get out of the way and ducked to the side as Harry brought his armored fist down on Nicodemus' face. The man's face snapped back under the force of the blow, his neck instantly crushed, and the head hung at an extremely unnatural angle, flopping downwards. Before Nicodemus had a chance to fall to the ground, Harry spun around and brought his tail up in a loud sweeping movement, tearing through stone walls and slamming it into Nicodemus' chest. There was a loud snap, a loud crash, and Nicodemus was thrown towards the wall and into 3 gleaming suits of armor with great force. Metal clashed against each other as Nicodemus collapsed, disappearing underneath a mixture of helms, shields, swords and plate mail. There was no sign of Nicodemus, only glinting metal and a spray of dark blood that was already dissolving into a misty black gas. The broken remnants of the demonic shadow oozed along the ground, seeping into the cracks of the heap of metal and disappearing. Harry let out a triumphant bestial roar, rage and demonic pleasure flashing through his mind as he slammed his fists together. Distantly, in one corner of his mind, he noticed Sonya cautiously approaching the heap of metal. Molly looked on, her blue eyes wet with tears as she looked on, her hands still pressed into Amanda's side as she tried to stem the blood flow. Whatever spell she had cast before must have either worn off or had become ineffective, and there was a deep look of horror and dread on her face. She quaked with fear at the presence of Harry's demonic form, but the fate of her sister somehow gave her the courage to speak up. Please, she pleaded urgently, her voice tearful. I need a healing spell, anything. Help me, Potter. Harry growled at her, his mind not comprehending her request, and Sonya turned around. Suddenly, just as the two of them were briefly distracted, an armored helmet shot from the pile of metal and slammed into Sonya's head. The knight gave a grunt and dropped his sword as he fell to the ground, limp and unmoving. The silver fire died on the blade as Nicodemus' shadow poured from the gaps of the fallen armor, boiling and thrashing madly. It had no human form now, it was simply a mass of shadow, and it shot towards Harry and slammed into him with great force. Harry roared as the shadow struck him and staggered back by the force of the blow. There was a loud cracking noise as several of the armored plates covering his chest shattered apart, and then the shadow seeped past his defenses and into his chest. Harry roared in agony and thrashed with his wings and arms, trying to tear the shadow off him. An icy feeling was enveloping him, he was shrouded in old, bitter frost and he was drowning. He roared again, thrashing weakly as he dropped to his knees, his wings slicing through the shadow enveloping him and trying to tear it off him. The shadow stuck, and distantly, Harry heard a cold, mocking laughter ring into his ears. Suddenly there was a screeching female voice and an invisible column of wind struck at Harry and the shadow. The shadow boiled angrily and hissed as great forces wrenched much of it off Harry, sending it spiraling at a furious cyclone of wind. Molly strode forward, brandishing her blasting rod as she roared another incantation, and the earth shuddered and rumbled as a large thorny root burst from the ground and wrapped itself around the solid shadow. For a second, it loosed its grip and Harry roared as it sliced through it with his wings. He quickly concentrated, focusing back on his human side, and felt the changes come over him. In the few seconds it took him to transform back, the shadow had gripped one of the chest pieces of the fallen armor and hurled it at Molly. Molly deflected it with a flash of blue light and parried it with her blasting rod, but she was knocked back on the ground. It turned back to Harry just as he retained human form, and he shoved his hands into his robes and gripped his wand. Eris Estus. He roared over the howling screech of the frenzied shadow. He gave a cry of pain as the shadow dived at him, shuddering in agony as it enveloped him, blocking out his vision and hearing. He could see nothing but blackness, and all he could hear was a high-pitched hum and the steady throb of the shadow. He was being squeezed to death, icy was running through his body and dulling the bright flames of hellfire. For a second, Harry felt fear race through him and he thrashed in panic. He couldn't breathe, he was suffocating, and then, just as suddenly as the sensations had gripped him, they stopped as the shadow loosened its hold over him. It was screeching in pain as Harry's last spell finally began to affect it, and it left Harry's fallen body, smoldering with oily black smoke. Harry staggered up, his very being glowing in a soft red light. The air was shimmering around him, rippling with newly formed thermals, and the floor beneath his feet began to blacken because of the aura of intense heat and magic surrounded him. Heat emanated from his body, and Harry flicked his wand, sending a blast of hot air at the shadow. It screeched again and retreated once more, sliding back into the fallen metal heap. Harry was panting as he staggered forward, his wand raised. The only warning he had was when the armor shifted, just as it all burst outwards. Harry had no time to shield himself, but the aura of heat and magic around him was enough to do the job as several pieces of metal struck him. There were dark crimson and black flashes of magic all around him as the shields, helmets and twisted piles of metal shattered and were sent careening away. The spell dissipated under the numerous blows, and Harry leveled his wand forward as Nicodemus emerged. His face was smashed in, his nose a mass of pulp, bone and blood, and his cheekbones ripping through the flesh of his cheek. One of them had torn upwards into his left eye, but the other eye was burning with murder and insanity. The noose around his neck pulsed with unimaginable darkness, sending a chilling wave of icy coldness down the corridor. Nicodemus strode forward, his chest moving oddly as broken ribs and liquefied organs mashed together, but he still moved with a serpentine grace as he brought his sword up. Evertoxero! Harry roared, and a jet of flames and smoke billowed out from his wand like a flamethrower. Nicodemus was instantly enveloped, and Harry took a step backward, his left hand flying out as his sword flew from the ground. An instant later, Nicodemus strode through the flames, ignoring the slight fact that he was on fire and his sword blurred. Harry snapped his wand arm back but gave a cry of pain and dropped the wand as Nicodemus slashed him across the forearm. He brought his sword up, clasping it with both hands, and deflected the next blow, but staggered backwards as Nicodemus pressed the offensive. It was no contest. Harry, with the rudimentary skills Messiel had given him, was barely able to block most attacks. He fell back, desperately trying to keep Nicodemus from killing as their swords clashed against each other. Harry had no chance to take the offensive, and after 7 seconds of dueling, Nicodemus twisted his sword and delivered a vicious slice on Harry's chest. Harry gave a cry of pain and faltered in his defense, and Nicodemus' next slash was across his left arm. With a grunt, Harry dropped his sword and took a hurried step backwards as Nicodemus advanced. Fear shot through his veins, both his fear and Messiel's, and his eyes widened with shock and surprise as Nicodemus lifted his sword and plunged it down. There was a silver blur in front of him, and suddenly Sonia was standing there, blood dripping from a nasty gash on his head. His sword flashed with silver fire as he blocked Nicodemus' sword, his eyes grim. Nicodemus faltered in surprise for just an instant, and Harry quickly reached out with his hand, his will and magic calling both his sword and wand to his hand. His eyes were on the noose around Nicodemus' neck, and for an instant, he had the perfect opportunity to remove Nicodemus' immortality. However, before his sword and wand could be called into his hand, there was a dark blur, and suddenly the shadowy form of Nicodemus was back. Harry gave a cry of surprise as the shadow raised its hand and punched Harry in the face once, twice, and then 3 times. Harry staggered back with a wince, and his sword and wand clattered to the ground in mid-flight. The shadow grinned and dissolved into a boiling and writhing mass of darkness that shot forward and slammed into Harry's face with great force. White flared in his eyes and pain flared in his head as Harry felt himself get thrown off his feet and onto the ground. He lay there, barely conscious of the sounds of battle going on mere meters away from him. His head was throbbing with pain and dizziness, and everywhere he looked, he could only see a dazed blur. He winced in pain and scrunched his eyes shut as a bright flare of light filled his vision. His hearing was not right and everything was distorted. There were random flashes of low and high pitches of noise as Harry shook his head, gingerly reaching up. He could feel wetness around his nose and mouth and distantly wondered if his nose was bleeding. "Beloved, you must get up," Messiel whispered into his ear. "Wah," Harry mumbled, his tongue swollen and burning with pain. "Beloved, Harry, please, get up," Messiel begged softly, and Harry felt illusionary arms on his face. But although Messiel was able to soothe some minor aches and pains, she was not able to drive away this injury, and she gave a frustrated sigh. "Beloved, you must get up. You must keep fighting or you must run away. You must not let Nicodemus kill you. Do not lay here to die. Okay, okay, Harry mumbled softly and opened his eyes. He rolled over to his sides and with all of his strength, he tried to push himself off the ground. Dizziness struck him and suddenly a wave of nausea rose up in his stomach. With a loud gagging noise, Harry turned over and retched. The thick liquid that dripped from his mouth contained both the contents of his stomach and an intermingling patch of dark red blood, and Harry shook his head dazedly. Messiel whispered into his ear and Harry felt her presence surround him, comforting and encouraging him, and he pushed up off the ground and staggered onto his feet. It was a struggle to maintain balance, and distantly, as if he were in a dream, he could see Nicodemus pushing Sonia backwards, ignoring the silver fire that burnt his demonic shadow. He lurched forward, his eyes on the target, and for the last few meters he staggered and jumped onto Nicodemus' back. Nicodemus thrashed as Harry slipped an arm under his tan coat, trying to tug the noose off the older Denarian's neck. He succeeded in tightening it, and suddenly, as Nicodemus thrashed again, it rose up and tightened around his throat, suffocating him. As soon as this happened, Nicodemus went absolutely berserk. Harry gave a cry of panic as Nicodemus spun around frantically, and he tightened his grip on the noose, wrapping his legs around Nicodemus, back and holding on for his dear life. There was only a single purpose in his life at the moment, only one thing he could do, and Harry fixed himself on Nicodemus' back and pulled at the noose with all of his strength. Nicodemus brought his sword and Harry flinched, but suddenly Sonia was there and he knocked the sword from Nicodemus' flailing hands and pinned the arm against the wall. Molly appeared on the other side, her face taut with rage as she pinned down the other hand with her blasting rod. Both Sonia and Molly strained to keep Nicodemus pinned down, and the man howled. A horrible screeching noise that sent shivers down Harry's back. Suddenly a frenzied and panicked mass of shadow whipped and lashed out at all three of them. It recoiled from Sonia, as if his very presence caused it pain, and tried to strike at Molly, who lifted her blasting rod off Nicodemus' arm in a vain attempt to defend herself. She was thrown backwards and Sonia growled as Nicodemus brought up his other arm and slammed him in the face. But he remained firm and took the punches with gritted teeth, and Nicodemus howled in fury and fear again. Harry squeezed his eyes shut and tightened his grip on the noose as the shadow tore at his back, slamming into him. Coldness filled his senses and a frost seemed to groan within him as the shadows delved into him, but Harry tried to block out all of the pain and drifted off into his own little world. In there was only grim determination and pure hatred, and Harry basked in it as searing hellfire roared into him. Along with it came Messiel, and he embraced her presence. He was Messiel and Messiel was him, and they both struggled with all of their power to keep their grip tight, to resist the shadow and to kill Nicodemus. The struggle seemed to take an eternity, but eventually Nicodemus' thrashes and flails grew weaker and weaker, until he finally stopped struggling. Nicodemus fell to the ground and Harry fell with him, but he kept his eyes shut and his grip tight as his head was pressed against the once immortal man's chest. He didn't let himself rest an iota, even when the shadow departed and he was once again free of the icy cold sensations, until, at last, he heard the heart beneath him stop beating. Nicodemus gave one last spasm and a gasp of air escaped his lungs before he died. After a few moments, Harry let go of the noose and rolled over, panting loudly as he opened his eyes. Light flared in them and Harry winced, but he ignored the pain as he glanced to his side, at Nicodemus. The man's expression, even on his mutilated face, was one of terror and shock, as if he hadn't believed what was really happening to him. Purple stained the few parts of his cheeks that still remained intact, and the noose was tight around his neck, the constant darkness that had throbbed around it gone. Under Harry's gaze, the noose suddenly shuddered and blackened as it uncoiled itself, shriveling up into it, dissolved into dust and revealing a pale neck with oddly patterned bruises. There was a soft tinkling noise as a small silver coin rolled from Nicodemus' body, somehow sounding extremely loud as it clattered to the ground. Suddenly a booted foot appeared in Harry's vision and somebody bent down to pick up the denarius coin with a white handkerchief. Harry looked up, suddenly feeling drained and tired as if all the rage and hatred had been taken from him, and saw Sonia carefully placing the coin in his robe. For a moment, Knight and Denarian eyed each other down with a new respect before Sonia met his look with a silent, respectful nod. The moment was broken when they heard a female cry and Sonia looked up, fear on his face as he raced out of Harry's vision. Harry groaned out loud and looked the other way, where Molly and Sonia were crouching over Amanda. Molly's hands were drenched in blood as she pressed them against her sister's side, and as quickly as he could, Harry got on his hands and knees and crawled over. He collapsed by Amanda's side with a soft groan and stared at the injured girl blankly. Amanda was still alive, gasping weakly for breath. Her open eyes were wet with tears and her mouth moved silently as she violently shivered, and for a moment, she met Harry's gaze with clarity, before her eyes glazed over. "You have to do something," Molly said, and it took Harry a moment to realize she was talking to him. I don't know. Any spell, to heal this bad wound," Harry said tiredly, staring at Amanda. He was too tired and too hurt to feel anything other than apathy, and he groaned and sank back to the floor. "And you think I do?" Molly snapped, anger clouding her features. "Help her. Goddammit. Do something. You're a big bad-ass Denarian. Show us your King powers, for God's sake, and save her life." Harry let out a low groan of irritation at Molly's tone, and a flicker of annoyance entered his mind. Still, he raised his hand and with great effort, he called his wand to him. When it flew into his palm, he closed his fist and sighed as warmth spread through him. He frowned, his mind racing as fast as he could as he tried to think of something, and then waved his wand, muttering a soft incantation as he leveled it at Amanda's body. There was a white flash of light and Amanda abruptly relaxed as her eyes closed and she went limp, her head rolling to the side. "What did you do?" Molly asked frantically as she reached down and checked for a pulse. "I put her in a short coma," Harry explained tiredly and winced as he sat up. "It will lower her heart rate, hence, lower the rate of bleeding, and keep her autonomic function stable. It's the only thing I know. We need a properly trained." Suddenly he was interrupted by shouts from down the hall. He looked up with tired eyes and was hardly surprised to see Dumbledore, McGonagall and Bagman racing down the corridor, the former reflecting an aura of invisible power and restrained anger and the latter looking shocked and surprised. "What happened here?" Bagman asked, almost hysterically, but nobody answered him. Dumbledore's eyes flickered over Nicodemus' corpse and surveyed the damage and carnage around them, assessing it in a single glance. Without uttering a word, he bent down to examine Amanda, flicking his wand over her. There was a golden flash of light that seeped into Amanda's prone body, and it was as if a sudden strain left her unconscious body, making her seem totally at ease. Dumbledore flicked his wand again and Amanda was suddenly floating down the corridor, McGonagall hurrying after her. Dumbledore stared after them for a moment and then turned to Harry, concern on his face. "Harry," Dumbledore asked softly, his concerned blue eyes probing Harry's. "You have impeccable King timing," Harry said bluntly, tiredly, noting that Bagman was helping Molly stand up, the latter looking like she might burst into tears at any moment. "What happened here?" Dumbledore asked softly. "Nicodemus came. Nicodemus stabbed. Nicodemus was strangled to death with his own tool of immortality," Harry remarked unenthusiastically but gave a satisfied grin. The irony is perfect. His grin was replaced with a wince of pain as Dumbledore put a light hand on his back. When he withdrew it, it was covered in blood and Harry blinked in surprise. "Oh," he said faintly. "That explains a lot of these aches then. I thought they were, say, related, or," he trailed off, blinking quickly and shaking his head, unable to present his usual witty self. "Let me take you to the hospital wing," Dumbledore said gently, and Harry was too tired to shrug Dumbledore off as the elder wizard helped Harry up off the ground, while Bagman and Sonia helped a limping Molly down the corridor. "Promise me you'll destroy my blood," Harry muttered, tired, weak but still wary enough to retain his survival skills. "Promise me. I don't want Nicodemus, no, not him, because he's dead, anybody else." "I will, Harry," Dumbledore promised quietly and flicked his wand over the corridor. Instantly, the pools of blood and other bodily fluids from the various participants of the fight disappeared and Harry sighed in relief. He allowed his body to lean on Dumbledore's as he hobbled down the corridor towards the hospital wing. Dumbledore led him there with a steady grip and Harry's eyes glazed over, his mind seeking out Mesiel's presence. In his mind, Messiel radiated a strong sense of approval and great affection, and Harry basked in the feelings, allowing them to wash over his tired mind. You did it, beloved, she whispered proudly. You prevailed where 3 of my previous hosts have failed. Oh beloved, you have no idea how proud I am of you. Harry felt a flash of pride and triumph from her as her warming presence flooded his body, soothing what aches and pains she could, and he allowed Dumbledore to grip his arm as they turned a corner and walked away from the corridor, leaving Nicodemus, mutilated and mangled body lying unceremoniously on the ground. Harry barely remembered entering the hospital wing, stripping out of his bloodied clothes and lying down on one of the beds. He did recall Madame Pomfrey hovering over him with a wand, occasionally shoving vials of liquid into his mouth, and definitely remembered having his wounds healed and reveling in the absence of pain as a warm sensation flooded his body as he nestled under the covers of his bed. Although he had been given a sleeping potion, Harry didn't fall asleep but just lay there on the bed, wearied but content and free of pain. As he stared at the beautiful moon hovering over the lake, a wave of frost crept up the window and the curtains around his bed were pulled back. Maeve was then leaning over his face with an enticing smile on her enchanting face. You have fought hard tonight, she whispered softly, her arm trailing down his chest. Let me soothe the pains of your battle. Harry welcomed her mouth as she clamped her lips on hers and wrapped an arm around the Winter Lady as she climbed onto his bed and on top of him. As she slid the top of her dress off her chest, the last conscious thought he had was that Maeve didn't really seem as cold as he had expected. The day after the Yule Ball, the Great Hall was abuzz with mutters and babbles as students talked loudly with one another. The decorations had been taken down and the normal tables had been replaced. Students sat at their house tables, conversing with grand gestures as they speculated on what had happened last night. Nearly everybody had felt the shudders that had rocked through the castle last night and had seen Dumbledore practically running from the room, displaying an aura of power that they had never seen before. From what most people had gathered, there had been a duel last night. It was common knowledge that both Harry Potter and Amanda Carpenter had been involved, although people differed in opinion as some though Harry had tried to kill Amanda and others thought they had fought on the same side. It was also known that Professor Carpenter and the large Russian date had also been involved, although to what extent nobody knew. At the very moment, Harry Potter and Amanda Carpenter had been seen lying in the hospital wing by a pair of 5th years and the rumors were thriving. Some students were speculating that it was the work of dark wizards, or even Death Eaters, although people scoffed them down. No, it wasn't dark wizards, it was the students from Durmstrang who wanted to remove the competition. No, it was a pack of werewolves and they had ripped Potter apart. No, Amanda had tried to kill Potter in a fit of jealousy after she saw him talking to that other girl. No, it was Professor Carpenter who had tried to kill her own sister because she was jealous. No, it was Potter, who had tried to kill Professor Carpenter's date because he was jealous. No, Potter had shown his true colors as a dark wizard and had tried to destroy Hogwarts. No, another dragon had gone mad and went for Potter and Potter had defeated it. And they were some of the saner ones. Over at the Gryffindor table, Hermione sniffed as she heard Lavender Brown retelling her most favorite rumor to an attentive audience, who oohed and awed at the right places. And then Amanda went totally mad with jealousy when she saw Harry talking to me, she was saying, a beaming smile on her face. And she stormed out of the room. Harry, who's such a bad boy, wanted to ignore her but I said that he should go after her, because she was probably feeling sad and everything. Harry agreed with me, of course, and went after her and then she attacked him. It was totally unprovoked and everything. Hermione shook her head in disgust and turned away, stabbing her fork down on her plate with more force than necessary. From across the table, Ron and Neville shared quick looks. Are you all right? Neville asked hesitantly. No, I'm not all right, Hermione said in annoyance, a scowl on her face. Amanda is in the hospital wing, Potter with her, and nobody really knows what happened. I'm tired of listening to all of these rumors. Cheer up, Hermione, Ron said in an attempt to comfort her. I'm sure if it was serious, Dumbledore would have told us. Amanda's probably fine. Maybe she tripped over or something. Well, have you seen him today? Hermione asked him and Ron frowned. What do you think happened? He asked curiously. We know that Amanda left and that Potter went after her, Hermione said and gave Ron and Neville a meaningful glance. And we know that Potter is, well, he's not very nice to her. You think he did it to her? Ron asked incredulously, and he glanced around furtively and lowered his voice. Hermione, the guy's a git to everybody, but she seems to cop it a lot less than anybody else. Didn't you once think that Potter was abusive towards Amanda? Neville asked quietly. And didn't Amanda tell you that he wasn't? If he was really hurting her, do you think she would tell us? Hermione scoffed. I've read that women are abused by their boyfriends or husbands don't tell anybody because they're ashamed of themselves. Or worse off, they still love their partner and don't want to get them in trouble. Hermione, Ron started, glancing past her shoulder, but Hermione missed that moment and turned on him in annoyance. It's possible, Hermione protested hotly and glared at Ron. Honestly, Ron, do you always have to criticize? Hermione, Neville interrupted softly and pointed past her. Hermione frowned and the great hall became silent as two figures walked through the doors. Hermione gasped as she saw Molly walked forward with a wearied expression on her face. Beside her, Sonia supported her elbow with, although it was clearly unnecessary. He glanced around the room with strong and tired eyes, and together, the pair walked past the whispering students and sat themselves down at the table. A few moments later, Dumbledore strode into the great hall. However, his eyes were not twinkling and there was an expression on his face that made a few of the remaining students at Hogwarts shift uncomfortably in their seats. The last time Dumbledore had worn this expression had involved a lot of cold, hard words on the headmaster's part towards the Minister of Magic and an incredible display of magic on his part as he single-handedly banished the Dementors from Hogwarts. The headmaster strode up to the head table and turned to look out over the crowd of students. My dear students, he began quietly, but his voice resounded through the hall and silenced everybody. Last night, a serious incident took place that has left 2 of our number in the hospital wing. The matter was meant to be kept discreet, so naturally, I assume that many of you already know what has happened. However, for the unfortunate few who lack the necessary gossipy nature, I will briefly explain what has occurred. Last night there was an incident. An individual, who will not be named here, attempted and was almost successful in assassinating Harry Potter, Amanda Carpenter, Professor Carpenter, and our new guest to Hogwarts, Mr. Sonia Boschbeck. A loud wave of mutters and buzzing arose, students turning to one another and whispering in surprise, shock and puzzlement. However, Dumbledore raised his hands and the hall fell silent underneath his serious blue eyes. After careful consultation with the ministry, it was decided that you should not be told. However, I feel that you deserve to know the facts behind the matter at hand, and that Mr. Potter and Ms. Carpenter deserve to be represented fairly in the rather magnificent stories that I have been hearing. For some time now, there has been a madman trying and failing to murder the entire Carpenter family, including 4th-year Gryffindor Amanda Carpenter and Professor Carpenter here. They have been largely unsuccessful due to the intervention of Harry Potter. As a close friend of the family, Mr. Potter had previously foiled 3 attempts by this madman. However, last night the assassin gained entry into Hogwarts and confronted Ms. Carpenter. Due to the intervention of Harry Potter, Professor Carpenter and Mr. Boschbeck, the assassin was only successful in wounding Ms. Carpenter. During the confrontation, the assassin fought most viciously and all 3 were injured. However, thanks to the courage and determination of Mr. Potter, the assassin was defeated and Ms. Carpenter's life was saved. Let me assure you that Hogwarts remains safe, he said firmly, and Ron shivered, hearing the power in the old man's voice. There are measures being placed up as we speak that will prohibit such an occurrence from happening again. The assassin has been defeated and there is unlikely to be another attack. However, I ask that you report anything you deem as suspicious to your nearest professor. Dumbledore stopped and looked as if he were about to sit down. Before a twinkle came into his eyes and once more he stood tall above the inhabitants of the Great Hall. Oh, and I must ask the more curiously inclined students to please show some restraint in the presence of Mr. Potter, Ms. Carpenter and Professor Carpenter. Please do not bother them about this incident. It is a private matter that will be disclosed at a time and a place of their choosing. On a final note, I bid that you all have an absolutely wonderful breakfast and I suggest that you try the honey, it was freshly squeezed this morning. He stepped down to murmurs, and by the time Dumbledore was sitting in his seat and taking a small sip of his teacup, the entire hall was alive with talking. Some of the students, especially some of the younger ones, looked to be in awe of what they had just heard, while the older ones were frowning speculatively. Over at the Gryffindor table, Hermione had a contemplative expression on her face while Ron looked stunned. "Blimey!" Ron exclaimed breathlessly and exchanged a wild glance at Neville, who looked just as stunned as his red-haired companion. "Somebody tried to kill Amanda?" Neville asked in shock. "And they were stopped by Harry Potter, no less." "I know." Ron whistled softly, shaking his head. "Sure, he's famous and all that, but he is a bit of a git." "3 times," Neville said in awe. "He stopped them 3 times. Maybe that's why Amanda likes him," Ron said, narrowing his eyes in speculation. He shot a glance at Hermione, but the bushy-haired girl ignored him and frowned down into her porridge. It would explain why Amanda always kept insisting he was a good person, and why she hangs out with him. Neville nodded in agreement, and the two boys sat next to each other, silently contemplating what they had just heard. After a few moments, Ron let out an explosive sigh and shook his head in bewilderment and awe. "Blimey," he muttered again. "What do you think Dumbledore mean by defeated?" Neville muttered to Ron, a puzzled frown on his face. "He means that the assassin is dead," Hermione said for the first time, her voice somber. Neville twitched and Ron frowned, his eyes widening. "Dead," he murmured. "And Potter probably killed them." "Well, we know he's got some power behind him," Neville said reasonably. "I mean, look at the dragon." "Well, it's not like this guy didn't deserve it," Ron said reasonable and shot a mischievous look at Hermione. "See, Hermione, it looks like he's not a bad person after all." "I never said he was a bad person," Hermione defended herself indigently. She flushed under Ron and Neville's disbelieving stares and but held her ground. "I called him rude, arrogant, childish, immature, and an oversized bully who feels the need to make everybody around him miserable, but I didn't say he was a bad person." Ron and Neville exchanged glances and Hermione sighed, dropping her spoon onto her plate with a loud clang. "Okay, so maybe I did call him a bad person," she muttered grouchily. "But it was all true." "Still think he's bad?" Ron asked her with a grin. "It sounds like he saved Amanda's life, and she is your friend. That's gotta count for something." "Nasty people can still occasionally do good thing," Hermione sniffed haughtily. "But it doesn't make them any less nasty than they were before. I won't be at all surprised if Potter hasn't changed his attitude one bit after this. In fact, it will probably make him even more arrogant. As much as I hate to say it, I think he must be a bit of a hero," Ron said and frowned. "I mean, he fought assassins to save his best friend's life. There aren't too many people who would do that." "Amanda is hardly Potter's best friend," Hermione disagreed. "Well, who else would be?" Neville asked quietly. Hermione blinked and opened her mouth, before closing it with an audible snap. "Well, okay," she conceded. "Amanda may be Potter's best friend, but that still doesn't mean that Potter is Amanda's best friend." What?" Ron asked, scratching his head, but he was ignored as Hermione went back to her porridge with a thoughtful scowl on her face. He glanced over at Neville and shrugged helplessly. Neville met his gaze and they both shook their heads in unison, turning back to their own food. The great hall was still in a bit of an uproar as Ron heartily dug into his food. He noticed Neville's pensive frown and nudged him with his elbow, a questioning look on his face. "I wonder what Potter is doing right now?" Neville asked with a contemplative frown, and his lips twitched at Hermione's audible sniff at the mention of her nemesis. "I dunno," said Ron, a sly smile on his face as he glanced at Hermione, who was staring at him with narrowed eyes. "Probably something really heroic though." "Yeah," Neville agreed, nodding amiably. "He's probably figuring out a way to save the world or something." "If I can get this right, I've got it," Harry murmured softly. Although Messiel gave a mental throb of encouragement, she remained otherwise silent as she allowed Harry to complete his complicated and important task. Slowly and with a frown of careful concentration on his face, Harry balanced the object in his hand and slowly reached up towards his bedside table and placed the 9 of diamonds on the very top of the card pyramid. He let out a rattling breath as the card wobbled but remained steady and brought his hand down. When the castle didn't collapse, Harry let out a wild whoop of triumph and threw out his arms in a grand gesture of victory. I am the best, he crowed happily, but his smile faded when the castle wobbled unsteadily and suddenly exploded in a small puff of smoke, sending cards scattering everywhere along the bed and ground. He blinked and lowered his arms in disbelief, ignoring Mesiel's tinkling laughter in his ears as he stared at the cards with wide eyes. It appears that your cards were sabotaged, beloved, Mesiel said wryly. Your enemy is most cunning and sly. Oh, shut up, Harry muttered crossly. Hellfire flared briefly in his mind and Harry snapped his fingers. The fallen cards all hissed as they blacked, their corners curling up in the heat before they dissolved into ash. Who the hell puts beepy traps on a deck of cards anyway? He muttered to himself and sighed loudly, flopping back on his bed and looking out the window. Angry gray clouds covered the sky, sending down torrents of rain and snow. A loud wind whipped up, howling mournfully against the castle. Harry unconsciously nestled down in his blankets and gave a small yawn. Madame Pomfrey had once again shown how advanced magical medicine was, and all of his wounds from the fight last night had been healed. In a way, Harry supposed he was lucky that he only received physical trauma. He didn't know if Pomfrey would have been able to heal him if he had been hit by one of Nicodemus' spells. At the moment, Harry was feeling particularly well. He had no aches and no bruises, the slash across his chest and arm had vanished, and he was feeling especially good after last night. His mind flashed with tantalizing images of Maeve, and a cocky grin came across his face. Within his mind, Mesiel gave an exasperated sigh. Harry rolled his eyes and gave Mesiel the mental equivalent of poking his tongue out while reaching out to his bedside table. On it was a small pile of sweets and presents from people apparently concerned with his health. A lot of them were from the younger years, especially the first and second years. Judging by the notes that they had left, Harry got the wind that Dumbledore had explained a version of the events from last night to the school, and many apparently thought that he was some kind of hero. Harry snorted at the thought and opened up a bar of chocolate, snapping some off and popping it into his mouth. Perhaps I should become a hero, just for the perks, he mused silently. Put aside my evil and sacrilegious and blasphemous ways and promise to do only good. Just eat your chocolate and put those silly thoughts of our mind, Mesiel responded in amusement. Oh, it's our mind, is it? Harry thought, a small smile curving his lips. Yes, beloved, our mind, Mesiel responded, stressing the last two words carefully. Harry could feel her amusement within his mind, and a full brown grin crossed his face as he took another bite of his chocolate. So, when did my mind become our mind? Harry murmured softly. There wasn't a single sound, just a flicker of movement out of the corner of his eye, and when Harry turned around, he saw Mesiel sitting by his bed. When you decided to accept me, Mesiel responded smoothly, and Harry's smug face vanished as he pondered that fact. Well, okay then, Harry relented. But it's still my mind. I'm just renting you out a part of my temporal lobe. It takes a very confused man to become a landlord to his own brain, Mesiel said, and idly ran her hands over the small pile of sweets on Harry's table. Well, it's built for more than one, you know, Harry retorted and frowned in though. I wonder if I should shop around for some roommates. I mean, you must get bored up in there. Quite the contrary, Mesiel responded quietly, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. Your curiosity about Say, and your love of violence is quite entertaining. I entertain you? Harry asked and smiled cockily as Mesiel inclined her head. Cool. Yes, beloved, you do entertain me, Mesiel said and paused, a mischievous grin playing on her lips. Much like a toddler entertains his parents when he attempts to speak using a grown-up voice. Harry halted in his movements, a piece of chocolate limp in his hands as mulled over the words. A frown came over his face and he turned back to Mesiel. Did you just insult me? He asked with narrowed eyes. It sounded like an insult to me. I have no idea what you're talking about, Mesiel murmured and glanced away, her silver eyes glittering with amusement. Hey, somebody else broke into the conversation with a yawn, and Harry blinked in surprise. Mesiel's illusion vanished and Harry looked past where she had been sitting to see Amanda stirring in the bed next to him. She was blinking with tiredness and she yawned, a sleepy smile on her face as she looked at Harry. Suddenly her smile faltered, horror rushing into her eyes and she sat up in alarm, panic on her face. That man. With the sword. What happened? Is Molly all right? Are you all right? Where am I? What? She rattled off quickly, her eyes wide with panic. Hey! Harry interrupted loudly, a scowl on his face. Amanda stopped, breathing rapidly as she stared at him. Shut up. He finished in a slow and clear tone and Amanda blushed and fell silent as Harry continued. Now, listen to me, because I'm only answering this one, Harry said and raised a hand to forestall her next words. Number 1, that man was Nicodemus. Number 2, yes, he had a sword. He stabbed you with it. In fact, he stabbed me with it as well. It looks like we finally have something in common. Despite her earlier panic, Amanda managed to roll her eyes. She opened her mouth to speak but Harry continued on. Number 3, what happened was you ran off like a total moron and got yourself stabbed, and like always, I had to save your pathetic life. Again, Harry said with an annoyed scowl and Amanda flushed with embarrassment and glanced away. Number 4, apart from suffering from her usual stupidity and self-righteousness, your sister, I think, is fine. I don't know and I really don't care. Number 5, I will live. Killing Nicodemus took a little bit of effort, so I'm just in here to get the nurse to look at my sprained wrist. Number 6, here is the hospital wing. Number 7, speak slowly or shut that noise maker of yours. Harry glanced over at the bee-owned girl lying in the bed next to him to find her with her mouth open. Hope glimmered in her eyes as she stared at him. He's dead, she asked in a quivering voice, hope sprayed on her face. He's really dead. Dead as a thing that's really, dead, Harry confirmed lamely and frowned. Damn, I'm losing my touch. How about I change it to dead as an, insert a really outstanding analogy right here. Does that work? And my family is safe now? Amanda asked hopefully, ignoring Harry's remarks. Provided that he didn't track them down and kill them before coming after you. Sure, I guess so, Harry answered and shrugged carelessly. I don't think any of the other Denarians will try to kill you now. It's not worth the effort, really. You did this, Amanda breathed and stared at Harry with something he saw in a few of the first-year faces, the ones who though he was cool and a hero, and he sighed, rolling his eyes. Yes, he answered and looked away, turning back to his chocolate. It's been a good year so far. I've killed a Drakon, and now Nicodemus. It's going to make me seem so much more powerful than I really am, which is good in its own way. He fell silent as a blur of color threw itself at him and the next thing he knew, there was a pair of warm arms around him as Amanda leapt from her bed and clutched him tightly. Harry stiffened and with one arm, clasped Amanda's wrist and wrenched it from his arm but she just grabbed it again, so he sighed, rolled his eyes and stared at the wall. He could faintly hear the girl sobbing with relief and for the first time in his life he was happy to see a Knight of the Cross as Sonia walk into the hospital wing. The knight seemed to be in a good mood and merely smiled when he turned his eyes on the hugging pair. Behind Amanda's back, Harry frantically motioned to the emotional girl that was clutching onto him. Get it off me, he whispered loudly, an annoyed scowl on his face. Sonia merely shook his head with amusement and cleared his throat. Amanda withdrew from Harry and looked up with teary eyes, hope glimmering in them. Uncle Sonia, she shrieked and a beaming smile came over her face as she vaulted from Harry's bed and leapt for the man's arms. Harry really wasn't paying attention as Sonia and Amanda hugged, ignoring Molly and Dumbledore walking into the hospital wing as he looked down at this hospital gown with a horrified expression. There was a wet patch of drool and tears on his shoulder and he gave a loud groan of disgust. That is disgusting, he muttered and tried to wipe it away with the bed sheet. Denarian, Molly started, before she visibly shook herself. No, Harry. Thank you, for everything. Hey, don't think I did that for you, Harry said with a frown. He gestured to himself. This was all for me. You were just in the right place and the right time. Molly was unperturbed and moved forward to give him a hug. Once again, Harry stiffened as a pair of arms surrounded him and clutched him tight. He growled under his breath, both at Molly and at Messiel, who he could hear laughing in amusement within his mind. The growl must have been loud enough for Molly to hear because she hastily broke it off and stepped backwards. Sonia stepped forward and Harry quickly put a hand up, his face deadly serious. If you hug me, I will kill you, he promised quietly, but Sonia merely smiled and stood still. Harry popped another piece of chocolate in his mouth and glanced over at the Russian. So, Knight, he said with a cocky smile on his face. How does it feel to have one of your accursed enemies defeat the biggest menace your knights have ever faced? Not on his third go, not on his second go, but on his first go, while you lot had about 100 shots and failed every single time. It feels good, Sonia remarked, taking a few moments to give it some thought. Harry blinked. This was one competition that I am glad we lost. On behalf of the church and the knights, I thank you. Harry stared at the knight with disbelief and then sighed, rolling his eyes and folding his arms petulantly. Killjoys, he muttered. I saved all of your asses. You could at least let me have a little fun. Amanda giggled at him and Harry shot her an irritated glare. However, his expression faded into that of neutrality as Dumbledore stepped forward, a twinkle in his eye as he stared down at the young Denarian. May we talk in private, Harry? He asked warmly. Harry put a thoughtful frown up on his face. Ah, no, he answered, a mocking warmth in his voice as he matched Dumbledore's tone. I must insist, Dumbledore said, and before Harry could say anything, Dumbledore had stepped forward and closed the curtains behind him. Harry felt a tingle of magic envelop the area around his bed and knew that it must be some kind of anti-eavesdropping ward. He watched Dumbledore carefully as the old man took a seat next to Harry, glancing over at the bedside table filled with gifts. His eyes twinkled and he glanced back at Harry. I see your admirers have been busy, Dumbledore remarked pleasantly. Well, if the idiots are willing to spend money to buy me stuff, then I'm not going to stop them, Harry remarked and popped another piece of chocolate in his mouth. Harry, I understand that you have been through a terrible ordeal, Dumbledore started, and Harry watched him with lazy eyes as he leaned back in his bed. But I need to know the details. Ask the knight, Harry interrupted. He blinked, and gave a loud burp, before continuing. He was there for the fight, he can tell you what happened. I have already conferred with Mr. Boschbeck and Professor Carpenter, Dumbledore answered. But you are mistaken. I wish to inquire about. Who the hell is Boschbeck? Harry asked with a confused frown, and then cocked his head. Wait, it sounds Russian, Sonia, right? Dumbledore nodded. As I was saying, Mr. Boschbeck and Professor Carpenter have already explained the necessary details, and I have submitted to the Ministry a basic outline of what has happened here, Dumbledore began, but Harry once again interrupted him. Wait, the Ministry know. He exclaimed and sat up, his eyes narrowing at the headmaster. Just what do they know? They know that somebody tried to kill Ms. Carpenter, Dumbledore began carefully, steeping his fingers together. Amanda or Molly? Harry interrupted. Amanda, Dumbledore explained, and Harry could have sworn he saw a glimmer of frustration in the older man's eyes. He grinned and gestured for him to continue. As I was saying, they know that Ms. Carpenter Amanda was wounded and that you, Professor Carpenter, and Mr. Boschbeck jumped in at her defense and that the assassin was killed in the fight that ensued. They're happy with that? Harry asked skeptically. Not as such, Dumbledore answered. However, I was able to stall the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and have taken responsibility and control over the investigation of the incident. You know, I have to compliment you on the seemingly unlimited amount of political power you have, Harry said softly. I suppose this is what Messiel wanted me to achieve when she asked me to dabble in politics. It is not power, Harry, Dumbledore began carefully, and his eyes twinkled. Rather, I have just the right amount of friends in just the right amount of places. As for the others, they respect my wisdom and are willing to leave such mundane matters to me. Besides, Hogwarts is and always has been the sole responsibility of the headmaster. I possess certain duties, rights and responsibilities that allow me to have quite a bit of sway over the coming and goings of this castle. So, you have political power, Harry summarized after a few moments. He rolled his eyes. That's what I said, Dumbledore. Anyway, before you ask your questions, I have a few of my own. Like, how the hell did Nicodemus get into a warded castle? The wards, Harry, are not an impenetrable set of barriers that physically keep a person away, Dumbledore said after a moment's pause. That would be problematic given that Hogwarts is a school. Rather, the wards are designed to detect, alert and help banished hostile parties away from Hogwarts. The Yule Ball, however, required a number of important ministry officials and other parties to visit Hogwarts, as well as the Durmstrang and Beauxbaton students. As such, not all of these parties have the best intentions of Hogwarts and her students in mind, and it would have been terribly embarrassing if the wards banished them away. Why? I remember back in my time when a drunken wizard lurched from Hogsmeade and received a full banishment. He spent the rest of his life thinking he was a tree. You had to lower the wards, Harry concluded quietly. Or at least, you had to weaken them. You are very astute, Harry, Dumbledore said quietly. Yes, I had to weaken the wards quite considerable, just to be safe. I did enact other security measures, but Nicodemus managed to disable them and slip in past the wards. I am still unclear of the exact details, and I suspect that this Denarian had quite a bit of power behind him. With the presence of so many people and the presentation of the Yule Ball, I admit I was quite distracted and I did not expect a confrontation at the time. It took me a few moments to realize that something was wrong and a few more moments to pinpoint the exact location of the trouble. However, when I arrived, it seemed as if you had already defeated the threat. Killed, Dumbledore, Harry said wryly. I killed the threat, and it was most satisfying. I can imagine why, Dumbledore said, almost sadly. Harry murmured. So, you're saying that it's your fault that Nicodemus slipped into Hogwarts? I will not be so arrogant as to lay all the blame in me, Dumbledore said, and the twinkle in his eye faded. A flash of anger washed across his face and Harry blinked, edging away from the older wizard. During my investigation, I noticed that many of my security measures had been disabled from within. I am almost certain that somebody allowed him to enter. A traitor, Harry muttered, and Dumbledore nodded. Well, somebody entered me into this tournament and they had to have been at Hogwarts. Maybe they got orders or something, or Nicodemus offered them something to let him in. It is possible, Dumbledore nodded. It is quite possible that Nicodemus wouldn't have even bothered you had you not confronted him. He did give me a chance to walk away, Harry said and frowned. But Messiel said he was just bullshitting me. Hey, maybe he was serious. It is quite possible, Dumbledore said and stroked his long beard thoughtfully. You seem to be involved in the matters of two plots. The first sees you entered into the tournament against your will for reasons unknown. The second sees hostile parties trying to murder the Knights of the Cross and their families. 3 plots, Harry broke in. The Drakon, remember? No, Harry, Dumbledore disagreed. I am fairly certain that that was the work of those involved in the second plot. They saw you as an obstacle that continually got in the way of seeing the Knights and the Carpenters dead. Harry frowned thoughtfully. For a few moments, the two wizards sat in silence, both deep in thought. The real question is, though, Dumbledore began, and Harry nodded, already knowing what the headmaster was going to say. Are the plots connected or separated? Harry finished and scratched his head. His emerald eyes glazed over for a second and Messiel whispered into his mind. Messiel says that if they are truly connected, then whoever behind this needs the Knights dead more than they need me alive. I concur, Dumbledore said pensively. I was just thinking the same thing. Well, you and Messiel are more alike than you know, Harry said, and Dumbledore blinked. Harry sighed. That was a compliment, you know. Indeed, Dumbledore said, and the twinkle emerged back in his eyes. Messiel enjoys woolly socks as well. Whatever, Harry scoffed, but his heart wasn't into it. He frowned pensively again, but then shook his head and gave a loud yawn. I'll worry about all of this later. I'm in a good mood, you know. It was a good night, good food, good fight, good revenge, and a great reward. Ah yes, your tryst with the Winter Lady, Dumbledore murmured, and Harry started. Which brings me back to my original question, although I believe that I already know the answer. I wished to know why Maeve was here for you last night. I suspect that it was your bargain, no. You know of that, how? Harry asked him with surprise in his eyes. There is very little that goes on in my school that I am not made privy to, Harry, Dumbledore said and smiled mysteriously. Aha, Harry declared and furiously pointed a finger at Dumbledore, satisfaction on his face. Beep. I always knew, Dumbledore, I always knew. Not as such, Dumbledore said in amusement, his eyes twinkling. Maeve made an arrangement with Fawkes. How else did she gain access to this school? Her power was limited here, which I suspect may be the reason why she did not come to your aid. No, she probably didn't want to ruffle her hair, or get a scratch. Harry disagreed and Dumbledore blinked. Harry saw this and sighed. Contrary to what both you or Messiel think, I am not a moron. I know just what Maeve is and what she's like. Will that be the last I see of her? Dumbledore asked carefully, and Harry stared the old man in the eyes, biting his lip in thought. It should be, Harry answered honestly. Believe me, I have no intention of making any more bargains with her. Dumbledore nodded and stood up, preparing to draw back the curtains. Wait, Harry snapped quickly, and Dumbledore turned back to him with curiosity on his face. Before you go, where's your wand, Harry? Dumbledore interrupted with a smile beneath his beard. Is beneath your bed, along with the rest of your clothes and weapons. Harry looked satisfied as Dumbledore drew back the curtains and stepped out. Sonia and Molly were talking quietly to an exuberant Amanda, but both looked up as Dumbledore walked out. Good day, Harry, Dumbledore said, and his eyes twinkled. You shall be out tomorrow. In the meantime, I suggest you find something to amuse yourself with. However, I do not recommend that you try to build a card castle using a deck of exploding snap cards. What? Harry muttered, but Dumbledore had already swept from the room. A few moments later, Molly and Sonia said their goodbyes and walked out, leaving Harry and Amanda alone in the room. There was a tense silence for a few moments as Harry idly played with a loose thread on his blanket and Amanda bit her lip in indecision. Finally, it seemed as if the Bee-Own had reached a decision and spoke up. Harry, she asked hesitantly. Who was that girl? What? Harry asked in annoyance, looking up from his blanket and staring at Amanda. That girl that you were talking to at the Yule Ball, Amanda said and took a deep breath, apparently steeling herself. Who was she? That was Maeve, Harry answered distractedly as he reached for another block of chocolate. Amanda blinked at his answer and her mouth fell open in surprise. As in, the fairy Maeve? She asked slowly. The one you made a bargain with at the first task? Yeah, Harry answered. We had some business to discuss. Amanda made a noise of understanding in the back of her throat, while Harry felt unconscious burning to his cheeks as memories of the business they had conducted filled his mind. He hid his blush by turning away, immersing himself in the removal of the chocolate bar wrapper, and when he turned back, it was gone. Why the hell do you care anyway? He asked, biting into the bar of chocolate. Oh, no reason, Amanda said with a small smile, looking satisfied. I was just wondering. Harry grunted in acknowledgement, eating his chocolate bar, and Amanda fell silent once more. So, Amanda started after a few minutes, but Harry cut her off before she had even begun. Listen, we're in this room until tomorrow, and frankly, if you talk the entire time I will be forced to do something drastic, like pulling your tongue out or cutting off my own ears, he said and reached over to his bedside table. He picked up a chocolate bar and threw it at Amanda, who caught it with surprise on her face. Shove that in your mouth and don't talk, all right? Wow, Amanda muttered sarcastically as she unwrapped the chocolate bar. You really know how to make a girl feel special. Oh, shut up, Harry ordered, rolling his eyes. Make me, Amanda retorted, a smile on her face. You do not want me to make you, believe me, Harry threatened, and Amanda giggled, popping a piece of chocolate in her mouth with a challenging look on her face. Harry groaned and turned away, shaking his head in disgust. This is going to be a long day, he muttered to himself. It was now a week after the Yule Ball and the beginning of a new year. The incident with the mysterious assassin was still on everybody's minds, and Hermione could quite frankly say that she was getting sick to death of Harry Potter. Although Amanda had only been let out of the hospital wing today, Potter had been let out a few days ago and was now even more arrogant and condescending than he had been before. It had only been 2 days since he had come back and he had already taken to bossing everybody around and generally causing grief. If Hermione had to see that arrogant little smile on Potter's face one more time, she didn't know she would be able to restrain herself. Hermione. Somebody broke into her thoughts and Hermione started. There was a soft giggle as Amanda waved her hand in front of Hermione's face, causing the bushy-haired girl to turn her head towards her. I was the one in the hospital wing, you know. I'm the one who should be dazed, not you. Sorry, Hermione apologized. I was just thinking. You were scowling. That's what you were just doing, Amanda said with a smile on her face. A quiet buzz of chatter lifted up from around them as students took the last chance they could to laze around before their first class. Thinking bad thoughts. Something like that, Hermione admitted and bit her lip, staring at her friend carefully. Although Hermione was more than ecstatic to see Amanda up and well, she had to admit that her American friend had a soft spot for Potter that annoyed her to no end. Can you answer me honestly and tell me what you think of Potter? Harry, Amanda asked, blinking in surprise. Oh, he's all right. You haven't been here for the last few days, Hermione muttered in a disgruntled tone. He's been bossing everybody around like he owns the place. Amanda merely looked amused and shook her head in resignation. Doesn't he usually do that? She asked Hermione. Well, yeah, Hermione admitted. She gave a small huff and folded her arms, blowing a strand of bushy hair away from her eyes. But after saving your life and almost dying, I thought that maybe he would have a look at who he is and change. He did, Amanda said and rolled her eyes, a reluctant grin tugging at her lips. He's convinced he's better than ever. Tell me about it, Hermione said furiously. Her voice rose and her cheeks reddened as she continued, getting into the flow of the argument. He's so arrogant and heartless. He almost bit the head off a couple of seventh years who had taken his favorite chair the other day, and I caught him signing autographs for the first years just this morning. He wasn't even using his real name, just a scribble that looked vaguely like a signature. Well, that's Harry, Amanda said, shrugging carelessly. She idly ran her hands through her hair as she glanced around the common room, searching for the subject of her conversation. The older years don't like him at all, but the younger years, especially the first years, well, Hermione said with a scowl, shaking her head. They idolize him. Some of them even try to copy him. Thankfully, I put a stop to it before they had even begun. We've got enough problems with just one of Potter. Amanda gave a soft giggle, a smile playing on her face, and Hermione scowled, clearly upset that Amanda wasn't sympathizing with her. Why do you always make excuses for him? She demanded in annoyance. I'm sorry, Amanda said, blinking in surprise at Hermione's hostile tone. You, Hermione said with a scowl, jabbing her finger at Amanda. You're always making excuses for him. What? Amanda asked, still bewildered at the turn of the conversation. He treats you like garbage. He treats everybody like garbage, Hermione said with an annoyed frown. He struts around the school like he runs it. He disrespects the professors and insults Professor Dumbledore right to his face, and you still make excuses for him. He's annoying and irritable, Amanda said slowly, eyeing Hermione with concern. He's not a bad person. Wow, Hermione muttered sarcastically. I would hate to see your definition of a bad person if you think Potter isn't one. He saved my life. He saved my family's life. Amanda exclaimed, a glimmer of anger appearing on her face. He didn't have to. He had all reasons not to, but he did. What more do you want? That's a point to him, Hermione conceded obstinately. But it still doesn't give him the right to act the way he does. That's just how he is, Amanda said with a wearied sigh. You can't change it. It's who he is. How can you stand it? Hermione asked with frank honesty. Why do you hang around him if he acts like this? Amanda flushed and looked away from Hermione, biting her lip hesitantly as she opened her mouth. A frown came over her face and she closed it with an audible snap, content to respond with a half-hearted shrug of her shoulders. Hermione frowned, feeling hesitant to continue, but she plunged on. Amanda, be honest with me, she said and took a deep breath, lowering her voice and leaning in closer to the bee-owned girl. Does he hurt you? What? Amanda asked, blinking in incomprehension. Does he abuse you? Hermione asked again, just as softly as the first time. You act like he's perfect, even when he's a dick to you, and you don't seem to be able to get away from him. What does he do to you that makes you act like that? Abuses me, Amanda repeatedly sharply, as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. A look of anger flashed across her face as she stared at Hermione in stunned disbelief. How could you even think that Harry would do that to me? I can think it quite easily, Hermione snapped, feeling quite miffed over Amanda's reaction to a perfectly normal question. I can also see him doing it. Amanda let out a loud growl of anger, her fingers digging into the side of her chair as she unconsciously flexed them. He does not, she began, spluttering with anger and indignation. How dare you even think that? He's never, Hermione, what are you talking about? Amanda, you can tell me if he does, Hermione said in what she thought was a patient and understanding tone. If he's hitting you, or worse, then we can tell a professor. They can protect you from him. Hermione was suddenly cut off as Amanda lunged from her seat, fury on her normally pleasant face. The bushy-haired girl blinked and started to stand as well. Before Amanda raised her hand and swung her arm, there was a loud smack of flesh hitting flesh and the common room went quiet as Hermione gave a shriek of pain as she was slapped across the face. Due to the force of the blow, she lost her balance and fell to the ground, staring up at Amanda with shock as tears welled in her brown eyes. Amanda loomed above her, looking far angrier than Hermione had ever seen her before. There was a deep-seated pain in her eyes as she leant down, eyeing Hermione with pent-up anger. You better listen to me, Granger, Amanda said quietly with repressed fury, her words echoing throughout the common room. Harry may not be nice, he may not be caring, and he may not be warm and fluffy like a hero should be. But he's still a hero. Amanda, Hermione started, blinking away her tears, but Amanda continued, glaring at her angrily. He saved my life twice now, Amanda said, jabbing her finger at Hermione's direction. He's saved my entire family's life. He's battled one of the most evil people in the world just to save me, Hermione. Nicodemus, the assassin, he offered to let Harry go, but Harry still fought against him when he had no reason to. He doesn't even like my family. My father and Harry hate each other. Harry despises everybody who's like my father, but he still stuck up for me because he thought it was the honorable thing to do. Harry is stuck in this stupid tournament because he tried to help me. She said quietly. He's fought against a Dracon that wanted him dead because he tried to help my family. For God's sake, he's given up his home and his lifestyle just to honor his debt. The common room was silent as Amanda bent down, leaning in closer to Hermione. She continued in a softer, but still audible voice. Deep down, Hermione, no matter how nasty he can be, no matter how mean or rude or arrogant he is, he's a good person, Amanda said softly, her anger fading away as she sighed. Despite everything that he has going against him, he's still a good person. Hermione frowned, not understanding what Amanda was talking about. Amanda shook her head, almost sadly, and finished. You have no idea what he is, Hermione, of what he could become and what he could do. To see him doing this is, well, it just proves how decent he really is. Bravo! Somebody called out loudly. Just bravo. Amanda started and whirled around as a loud clapping filled the common room, her eyes wide. That was magnificent, Harry stated, still clapping as he walked down the stairs from his dorm. That was a magnificent speech, brat. Complete and utter bullshit. Sure. But still magnificent. I am truly touched by your opinion of me. I'm going to go now, and save small puppies and little kittens in your honor. Oh, shut up, Amanda said, blushing and ducking her head. Her long owned hair hid her face from view and muffled her next words. So you're ready to go to defense against the dark arts? You were waiting for me? Harry asked, blinking in surprise and gave a mocking sigh. Ah, I'm touched again. Really, your kindness and support just may change my evil ways and make me become a good and decent person. Will you just shut up? Amanda said exasperatedly, still blushing as she gathered her textbooks. She glanced down at Hermione, who was more stunned than hurt as she stared up at Amanda with wet eyes, holding her cheek with her hand. Sorry, Hermione. I guess, I'm just sorry. Hermione, she may be right, Harry said seriously as stepped away from the bushy-haired girl, who glared at Harry with something like hatred on her face. Underneath my cruel, callous exterior, I really could be a decent person trying to do the right thing. He turned and gestured at the portrait door, and Amanda obediently trailed after him as he made his through the common room. The portrait swung open and Harry made out to leave, before he turned his head around and stared at Hermione. "And if we're going to go with that train of thought," he said thoughtfully, tapping a finger on his chin, "then underneath my cold, callous and heartless exterior, I could also be a chicken." Hermione blinked. "Or a donkey," Harry said in mock thoughtfulness. "Or a rabbit. Or a cat. Or a two-headed pigeon, and yes, brat, before you ask, they do in fact exist. I was practicing some of my curses on them one day and one of them became a little deformed, I think is the right word." Behind him, Amanda closed her mouth with a snap as her attempt to retort to Harry's rant failed before it had started. "I could also be a fish, saltwater, of course, not freshwater," Harry continued and turned around, heading out of the portrait hole. Amanda's voice drifted back in as the two moved away from the common room. "You're going to run with this for a while, aren't you?" she asked in part exasperation, part humiliation. "I'm not ever going to live this down, am I?" "Hell no." Harry's mocking voice drifted in, ending with a scoff of derision. "I'm a good and decent person. Please." I almost had an aneurysm trying not to snigger. "I'm just impressed that you tried to hold it in. What? And ruin your speech. It was just that amusing that I needed to hear the rest of it." The voices trailed off into indistinguishable murmurs as Hermione picked herself off the ground, gingerly touching her cheek and staring out of the portrait hole after them. "I hate him," she hissed angrily. "Imperio." Harry watched with absolute fascination as a Slytherin girl, Daphne Grass Green or something, blinked, her eyes glazing over. The normally prim and proper girl gave a loud giggle and skipped to the end of the classroom, chanting a rather ridiculous wizarding song about cauldrons and broomsticks. The class burst out with laughter at Daphne and Moody abruptly flicked his wand, ending the imperious curse on the dark-haired girl. "Of the three unforgivable curses, it is that one that I can see the most potential for," Messiel mused, a touch wistfully. "I almost cringe when I remember the amount of effort I needed in the past to secure the loyalty of a dubious informant. This curse would be most helpful." "Tell me about it," Harry thought, leaning back into his chair as he watched Daphne blush and scamper back to her seat. "Of course, of the three unforgivable curses, it's the one that I can't get to work." "We'll work on that," Messiel promised seriously. The class was still laughing when Moody whirled around angrily. The glower on his gnarled face was enough to still the class into silence and they fidgeted under his furiously spinning blue eye. "You'll be doing this," he growled, the scars on his face twisting up and making him seem uglier than normal. "It takes a lot of willpower for a wizard or witch under the Imperious Curse to overthrow the caster, and frankly I don't believe any of you have got what it takes." The class gulped as Moody let his eye roam across the room, but the anger from his face was gone as bent down to tick a name off the scroll on his desk. He stood back up and faced the class again, a mean smile on his scarred face. "All right," he said gruffly. "Who's next?" Amanda shifted nervously in her seat and threw a hesitant glacé at Harry. When she didn't receive whatever she was looking for, she gave a sigh of resignation and stood up from her seat. She walked to the front of the room and took a deep breath, staring Moody with determined eyes as she tensed up, mentally preparing to put up the fight of her life. "Imperio." Harry watched as Amanda blinked, and for a moment it looked as if she was, of all things, constipated. The expression cleared up in an instant and her eyes seemed to glaze over for just a brief second. An instant later and the eyes cleared up, although Harry idly noted that they were a little duller than they had been before. Suddenly, Amanda jumped up on one foot and hopped across the front of the room, making noises similar to that of a sheep as she paraded herself in front of the class. The rest of the class had apparently learnt their lesson and apart from the one or two repressed sniggers, they kept silence. However, Harry couldn't help himself and he burst out a loud, deep chuckle, shaking his head in amusement. Apart from Amanda, who had started making noises like that of a cow, every eye in the room swung towards him but Harry ignored them all as he continued chuckling to himself. Within his mind, Messiel also throbbed with amusement and maybe a hint of satisfaction as well. "Is something funny, Potter?" Moody asked dangerously, his face twisting up into a picture of grotesqueness as he scowled at Harry. Harry was still laughing and could only point at Amanda, who had moved on from farm animals and was letting out tiny high-pitched growls of a dog, a very small dog, by the sound of it. Moody growled and flicked his wand, dispelling the curse and leaving Amanda on one foot with a puzzled expression on her face. She flushed, especially after hearing Harry's laughter, and placed her foot on the ground. She took her seat quietly, ducking her head shyly, while Harry shook his head in amusement once again and let his chuckles die away. "If you think it's so funny, then why don't you come and try it?" growled Moody, his one good eye narrowed as he glared at Harry. "Let's see how you like being controlled then, Mr. Potter." "You don't want to go there," Harry warned lightly, the smile on his face fading away as he took in Moody's apparently hostile stance. The dark wizard catcher really seemed to be taking this training seriously, as if he had had previous experience with it before, and Harry briefly wondered what had happened to the man that had made him loathe any signs of laxness around the Imperious curse. "We'll see, Potter," Moody said softly, dangerously. For once, the glowing blue eye in his socket, and Harry shrugged carelessly, rising from his seat and walking to the front of the room. "Don't say I didn't warn you," he said easily, and the class was silent, eyeing both him and Moody with looks of anticipation. Even Amanda had looked up, although she seemed to be glancing at Moody with something like pity on her face. Apparently she was one of the few who remembered what had happened to Snape. Moody, however, missed this look and leveled his wand at Harry, who buckled down both his own and Mesiel's instincts and stood still, allowing Moody to take aim. "Imperio!" Moody barked. Harry blinked as something struck his mind, a tiny needle of magic that instantly enveloped his mind. It was as if he was floating high in the sky, with a soft breeze gently wiping away every thought and worry, leaving nothing more than a vague, untraceable happiness. This sensation only lasted for a brief instant, not even a second, before Mesiel reared in his head. The smell of burning sulfur filled his nostrils and a blazing warmth flashed through his veins as Mesiel banished the unwanted mental intrusion with a roar of ancient and boundless fury, her terrible voice shattering Moody's imperious curse and dealing the caster a powerful mental backlash. Harry blinked as Moody's spell broken and watched as the grizzled X-Or was hurled aside by the backlash of his spell, flying through the air by the sheer force of counterattack and landing on top of his desk with a loud thump. Moody's head rocked backwards and Harry saw surprise twisted on his scarred features, before crippled man suddenly went limp as his head slammed back into the desk. Harry grinned, looking quite smug, and he turned back to the class. The students were silent for only an instant as their brains finally perceived what they had just witnessed, and then they applauded loudly. Harry bowed to the clapping students, flourishing his arms with an elaborate twist and soaking up the praise. "Have you ever considered, beloved, that you may have an ego problem?" Mesiel said amusedly. "Oh, shut up," Harry thought lightly. "You enjoy it as much as I do." "I truly doubt that." After seeing that nobody else was going to do it, Hermione left her seat and made her way up to Moody's prone form with a look of concern and anger on her face. There was a reddish bruise forming on her cheek where Amanda had slapped her, and she looked absolutely furious as she glared at Harry, but she slunk by him without a word and waved her wand over Moody. The class quietened as Moody blinked groggily. Hermione gave a screech of surprise, and even Harry took a startled step backwards as Moody moved a lot faster than Harry could have ever predicted, especially given his appearance and injuries. The X-Or had suddenly vaulted himself off the desk and his wand zooming into his hand as he landed on his wooden leg with a dull thump. He stood at the head of the classroom, his magical eye spinning furiously in its socket as he surveyed his surroundings, looking furious and grim. For a moment, Harry thought that the paranoid old man was going to attack, but Moody merely turned back and stared at him. Harry, never the one to back down, gave Moody a cocky smile and winked cheekily. Moody's good eye seemed to narrow, before a nasty grin came across the cripple's face, making him look truly hideous. "That, Potter, was the best defense to the Imperious curse I have ever seen." He started with a grim approval. "I have never heard of anything like it. Tell me, laddie, how did you do it?" "A bit of this, a bit of that," Harry answered vaguely, looking pleased with himself. "It's all in the hips, really." Moody nodded, accepting that he wasn't going to get an answer. "Well," he growled with a nasty smile of approval, "nobody will ever be able to control you, will they?" "Oh, you'd be surprised," Harry said, shrugging carelessly. The voices in my head constantly get me to do things I don't really want to. Oh, do stop your whining, beloved. It's not whining if it's true. Moody blinked and then roared with laughter, heartily slapping Harry on the back. Harry grimaced at the contact and moved back to his seat, slouching down and staring out the window as Moody called up another student. The smug smile on his face remained there for the entire lesson. Later that day, Harry found himself once more in the abandoned classroom he had claimed as his own, crouching over a desk with a frown of concentration on his face. He waved his wand, the runes absent of the normal red glow of hellfire, and on the table a pile of sand shimmered and became a beautiful glass bowl. Harry let out a sigh but otherwise made no other sound, lowering his wand and waiting in silence for almost a minute. The glass bowl perfectly intact and Harry gave a cheer, a smug smile on his face. Oh yeah, he crowed, jumping up from his seat. Who's the best? Come on, who's the best? You know it's me. Well done, beloved. You have passed second-year transfiguration, Messiel said wryly. I know, Harry said, looking very pleased with himself. He eyed the glass bowl carefully. I'm that good, aren't I? Was there any doubt? Messiel asked. Of course not, said Harry, and he gave his wand a sharp flick. The glass bowl suddenly shattered with a loud cracking noise and dissolved back into a small pile of sand. Can we move to the fun stuff now? When you put it like that, Messiel said with amusement, before her tone became more businesslike. Now, concentrate on the sensations in your mind and relinquish control movements as I perform this spell. Harry frowned but he nodded, taking in deep breaths and relaxing his mind. Although he counted on Messiel for the vast majority of his mental protections, he had also developed the essentials of mental control during his earlier training, when he had been very susceptible to the raw emotional influences of hellfire. Suddenly, Harry blinked and a blazing heat spread through his body as fast as a flash. In a single moment, Harry had become a fully functional person into a living statue. His body was not his own anymore as he felt a presence settle over his mind. He could feel, see, smell and taste, but he couldn't move any part of his body. Harry fought down a wave of panic and anxiety, and he felt his body take a deep breath, helping him calm down. His hand moved up, clasping his wand and leveling it at one of the few remaining desks within the abandoned classroom. The runes on his wand blazing with hellfire, and his arm moved in a sharp, flicking movement, with an odd twist of his wrist at the end of his flick. Fodio. Harry heard his voice murmur. There was a loud bang, like a backfiring car, and a brief flash of silver light. The desk was knocked back by the force of the spell, wooden splinters and sawdust flying through the air as a large gouge was torn into it, no smaller than the size of Harry's fist. Harry felt a twinge of enthusiasm as he saw the effects and he briefly wondered what that spell would do to a human being. Suddenly, as soon as it had come, Harry could move again and he automatically let out a loud sigh as he felt the blazing presence leave the forefront of his mind. He stared at the desk with curious green eyes, an impressed look on his face as he took in the full effects of the powerful gouging curse. It sounds sort of like a gun, he said thoughtfully, scratching his chin. It has a similar effect, beloved, Messiel said. However, the damage is much more severe. And, of course, the curse travels much slower than a bullet and a skilled wizard will be able to repel and deflect it. It could be useful, Harry agreed and fiddled with his wand, absently trying out the wand movements he needed. Indeed it could, especially since you seem to find yourself being ambushed every few weeks, Messiel said with a somewhat sour tone. Harry frowned. Not my fault, he grumbled, feeling stung by her comment. There was a flicker in the corner of his eye and Harry didn't need to look to know that Messiel had appeared as a visual illusion. The fallen sighed and walked over to him, placing a warm hand on his shoulder. Harry unconsciously sighed as a flash of blazing heat ran through him and resisted the urge to lean back into the touch, knowing full well that there was nothing there to stop him from falling over. I know it is not your fault, Messiel said with a faint note of apology in her voice. I am merely concerned, as you should be as well, over our unknown enemy's next move. We'll crush them, Harry said and snorted derisively. We always do. Do not become overconfident, beloved, Messiel warned softly and idly ran her hand over his cheek. You have dispatched two very powerful opponents, that is true, but do not delude yourself in thinking that this is a winning streak we can keep up. The Drakon was defeated with Maeve's help, and you know very well that calling upon such power will inflict a much higher price. Nicodemus, of course, could not have been defeated without the knight. We were lucky, Harry said and turned around to stare Messiel in the eye. I know, Messiel, believe me, I know. But that's not to say that I'm not unskilled. Of course not, Messiel agreed and withdrew her hand, staring at Harry with something like pride on her features. Of all my hosts, you are easily the quickest learner. I do regret not choosing a wand wizard such as you before. I did not believe that they could be so handsome, Harry offered with a cheeky grin. Powerful, fantastic, skilled, a great conversationalist. Versatile, Messiel said with amusement and reached out with a hand, ruffling his hair. Harry gave a half-hearted scowl but made no attempt to stop Messiel as he turned back to the desk, frowning quizzically as he tested out the wand movements again, trying to mimic what Messiel had done. I have noticed that you have become quite settled here at Hogwarts, Messiel said carefully as she withdrew her hand. You seem to have taken to this lifestyle quite well, I believe. I have, Harry asked, blinking in surprise. Oh yes, Messiel said earnestly. Your level of whining has gone down considerably. Ha, 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 Harry uttered sarcastically, rolling his eyes. Besides, free food, free bed, free to act like I want. Apart from your promise to avoid harming the students, Messiel broke in, her expression a mixture of amusement and disapproval. Although I do recall you breaking that promise a few days ago. Hey, Malfoy deserved it, Harry said hotly, waggling his finger in Messiel's face. Messiel lifted an eyebrow but did not respond. He blabbered to that crappy newspaper these guys have. Besides, technically, I didn't actually. He trailed off, a frown on his face as he tried to think a way around it. Messiel merely looked amused as she folded her arms. Yes, beloved, she asked lightly. You were saying. Well, Harry hesitated. He let out a sigh and rolled his eyes. Fine, I broke the promise. Sue me. As I was saying, it's not a bad life here. Would you consider staying then? Messiel asked carefully, eyeing Harry closely. I believe that you could learn much here. Ah, no, Harry uttered flatly, shaking his head. This is like a little holiday, really, not a permanent residential move-in. Besides, I miss the apartment. Very well, beloved, Messiel said, bowing her head in a show of subservience. An instant later, her illusion disappeared. Harry frowned, knowing full well that he hadn't heard the last of that issue. He shrugged it off and turned back his target, lifting his wand. With deft movements, he flicked it in the pattern that Messiel had programmed into his autonomic nervous system and allowed hellfire to flare through his wand. Effodio. He incanted loudly. There was a silver flash, akin to the one there was with Messiel's demonstration, but it was duller and less brilliant. Instead of a loud crack, there was a soft splutter as the target, the desk, was struck by the curse. It splintered and cracked, flakes of wood peeling off as an invisible force slammed into it, but the gouge was barely the size and depth of a coin. Harry growled softly under his breath and lowered his wand, frowning. Your wrist movement was slightly off, Messiel supplied helpfully. Twist it a little more but make the flick a little less pronounced. Okay, Harry said and raised his wand to try again. I'd like to get this and a few more perfected before the second task comes around. We have close to 2 months to accomplish that, beloved, and you are a fast learner, Messiel reassured him. Are we on a schedule that I am unaware of? No, our enemies are on a schedule that we are unaware of, Harry said flatly. There are still people wanting to kill us, Messiel. We better get prepared in case they strike during the second task. A wise choice, Messiel said sagely. Of course it is, Harry said and smiled, plastering a haughty expression on his features. I thought of it. Oh, beloved, Messiel sighed in good-humored exasperation. Sometimes I wish I had a corporeal form, just so I could hit you. Can't you make me feel like you hit me? Harry asked. I can, Messiel answered. But there's just not the satisfaction of bare flesh hitting bare flesh. You have weird say. Dot preferences, remarked Harry, shaking his head in mock sadness. It's a wonder that I turned out so well. Must you relate everything back to say? I'm a 14-year-old male, Messiel, Harry answered dryly. That should pretty much answer it for you. Messiel sighed but made no comment. Despite Harry's denial to Messiel's accusations, he had to admit to himself that he was becoming quite settled at Hogwarts. The 2 months between the start of the first class and the second task seemed to roll around quickly. Harry had devolved a schedule that allowed him to attend the few classes he wanted, especially Dada and Transfiguration, but he had totally blown off Charms, Potions and the 2 electives he had chosen and never gone back to. Instead, this free time allowed him to practice with both his wand and his sword. The fight with Nicodemus had revealed just how lacking Harry's sword skills were against a skilled opponent, and although there weren't many beings that still used the antiquated weapons, the few that did wouldn't mind seeing Harry dead. The day of the second task was cold and cloudy. Dark and threatening clouds loomed across the sky, casting a dull shadow over the Hogwarts lake and the grounds surrounding it. At the edge of the lake, seemingly oblivious to all of his surroundings, Harry stared at the rippling water with a pensive look on his face. A cold breeze washed over him and Harry shivered, unconsciously rubbing his arms. A look of total derision swept over his face as he sat at the lake, shaking his head in annoyance. He had long ago translated and solved the mystery of the golden egg, although he still puzzled on what they had taken. He had checked his belongings earlier that day to see if anything was missing, but it was all there. Although Messiel and Harry had devised a way to modify a bubblehead charm to allow him to breathe underwater and suppress his natural buoyancy, he was starting to wonder if it was really worth throwing himself into a lake. With a frown on his face, Harry moved to the water and touched the tip of it with his bare foot. He shuddered and quickly pulled his foot back, shaking his head as an icy cold sensation shot through his body. Oh, hell no, Harry muttered. I'm not freezing my ass off just to play in some stupid tournament. I can dull the coldness if you wish, Messiel offered. It will seem quite warm. Yeah, but it won't be, Harry said and frowned. I feel temperature for a reason, Messiel. It tells my brain that I will freeze to death if I ignore it. The safest thing to do would be to go back to that tent and have a nap. You mean the laziest thing to do, Messiel said amusedly. Hey, Harry said with a shrug and a faint smile. You can't blame me when safe and lazy reach the same conclusion. Messiel throbbed with amusement, a literal pulse of heat shooting through Harry's body as he turned away from the lake. The first thing he saw was the judge's table, a massive podium covered with a shining golden fabric that had been placed just next to the waterfront. Several white tents had been set up around it and large stands loomed in the background, filled to the brim with students and adults. Harry ignored it all as he strode back to the small group of huddled champions near one of the tents that had been set up nearby. Fleur and Cedric were shivering in loose bathing suits, although Fleur looked good enough to make Harry take a second glance, while both Krum and Richard wore heavy robes over their forms. How's the water? Cedric asked, rubbing his arms as he turned his head towards Harry. Cold, Harry replied shortly and came to a stop. Unless they've somehow removed your testicles and excuse me Fleur, your ovaries, and taken them down there, then I don't think it's worth it. Cedric gave a barking laugh and looked away glancing at the lake. Richard echoed him, shivering madly as he blew on his hands. Krum just shook his head sourly, giving Harry a disgruntled scowl while Fleur glared at Harry, her anger making her beauty even more pronounced. You are a very rude little boy, the beautiful French witch spat out, derision and scorn in her voice as she eyed him up and down. Harry blinked and turned his head to meet Fleur's angry blue eyes. Excuse me, he said softly, eyeing Fleur with the beginnings of a scowl. Did you just call me a little boy? Yes, I did, Fleur answered airily and waved him off. Go, little boy. Isn't it past your bedtime? We wouldn't want you to get scared and wet the bed now, would we? Is that a challenge? Harry asked with narrowed eyes, the beginnings of a predatory smile curving his lips. Because I will crush you, you little French slut, like Goliath crushed David. Fleur flushed, partly with anger and partly with wariness. Like everybody else, she had not forgotten about the Drakon incident, and Nicodemus' attack and the rumors that had spread out afterwards had only added to Harry's infamy. She scowled at Harry, but most of the heat in it had gone and she glanced away a few moments later. Didn't David kill Goliath? Richard asked, blinking in confusion. A mere technicality, Harry shrugged and frowned. Besides, demons will sing before I believe that a 4-foot twit could kill an armored half-crazed soldier with a rock. A knife sure, an arrow why the hell not? But not a rock. Richard uttered, his face screwing up in confusion. A moment later, he sighed and shook his head, dropping the subject. Harry gave a lazy smile and turned away, just as he heard the sound of somebody loudly clearing his throat. He turned his head and saw Bagman standing up at the judge's table, a brilliant smile on his boyish face. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second task of the Tri-Wizard Tournament. He began cheerfully. The audience in the stands burst out into loud cheers, students standing up and clapping madly or waving brightly colored banners around. Bagman chuckled and raised his hands, partially silencing the crowd as he continued. Now, as you may have guessed, the champions are required to go down under the surface of lake and search for that which has been taken from them. They only have 1 hour to do this. If they return after the time limit, then they will lose points. If they return without the thing that was stolen from them, then they will also lose points. It is up to the judges. Champions, approach the lake. The huddled group of cold champions started towards the lake amongst the sound of applause and a roaring ovation from the audience. Harry was among them as he pulled out his wand, flicking it idly through the air. As he did this, harmless dark red sparks occasionally zapped from his wand and Fleur shrieked as one shot past her head. She glared at Harry but the Denarian ignored her as he poked the water with his toe and sighed. Are we participating now? Messiel asked. I thought the water was too cold, beloved. I'm a Triwizard champion, the 5th chosen from the Goblet of Fire, representative of all the young witches and wizards of Hogwarts. They're looking up to me to win this for them, Harry muttered softly, staring down at his toes as he approached the shoreline. I see, Messiel said slowly and paused. After a few moments, she spoke up again. Please, beloved, like you care. Let me guess, the French girl. The French girl, Harry confirmed in a low voice, peering down into the murky depths of the lake. You heard what she said to me. Messiel sighed to herself. Have you ever considered that you may have a temper problem? She asked in exasperation. So the voices in my head tell me, Harry replied softly, a smile curving his lips. Apparently, it wasn't soft enough and Cedric looked up from the lake and stared at him oddly, a puzzled frown on his face. He opened his mouth, hesitated, and then closed it again with an audible snap. You're a little weird, you know, the Hufflepuff eventually said, staring back into the lake as Bagman raised his wand. Believe me, Harry said quietly, a mischievous smile on his face. I know all about it. Suddenly a loud crack ripped through the air and the champions all dove for the water. Harry took a deep breath and dove with them, landing in the freezing water with a loud splash. Instantly a biting cold slammed into him and Harry jerked as he yanked his head out of the water, shivering madly. Just as quickly, the freezing water suddenly wasn't cold at all. In fact, it was quite pleasant and warm, and Harry stopped shivering as he relaxed. Thanks, Messiel, Harry muttered. Without sparing a glance to the audience or the judges, he took a deep breath and dove into the water. Now that the water was warm, or at least, now that Harry perceived that the water was warm, he had no trouble in diving down as deep as he could go. As he did this, he pulled up his wand and tapped himself on the head, pouring his magic into the complex spell and ignoring the hiss and splutter of boiling water as the runes on his wand flashed hellfire red. Almost instantly he could feel the spell surround his head and a soft high tone buzzed in his ears as a pale blue down shot out from his head. The water around Harry's head was propelled backwards, hissing as it was boiled, turned into oxygen and cooled in milliseconds. Harry lowered his wand and peered out of the modified bubble head charm, his vision tinged with the pale blue of the dome surrounding his head. Allow me, Messiel murmured, and suddenly Harry's vision was restored, the blue hues of light dimming and winking out of existence. For a moment, Harry felt a surge of panic as his hands shot up to his face. However, the bubble head charm was still there and Harry felt a flush of embarrassment as he heard Messiel's tinkling laugh. What did you do? He asked loudly and he winced, his voice bouncing and ricocheting off the bubble head charm and slamming into his ears. Ouch. Do speak softly, beloved, or think your words, Mesiel advised. And as for your sight, I am merely suppressing the elements of your visual system that allow you to perceive that particular shade of blue. It is a simple feat, really. Simple, yeah, Harry muttered, albeit much softer than before, and he rolled his eyes. Mesiel, admit it. You rock. Mesiel's tinkering laugh filled his ears and Harry felt her give off a throb of affection, a rush of blazing heat that warmed his veins. Of course I do, beloved, she said. Now, shall we? Deeper and deeper Harry dived, using both Mesiel's extensive knowledge and the swimming lessons he had received in primary school to propel himself through the water. The bubble head charm wrapped around his head, and although Harry couldn't see it, he could hear it humming as it purified his air and kept the water away from his mouth and nose. As well as allowing him to breathe, the charm also suppressed his natural buoyancy and made swimming through the water quite easy, and Harry could already faintly see the bottom of the deep lake. The light from the surface was barely visible this far down in the lake, and Harry frowned, whipping his wand sluggishly through the water. A bright flare of light burst into existence at the tip of his wand, and Harry nodded in satisfaction, flick his wand and setting the ball of bright light to circle him as he took a good glance at his surroundings. He was floating above the sea bottom, over what seemed like a forest of black, tangly seaweed that swayed almost hypnotically in the gentle currents. The only sound Harry could hear was his deep breathing as stopped to take a small rest. The light bobbed around him, casting an eerie glow over his surroundings, making them seem both mysterious and dangerous. Hey, Mesiel, Harry said slowly, staring around at his surroundings. Was there anything in the egg that told us just where we had to go? No, beloved, Mesiel said quietly. I believe the entire purpose of this task is to seek out that which was stolen from you. There is probably a merman village nearby. It cannot be too far. They have only given you an hour. Well, what? Harry started, before he gave a strangled yell of shock as something slammed into him from behind. He twisted and flailed in the water, shock and fear flaring in his mind as he twisted his head around, searching for what had grabbed him. There was an ugly creature, a wrinkled and small horned thing with bright yellow eyes and long, sturdy fingers that were clasped around his ankle. The creature bared its teeth at Harry, just as two others like it shot from the weeds and grabbed onto Harry's clothes, trying to drag him down. Grindylows, Mesiel said quickly. Water demons, Harry said, scowling in anger as he tugged his leg up, trying to wrench it from the Grindylow's grip. He managed to partially free one of his legs and he slammed his foot down one of the hands. There was a soft cracking noise, which might have been louder if Harry wasn't surrounded by water, and the Grindylow let out a muffled screech of pain, letting go of his leg. Yes, water demons, Mesiel answered, sounding quite amused. They are very weak creatures, the descendants of a union between a demon and a merman, I believe. Let's save the history lesson for later. Harry grunted and whipped his wand around, leveling at the head of the nearest Grindylow. Any advice? They have no special defenses or powers, Mesiel answered. There is a spell to counter them. However, killing them will work just as well. Good, Harry muttered darkly and flicked his wand. Extrabo Arduro. Because Harry was surrounded by water, there was no blast of fire. Instead, there was a dull flash of light, and suddenly hissing and boiling water was propelled at the Grindylow. It shrieked as it was struck in the face, letting go of Harry's leg. Dark red splotches had appeared where the boiling water had struck it, and the Grindylow clawed at its face. Harry whirled around as one of the water demons grabbed his shoulder, his green eyes glinting with anger. It dug its long, strong fingers into his shoulders, hard enough to leave bruises, and Harry leveled his wand at its face. Ephodio, he muttered grimly. The Grindylow's head snapped back in a flash of silver light and a dull thumping noise, a shower of dark green blood flooding from the gory hole where its face had once been. With a loud growl, Harry wrenched the creature's hand off his shoulder and kicked his legs, twisting himself in the water and leveling his wand at the other demons. However, whether it was with the ease Harry had beaten them off or because he had just executed one of their own kind right in front of them, the other Grindylows were darting back into the dark weeds, disappearing in a flurry of bubbles. Harry stared down at the weeds with narrowed eyes as he lowered his wand, taking a deep breath. He idly kicked the body of the dead Grindylow away from him and leaned back, pushing himself away from the reeds at a leisurely pace. That was a tad extreme, Messiel noted in amusement. That thing scared the crap out of me, Harry muttered darkly. He continued to swim into the murky depths, watching the reeds a little more closely than he had before. Occasionally, he swung his wand behind him, banishing at the water behind him to give him a little bit more propulsion. Every few minutes, he would stop and frown as he peered around at his surroundings. To him, everything looked the same: dark wavy weeds, rotten wooden logs and algae-covered rocks. Messiel, we need to learn some tracking spells, Harry muttered in disgruntlement. Unfortunately, that is an area of magic that I do not specialize in, Messiel said, almost regretfully. However, beloved, even if you cannot see it yet, there is a large amount of light coming from that direction. Are you sure? Harry asked and felt Messiel give a faint pulse of indignation. Never mind, of course you're sure. Suddenly, just as he was about to swim in the direction Messiel had directed, he noticed movement out of the corner of his eye. He looked up and the frown on his face was transformed into a smug smile. Above him, maybe 50 meters up, Fleur was struggling with some of the creatures he had fought with before, her bee-owned hair swirling in the air as she thrashed around, trying to tear their grip from her arm. The Grindylows were relentless, digging their fingers into her legs and arms and trying to drag her down, but Fleur was slowly gaining the upper hand. Her face was wrought with panic and fear from behind her bubble head charm as she ripped off the last of the Grindylows and kicked off towards the surface with the Grindylows in close pursuit. Harry floated still for a second and gave a chuckle of satisfaction, shaking his head in amusement. Ah, he said with amusement, shaking his head and sighing with rueful satisfaction. The French. Indeed, said Messiel, satisfaction and amusement radiating from her presence. A few minutes later, the field of muddy dirt and dark, oily weeds transformed into a pleasant field of light green weed, like a 2-foot meadow of overgrown grass. Harry kept a careful eye on the weeds, almost wanting another creature to dart out so he could blast it into 1,000 pieces. Because of this, he quickly noticed a looming large slab of stone filling his vision. As he swam closer, he noticed crude paintings drawn all over it as the first of the merman village appeared. The houses were made of dark gray stone, covered with green algae. Here and there, Harry saw faces peering out of the dark windows, and floating around and above the village were the mermen. The creatures bore no resemblance to popular myth. They had grayish skin and long, dark green hair. Their eyes were yellow and oddly blank, seeming devoid of all human emotion. They wore thick ropes of pebbles and fish teeth around their beak and gazed at Harry silently as he swam past, a sudden chill coming over his body. He continued to swim through the village, gliding past crude structures of stone and silent, unmoving mermen, who made no attempt to impede his progress. There was an odd silence in the air as Harry continued forward, suddenly feeling wary and cautious. He noted that the village seemed to be devoid of all activity and frowned. His frown cleared up and was replaced with a look of incredibility as he came into view of the merman equivalent of a village square. There were dozens of mermen here, these ones carrying large and wicked-looking spears as they floated around a large and crude statue of a merman with a crown on its head. Bound to the tail of this statue were 5 sleeping people, their heads lolling on their shoulders as their hair floated wispily around them. Hang on, what am I getting? Harry said with a frown, stopping and floating in place as he stared at the figures oddly. And who am I getting? I am unsure, beloved, Messiel said with a note of amusement. Well, it's not that one, Harry snorted, pointing at the unconscious form of Hermione, rolling his eyes. Hell, if I knew that it was, I would have stayed on the surface and let them keep her. It's not the little girl, I hate kids, and it's not that Salem girl, she's a brunette and I really don't like brunette, and let's not even get started on the Asian girl. I'm impressed, beloved, Messiel murmured. You managed to offend several. Yeah, whatever, Harry muttered as he slowly drifted around the statue to stare at the final bound figure. And, is that Amanda? Oh, beloved, Messiel said after a moment's pause, amusement and laughter in her voice. The irony of this situation is far greater than you could possibly realize. I believe they think the thing you will miss most is the girl. Harry stared at Amanda's unconscious figure and suddenly burst out into laughter, a deep chuckle rumbling his throat and echoing around his bubble-head charm. There was a smile on his face as he trailed off, shaking his head ruefully. These wand wizards are lacking in brains, aren't they? He said, taking a deep breath and regarding the bound hostages. Indeed, Messiel said in amusement. It was at that moment that Harry suddenly realized that the mermen surrounding the statue had turned to him, their faces blank as they stared at him with soulless eyes. Harry narrowed his eyes and gripped his wand, a wary frown on his face as he took note of the surroundings. It seemed as if the mermen behind him had moved in closer, but when Harry turned his head, they were just as still as the mermen around the statue. They are ugly little critters, aren't they? Harry murmured, shaking his head and turning back to the statue with a pensive frown. I don't even want to know how they were made. What was it? A human screwing a salmon? Or was it a trout? However, Messiel wasn't even listening to him and Harry frowned, seeking out her presence. He found her within the deepest reaches of his senses, just as the fallen suddenly blared with caution. Harry instantly became alert and his wand swiveled to the nearest merman, an ugly creature with cracked teeth and hollow yellow eyes. Something is wrong here, beloved, Messiel said slowly. Something is very wrong. Use your sight on the merman. What? Harry uttered in surprise. You want me to what? Your third sight. Messiel hissed angrily, startling Harry. Look beyond the physical surface, peer into true self of these creatures. Okay, Harry said carefully, an odd chill in his stomach. Damn, I haven't done this in years, even since the Dursleys. He closed his eyes and felt a tingle in the back of his eyes, an itch on his retina. When he opened them, he stared at the merman and gave quiet hiss of surprise. Harry could see the vague form of the merman, a gray-skinned fish-like creature. However, there seemed to be a black cloud of buzzing around its head, an oily puddle of slithering slime that made Harry both recoil in disgust and murmur appreciation. Sensations poured into his mind as Harry stared at the cloud of buzzing shadow, before he wrenched his eyes closed and shook his head. Ugh, Harry muttered, the vision of what he had seen permanently imprinting itself on his mind, the price of such abilities. It's like a storm cloud and it smells like somebody has farted in the middle of a crowded train and they had eggplant for lunch. It is powerful black magic, Messiel says quietly, and Harry feels her presence sifting through his senses, picking up things that he couldn't even perceive. These mermen have been bewitched. The mastermind? Asked Harry quietly, alert and wary as he held his wand steady at the nearest merman. Suddenly the mermen sprung into motion and Harry blinked as they moved as one, turning to face him, their hands gripping their long spears. Creepy, he muttered. No, not the mastermind, Messiel murmured. The magic is powerful, but crude. There is very little skill behind it. I am thinking that it may be a ritual, a mind fog, perhaps, to dominate and control the minds of these creatures. So, new people then, Harry said and sighed, scowling in annoyance. Oh, for F.K.'s sake, this is getting ridiculous. The mermen were advancing on him now, raising their tridents and spears as they bared their cracked teeth at him. Their blank eyes promised pain and death as he darted through the water, moving at incredible speeds and closing the distance quickly. Harry growled and leveled his wand at the nearest creature. Fodio. He hissed, the incantation ringing in his ears and around the bubble-head charm. There was a silver flash of light and a loud crack, both muffled by the water, and the merman's arm was ripped apart by a powerful blast of dark magic, the force of the spell severing the forearm from the body. Green blood pumped into the water, but the merman didn't seem to notice as it continued its advance at a faster rate. F.K. Harry breathed, eyes wide as the bloodied merman darted towards him, using its flipper-like feet and hands to glide gracefully through the water. Fodio. This time it was the merman's chest that was struck and it shuddered, halting in its advance. It blinked several times, the haze around its yellow eyes disappearing as it let out a screeching death cry, which faded into an odd gurgling noise as it went limp, a large fist-sized hole in its heart. The other mermen paused for a single moment, taking in their dead kin with hollow eyes. It was at that instant that Harry knew that the wizard behind this was watching, perhaps even directing the creatures. Here we go again, Harry muttered, leveling his wand and allowing hellfire to roar into him. As one, the mermen charged at him, over 60 of the creatures swimming with all their strength and shooting through the water at enormous speeds. At the same time, the first of the other champions appeared and Cedric watched with horror in his eyes as Harry and the mermen moved in against each other and prepared to fight. Of all the fights that Harry had been in, this one was both the easiest and the hardest in many different aspects. During his time as a Denarian, Harry had fought against a Drakon, two powerful Denarians and a horde of demonized dogs. Some of them, like the latter, had been quite easy and well within his powers, and some of them, like the former, had required a little bit of outside assistance. In a way, Harry had quickly learned strategies in dealing with enemies that had far more power than you did. Try not to get killed was the most prevalent one. However, there had only been a few times when Harry was actually the powerhouse of the battle, the one wielding more power than his enemies. He had once killed a troll, and that had been a fairly simple fight, but it had also been a single opponent. He had also fought against a dozen large demonized dogs and that had been slightly harder, even with a true wizard at his side. This fight, however, did not involve one enemy or even a dozen. No, there were 5 dozen or so mermen bearing down on him and they moved a hell of a lot faster than the dogs had. You need to gain distance, Messiel advised quickly as Harry leveled his wand at the nearest of the approaching mermen. So I noticed, Harry snapped, his eyes darting around him. As the first of the mermen came within close range of his wand, he gave it a sharp flick, hellfire and anger burning in his eyes. Ephodio. The curse, powerful even with the minute trickling of hellfire that Harry unconsciously placed into every spell, roared from his wand when it was fully charged with the dark energy source. A resounding boom burst from Harry and the water rippled underneath the pure force of the spell. The flash of silver light slammed into the merman and reducing its frail body to a mass of green bloodied pulp. F.K. exclaimed Harry, his eyes wide and appreciative as he stared at his wand. I have a new favorite spell. Behind you. Harry whirled around, his wand reflexively slashing upwards as a merman loomed above him, a spear clasped in its hands. Hellfire flared the runes, a red light shimmering in the water as Harry deflected a blow that would have seen him skewered. His counter jinx caused the spear to snap in two and sent the merman spinning through the water with a flash of blue light. This isn't Ephodio. Harry barked mid-sentence, his powerful spell blasting through the water and splattering the nearest merman with a flash of silver light and a roaring boom. He twisted around, his movements jerky, he flailed through the water. Ephodio. The closest merman managed to look startled as the silver flash enveloped its head. Its corpse was flung backwards, flopping and turning in the water and slamming into 2 of its companions. By this time, the majority of the mermen were less than 10 meters away from Harry, who leveled his wand beneath him. Wadawasi. Harry barked out the incantation for the banishing charm against the water beneath him. He felt the spell, fueled by hellfire, struggle to do the impossible and break apart the backlash, sending Harry shooting up at incredible speed and avoiding the 4 spears that would have pierced him a second later. Harry was still shooting through the water and he could feel it streaming over his body and around his bubblehead charm. He looked down, a dark glint in his eyes as anger filled his mind. The mermen were following him up, moving much faster than he was and quickly catching up to him. He lowered his wand, a dark glint in his eyes, and hellfire roared in his veins. Eruptus ardor. Harry bellowed loudly, his voice ringing in his ears as it bounced off his bubblehead charm. The tip of his wand glowed with a rich crimson light and several bursts of heat and fire shot from the tip. Torpedoes of rippling water fueled and boiled by Harry's hellfire until they shone with a dim red light, shot down at the mermen. Several of them dodged, weaving in and around the rippling torpedoes, but there were too many of them for some not to get hit. One of the mermen took one of them in the face and snapped backwards, the force of the blow driving it down towards the seabed. Another took one in the chest and was also driven backwards, halting and shuddering as it was pierced on the trident of one of its kin, who ignored it. Your spells are effective, but there are too many of them. You think. Harry growled as the first of the mermen caught up to him. He flicked his wand, slashing it through the water. A glimmering arc of silver magic met the first merman, cleaving the frail creature in 2, and Harry brought up his wand to deflect the spear of the second. Wood met metal and Harry barked out a word as he held his wand against the merman's spear. The merman gave a startled cry as dark crackling energy poured from Harry's wand and onto his spear, shuddering and jerking as the dark magic arced into him. Harry gave the merman a powerful kick and leveled his wand above his head. Wadawa-see. Harry barked out again and he was propelled through the water, zooming in closer to the merman village. He frowned, concentrating as he weaved hellfire and wand magic together. A bright glow appeared at the end of his wand and he brandished it as if it were a whip. A coil of glowing yellow flame, quickly suppressed and turned into boiling water, whipped out one of the mermen, binding itself around the creature and trapping it. The other mermen dodged their trapped companion and shot after Harry with blank eyes. Cedric was now swimming down to the village and was throwing glances back at Harry, who continued to fight and kill the bewitched mermen. Behind him, distorted version of Crumb followed him looking half human, half shark. Closely following both of them was Richard, who looked as if he had turned himself into one of the mermen. The three champions eyed each other suspiciously, but the battle occurring no more than 100 meters away was enough to make them work as a group and they moved for the statue, where the hostages had been bound. Harry noted this as he slashed his wand through the water as fast as he could, gouging the chest of a merman with a glimmering arc of silver. The next flick his wand caused one of the spears to shatter as it stabbed towards him, stopped by a faintly glowing shield of green hues. This isn't working real well, Harry panted, breathing deeply as he leveled his wand at the next merman, who was gliding towards him with a spear held over his head. A flash of silver light and a concussive boom and the mermen shredded apart. I'm barely holding them, F.K. One of the mermen had seen an opening in Harry's defenses and had lunged forward. An instant later, Harry had brought his wand down on its head and crushed its skull with an orange flash of magic, as if he was carrying a mace and not a piece of wood. But its spear managed to dig into his coat, gouging into his skin and drawing a faint wisp of blood. Evertoxero. He snarled, anger flaring in his mind. From the tip of his wand came a giant spray of boiling water, steam hissing and spluttering as it was pushed forward and into the faces of the advancing mermen. Some of them shook their heads and backed away, apparently wary enough to avoid the spell, but most of them seemed to be under the influence of the wizard behind all this to the point that they ignored the pain and advanced into it. Red blotches appeared on their gray skin as Harry growled, ending the spell. He flicked his wand from the spear that had almost killed him to the merman. Wadawa-see. He barked. The spear spun around and zoomed through the water. The lead merman was moving too fast to stop and swam right onto the spear, his mouth gasping pathetically as the shock and pain broke the spell on his mind. Two other mermen managed to pierce themselves on this spear as Harry lifted his wand and propelled himself downward, closer to the village. Harry took the 10 to 20 seconds he had to take a rest, panting lightly. It was almost relaxing, the feel of moving through the water at these speeds, and if there hadn't been a horde of bewitched mermen chasing him then he would have relaxed and enjoyed the sensations. However, there was a horde of bewitched mermen chasing him and Harry started to mentally prepare for the next confrontation. I suggest your demonic form, beloved, Messiel recommended quickly and Harry paused in the middle of his mental recital of powerful curses. What? Can that breathe underwater? Harry asked in disbelief. Yes, Messiel said. Harry blinked, idly deflecting a thrown trident away from him with a shimmer of pale green magic. Oh, he said and frowned. Well, let's get those morons out of here then. I have no intention of being lynched on the surface. When they're gone, then we can have some sushi. I'm looking forward to it, beloved, Messiel said grimly and Harry could feel her excitement, her lust for battle and blood. However, he tried to block it out as best he could and propelled himself towards the hostages, moving out of reach of the mermen once again. At the same time, Cedric and the others were having problems of their own. Two of the mermen had stopped in the pursuit of Harry and had confronted the other champion. One of them had gotten into Cedric's personal space and the Hufflepuff was desperately shielding himself from repeated stabs with a trident, a silver Protega shield glimmering as it absorbed the blows. The half-shark from Durmstrang, on the other hand, was clearly on the offensive. His unique form had given him an edge over the merman he faced and although there was large bloodied cut on his chest, he was currently snapping at the merman with sharp teeth. With a quick twist, Crumb managed to sink his large teeth into the merman's leg and he shook his head back and forth, trying to tear it off. Stupefy. Cedric bellowed from behind his bubble head charm. The merman caught a crimson blast of light right between the eyes, but apart from a slight dazed expression on its face, there was no other effect. Cedric swallowed, panic flying over his features and pounding into his brain as the merman lunged at him. He had left himself open for this and flinched, waiting for the sensation of being stabbed to hit him. It never came as a blur shot past him, and Cedric watched with amazement as Potter dealt with the merman. Flagrate Vires. Cedric heard Potter snarl, and a blaze of ruby light lit up the tip of his wand. The merman tried to parry with the spear, but Potter slipped the wand under, his green eyes glinting darkly as he dug the tip of his wand into merman flesh. The merman shuddered as the tip burnt into flesh and muscle, and the hand reflexively convulsed, loosening on the spear. In a single deft movement, Potter lifted the spear with his left hand and drove the tip of his wand into the merman's throat, killing it instantly. Cedric just stared at Potter with wide eyes, barely noticing that Crumb had just ripped the head off the other merman. On the other side of the statue, Richard was almost finished untying the hostages. Harry saw the look he was receiving from Cedric, and he rolled his eyes, an annoyed scowl on his face. "Moron!" he muttered from behind his bubblehead charm, knowing full well that Cedric can't hear him. He gestured at the hostages, then at Cedric, and then up to the surface. "Get the hostages and leave so I can go Chinese takeaway on this whale meat." Cedric obvious couldn't hear what Harry was saying, but he clearly understood the gestures. As Richard untied the last of the hostages, he moved forward and grabbed the pretty Oriental girl and the small Bond girl, hoisting them both over his shoulder. Richard took the girl in Salem robes in one hand while taking Hermione with the other, while Crumb prowled around them, moving silently through the water with a hunter's grace in his half-shark form. Harry barely noticed all of this as he saw that his 20 seconds of time was about to finish. From all over the village came the dozens of mermen, most of them clutching spears, tridents or some other weapons. He growled under his breath and leveled his wand at the ground, pushing his power into a powerful banishing charm and propelling himself away from the statue and towards the edge of the large stone slab. "Eruptus Ardor," he barked, flicking his wand. Torpedoes of boiling water shot out of his wand as he zoomed across the desolate merman village, and they glowed with a dim red light. The few mermen who looked as if they were going to chase the departing champions and hostages turned back to Harry after seeing the spell and advanced on him, their eyes gleaming with a foreign hatred and yearning as the Denarian propelled through the water again, ducking underneath the stone tablet and into the darkness. Harry dispelled the orb of glowing light that surrounded him, and after tucking his wand away, he closed his eyes and transformed. It only took a few moments as Harry, the human, turned into Harry, the bone rhyme, just as the horde of mermen darted from stone slab and into the darkened depths. Harry didn't have a bubble head charm around his head anymore, but he couldn't tell the difference as he took a breath, the rage and bloodlust roaring in his mind. What happened next was a massacre. Harry was a raging armored beast against a few dozen spears, and he moved with such ferocity and power that he had already killed 5 of the mermen before they knew what was happening. His wings of bone shot out, impaling mermen and slamming their bodies against each other as Harry swam through the water. His fists lashed out, crushing skulls with the palms of his hands and delivering furious punches that literally made mermen's heads snap back. His tail whirled around him, the thick armored appendage slamming into mermen and pulverizing bone into dust. The mermen darted around him, stabbing at him with their tridents, but the armor around his demonic form was simply too strong. Harry continued to rage, sulfur burning in his nose and his mind a vision of red-hazed bloodlust. Green blood drifted in the water as mermen were split open, beaten down and broken apart underneath Harry's fury. After a few minutes of fighting, there was nobody left to fight and let out a roar of triumph, hearing nothing in his demonic form. The water was thick with a green haze and Harry transformed back into his human form. Instantly, he tapped his wand over his head and reapplied the bubble head charm. The pressure in his ears faded away and the water was pushed from his face, although the powerful scent of merman blood remained in his nostrils. "That went well," Harry said calmly, brushing himself off and looking at the gouge in his coat, where the merman had nicked him with the spear before. It was no more than a shallow cut, and Harry pressed his wand to the wound, wincing as he pushed heat into his wound and cauterized it. "It did indeed," Messiel said with a throaty laugh. "That, beloved, was truly fun. It did have its moments, Harry agreed tiredly. However, he was still in a state of constant wariness and looked for the slightest hint of movement as he propelled himself back to the merman village, searching for any merman stragglers. Obviously, the best part was where I killed them all. Say, do you think mermen taste like fish? Judging by their scent, I'd say calamari, Messiel answered. Messiel, did you just make a joke? Asked Harry, his eyes wide with mock surprise as he surveyed the village around him. There were no signs of life now and the place appeared to be desolate ancient ruins lost in time. And, who the F.K. are you? Harry's snarling question was directed at the shadowy figure behind him as he whirled around, his wand leveled at the figure's head. Power glinted in Harry's emerald eyes and hellfire burned within his veins. It took him a few moments that the figure in front of him wasn't really, rather, it was just an apparition common enough in most long-distance communication evocation. Have you not guessed who I am? The figure taunted, his face flickering with shadows as he stared down at Harry, apparently able to hear him through the bubble head charm. I'll take a punt here, Harry said, lowering his wand with a disgruntled sigh. The Easter Bunny, right. I still want an explanation to last Easter, you know. Just because I vandalized a church doesn't mean you can skimp out on the caramel chocolate. I am not the Easter Bunny, fool. The shadowy specter hissed angrily and dark light swirled around him, a mixture of dark crimson and bright yellow hues that seemed to make apparitions seem far more intimidating than he was previously. Really? Harry asked earnestly, only faint traces of sarcasm in his voice. He rolled his eyes and gestured to flaring lights. Nice light show. Totally fake. Sure, but still very pretty. The wizard hissed, but the lights faded away as Harry continued. I'm going to say that you're the wizard that bewitched these mermen here to kill me, Harry said carefully, and blinked as Messiel prodded a though in his head. And set that demon on me back in Chicago. You want me dead, and judging from what I can sense in you, you want something else as well. I do want you dead, the shadowy wizard hissed, his hands convulsing as if he wished to wrap them around Harry's neck right at that moment. And what I want, well, there are only a few things of value that you have. The coin, Harry concluded with a dangerous glint in his eyes. You want my coin. Messiel's coin. You want Messiel. For a child, you're very smart, the wizard admitted grudgingly. I have underestimated you, I think. You managed to defeat my demon with magic that not even I possess, and you dealt with these pitiful creatures here without much effort at all. The power of your fallen must be superb. What do you want with Messiel? Harry asked lazily, folding his arms over his chest. Were you old roommates? Are you a friend of Nicodemus? Are you trying to sell her long-distance plans? I don't care about the fallen, the wizard scoffed, waving his gloved hand as if removing an annoying fact. It could be any fallen, any coin, I do not care. You just seemed like an easy target. Power, Harry said with narrowed eyes. You want the power of a fallen. You want hellfire. You want black magic. You want to feel the intoxicating rush of searing heat roaring through your body as it empowers your every spell. You want to know things about magic and the world that no mortal on this planet could even begin to comprehend. You want more power. I do, the wizard hissed. Have you tried the Energizer Bunny? Asked Harry, a mocking smile on his face, and he gave the wizard a thumbs up. It'll last twice as long as Duracell and it's pink. Oh, you will regret mocking me, boy, the dark wizard threatened, and the shadows around him warped with colors again, casting odd and threatening hues over the merman village and making the apparition seem much more intimidating. Harry rolled his eyes but ignored the light show. No, you will regret trying to kill me, Harry said quietly, coldly, and his eyes glinted with power. I vow that I will hunt you down and kill you for this. If you wanted a coin, you should have tried some other denarian. Messiel is mine, wizard, and she will always be mine, and you are nothing more than an unskilled and pathetically weak wizard. I will crush you, I promise you. The shadowy figure gave a scornful laugh, but it was tinged with nervousness and the apparition seemed to fidget under Harry's dark gaze. You can't match my power, the dark wizard boasted. I have trained myself in black magic for years. If you seek me out, I will kill you. Oh, but I can match your power, Harry said quietly, dangerously. And even if I couldn't, but I can, I could easily match your pathetic skills. I mean, you seem to know nothing. I know magic that would make your very bones rot away, the shadowy figure hissed angrily, leaning for angry and coming off to Harry as whiny. I know magic that would envelop your body with stone. I know magic that would bind you to my will for all of eternity. Do not push me. Maybe you do and maybe you don't, Harry said and smiled coldly. But I bet you don't know much about communication spells. Do you? The figure frowned, staring at Harry uncertainly, unsure of where the Denarian was going with this. What? He spat out angrily. What are you talking about? Well, there's a reason why people don't use them in front of enemies, Harry said and shook his head, eyeing the apparition darkly. A snarl came over his face and the figure flinched at the sight of hellfire burning in Harry's palms. It leaves you open to counterattack. Before the apparition could do anything, Harry thrust his hands into it and gave a cold smile. For a moment, nothing happened, but suddenly the shadowy figure screamed in pain, doubling over. I'm on fire. He shrieked, his voice panicked as he slapped at his dark robes, trying to suppress a fire that was not there. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. Stop it. No. Wait. You. No. Ah. Harry watched with a grim smile on his face as the shadowy wizard howled and writhed, screaming in agony as Harry's spell made him believe that he was burning alive. The wizard hadn't known that by allowing your mind to traverse so far away from the body within the communication spell, it left you quite susceptible to mental attacks. Ignorance is a bitch, isn't it? Harry asked, giving a dark chuckle of satisfaction as the figure let out a loud, piercing scream. Suddenly the apparition flickered and burst apart in a shower of multicolored sparks. The threatening flashes of color faded away as Harry was once more alone in the Merman village. He was still smiling as he quickly reviewed the area, seeing no movement whatsoever. That should keep him down for a few days, Harry said cheerfully and then frowned. Why do all the bad guys always feel the urge to brag and show off? For F.K's sake, this isn't a movie, you know. Indeed, Messil agreed in amusement. He seemed most pathetic. I would not want him as a host. We will have to kill him when opportunity presents itself. Even the most pathetic of enemies can get lucky. Yeah, I'll look forward to that, Harry uttered and rolled his eyes, shaking his head in annoyance and exasperation. What AF? King Git. With one last flick of his wand, Harry propelled himself up towards the surface of the lake and burst out of the water. He flopped down in the shallows, content to lie there for a minute, panting heavily. He looked up from the water as he heard a loud commotion not too far away, his face wearied but his eyes alert. There was a low buzz of noise coming from the stands as the audience whispered and muttered to one another. Most of the judges were sitting at their table, looking both displeased and curious, but Dumbledore and Bagman were missing. Harry found them nearby, standing next to the tournament officials that had clustered around the group of wet champions and were talking furiously with Fleur, Cedric, Richard and Krum. The hostages had been woken up from whatever enchanted sleep they had been put in and were being led off, although Fleur seemed very reluctant to let go of the small bee-owned girl her sister, by the looks of it. I leave for a few minutes and they start bitching, Harry muttered tiredly as he staggered up out of the water, revealing himself to the tournament officials and the audience. Cedric saw Harry first and his eyes widened as he gave a loud exclamation of surprise, pointing at Harry furiously. The champions and tournament officials turned around and Harry heard a loud buzz of chatter bust from the stands as the group rushed over, Dumbledore and Bagman in the lead. Are you all right? Was the first thing Harry heard and it came from Cedric, who eyed Harry in concern. Why wouldn't I be? Harry retorted sharply, and then frowned as Cedric wordlessly gestured at his ribs. He looked down and saw a small wound in his side where that Merman's spear had grazed him. Oh, I see. Before anybody could do anything, Harry lifted up his wand. He narrowed his eyes and the droplets of water clinging to his wand hissed and spluttered as a dim red hue of light grew at the tip. Cedric frowned but Dumbledore's eyes flashed with recognition and he made to stop Harry, who grunted as he pressed the tip of his wand against his flesh. There was the sound of sizzling flesh and Richard and Cedric took a startled step backwards, while Fleur looked on in revulsion and Krum raised an eyebrow, looking impressed. This is very crude, beloved, Messil said disapprovingly, but she did dull the flaring pain in his side until it was no more than a mild ache. There's no way I'm letting them get my blood. Harry thought back and lifted his wand up, inspecting his wound with narrowed eyes. He had effectively cauterized the wound and only blackened skin remained of the bloodstained wound. I know. It was a close one, Harry said sarcastically, lifting his eyes and staring back at the group. I mean, if it had been 7 inches higher and 4 inches deeper and I might have died. Only 7 inches. You could have died, Bagman said, looking stricken at the mere thought. Harry blinked at his emotional response, eyeing the baby-faced wizard with disdain. I was being sarcastic. You dolt, he muttered, rolling his eyes. What happened, Potter? Moody growled, his wand clasped in his hand as he limped through the crowd. His fake eye was rapidly spinning in its socket and his face was tight with anger and determination as he glanced over the lake. The others were saying something about Mad Merman. Oh no, not mad, Harry disagreed, shaking his head. Try completely King insane. They went psycho and tried to kill us. Well, they tried to kill me. Here Harry jerked his thumb at the other champions. These chicken shits ran off as soon as they could. Cedric and Richard shifted on their feet, apparently feeling guilty about that, but Krum remained motionless, staring at Harry with brooding eyes, and Fleur ignored him completely, rounding on the tournament officials with anger as if Harry had not spoken. This shouldn't have happened, she spat, her beautiful face twisted up in anger. You put my sister in danger. She could have died. Ms. Delacour, let me assure you that this wasn't supposed to happen, a young redhead official said, his boring eyes peeking out from behind horn-rimmed glasses as he stared at Fleur with a stern expression on his face. The mermen showed no sign of aggression towards us when we approached them about the second task, in fact they were happy to participate. Why did they try to kill us? Fleur asked dangerously, her cheeks flushed and her swimsuit plastered to her body. Harry took a moment to admire the beautiful witch, his eyes running down her legs and across her chest. I thought you didn't like French people. Messiel, I'll be honest with you. I don't like anybody. I was just using racism as an excuse, Harry responded and gave an appreciative grin. Richard was doing the same and the two champions' eyes met. Harry threw Richard a wink and silently gestured to Fleur, and the older boy grinned and nodded. But I do like looking at beautiful women. Go figure. Messiel sighed, but there was more resignation than exasperation in her voice. Harry took his eyes off Fleur's very well-formed legs and tuned into the conversation. Not meant to happen, the redhead was saying exasperatedly, rubbing his tired eyes and shaking his head. It is impossible. Allow me to speak to the chieftainess, Percy, interrupted Dumbledore, raising a placating hand in the air and forestalling the next round of arguments. I will discover exactly what happened under the lake and see to it that everything is made right. Very well, the redhead, Percy, started, before Harry cut him off, something like sheepishness on his face. The chieftainess, he said slowly with a frown, gesturing to his head as he continued. Is she a big fish girl with a crown of pearls on her head? Yes, I believe she is, Dumbledore said slowly and looked troubled as Harry smiled darkly. Yeah, you might have a problem getting in touch with her, the Denarian said slowly, a mock sheepish grin on his face as he scratched his chin. Why? The redhead asked suspiciously, but Dumbledore sighed heavily, looking ancient and grim as he turned back to the lake with solemn eyes. She's been struck down with a mild case of death, Harry answered bluntly and shrugged as Bagman started, swiveling his gaze towards Harry with shock in his eyes. Moody, however, looked pleased and gave Harry a nod while Dumbledore continued to stare out into the lake, seemingly lost in his thoughts. What? Percy exclaimed loudly, staring at Harry with horror in his eyes. You mean? It's a bit hard to live without your lungs, Harry said, shrugging easily. He gave a cold smile that made his youthful face seem oddly sinister. Even if you are a sea-based creature. You killed her, Bagman said softly, the bee. Owned an athletic wizard staring at Harry as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. I killed them all, Harry said flatly, almost challengingly. Bagman blinked and Percy recoiled in horror, but the champions seemed to take it into stride, perhaps because most of them had seen him slicing apart the merman with his wand. They all seemed very determined to kill me, so I had to defend myself. I see, Dumbledore said, turning back from the lake. His eyes were glinting with anger, and for a moment Harry thought the old man would attack him as an almost invisible aura of power surrounded the ancient wizard, like a static charge flickered through the air. Bagman took a hasty step away and Percy flinched, but just as Harry prepared to grasp Hellfire, the aura of anger and power vanished and quick as it had appeared, and Dumbledore sighed, looking very old and very tired. All of them? Fleur asked softly, but not in horror. She was staring at him strangely. You killed them all, to save us. To save my sister. No, Harry disagreed scornfully, shaking his head. I killed them all to save myself. Not very hero-like, Cedric muttered, but Harry heard him and shrugged. I've been told I'm selfish, he admitted easily. It actually makes life a lot easier in the long run. Suddenly there was a shout from one of the wizards standing by the lake. The group turned around just as a merman popped out of the water with a soft splash. Its yellow eyes were tinged with madness and rage, and it bared its broken, yellow teeth, yelling something in a high-pitched screech. Harry couldn't understand what the creature was saying, and before he could ask Messiel to translate for him, the merman pulled a long trident out of the water and hurled it at Harry with incredible speed. The instant Harry had seen the trident, hellfire had blazed in his veins and anger had raged in his mind. He raised his wand, his eyes glinting with dark power. However, Dumbledore was faster, and in a flash of movement, the trident became a flock of chattering birds which soared into the air, over and above Harry's head. The merman let out another screech and hurled another weapon, a spear, this time, but this one became a puff of smoke as Dumbledore flicked his wand. Moody limped forward, his wand out and his face grim, but Harry beat him to it and flicked his wand. The silver flash of light and the loud, noisy boom was all the warning the merman had before a fist-sized hole burst into his chest. There was a spray of green blood, and the merman let out a pained dying screech as it flopped back on the water, sending a spray of dark green blood over the murky lake. Fleur started beside him, a soft gasp escaping her throat, and the stands went into silence as the merman's corpse slowly sunk underneath the water. Harry lowered his wand and, ignoring the stares of shock, he turned back to Dumbledore. The headmaster looked as if he was about to admonish the Denarian, his eyes dark with condemnation, but the serious look in Harry's normally mocking eyes was enough to silence his strong disapproval. They were enthralled, Harry said, his eyes narrowing. By a wizard. Dumbledore's eyebrows went up and his dark expression faded away, replaced with a troubled look. He tucked his wand into his purple and silver robes, appearing to be thinking carefully as the rest of the group blinked at the unfamiliar expression. Cedric spoke up for all of them. Enthralled. Quote, it's a more complicated but much nastier form of the Imperious Curse, Harry explained. The best way to free somebody from this type of control is to kill the wizard who did it. But I can guarantee you that the wizard isn't anywhere near here. You are sure? Dumbledore asked quietly. Oh yeah, Harry said grimly. He presented himself as a specter, and like a villain in a bad movie, he couldn't resist gloating. I gave him a bit of a nasty surprise though. Harry finished and smiled sadistically, anger and satisfaction flickering in his eyes. How so? Dumbledore asked curiously, peering from behind his half-moon glasses with emotionless blue eyes. Let's just say he won't be able to look at a candle again in a very long time, Harry said, attempting to be mysterious. He gave a lazy grin and gestured at himself. Now, can I go and dry myself off now? Dumbledore's eyebrows rose and he raised his wand, most likely to perform some kind of drying spell. However, Harry halted him with a raised hand, rolling his eyes and shaking his head. That was a subtle way of me saying, I don't want to talk anymore, so I'm leaving. Call me when you have my score, and it better be good. I think I did exceptionally well on this task, Harry said, and have a mocking smile. He walked past the group, ignoring the protests from both Percy and Bagman as he strolled towards one of the white tents, eager to have a proper rest and catch his breath back. Harry was in the tent, lazily sitting back in one of the chairs as he rested. Outside he could hear the loud buzz of the crowd, and just outside his tent he could hear soft mutters from the other champions. Occasionally the word, kill, slaughter, and his favorite so far, massacre, brushed by his ears, but he ignored them for the most part and closed his eyes, giving a yawn. Although the second task hadn't taken a lot of him in terms of magic, He had done a lot of swimming and many of his muscles were aching. So, new bad guys, he murmured softly, with a tired sigh. He opened his eyes and wasn't surprised to see Mesiel's beautiful figure sitting beside him, looking thoughtful. There's always gotta be new bad guys. New bad guys, Mesiel agreed. She tapped her fingers together. Or bad guy, in this case. I believe his is acting alone. Not a very good one, Harry muttered scornfully and Mesiel smiled. Indeed, she said, and Harry both felt and saw her amusement. He is powerful, yes, but he lacks skill and training. He is an amateur who most likely has heard about the Denarian coins and the beings that reside within them. He wants a fallen living in his soul. Harry asked with a frown. No offense intended, Mesiel, but I thought the majority of you lot don't treat your hosts that well. No offense taken, beloved, Mesiel said amusedly. And yes, the vast majority of my kind do not particularly care for their hosts. There are very few who have a relationship like ours, and even then, not to this extent. We have something unique, beloved, and something special. I would not let a pathetic wizard like that take you away from me. Harry didn't reply to her somewhat sentimental display of emotion, but his heart softened and he regarded Mesiel with a genuine smile on his face. Besides, I would not be surprised if he believes that he could dominate my will and remain unaffected, while retaining my powers. There have been many like him before and they all fall in the end, Mesiel continued, scorn appearing in her voice. That's not so hard to do, Harry replied flippantly. Dominate your will, I mean. Mesiel raised an eyebrow, turning her head and staring at him with a hint of challenge in her silver eyes as a soft smile curved her lips upwards. Oh, she said lightly, amusedly. You believe you dominate my will. Well, I do ignore you a lot of the times, Harry answered, shrugging carelessly. I mean, you're all, be nice to the rich and influential, beloved, and, don't have say. With Maeve, beloved, and I still slap Pansy Boy to the ground and give Maeve a good time. That advice was for your own benefit, Mesiel said, and Harry could feel her exasperation, maybe even annoyance, at the mention of Maeve. Still, the fallen did not appear to be truly insulted and a teasing smile graced her lips. Besides, beloved, I believe it was Maeve that gave you a good time, and not vice versa. Practice, Mesiel, it all comes down to practice, Harry says lazily, giving another yawn and stretching his arms above his head. Suddenly a voice broke into their conversation, making Harry start for a moment. Who are you talking to, Potter? Cedric asked slowly as he walked into Teehee tent. Harry looked up, seeing the seventh year looking befuddled as he gazed around the tent, trying to see just who Harry had been bantering with. He blinked in confusion as he found nobody and eyed Harry oddly, a bemused expression on his face. I believe that is my cue, Mesiel said with a smile on her face, and she gave Harry a mocking wave, her illusion wavering and disappearing as Harry turned to Cedric. Myself, he answered half-truthfully, and Cedric blinked, eyeing Harry with a hint of wariness on his face. They're doing scores now, so, come on, the seventh year said and backed out of the tent, still looking uncomfortable. Harry sighed in annoyance, reluctant to leave his chair now that he had made himself comfortable. Still, he picked himself up from chair, a disgruntled frown on his face. He strode out of the tent and joined the champions in front of the judges' podium. The others eyed him carefully, but Harry ignored them as Bagman stood up, raising his hands and stilling the mutter of the audience stand. As you may have already heard, there was a bit of a problem during the second task, he started, and his eyes darted towards Harry. After careful consultation, the judges have decided that the second task remained true to its spirit and therefore, will count towards the final score of the champions. Now, Fleur Delacour demonstrated excellent use of the bubblehead charm. However, she was attacked by Grindylows and forced to return to the surface before she was able to retrieve her hostage. We award her 25 points. I deserve 0, Fleur said, shaking her head. Her golden hair swayed over her bathing suit and Harry couldn't help but take another look as he nodded sagely. Yes, you do, he said softly, without taking his eyes off the judges, and Fleur scowled at him as Bagman cheerfully continued reciting the scores. Victor Crumb used an incomplete spell to transfigure himself into a shark, which was nevertheless effective, and demonstrated an advanced understanding of self-transfiguration. He returned to the surface with 4 minutes to spare. We award him 40 points. Crumb straightened up and bowed his head towards the judges, looking very pleased with himself. Harry rolled his eyes at his fellow champion's pomposity and made a face at Crumb's back. The only person who seemed to notice was Cedric, who looked both amused and annoyed, but the seventh year's attention was instantly back on Bagman as the judge continued. Both Cedric Diggory and Richard Banks demonstrated excellent use of the bubblehead charm and, like Victor, returned with their hostages with 4 minutes to spare. We award both of them 44 points. The crowd cheered as both Cedric and Richard beamed. Richard even raised his hand and gave the crowd a wave, to which the cheering intensified. Harry just groaned, rolled his eyes and shook his head with disgust at the display of showmanship. When he turned back to Bagman, he saw that the bee-owned-haired wizard had hesitated. A moment later, he spoke up. Now, Harry Potter returned well outside the time limit. Furthermore, he returned without his hostage and nursing an injury, Bagman said carefully. The audience was silent as Bagman continued, a pleased smile playing at his lips. However, the other champions tell us that Harry Potter was the first to arrive at the Merman village and stayed behind to defend both the hostages and the other champions from attack, saving them all from certain death. Several of us feel that this deserves full marks, however, and here he shot Karkaroff and even Dumbledore annoyed glances. We award Harry Potter 42 points. The crowd roared with applause, but Harry ignored them, frowning as he mentally added in the new scores to the scores of the first task. The audience in the stands were rising and beginning to leave, making a lot of noise as they did, but Harry blocked them out as he blinked in surprise. So, Crumb and Richard are winning on 75, Cedric is on 74, I'm on 71 and Fleur is on 54, Harry murmured. Hey, I just might win this thing. Indeed, Messiel murmured into his mind. Around him the other champions were strolling away, all except Fleur, that is. The bee-owned-haired champion from Beauxbatons had hesitated and took a deep breath, sporting an intensely uncomfortable look as she confronted him. Potter, Harry, Fleur said slowly, her voice rich with her accent. She was looking at him carefully, making an effort to hide the usual disdain she felt for him as she stared into his eyes. You saved my sister's life. I must thank you. Okay, you spoiled French brat, Harry said with an annoyed frown. Let's get this perfectly straight. I didn't save your sister's life. He gestured to the backs of the other champions. They saved your sister's life. I was too busy having fun killing things. Let's not get all sentimental and sappy here, I really don't do that well. And by fighting, you allowed them to escape, Fleur said fiercely, her eyes sparkling passionately. And put yourself in more danger. You saved her, even though she wasn't your hostage. Harry narrowed his eyes at her and opened his mouth to respond with a scathing comment. However, he never got a chance to retort as Fleur bent down and placed a chaste key on his cheek, stunning him into silence. Thank you, she said breathily, her eyes sparkling as she stared into his. With a whirl of her golden sleeve of hair, Fleur walked away, leaving Harry to stare after her in surprise. He blinked and touched his cheek, a smug smirk coming over his face as he stroked his chin. She's acting like one of those first years who believe that you are a hero, Messiel said, and Harry could have sworn he heard disgruntlement in her voice. Yeah, Harry said absently, cocking his head as he stared at her retreating back and other lower appendages. But she has a much nicer ass, Messiel finished, not even needing to sense Harry's thoughts to know what he was going to say. She sighed. Beloved, you are hopeless. Absolutely hopeless. So I notice these things, Harry said and shrugged lightly, a cocky smile on his face. Sue me. Several hours after Harry had dived into the lake, he found himself striding through one of Hogwarts' many darkened hallways. He was walking alone, trying to avoid both Dumbledore and the lecture on good and morals and all that crap that would follow, and the other people who wanted to know what happened under the lake. Harry usually had no problems in bragging about his victories, but given that he had transformed into a demon with the help of a fallen angel and slaughtered innocent mermen that might have been saved, he had the feeling that the wizards, especially the Ministry of Magic, wouldn't be too happy with him. There were two places that Harry had heard of that he never wanted to visit, the Vatican, and the wizard prison of Azkaban. Sometimes you're more trouble than you're worth, Harry grumbled jokingly to Messiel, who followed the trail of his thoughts and throbbed with amusement. I know, somebody said quietly, and Harry started, swinging around with blazing rage burning in his eyes. It faded away into annoyance, and Harry lowered his wand as he saw Amanda standing behind him, a smile on her face. Hi. The bee-owned girl said cheerfully, giving Harry a small wave. Harry sighed irritably and tucked his wand back in his coat, a scowl forming on his face. It had been such a good day of violence and mayhem. Why, oh why, did this annoyingly cheerfully girl have to come and ruin it for him? What do you want? He growled darkly. Nothing, Amanda said defensively, walking up and standing by his side. I just got out of the hospital wing. They put us all through tests to make sure we were really okay. By the way, Madame Pomfrey wants to have a look at your wound. Tell her thanks, but not thanks. I'd rather burn in hell, Harry said, a mocking smile on his face. And that's definitely more likely to happen than me walking through those hospital wing steps and into her beaked clutches. If she wants some entertainment, tell her to go talk to Dumbledore. They'll have a lot in common. Harry saw Amanda roll her eyes as he turned around and started walking down the corridor and away from her. However, an instant later he could hear Amanda's soft footsteps as she caught up with him, a brilliant and annoyingly happy smile on her face. So, she murmured secretively, her face reflecting pleasure and a hint of teasing. So, what? Harry asked slowly, eyeing Amanda darkly. So, I'm the one you would miss the most, Amanda said happily. She smiled brilliantly at Harry's look of disgust and waggled her finger in his face. It's true. Don't deny it. I don't think so, Harry scoffed, waving a hand irritably through the air. It was all about that stupid Yule Ball. Apparently they think I like you or something. That's just ridiculous, Amanda helpfully supplied, and Harry nodded his head vigorously. Exactly, he declared with an annoyed frown. I mean, I'd miss a good whiff of methane before I'd miss you. At least with methane I only have to smell it. I have to smell, hear and see you. That's 3 times as bad. Amanda sighed and rolled her eyes at his comments, exasperation on her face as she glowered at him. She folded her arms over her chest and leveled a piercing glare at him. Would it kill you to be honest with me for once? She demanded, irritation flickering in her eyes. Just once, tell me the truth. What? Harry asked in confusion, eyeing Amanda with an irritable scowl on his face and both matching and surpassing her glare. What the hell are you on about? You're making less sense than usual. Look, I know you don't like me a lot, Amanda started patiently. At all, Harry broke in helpfully, and Amanda sighed, rolling her eyes in annoyance. Fine, at all then, she said impatiently, and then leveled at him an intent stare. Her passionate blue-gray eyes bore into his impassive green orbs. But tell me this, can you really say that you hate me as much as you say you do? Yes, Harry concluded with a definite nod and flashed her with a bright, sarcastic smile. Yes, I can. You're a liar, Amanda said simply, her scowl fading away and replaced with a resigned smile. And unpleasant to be around. And cruel to other people. And disrespectful for anybody else. And selfish. And associated with a being of evil. And a general all-around bastard. Yeah, it's fun, isn't it? Harry said, shrugging his shoulders, and looked at Amanda impatiently. You're telling me stuff I already know. Do you have a point in all of this? But, I know you, Amanda finished, and Harry sighed, raising a hand to silence her. No you don't, he said darkly. Believe me, you really don't. Now, will you shut up? Or do I have to make you? There's good in you, Amanda said, ignoring his comments and staring at him softly. I can see it, even if you can't. You can sense the good in me. Harry echoed and gave a derisive snort. He rolled his eyes, giving a loud sigh of irritation and disbelief as he rounded on the girl. This isn't a Star Wars movie. I'm not a conflicted and tragic dark hero. I'm not going to join the light on the verge of my death mainly because I don't plan on dying. It may come to you as a surprise, but I actually don't walk around in a giant refrigerator and sounding like I shoved a freaking cucumber up my ass. And believe me when I say that I am not your father. I never thought you were, Amanda shot back stubbornly, and Harry paused, a sly smile coming to his face. Then again, With a mother like yours, Harry said and trailed off, a lecherous smile coming over his face. Yuck. Amanda gagged, shaking her head in disgust. You are sick. Still, she was smiling at him with knowing on her face, and Harry shook his head, knowing that there was very little he could say or do, short of actually killing her at that very moment, that would make her change her mind. For a brief moment, he entertained the thought but then shook it off. He'd be the most likely suspect, after all. Geez, you save somebody's life and suddenly everybody thinks you like them or something, Harry muttered sourly, shaking his head in disgust. Amanda rolled her eyes as he strolled away, a small smile on her face. She watched his retreating back with something like wistfulness in her eyes before she sighed, her smile disappearing. A moment later, she turned around and started back towards the Gryffindor Tower. The day after the second task found Harry lounging in the Gryffindor common room amidst a haze of soft mutters and nervous glances. The news that Harry had practically massacred an entire village of mermen, bewitched or not, had made its way around the school and probably into the papers. If people had been in awe of his power from the first task, the end of the second task heralded in a new wave of genuine fear. To Harry, it was absolutely wonderful. Not only were people leaving him alone, but they were fearfully respectful towards him, and that to Harry was almost as good as genuine respect. At the present moment, Harry found himself leaning back in one of the cushiony chairs in front of the common room fire. His emerald eyes were glazed over as he stared at the thick tome on his lap, allowing Messiel to memorize entire slabs of text, before idly flipping the page every few seconds. To the students in the common room, it was as if Harry was devouring the pages with his eyes. However, most of them were less concerned about Harry's strange reading habits and more concerned about his tendency to kill. "How long has he been at it?" Amanda asked Hermione quietly, emerging from her dormitory and moving to stand behind the bushy-haired girl. Hermione stiffened at Amanda's voice. 10 minutes, she answered tersely, not even turning her head to stare at her former friend. She still hadn't forgiven Amanda for the nasty slap the blonde-haired American had given her, and was even outraged that Amanda hadn't apologized yet, especially after it became common knowledge that Harry had murdered an entire tribe of mermen and proven many of Hermione's accusations right. "Wow," Amanda said quietly, blinking as Harry flipped another page. "He's definitely a speed reader then." "If you say so," Hermione said tightly and turned back to her homework. Amanda stared at the back of Hermione's head with a pained frown, and it almost looked as if she was going to say something. Instead, she sighed and turned away, glancing back towards Harry once more. There was a large gap between him and the rest of the students, even the small group of first years that liked to trail after Harry. With only a glimmer of hesitation, Amanda bit her lip and strolled over to where Harry was sitting. "Go away, Barbie," Harry said slowly, his eyes not leaving the book on his lap. "What are you doing at the moment?" Amanda asked, ignoring Harry's barb. "Well, I'll go ahead and answer the obvious," Harry answered, flipping a page on his book. "At that moment, I was reading a book on the joys of bestiality, if you must know. At this very moment, though, I'm sitting down, breathing. Oh, now I'm turning my head and looking at you. Now, I'm frowning at you and tapping my fingers impatiently on my book and coincidentally, pretty much doing everything except what I was doing 2 seconds ago." "Harry," Amanda started exasperatedly. "What do you want?" Harry interrupted her quickly, his eyes glinting with annoyance. "If this is about the whole Harry is Darth Vader thing from yesterday, no, I will not repent. No, I will not feel regret, and yes, I will do your mum. I want you to help me." Amanda cut in sharply, although a flash of aversion filled her mind at the thought of Harry doing her mom. That was a mental image that she could have really done without. "You want me to what?" Harry asked in astonishment. A look of incredibility flashed over his face as he shook his head, a scornful chuckle escaping his throat and attracting the attention of the common room. Amanda flushed as Harry laughed in her face, and blushed harder as several of the first years from across the room joined in with their fallen hero. But as soon as Harry heard them, he stopped laughing and leveled a very pointed glare at them. The group of hero-worshipping first years, led by a pretty pigtailed brunette, immediately stopped laughing and ducked their heads as Harry turned back to Amanda. "Why on earth," heaven and hell would I want to help you? He asked her, rolling his eyes in irritation as the smile fell off his lips. I don't like you, remember? So you keep telling me, Amanda remarked dryly and took a seat next to Harry, who gave a soft sigh of annoyance and slammed his book shut. Why are you sitting there? Harry asked her coldly, eyeing her with the beginnings of anger. I'm not leaving until you agree to help me, Amanda said stubbornly and folded her arms across her chest. I could make you leave, Harry promised quietly, and darkness glittered in his icy green eyes. And it would require little effort on my part. I'm sure you could, Amanda retorted, although a flash of nervousness ran through her and she eyed Harry carefully, as if she wasn't sure on just how far she could push him. But I'm pretty sure that you won't. Besides, I think you'll want to help me. After all, you don't offer a coin to everybody. I see, Harry said softly and glanced around the common room, noticing that all eyes were surreptitiously glancing at both him and Amanda. He narrowed his eyes and with a sudden flash of movement, whipped his wand out. Amanda flinched, her entire body going icy cold as her eyes widened with fear. However, instead of cursing her, Harry flicked his wand through the air and barked out an incantation. There was a suddenly glimmer of sparkling light and suddenly most of the room winced, clasping their ears in pain. Harry let a satisfied smile cross his face and put his wand away, turning back to Amanda. What did you do? Amanda murmured, staring around the room with an impressed expression on her face. Although she could see many mouths moving, accompanied by angry scowls, she couldn't hear a thing. She watched as another round of winces shot through the room, much to Harry's amusement. A privacy spell, of sorts, Harry said with a pleased smile. If they try to listen to our conversation, they get a painful dose of loud, unrecognizable noise. A bit like rap music, really. Oh, Amanda said quietly. She turned her head back to Harry, only to find him staring at her with intent green eyes, his displeasure reflected on his face. Dumbledore told me that you could be trusted to keep your mouth shut, Harry said softly, coldly. As much as I dislike the guy, I respect him, so I believed him. But here you are, flapping your mouth open about coins. Were you dropped on the head as a baby or are you just that stupid? I'm just surprised that you respect somebody, Amanda said, blinking in surprise. And that last little quip, it could have been done better, you know. Why go for long and complicated when the simple sayings work best? Harry said, shrugging carelessly. The cold glint in his eyes hadn't left. And Dumbledore is not only powerful, but he hasn't tried to kill me yet. Hence, the respect. Ah, Amanda uttered in what she hoped was a nonchalant tone. She avoided Harry's gaze and ducked her head, studying her crimson robes with apparent interest. So, you want a coin, Harry murmured softly, staring at Amanda with renewed interest. You'd make a pretty pathetic host, you know, although you are the daughter of a knight that has to mean something. He stopped and cocked his head to the side, listening to something that Amanda couldn't hear. Messiel agrees with me. She says that your attitude is all wrong, that you have no real power, and that you're a very ugly person with hair like serpents and a face like a cat's ass. Excuse me? Amanda asked, her mouth falling open in shock as she stared at Harry indigently. You tell Messiel that I don't want one of the stupid coins, and that I have plenty of power, and that I have very nice hair and a beautiful face, thank you. Noted, Harry remarked dryly, but then frowned. You don't want a coin? No, Amanda snapped quickly. Then why am I talking to you? Harry asked her with an annoyed scowl on his face, narrowing his eyes. He made a move for his wand, but Amanda stopped him, a determined expression on her face. I want you to teach me, she declared and stared at Harry with a challenging expression on her face, almost daring him to refuse. Well, when a boy meets a girl and wants to jump into her clothes, he usually inserts his. Harry started, but broke off as he saw the serious expression on Amanda's face. You're serious, aren't you? Absolutely, Amanda said and felt a twinge of a smile at the sigh of Harry's incredulous expression. What could you, pure maiden of the heavens, ever learn from me, the accursed demon boy of the night? Harry asked scornfully, before a thoughtful expression came over his face. Accursed demon boy of the night, I've got to remember that one. You stole that off Daniel, Amanda snorted, shaking her head, and Harry blinked. Who? My brother, Amanda said, rolling her eyes. He called you that when you first met him. You said that he watched too much TV. What, you can't remember? Daniel, Harry mused thoughtfully, tapping his chin with his finger. Is he the one with the face that looks like a pack of baboons belted the crap out of him with their own piles of crap? Amanda stared at him, rolled her eyes, and decided that this conversation was not going to lead anywhere. I want you to teach me magic, Amanda redirected firmly, staring Harry down with challenging blue eyes. Go ask a professor. Harry snorted and turned back to his book, apparently disinterested with the conversation. I've already asked Professor Moody, Amanda broke in quickly, a bitter tone entering her voice as she continued. He told me that constant vigilance was more important than any one spell. I don't know anybody else who could teach me what I want to know, and Molly won't do it. She thinks I'm too young. Tell that to the people who've tried to kill me. Won't teach you what you want to know, Harry murmured softly and looked up at her, a speculative gleam in his eyes. Now, what is that meant to mean? Look, Amanda begun, frustration welling up within her. I've had it with always needing to be rescued by other people. I want to learn how to defend myself, and you, well, you seem to be able to hold yourself in a fight. Nobody else will help me learn what I need to know, so I'm asking you. I see, Harry said slowly, eyeing Amanda with a strange expression on his face. For a moment, Amanda thought that he almost looked gleeful as he stared at her. Do you know exactly what you're asking me to teach you? No, I don't mean dark magic, Amanda said quickly, almost horrified by the suggestion. I just want to know how to defend myself. Legally, I mean. But of course, Harry said quietly, pleasantly, an odd little smile on his face. Don't we all? So, you'll help me? Amanda blinked, surprise running through her mind. Harry tilted his head, staring at her oddly with a glint in his cold green eyes. Amanda almost shivered at the look he gave her, which seemed to bore right into her body, and was relieved when he glanced back down at his book, an expression of boredom coming over his face. Okay then, Harry said grumpily, almost the glint in his eyes remained. After all, you're the daughter of a knight. How could I refuse? Really? Asked Amanda, a beaming smile coming over her face as gratitude washed over her. I said yes, Harry remarked and reached into his clothes, pulling out his wand. Just don't tell anybody, or else I'll get every retard from here to Australia wanting my help. He flicked his wand and Amanda watched as the air rippled, the spell Harry had put up dispelling in a soft wave of almost unnoticeable sparks. Instantly, the low buzz of the chatter in the common room hit her ears, just as the portrait opened and Professor McGonagall walked in. Amanda watched curiously as McGonagall spotted Harry and strode over, a stern and almost haughty expression on her face. Mr. Potter, she began severely. Headmaster Dumbledore wishes to speak with you, immediately. That's nice, Harry said distractedly, staring down at his book. I've always wanted to speak to the Easter Bunny, frankly. Just how does a rabbit manage to lay eggs? I mean, the mechanics of it must be mind-boggling. Mr. Potter, McGonagall begun, almost wearily. Professor Dumbledore was most insistent that he talk to you. Well, he can come down here if he wants, Harry remarked flippantly. I'm all comfortable now. McGonagall's nostrils flared and her cheeks paled. For a moment, Amanda thought that she would attack Harry. She was certainly gripping her wand tightly in her hand. Mr. Potter, you will come with me if I have to force you to, McGonagall began firmly, eyeing Harry with intense disapproval. You could try, Harry began wittily, smiling cockily at McGonagall. Or if Professor Dumbledore himself has to come down and force you to his office, McGonagall finished, breathing heavily through her flared nostrils. Harry's smile disappeared, and for a moment Amanda thought she saw something like wariness splash over his face. The young Denarian, however, composed himself in a flash and gave McGonagall a cocky smile. Well, I do need to head to the little girl's room, Harry said thoughtfully, standing up and idly waving his wand. The book, in the process of falling to the ground, shot through the common and up into the fourth-year dormitories. Little girl's room? McGonagall asked, raising a prim eyebrow. Is there something you're not telling us, Mr. Potter? Yeah, I'm a beep, Harry remarked and flashed a cheeky grin. He gave McGonagall a mocking bow and then strode out of the common room without another word. I swear, the only person that boy will even acknowledge is Professor Dumbledore, McGonagall muttered to herself, rubbing the bridge of her nose wearily. I think he respects Dumbledore for his power, Amanda offered, and McGonagall glanced at her, throwing her a tired smile. Or fears him for his power. Several wizards fear Dumbledore for his power, you know who being the utmost, the Transfiguration professor said, sighing and shaking her head in resignation. Good day, Ms. Carpenter. A little fear isn't too bad, Amanda muttered under her breath as she watched McGonagall leave the common room. Harry was sitting in Dumbledore's office, his posture stiff and his eyes narrowed as he stared over Dumbledore's desk, almost glaring at the elderly man. He brushed off the pointed looks he was receiving from the moving portraits that lined the walls and ignored the queer magical objects on the large shelves. In the corner lay a large black dog, with shaggy fur and haunted blue eyes. Harry ignored it for the most part, although he had made sure to take the seat the furthest away from the huge beast. From behind the desk, Dumbledore met his eyes steadily, his hard blue gaze boring down into Harry's. It was only due to the presence of Messiel that Harry kept his eyes centered on Dumbledore, confident in her ability to protect his mind. Say that again, Harry ordered curtly, anger brewing in his emerald eyes. I said, Mr. Potter, that you performed a great evil yesterday, Dumbledore said quietly, steeping his fingers together and exhaling softly. You have committed murder, Harry, and taken life when you could have spared it. More importantly, you have taken the life of the innocent. The mermen were as much victims as you were. They tried to kill me and they were enthralled. Harry protested angrily, scowl on his face. You know that theirs minds would never have recovered, they would have turned psychotic and attacked, like, the children and stuff. I did you a service. Besides, it isn't murder if they have weapons, Dumbledore. Even you. They were bewitched, Harry, Dumbledore broke in calmly, but there was something off in his voice and Harry immediately shut up. They were not responsible for their actions. I understand that you must have been under a lot of pressure and you needed to do all you could in order to ensure the survival of the hostages, and of yourself. If you understand, then why are you yelling at me? Harry snapped irritably, crossing his arms over his chest petulantly. The dog exhaled loudly, almost as if it was snorting in amusement, and Harry gave it a strange look. Very mature, beloved, Messiel noted dryly. Now all you have to do is drink the polyjuice potion and your illusion as a young, crying child will be complete. That's not helping, Messiel. I am not yelling at you, Dumbledore said softly, but calmly, and a polite smile came over his face. I am merely expressing my disappointment to you in a calm, reasonable manner as the wise often try to do. Harry made a scoffing noise and leant back in his chair. Dumbledore may have said that he was disappointed, and although he radiated nothing else but serenity and calmness, Harry could sense a jolt of anger running through the headmaster and rolled his eyes. Trust Dumbledore to wear a benign smile of politeness while reprimanding a demonic teenager for the mass murder of an entire village of sentient creatures. What I find most disappointing, though, is that you sit here in front of me with absolutely no remorse for what you have done, Dumbledore said softly, staring at Harry with disappointed eyes. If Harry had been a normal student, he would have felt the first twinges of guilt at both the statement and Dumbledore's manner. However, he merely raised an eyebrow and shrugged his shoulders carelessly. These things happen, Harry said simply. His words echoed in the headmaster's office and Dumbledore shook his head wearily, his blue eyes flicking imperceptibly towards the dog. 27. Dumbledore said quietly, staring at Harry intently with his pale blue eyes. That is the number of children you tore apart. I supervised the ministry investigation myself. I returned to the scene of the attack. I saw the broken bodies of the mermen. You didn't murder them, Harry, you slaughtered them like animals. Ministry investigation, Harry said quickly, straightening up in his chair and leaning forward. Am I going to get into trouble over this? Dumbledore stared at him with an expression of cool politeness, and for a moment, Harry suddenly got the feeling that the man was absolutely disgusted with him. Nevertheless, he maintained eye contact with Dumbledore and awaited his answer. No, Harry, Dumbledore said softly. You are not in any legal trouble. The Ministry does not have the right to intervene in tournament business unless in extreme cases, and they do not perceive the slaughter of over 100 sentient beings as extreme. Well, to be fair, it's not as if they were even human. Dumbledore, Harry started, but stopped as a look of utter coldness washed over Dumbledore's face. Fear shot through him and he gripped the arms of his chair tightly. The air around Dumbledore seemed to be charged with energy and there was a terrible coldness and fury radiating from Dumbledore's face. For an instant, Dumbledore looked more horrible and terrifying than Harry had ever seen him before. However, in an instant it had all vanished as Dumbledore reined himself under control and have Harry a small, pleasant and decidedly fake smile. "I had not perceived you as a bigot, Harry," Dumbledore said quietly. "And the notion that you may be one greatly disturbs me. The mermen were as human as you and I. They had real emotions, real lives, real dreams, and real love. They had families of their own to care for, jobs to work at and houses to come home to. I had known many of them for decades. They did not deserve this fate." Harry rolled his eyes, mainly as an excuse to break Dumbledore's intent gaze, and stood up. He had finally had enough of Dumbledore's penetrating stare, and he was feeling uneasy after Dumbledore's flash of power. It was obvious that Dumbledore was feeling a personal loss at the moment and Harry didn't want to get caught in the middle of it. He turned for the door. "I'm afraid that our conversation isn't over, Harry," Dumbledore said. From the corner of his eye, Harry saw a flash of movement from the old man, a gnarled hand reaching in brightly colored robes and pulling out a wand. Hellfire flared in his mind, dark magic pouring into his wand, a deadly curse on his lips as the moment that Harry had feared loomed close: Dumbledore's betrayal. In a single reflexive movement, Harry whipped out his own wand from beneath his coat and spun around, just as Dumbledore's spell caused the door to shut loudly behind him. Unfortunately, Harry registered this just as he sent a blast of dark magic through his wand. Oily smoke curdled off the runes as a glimmer of silver light formed in the shape of an arrowhead shot towards Dumbledore. Harry's eyes widened and shock started to plaster on his features. Every nerve in his body throbbed. He had just attacked the most powerful person in the castle. In the second before death would have claimed him, Dumbledore's wand blurred and suddenly a huge roaring noise stuck Harry's ears. Harry wasn't even able to cast a single shield spell as he was knocked back by the sheer concussive blast of that soundwave. An intense golden flash of light filled the room, shattering Harry's curse mere centimeters from the old man's face and sweeping towards him. The floor rumbled as Harry squeezed his eyes shut, his heart pounding in his veins. His wand was suddenly yanked out of his hand and something struck Harry in the stomach, driving the air from his lungs. He doubled over and gave a startled cry of pain, which was lost in the dying echoes of the noise. The flash of light pushed and pulled at his body, sending him spinning through the air, dizzy and lost. Suddenly Harry felt the golden light strike at him one last time and he was blasted backwards, slamming into the door and landing in a disheveled heap of bruised limbs. The light faded and Harry stared up at Dumbledore with shock, his cold eyes glinting both in anger and fear. Hellfire pounded in his head and he took in Dumbledore, the foreboding wizard looming over his desk with both his own wand and Harry's wand in his hand. There was a trace of satisfaction in the older man's eyes as stared down at Harry's, his gnarled hands leveling the wands at Harry's head. There was no time to transform. No spell Harry could use quickly enough, no weapon in his arsenal that powerful. Dumbledore had Harry at his mercy, and he could kill the Denarian at any time now. Harry let hellfire roar in his veins, preparing to transform in an instant. However, fortunately for Harry, whatever satisfaction Dumbledore had received seemed to have disappeared an instant later and regret filled the old man's eyes. He lowered the wand, looking older and frailer than ever before. Harry didn't take much notice of Dumbledore's facial expressions and as soon as the wand had been lowered, he staggered up off the ground, looking both shocked and angry. Harry stared at Dumbledore, breathing harshly as he clenched his fists. "Harry, Dumbledore began but Harry ignored him as he reached out his hand. Unseen magic pulsed through the air and although Dumbledore could have easily deflected it, he didn't. Harry's wand, the wand clasped in Dumbledore's hand, shot through the air and into Harry's hand. "Please, Harry," Dumbledore tried again, this time almost pleadingly. Harry kept his eyes on him, the fear pounding in his heart quickly being replaced with anger and hatred. He curled his lip as he kept his wand leveled at Dumbledore, his other hand fumbling at the doorknob behind him. "Open this door or I will kill you," Harry promised with a snarl, dark power flaring up in his eye. He stared Dumbledore down, his eyes reflecting the truthfulness of his rather bold statement. Had the man made a threatening move, Harry would have transformed and seen how Dumbledore liked a 2-ton bone rhyme charging at him. Perhaps Dumbledore could see Harry's state of mind, or perhaps he knew that this conversation wasn't going anywhere. Either way, Dumbledore sighed wearily but flicked his wand and the door behind Harry made a clicking noise. The aged headmaster did nothing as Harry quickly left his office without saying another word. With a regretful sigh, Dumbledore bowed his head and returned to his seat. He lowered himself into his armchair and with a soft sigh, turned to his blazing fireplace. "Now, do you see why I have instructed you to stay away?" Dumbledore asked wearily. The dog in the corner let out a pitiful whining noise, pressing its ears flat on its head and standing up. "Every man, woman and child of an entire village," Dumbledore sighed wearily and absently stroked his beard. "I let my emotions get the better of me. I should not have disarmed him in that fashion. He will not want to see me for quite some time now. I do not think I will be able to introduce the two of you anytime soon." The dog then barked an angry and defiant noise. It bared its teeth, but a single stern look from Dumbledore made it bow its head, the anger leaving its eyes. It whined again and sunk back down, putting its giant head between its legs and letting its tongue flop out. "I am sorry, Sirius," Dumbledore apologized softly, steeping his fingers together. "However, I believe your presence will be detrimental to my efforts. I do not believe he will like your presence. I do not believe he likes anybody." The dog whined again as Dumbledore absently waved his wand, conjuring a cup of tea, complete with saucer and spoon. The old man took a sip, allowing the heated liquid to warm his stomach, and stroked his beard thoughtfully. Together, Dumbledore and the huge black-furred dog stared into the fire, each lost in their own thoughts. Harry stormed through the corridor with a furious scowl on his face, moving away from the headmaster's office as fast as he could. His anger was perceptible to the students he passed, and they shrunk away from his burning hot gaze and livid expression. "Really, beloved, this is your fault," Messiel noted, her voice devoid of sympathy. "Messiel," Harry started in a mixture of exasperation and anger. "I'm just saying that you could have handled that better," Messiel said, and a faint note of disapproval clouded her voice. "You could have handled that much better. Do you think?" Harry snapped loudly, drawing the attention of 2/3 years. They stared at him oddly, but Harry merely glared at them. "Piss off," he snarled, and the 2/3 years quickly scampered down the hallway. "I admire your subtlety, beloved," Messiel murmured, and Harry scowled. "Could you give it a break?" Harry demanded, his robes whipping behind him as he turned a corner. "All right, I get it. I stuffed up. But he didn't kill me, so I guess everything's all right." "You were overzealous, beloved," Messiel said, a touch irritably. "And whatever chances that you may have had of procuring Dumbledore as an ally have been dashed." "You know what, Messiel, you can just shut up," Harry demanded, a fierce scowl on his face. When he felt Messiel stirring to speak again, the scowl deepened. "I mean it. Unless you have something useful to say that might help me, don't talk." Harry felt a sharp flash of anger burst out from Messiel's blazing presence, but she complied with his order and sunk into the unused parts of his mind, until Harry could barely sense her. Stung and full of rage, Harry stalked forward, his green eyes glinting with anger. For the first time, Harry felt truly scared of Dumbledore and of what the man could do to him, and he hated the feeling. He hated the helplessness of his situation, that Dumbledore could come after him at any time while Harry was still bound to the goblet, and hence, the castle. Most of all, he hated being vulnerable. It was something that Harry had vowed to never feel again after he had escaped the Dursleys. "Damn it!" Harry exploded angrily. He lashed out with his foot, striking one of the gleaming suits of armor. It fell to the ground with a crash, which echoed in the large and empty hallway. Harry scowled at the fallen heap of metal, his wand in hand, and he let out a sigh. "I need to blow something up." "Harry! Hey Harry!" Somebody called out loudly, interrupting Harry from his musings. Harry whirled around with an enraged scowl on his face, his anger still flaring in his veins. His rage dissipated and annoyance flickered over his face as he saw Amanda trotting quickly towards him. Her face flickered with hesitancy as she saw his expression, but she steeled herself and continued. "I was wondering about those lessons," Amanda said quickly, blowing a few owned bangs out of her eyes. "You know how you said." "Fine," Harry interrupted abruptly, a grim smile on his face. "In fact, we'll start right now. Follow me." "What?" Amanda blurted out, looking astonished, but Harry had already turned around and was walking away from her. With a confused yet pleased smile, Amanda heaved a soft sigh at Harry's manners and quickly hurried after him. "Where are we?" Amanda asked as Harry led her into a small and seemingly ruined classroom. She blinked at the sight of the battered and splintered tables and the scorched floor and turned to Harry with a puzzled expression on her face. "This is where I train," Harry replied shortly, a strange smile on his face. He gazed around the room, his eyes narrow with speculation before he gave a short, decisive nod and turned back to the owned-haired girl, a disturbing gleam in his eyes. "Now, duel me." "What?" Amanda uttered, blinking in surprise and giving a nervous laugh. "What are you on about, Harry?" "You want me to teach you," Harry explained impatiently, gripping his wand tightly and eyeing Amanda with a dangerous glint in his eyes. "So I need to know where you're at. Hence, duel me." "But," Amanda started, "you can either start casting spells at me or I can wipe the floor with your pretty little face," Harry interrupted darkly, faint traces of anger twisting his face. "You begged me to help you. Here I am. So do what King tell you to do. Duel me. Now." Amanda flinched at his hostile tone and took a startled step backwards, staring at Harry with a hurt expression on her face. Despite all of Harry's scathing comments, he had never spoken to her like this before. For a moment, Amanda considered leaving, but one look at Harry's stony face caused a swell of determination to rise within her and she squared her shoulders stubbornly, raising her wand and flinging out her arm. "Expelliarm," she started, but Harry whipped his wand up and parried it almost instantly. Amanda gave a cry of pain as the backlash struck her in the face, a stinging slap more than anything, but enough to startle her and make her stagger back. She stared at Harry in shock, the Denarian wearing a mocking smile as he stared down at her. His wand hung loosely by his side and Amanda felt a tinge of anger at how utterly easy he had blocked her. She stepped forward, her wand whipping up and her eyes narrowing at the challenge Harry presented. "Can't," she began quickly, but Harry parried the curse once more and again she stumbled, receiving a stinging slap to her hand this time. She almost dropped her wand but managed to grab onto it at the last moment. "I think I'm outclassed here," Amanda muttered to herself, watching Harry warily and ready to jump aside if he cast a spell at her. Amanda had never really had a chance to exert her dueling and casting skills outside her defense against the dark arts classes, both here at Hogwarts and at Salem. Her spell knowledge was above average for her year level, but it was nothing spectacular, which was why she had asked Harry for help in the first place. "No kidding," Harry said dryly, watching Amanda with dark amusement. "If I wanted you dead, there'd be very little you could do to stop me." "Well, I could Everbarrow," Amanda cried. Harry's wand flew up and a flash of light burst from the tip. Amanda's hazy orange streak of light honed in on the tip of Harry's wand and ricocheted to the left, striking one of the ruined heaps of wood. The wood was sent clattering aside as Amanda flicked her wand again, her hair flying around her shoulders. "Ventosus!" she cried out. A rush of wind gathered around her body and blasted towards Harry, who swiped his wand through the air. The wind suddenly roared and sprung back towards Amanda, whose eyes widened as she cried out, "Protega!" and shielded herself from her own spell with a glimmering arc of protective magic. "Stupefy!" Amanda mustered and a streak of crimson light escaped her wand, soaring towards Harry, who raised his wand and leveled it at Amanda. Although he said no words, a startling flash of white light burst from the tip of his wand and Amanda suddenly gave a cry of shock as something slammed into her face. Pain flittered across her eyes as she fell to the ground, her wand clattering from her hand, while the crimson streak of light exploded with a soft pop and a shower of yellow sparks. Amanda blinked, her eyes watering with rapidly diminishing pain, and stared up as Harry loomed above her. His wand was leveled at her head and his eyes were cold. For a single instant, Amanda quivered in fear, her nerves tumbling with anxiety and her chest heaving as she took in a deep breath. Finally, Harry lowered his wand. Well, that wasn't as pathetic as I thought it would be, Harry admitted grudgingly, but he was quick to make sure that Amanda received no praise. Of course, that still puts you on the level of a retarded and crippled monkey. Gee, thanks, Amanda muttered as she clambered up, clutching her wand in her hand. That last spell, the stunning charm, Harry said, idly scratching his chin. It's pretty advanced magic for a student, sure a basic aura spell, I think, but it's one of the worst spells to use in an ongoing fight. The counter charm is easy to use and it can be used by pretty much anyone, including the enemies that are still up and running. Trust me, there's nothing like an opponent getting back up once you've hit him to put a twist in your tampon. Right, Amanda uttered slowly, but she was paying close attention to Harry as he strode across the room and leveled his wand at one of the few tables that had not been reduced into a pile of scrap wood. Now, watch this, Harry instructed and gave his wand a short, sharp, jerky moment. Abhorreo. A flash of blue light burst out from the tip of his wand and struck the desk. The desk clattered and shuddered but did little else as Harry turned back to Amanda. It's a basic percussion curse, a spell that vibrates the internal organs. A well-cast percussion curse can incapacitate your opponent and there's no immediate counter charm. The human body doesn't like it when more than one organ decides to start beating. It's a basic dark arts curse and a good spell for beginners, since it doesn't need a lot of power and there are no special requirements. Special requirements? Amanda asked. Some spells need a lot of powerful emotion behind them to work their best, Harry explained, smiling grimly. In some cases, the more emotion, the more powerful your spell will be. Hatred, lust, the need for revenge, or just pure sadism, they all work well with the advanced dark arts. Ah, Amanda uttered softly, staring at Harry carefully. And, you can do all them. I have a fallen angel in my head who, after thousands of years, is still acting like she's on PMS when she talks about God, Harry snorted, shaking his head and rolling his eyes. He felt a tinge of indignation from Messiel, but true to her word, the fallen's presence vanished into the depths of his mind. I have plenty of negative emotion within me. That's not nice, Amanda frowned, before she blinked as she realized that she had just defended Messiel. I mean, oh, you know what I mean. You like the anti-feminist slurs. Messiel doesn't, which is why I'm using them, Harry remarked, a pleased smile on his face. Oh, Amanda uttered curiously. We're having a little tiff right now, Harry admitted and rolled his eyes. Apparently I shouldn't have tried to kill Dumbledore. She's being all bitchy about it. What? Amanda exclaimed, staring at Harry with wide eyes. You did what? Never mind. Harry interrupted her quickly, raising a hand with a pained expression on his face. Just do the spell. I dunno, Amanda muttered uneasily. I said I didn't want to perform dark magic. Oh, come on, Harry scoffed. This isn't real dark magic. It's a curse, just like a stunning charm, except it's a little more permanent. Could it be used to kill people? Amanda asked with narrowed eyes, staring at Harry shrewdly. Well, it depends, Harry said, frowning. It could be lethal on small children and the elderly, and probably on muggles. It depends on how well you cast it. Really, a well-cast percussion curse could kill a wizard just as quickly as a killing curse. Quote. What? Amanda exclaimed, shaking her head and lowering her wand. I am not casting this spell, Harry. Oh, relax, I doubt you have the power to do that, Harry said, waving away Amanda's protests. He frowned as a thought occurred to him. Actually, you could probably kill small children, so if you're ever in a tantrum, well, you have an outlet now. Harry, Amanda exclaimed, looking scandalized. That's not funny and you know it. Will you do the spell? Harry exclaimed in irritation. Look, Amanda started, but stopped and gulped as Harry's face changed from irritated to decidedly dangerous. You came to me, Amanda, you practically begged me, and now you don't want my help anymore. Harry said softly, traces of anger in his voice. His face was stone cold and his eyes were hard. If that's the case, then get out. If not, then cast the King spell. Amanda flinched and swallowed nervously. A look of resignation flashed in her blue eyes and she turned back to the desk, raising her wand and leveling it forward. Abhorreo! She cried out. There was a weak flash of blue light but nothing else happened. Amanda blinked as the desk remained perfectly still and Harry sighed, rolling his eyes. Great, he muttered sarcastically. He walked up to Amanda and twisted her wrist, almost painfully, into the right position. Swing to the left, not to the right. Try it again. After 10 or so minutes of practice, Amanda took a deep breath and flicked her wand towards the desk. Abhorreo! She cried out. A considerably stronger flash of blue light burst from her wand and struck the desk, which shuddered as the magic seeped into it, shaking almost as hard as when Harry had done it. Amanda turned to Harry, a beaming smile on her face as pride washed over her face. Harry merely raised an eyebrow at her as she grinned at him, twirling her wand in her hand. I did it, she crowed victoriously. Well, Harry drawled, not looking impressed. It looks like the little goody-goody might become someone a little less helpless one day. Coming from you, I'll take that as a compliment, Amanda said, still grinning as the pleasure of success remained with her. She ran a hand through her long owned hair and turned back to the desk, flicking her wand and causing it to give a loud shudder one more. Yeah, whatever, Harry muttered, shaking his head. Anyway, that's enough for today. For homework, you have to cast the curse on 50 small children. I expect their corpses on my desk in the morning. What, you're going? Amanda blurted out, looking crestfallen. But I'm still up for it. I'm not totally worn out. Maybe, Harry said and shrugged lazily. But I'm bored now. Oh, Amanda said as he left the room. She stared at the empty doorway for a few more seconds before turning back to the desk and flourishing her wand as she began to practice once more. Abhorreo! The days turned to weeks, the weeks turned to months, and Harry found himself thinking in cliches as he fell into routine at Hogwarts. The third task looming up ahead, and in only a week, Harry would be facing the other champions for the last time. Although he publicly scoffed the tournament at every chance he got, privately, he was looking forward to his victory. A bag of gold would do him good. He was confident in his victory, especially considering the training he knew that the other champions had, but Harry still took the time to train, focusing on both swordplay and spellwork. However, every so often he found himself tutoring Amanda. Although Harry had, at first, taken the job on the off chance that Amanda might sink into the dark arts, which would have made great gloating material the next time he saw one of the knights as time went on, Harry had to admit to himself that having an attractive girl falling over herself to learn from him was a great ego booster. Plus, Harry could torment her as much as he wanted, and as long as it was in the name of education, then Amanda would usually go along with it. This was why Harry found himself wasting a Saturday afternoon with Amanda instead of sleeping in or lazing around. In the shattered and ruined classroom, amongst the wooden heaps of splintered wood and, more recently, scraps of plate mail armor. At the moment Harry was seated in one of the few standing chairs left in the room, watching Amanda with a bored expression as she swished her wand in a whip-like movement. Only the gleam in his eyes betrayed his true interest as Amanda brought her wand down. Plecto! She cried out. A whip-like crack filled the air and a suit of armor at the other end of the classroom rocked back underneath a powerful blow, tumbling to the ground in a thundering clash of metal against metal. Not bad, Harry said lazily, staring at the collapsed pile of armor with an unimpressed look on his face. Not good either. I do have to congratulate you though. In a duel between you and a rabid squirrel, you'd come a close second. Oh, shut it, Amanda grunted, a sour expression on her face. Harry suppressed a smirk at her grumpy face as Amanda continued, staring at Harry with something like suspicion on her face. I still don't know about this spell. I think a curse that whips somebody is definitely dark magic. Oh please, Harry scoffed, dismissing Amanda's concerns with ease. This is basically a slightly more painful disarming charm, nothing more, and it's perfectly legal. Do this on an opponent's arm and you'll see if he can hold onto his wand properly. Yeah, well, Amanda muttered, although she looked a little less concerned. I still think you could really hurt somebody with this. Oh, don't be a complete ditz, Harry scoffed, rolling his eyes irritably. Of course you could. Back in the 1787 dueling tournament of Orleans, one of the duelers used this spell and caught his opponent right in the eye. Tore it right out. The other guy's face was mangled up and everything. Really? Amanda asked, looking both fascinated and repulsed. Oh yeah, Harry said, a slight chuckle in his voice. There was a moment of silence and Amanda lowered her wand, tucking it into her robe and fidgeting under Harry's gaze. Was there something else you wanted? Harry asked slowly. Congratulations. A sack of gold. A new face, perchance. Do you mind if I ask you a question? Amanda inquired carefully, blowing her bangs out of her eyes. Depends, Harry said. If it's moralistic and ethical and all that boring crap, then I don't want to hear it. What's this about a demonic form I always hear about? Amanda asked curiously, her light blue eyes staring at Harry inquisitively. Well, it's a form, Harry supplied helpfully, leaning back in his chair and putting his hands behind his head. And it's demonic. Hence, a demonic form. Wow, Amanda uttered sarcastically, rolling her eyes. That was really enlightening. Thank you, Harry. Brat, don't even try sarcasm unless you're good at it, Harry retorted sharply, but his voice was more amused than angry as he continued, answering her question. All Denarians have an alternate form that they can transform into. It's sort of like an animagus transformation, except it's an outer reflection of our darkness and potential. It depends on the amount of power both the host and the fallen have. The more power, the more dangerous the form will be. Cool, Amanda said, blinking slowly. She stared at Harry carefully. What's your form? A bone rhyme, Harry answered, and Amanda frowned in puzzlement. I've never heard of it before, she admitted. Although, isn't a rhyme like a dragon? I would be surprised if you had, Harry remarked. No, not surprised, more like totally and utterly flabbergasted. Astonished, gobsmacked, incredulous, dumbfounded, and so forth. Messiel trailed off, staring at Harry strangely. What? Messiel is like a living thesaurus, Harry explained, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Besides, you're owned. Your natural predisposition is to be stupid. Quote. That's so say. East, Amanda scolded and Harry smirked. I know, Harry said, looking very pleased with himself. I'm trying say. Ism on for now, I move to racism next week. Amanda sighed wearily and just dropped it. Her experience with Harry told her that he could have continued doing this all day. Really, he could be so petty sometimes. So, bone rhyme, she prompted. Well, you weren't that off, Harry admitted grudgingly. It's related to the dragon species. It was a creature that existed about 30 million years ago. He scratched his head as Amanda leaned forward expectantly. It died out, along with a whole lot of other species, before the dawn of man. Most of the upper echelons of the fallen use demonic forms from that era. Why? Well, there were some pretty nasty creatures back then, Harry said, shrugging his shoulders. Coldness glinted in his eyes for a moment as he continued. Nicodemus' demonic form, for instance, was a creature that existed a few thousand years before the bone rhyme. It was a creature of pure energy that used to live in ice caps, beeping in the essence of the creatures it fed upon. Sort of like an ancestor of the Dementors. Would a Patronus charm have hurt it? Amanda asked curiously. Nicodemus' form, I mean. Maybe, Harry admitted and shrugged. I can't pull one of those off, so I never found out. Doesn't matter anyway, he's dead now. So, these creatures, Amanda said thoughtfully, her face scrunched up in thought. Were they dinosaurs or something? Dinosaurs got themselves wiped out 65 million years ago, Harry remarked and sighed irritably. Look, humans, as a civilization, have been around for, what? 100,000 years. That's a 64 million and a lot left over years between dinosaurs and man. There's a lot of species that evolved, thrived, and then died out, and quite a few of them were magical in nature. Wand magic or true magic? Amanda countered, feeling quite pleased with her question. Neither, Harry countered and frowned. I have no idea what it's called now. It became obsolete, so most of the creatures that used it died out. Or so I'm told. Messiel said she could teach me some of it, but it's hard to master and pretty much useless in this day and age. I mean, I can summon fire with a flick of my wand and a single word with wand magic. Using that type of magic, it would take me half an hour enchanting in a language that the human throat is not capable of reproducing to make the same type of fire. I thought ancient magic was meant to be powerful, Amanda mused thoughtfully. Ancient magic is what it's called. Ancient, old, mostly archaic, Harry disagreed animatedly. Sure, some of it can be potent and there are some vestiges left in the world that can seriously you up if you don't take them into consideration, but most of it pathetic and weak. Think of it like this. Was technology more powerful 8,000 years ago? No, Amanda answered. That's right. People were still running around using sticks and rocks to kill each other, Harry said, nodding vigorously. Magic is the same, except instead of rocks and sticks they were using 4-minute-long incantations and mass rituals to kill each other. A single wizard from this era would kick the collective asses of the ancient wizards of Atlantis. The lost city of Atlantis. Amanda exclaimed, and looked at Harry crossly. You're having me on, aren't you? She accused. Atlantis is a myth. So are fallen angels, Harry remarked smugly, and Amanda made a noise of comprehension. And be owned with brains. Harry added, looking pleased with himself. Right, funny, ha ha ha, Amanda muttered. So, Atlantis. Yeah, bunch of old geezers, actually, Harry said with a scoff and a dismissive wave of his hand. And it wasn't a city. It was more like a university. Caught the wrong end of a thunderstorm and the whole thing collapsed in on itself. That's what they get, though, from building a place made out of sand, glass and poorly designed spells. Out of sand. Yeah, Harry said slowly, looking at Amanda as if she had just said something incredibly stupid. What else are you going to find in ancient Egypt? Egypt? Amanda asked with a frown, absently flicking her owned hair over her shoulder. She stared at Harry quizzically. I thought Atlantis was on an island or something. And I thought Lavender Brown was a natural owned, Harry retorted quickly. He smiled, looking pleased with himself. I'm running very well with this owned angle, don't you think? Amanda sighed. Why does everybody think Atlantis was on an island? She asked, rolling her eyes at Harry's comments. Because that's what the myth says, Harry answered. I mean, Amanda started and scowled. Oh, you know what I mean. Harry shrugged carelessly, but he answered the question. History gets distorted. History gets retold. People forget to write things down. Hell, people can't remember what happened yesterday properly. How are they going to remember what happened thousands of years ago? Harry asked, and then frowned. Don't answer that. It was a rhetorical question. I wasn't going to answer it, Amanda said indignantly. You're owned, you're bound to ask something stupid eventually, Harry said and grinned when Amanda rolled her eyes. So, the myth is wrong, Amanda clarified. Yep, Harry answered cheerfully. Historians got it all wrong. Of course, the fuss with the old gods and how they almost ked over the world didn't help. People were too busy dying to write things down. How is it that whenever I ask you a question, the answer gives me 3 other questions to ask? Amanda muttered to herself. She raised her voice and stared at Harry. What do you mean by old gods? Well, they're gods, Harry said. And you're not going to believe this, they're old, Amanda finished for him, rolling her eyes. Okay, let me ask that again. I thought there was only one god. Well, you thought wrong, Harry said flatly. There's something like a dozen or so Greek and Roman gods. Lazy bastards just switched sides when Rome started kicking the crap out of everybody. There's a few Egyptian gods, although most of them were just as powerful as Dumbledore is now. The Aztecs had some. They were bloodthirsty little shits, if Messiel recalls correctly. Some of the Australian Aborigine gods are real, very spiritual, that lot. The Native Americans had some. There was one from Celtic beliefs, there's about 1,000 of them from Hindu, a few from Polynesia and, well, you get the point. But the Bible and the church. Amanda began skeptically, disbelief plastered over her face. Harry interrupted her with a snort. Look, I'm not trying to impose on your religious beliefs. Well, actually, I am, but your Bible is full of crap. The other gods do exist, although I'll admit that they were nowhere near as powerful as God, and that's with a capital. It's why they lost the war. Lost the war? What? Amanda asked, confusion on her face, before she sighed and rubbed her eyes wearily. Wait, let me guess, a war is a war and they lost it. That's just crap, Harry said scornfully, but waved it aside. Okay, listen carefully. Once upon a time in a land far, far away, God decided to create Earth. I have no idea how he did it, nor do I care. Anyway, there was a time that God had business elsewhere and basically left Earth, leaving all us little humans up for grabs. There were some beings back then who saw humankind as a path to power. A lot of them grouped together, some formed alliances against others, and they all took a few humans and molded them to serve them. Aztec gods used ritual sacrifices to gain strength. Egyptians used some weird magic rituals and large freaking pyramids. Romans just killed everybody, and the Australian Aboriginal gods acted like they were on crack. All was well in the world, except one day God came back. He got a little bit pissed with the other gods, raised his army of archangels, Messiel being one of them, and fought a very one-sided war against them. Consider that the most powerful of the old gods is just as strong as an archangel, and yeah, you got a merciful loving god kicking some pagan deity ass. Anyway, the old gods did not go quietly. Their human followers were of little use to them, especially since their magic was so primitive back then, so they created armies of their own design and pitted them against the forces of God with a capital. These armies were promptly smashed to little tiny bits, and both they and their gods lowercase here were thrown to the other side. The earth was saved. The old gods decided to take a nap for the rest of existence. God went back to the clouds, did the whole reincarnation as a human thing, and decided to lounge around for the next 2000 years. End of story. Questions? The other side? Amanda asked quietly. The outside? Harry elaborated and sighed in irritation at Amanda's obliviousness. Okay, there's this side, with the mortal realm, never, life and death, heaven and whatever. Then there's the other side, which is, on the other side. The fallen were banished there, so were the old gods and their armies. Hell's over there, although it's a lot closer to our world than you think. It's hard to explain. Think of a big wall in the middle of them and us. We're on one side, they're on the other. Oh, Amanda said, and suddenly something hit her, a conversation she had once heard between her father and Sonia. Does the outside have anything to do with outsiders, or something like that? You've heard of outsiders? Harry asked, staring at Amanda with surprise. I didn't think wand wizards knew about them. What do you know? A type of demon, right? Amanda asked slowly, a frown on her face. Sort of, Harry explained with a grimace. They're the remnants of the servants and armies created by the old gods. Their masters are asleep, but they're not, and they can be summoned over to this side. They can't cross over very easily, though, and they can't stay here permanently. It'd be like us trying to live in space. Their heads would explode and it would be very gory and fun. Amanda was silent, staring at Harry with something he recognized quite well ever since he had come to Hogwarts: awe and admiration. How do you know all of this? She asked wistfully. Harry merely tapped the side of his head with a cocky smile on his face. She's smart, and she knows a lot, he said quietly. Trust me, it's not a chore to have Messiel in my head. Sure, she may eventually decide to crush my mind one day and use my body for her own purposes, but until then, I know things that only a few beings in the world know of. The things your fallen must know, Amanda said in awe. Her eyes widened as something hit her and she stared at Harry, looking almost fearful. You said she was an archangel, right? Which are just as powerful as the old gods. Does that mean you're just as powerful as Messiel and the old gods? It doesn't work like that, Harry admitted reluctantly, scratching the back of his head and choosing his next words carefully. She can only amplify my own power and give me access to alternate and more potent sources of power and magic. Besides, even if she could give me her power, she's locked up in a very big void and she needs most of her power just to stay sane. Stay sane. Messiel is one of the most powerful fallen, Harry said easily. A flicker of a smile curved his lips, pride glinting in his eyes. Admittedly, Andriel, that was Nicodemus, fallen, was more powerful than her, but I killed him, so that makes Messiel at the top for the moment. Then there's Vesper and Balthrail, more fallen you haven't met. They come close to Messiel, but they're still a little weaker. Anyway, the most powerful fallen stay sane and the other ones tend to be a little psychotic at the best of times. Harry paused and frowned. Let's see. The knights have maybe 10 of the coins, 11 with Andriel gone. There are 20 more out there. Out of those 20, there's maybe 7 or 8 who have full mental capacity, maybe another 7 or 8 who are half sane but still a little wacky, and 5 or so who are completely ked up in the head. The knights tend to capture those kind the most. Wow, Amanda murmured. Only 20 of your kind left in the world. You're endangered, Harry. Oh, funny, Harry muttered sarcastically and snorted. Besides, that doesn't mean much. At one point or another, all of the coins have been in the hands of the Knights of the Cross or the organizations that existed before them. But somehow or another, they're stolen back or retaken by those who want the powers of the fallen. You know, they're very good at tempting even the most steadfast monk into freeing them. You know, Amanda murmured after a pause, shaking her head ruefully. Your life is so much more interesting than mine. Believe it, Harry snorted. You'd make a good teacher, you know, Amanda observed thoughtfully. You get really animated, and all that. It's much better than being a bastard. I don't know, said Harry, a frown on his face and disappointment flickering in his eyes. I don't think I'm very good. Sure you are, Amanda encouraged gently. I've learned lots off you already. The frown and disappointment vanished off Harry's face as quickly as it had come, replaced with a mischievous smile and a disturbing glint in his eyes. Amanda noticed this and suddenly sighed, closing her eyes as if she were in pain. Oh, Amanda. Amanda sighed to herself, shaking her head regretfully. You fell right into that one. Okay then. Let's test out my teaching skills, Harry said cheerfully and bounded up from his seat, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Do the spell again. If you get it wrong, I'm a bad teacher and I'm going to punish you by hexing you. If you get it right, I'm a good teacher and I'm going to reward myself by hexing you. What's the catch? Amanda deadpanned. If you're good, you might have a chance to defend yourself, Harry said with a wide grin on his face. He twirled his wand around in his hand, enjoying the way Amanda's face had blanched. You wouldn't really hex me, would you? Amanda asked with a nervous gulp, staring at Harry with a hesitant smile. Harry gave her a nasty smile and leveled his wand at her. On my mark, get set, go, Harry finished, rolling his eyes and taking a step backwards from the summoning circle. Go on, eat it up, you greedy little gut. I think I will, Sesbulby squealed, and with a flutter of her pixie-like wings, she jumped forward and dove onto the plate of fresh bread and honey, her shaggy, silken little mane of pinkish-red hair swaying under the power of her own flapping wings. Oh, that is disgusting, Harry muttered, staring at Sesbulby with a mixture of revulsion and abject curiosity as she tore into her food. Little gobbets of honey flew everywhere as Sesbulby gorged herself on the feast, spittle flying from her mouth like a shower of fine mist. That is just. Oh, certainly, Messiel agreed, with a touch of amusement in her voice. Perhaps you should look away. What, and miss out on all the gross stuff? Harry huffed, folding his arms petulantly. A wicked smile came over his face as a thought came to him. She must have a very big tongue, if you know what I mean. Beloved. I mean, she seems to possess the ability to stick very large things down her very small throat, Harry continued, eyeing the oblivious Sesbulby with a mischievous smirk on his face. I mean, I bet she's very popular with the fairy males. I mean. Yes, beloved, I understand, Messiel said, partly in exasperation and partly in amusement. Harry felt her give the mental approximation of rolling eyes. Your thoughts leave a lot to be desired. I'm 14, Harry said in amusement. I'm allowed to be perverse. Besides, you live in my thoughts, so I can just blame you for anything disgusting that pops up. So, bad Messiel. Don't think like that again. Can we just get on with this? Messiel asked in resignation. I do not like summoning this fairy right under the nose of Maeve, especially since the Winter Lady knows of Sesbulby's indiscretions. Well, Maeve didn't seem to care, Harry shrugged. No, Maeve didn't want you to think that she cared, Messiel countered, and Harry felt her presence pulsing with something he had come to recognize as suspicion. Just be careful with what you say and how you act around Sespulby from now on. Our debt toward the Winter Court is clear, for now, and I'd like it to stay that way. I think Cess is on the level, Messiel, Harry thought silently as Sespulby finished the last scraps of her food. The little fairy lay back on the plate, idly running her hands through a small puddle of honey and licking her fingers. Her brightly glowing blue eyes swung to Harry and a mischievous grin spread across her little face. But you're right. I'll be a little more careful from now on. My, you're actually listening to my advice. Messiel asked in mock surprise and Harry rolled his eyes, a reluctant grin spreading over his face. I should note this down somewhere, just so I can come back to it for future reference. Harry. Sespulby squealed and darted up from the plate with a flash of silver motes and a blurring of wings. A silver nimbus of ambient light surrounded her, highlighting her fine charms as she hovered before him, just beyond the crimson and ebony barrier that prevented her from escaping. You called. I didn't think you would call again. Maeve told me what you did, but she didn't let us watch anything. Why not, Harry? Was it good? Was it fun? I bet it was fun. Sporting is always fun. Cess, Harry interrupted with a pained expression, holding up his hand and temporarily silencing the little fairy. I'll let you out and you can tell me all about it as long as you make the vow and, for the love of Messiel, stop yapping like a little girl. Oh, all right, Cess scowled petulantly, like an annoyed child. She folded her arms over her chest and sighed. Thrice bound. I promise to stick to our deal. Can I go out now? Sure. Harry agreed and idly kicked the bottom of the flickering magical energies. His foot scuffed through a circle of sand, breaking the circle and disrupting the flow of magic. Within a second, the barrier was down and Sespulby was off and away. The love of Messiel. Messiel asked amusedly. Am I a deity now? Well, I have been thinking of starting my own church and all churches need a god to worship, Harry remarked, watching Sespulby as she bounced off the walls and floor of the empty alternate magics and the old world classroom, the only place where Harry could actually use a summoning circle. Although, I'm worried that it may make you a little big-headed. Oh, Messiel uttered lightly. Big-headed. Me. Oh yeah, Harry said seriously, nodding furiously. I've noticed that about you. You're very arrogant, you know. It's all I can do to keep you in check. This is a bit rich coming from you, Messiel remarked dryly. Especially since you once declared yourself to be God on Earth. Hey, let's not make this about me, Harry rebutted quickly. This is about you and your flaws. Not mine. I live in your head, beloved, Messiel said warningly, laughter in her voice. Harry felt her presence tingle in his brain and narrowed his eyes. Sespulby continued to dart around the room, constant showers of sparkling silver motes drifting to the ground as she explored the classroom, from the desks to the roof. I can make life very unpleasant for you. Is that a challenge? Harry asked smugly, raising an eyebrow. Messiel didn't say anything, but Harry gave a strangled yell of horror and surprise as an image flashed before his eyes, brought on by the fallen inside his mind. He visibly flinched as he staggered back, swallowing back bile as his face screwed up in revulsion and disgust. Antichrist, damn it to hell. Harry shuddered, screwing up his eyes and rubbing them vigorously. What the hell was that? How much did she weigh, and damn, she had crusty toes and there was mold on her back and the wrinkles. What was with the wrinkles? One of my previous hosts had some very odd ideas of say. Will desire, Messiel admitted smugly. It was how we met, actually. You mean, you, or a part of you, actually had say. With. Harry started, before breaking off and shaking his head. Congratulations, Messiel, he muttered in a pained tone. You have officially scarred me beyond anything that the senseless amount of violence in my life could have ever hoped to accomplish. Harry, inquired a bright voice, and Harry blinked, looking up to see Sespulby hovering by his head. Are you all right? You're not going to die, are you? I wouldn't like it if you died. Then I wouldn't get any more fruit. I'll live, Cess, Harry muttered, shaking his head and grimacing. I'll be as scarred as a veteran from Vietnam, sure, but I'll live. Okay then, Sespulby said brightly and zoomed forward. Harry blinked as a shower of silver motes fell before his eyes, and suddenly his hair was ruffled and yanked as Sespulby landed on his head, giggling like a child. So, what do you want to know? Just general stuff, Harry said, trying to peer upwards at Cessbulby with a frown on his face. I haven't been able to see much, Cessbulby admitted, a small pout on her face. Maeve has kept me away from her scrying table. But I do have a message for you. From her. A message? Harry repeated softly, his eyes narrowing as wariness trickled into his mind. From Maeve. This can't be good, Messiel murmured. Oh, yes, Cess giggled, ruffling his hair with her small hands. I thought she was going to kill me at first, when she found out that I had been spying, but she didn't seem to mind. I remember this one time when a High City told Summer that we were going to attack, and Maeve caught her and threw her to a pack of centaurs to be BPD and. What's the message? Harry interrupted Cessbulby before she could launch into her spiel, rolling his eyes at the delicate tuppety of the Winter Court. Something about how powerful black magic is looming up ahead and how dark currents are running through the Nevernever. She said there was some major powers are at play and that something big is going to happen, and you were going to be involved. You know, a message. Cessbulby finished brightly. Her voice hadn't changed during the delivery of her message, but Harry's face had darkened and his brows were furrowed in thought. Great. Just great, Harry muttered. That's just perfect, Cess. Cessbulby sniffed and flapped her wings, leaping off Harry's head and hovering in front of his face. Every beat of her tiny wings produced a shower of sparkling motes, which smelled faintly like a mixture of sugar and fresh rain. I'm just the messenger, Harry, Cessbulby said, sounding hurt. I know, Cess, Harry sighed, and he reached out to stroke Cessbulby's hair with his little finger. The little fairy squeaked in pleasure, almost purring like a cat as the hurt vanished from her face. She giggled again and opened her mouth to say something, when she stopped and frowned. Oh, my break's over already? Cessbulby asked, pouting like a little girl. She sighed and gave a little shrug of her shoulders. Summon me soon, Harry. It's really nice here. Cess, Harry started, but the fairy had already disappeared in a shimmering spiral of bright mist and glowing motes of magic. He frowned, staring at where Cessbulby had once been. Well, he remarked sourly, clutching his wand in his hand tightly. That was ominous, what with the looming black magic and all. Indeed, Messiel murmured worriedly. Why do I get the feeling that I'm going to get well and truly get over in this next task? Harry asked, whipping his wand up and clearing away Cessbulby's mess with a simple household cleaning charm. Because the track record is against you, Messiel remarked dryly, throbbing with slight worry. Harry could feel her presence blazing heatedly as Messiel turned over every loose word Cess had said, trying to find connections or link the information with anything else Harry had heard before. And because you have a brain, beloved. Of course I do. Where else do you live? Harry scoffed half-heartedly, but he really wasn't in the mood at that particular moment. Silence filled the room as both Fallen and host sank into their own thoughts. Suddenly it seemed as if the last few months of peace and quiet had only been the calm before the storm, and Harry, despite his nature and abilities, felt a flash of trepidation fill his mind. What do you think it all means? He asked Messiel, his voice soft and speculative. I don't know, she admitted softly. I suppose there's only one way to find out. Harry sighed and he picked himself up, gazing around the room with a determined expression on his face. Dark power glinted in his eyes, smoke curled from the runes on his wand, and blazing determination scorched his mind. Whatever's out there, we'll meet it head on, Messiel vowed softly, her presence washing over Harry's. Her power filled his veins and her blazing warmth merged with his mind and comforted him. At that particular moment, Harry felt like he could do anything in the world. Still, how about we try to meet them more to the side? He suggested. Or from behind. Then we can go Brutus on their asses and stab them in the back. This is what I get from trying to encourage you, Messiel said, but with great fondness in her voice. Affection blazed at Harry, who sank down into a chair and stared out the window, watching the sun as it slowly set over the mountains. You know, I feel all philosophical at the moment, Harry admitted softly, watching the soft red and orange hues with a reflective expression on his face. Do you have any words of wisdom then? Yeah, Harry said, and his lips curled up into a dark smile. Let's kill the curs. Soon enough, it was the morning of the third task. Harry had spent the last week in preparation, brushing up on his deadly arsenal of spells and finally managing to transfigure his sword into a toothpick to put in his pocket. Technically, Harry was only allowed to bring a wand, but when had he started caring for the rules? With a good night's rest behind him and Mesiel's comforting presence within his mind, Harry felt that he was ready for anything that the third task would throw at him. Well, almost anything. What the hell is this? Harry exclaimed flatly, his green eyes widening as he stared at the scene in front of him. McGonagall, standing next to him, sniffed in disapproval but stalked out of the room and back into the Great Hall, her task of delivering Harry to the small anteroom complete. Harry's eyes sought out Amanda, who was in the middle of a cluster of people, and a sour expression crossed his face. You have 3 seconds to explain, brat. Brat. One of the young men standing next to Amanda asked in a puzzled tone. His expression was one of distaste as he stared at Harry warily, almost as if he were waiting for the Denarian to attack them all. Next to him, Amanda sighed and raised a dutiful hand for the rest of the group. That's me, she muttered and raised her voice. Well, since you don't really have a family, since you, killed them, we're here to support you, for the third task, since there's nobody else. Ah, Harry let out, blinking in mild shock as he took in the scene before him. Standing before him was the entire Carpenter family, minus the knight. There was Charity, the tall and long blonde-haired mother. Her crystal blue eyes appraised him carefully. The usual disdain that Harry remembered was gone, replaced by careful reflection. Standing next to her mother was Molly, who eyed Harry with neutrality. Ever since the duel with Nicodemus, Molly had stayed out of Harry's way. Harry didn't know whether it was because she was grateful that he had saved her life, fearful because of his display of power, or a mixture of both. Frankly, he didn't care. The less he saw of her, the better. Harry took in the other siblings, Mesiel whispering the names that Amanda had given to him years ago into his ear. There was Daniel, the tall and lanky boy man now, who Harry had forced to drive him away from the Carpenter household. He had been the one that had spoken before, and his gray eyes pierced Harry's with a hint of warning in them. Next in line was Alicia, who looked to be in her late teens with braided dark hair. She watched Harry with curiosity rather than the fear that the next boy, a dark-haired 15 or 16-year-old, was currently staring at him with. Finally, the 2 little children, an 11-year-old pigtailed blonde girl and a short dark-haired boy with serious gray eyes, stared at him with nothing less than awe. So, support, Harry said slowly, raking his eyes up and down the Carpenter family. The beginnings of an irritated scowl were forming on his face as he glanced at Amanda. Why the hell would I need? No, why the hell would I want your support? That's what I told them, Daniel muttered sourly, meeting Harry's gaze fearlessly. Harry glanced at the eldest son with narrowed eyes, disliking him already. Okay, he said with a careless shrug, deciding that raising a fuss at that particular moment really wasn't worth it. If you want to support me, then just tell me I'm good and go away. You're getting soft, beloved, Mesiel murmured, and Harry twitched in annoyance, giving Mesiel a mental swat of irritation. You're good, Harry, Amanda praised blandly, and Harry frowned. Like you mean it, he insisted, and a mischievous smile curved his lips. Do a song. Nobody's ever done a song for me before. Better yet, make it a striptease. Amanda shook her head in exasperation, rolling her eyes but not appearing to be surprised at his manner. The rest of the family, especially the younger lot, seemed to be surprised. Alicia was openly frowning at him, and Matthew was torn between fear and reluctant amusement. Here, Charity said, speaking up for the first time. Harry blinked as she offered him a crumpled paper bag. He took it from her hands and opened it up, looking inside at the contents. It was the small gun that he had lent her ages ago, before he had come to Hogwarts and when he had just dispatched the assassins at her house. Accompanying it was a handful of bullets. We didn't use it at all. Harry scoffed and threw the bag back, which Charity reflexively caught with a startled expression on her face. I'm beyond guns now, Harry boasted proudly, an arrogant smile tilting his lips. He paused. Besides, you've probably blessed it or broke it or something. For me, it's the same thing. Charity looked annoyed, but she tucked the bag away. There was an awkward silence as the family fidgeted under Harry's gaze. Whatever annoyance he had felt at this situation was gone now, and instead, he enjoyed the squirming and restlessness of the group in front of him. Nobody quite knew what to say, but the little girl, Hope, kept staring at him with wide blue eyes. Harry frowned and stared back at her, and she gave a loud, startled squeak and dove behind, as Harry noticed instantly, Charity's very nice-looking legs. "Is she on crack of something?" Harry asked Charity, a strange expression on his face as he caught Hope peeking from behind her mother. "Because detox is dangerous to kids, you know. I don't care or anything, but I don't want to be around when she carks it. I've sort of got a bad reputation around this place. I tend to kill things, so you understand that it wouldn't look good." "No, Harry," Charity said flatly, a flash of disapproval running through her eyes. She drew herself up, leveling Harry with a piercing stare. "My 9-year-old daughter is not on crack." "Oh," Harry said and frowned, tilting his head at Charity as he stared at her quizzically. "You know, you don't sound too happy to see me. He's an observant one, isn't he?" Daniel muttered to his younger brother, Matthew, who let out a small snigger. Daniel turned back to Harry with a small smirk on his face, but it instantly died when he saw Harry's eyes on him. A dark emotion glittered beneath the emerald depths, but it vanished as quickly as it had come. "Oh, I am observant," Harry said cheerfully, a blinding smile appearing on his face as he leaned forward menacingly. "Watch as I observe how your broken and mangled bodies fall to the ground in a pile of your own blood after I kill you for being smart asses." Matthew gulped and quickly took a step back while Daniel tried and failed to meet Harry's gaze with confidence and bravery. Charity's posture had become rigid and dangerous, but Harry glanced towards her and offered her a cheesy wink. "Kids," he sighed remorsefully with a careful shrug of his shoulders. "You try to raise them up to be nice and sensible fellows, and then they insult the first demonic murderer they come across. You know, this was probably a bad idea on your part." "I tend to hurt the people I don't like." Amanda rolled her eyes, obviously not impressed with both Harry's comment and Harry's wink, but Charity slowly relaxed as Harry showed no further signs of aggression and spoke up. "I am grateful for all you have done for us," she said, looking uneasy and awkward. Her hand impatiently brushed a strand of her out of her face, a move Harry had seen Amanda perform dozens of times. "But this meeting was not my idea." "Oh," Harry murmured, blinking in surprise. A slight frown crossed over his face, as well as the first traces of wariness. Who else would be dumb enough to send their beloved Christian family to support a demon of the night? "It was," Charity started. "My idea," somebody called out, and Harry turned around to see Michael enter the room. Wariness and a flash of fear struck Harry, and he stiffened, his eyes narrowing to slits as he observed the knight. He hadn't seen the man in years, ever since their brief encounter which had left Harry wounded and almost dead. From what Harry could remember of that night, Michael had barely changed. His hair was cropped short, dark against a streak of silver. He had a well-trimmed beard, and there were worry and laugh lines around his mouth and eyes. He was a tall man with stern but compassionate gray eyes, and Harry could sense the decency and goodness that Michael had within him. It was enough to make him feel sick. "Daddy!" Amanda squealed from behind Harry, and A.B. Owned and Crimson Blur rushed forward, bounding into her father's arms. Michael closed his arms around his daughter, joy and deep-seated love entering his eyes as he clutched her tightly against his chest. Harry watched all of this with a sour expression on his face, and he made a loud retching noise, rolling his eyes. "Oh, get a room," he muttered to himself. "Where's Sonia?" Molly asked, throwing Harry a cold look. "Out on business," Michael answered with a slight frown. "I won't be able to watch this tournament of yours, Molly. I get the feeling that I will be very busy tonight." "Zealot," Harry muttered softly, rolling his eyes and preparing to leave the room. However, his muttered comment had garnered Michael's attention, and the knight turned to him. "So, you're the Denarian that saved my family's life," Michael said, eyeing Harry carefully but without hostility. "I owe you my sincerest thanks, for both saving my family's life and killing Nicodemus. The world is a better place without him in it." He extended a weathered and calloused hand, and Harry glanced at it. He deliberately brushed it aside and ignored the hand as he stared back at the knight. "Are you sure you don't want to offer me anything else?" Harry asked, a mocking expression of hopefulness making him seem much more innocent and vulnerable than he really was. Because I do take cash. Check, card and little girls' souls. Hope let out a muffled squeak and shuffled back behind Charity, who regarded Harry with exasperation and disapproval. Harry gave a nasty grin and gave the little owned girl a mocking wave. Next to Charity, Daniel shifted on his fear, looking as if he wanted to do nothing more than hit Harry at that particular moment. Harry stared back at him challengingly, but before anything could happen, Amanda broke in, her voice exasperated yet resigned. I don't suppose there's nothing I can say that will make you ease up a little? She asked with a sigh, still being clutched in her father's arms. Well, actually, Harry said thoughtfully, switching his gaze back to Amanda. If you say, Master Harry. No, wait, Lord Harry, I beg you. Then I may consider it. Never going to happen, Amanda said with a bright, fake smile. Then I'm going to stick with the arsehole routine, Harry said with a careless shrug. Just know that you have the power to change me. Just say the words and I will be nice. Yeah, right, Molly scoffed under her breath, but Harry heard her and raised an eyebrow in her direction. So, Michael intervened quickly, flashing both Molly and Daniel a stern look. I heard you took my little girl to the Yule Ball. Yeah, Harry said dryly. Then we had promiscuous pre-martial say. Afterwards. Harry. Amanda hissed, blushing furiously as she stared at him in horror. We didn't, she hastily explained to her mother, who was eyeing Amanda with a startled and dismayed expression. Amanda's face became troubled and she shuddered, drawing herself deeper into her father's comforting arms. Besides, that night I was in the hospital wing after Nicodemus. Please tell me you're not afraid of a dead man, Harry scoffed, and Amanda shot him a pained glare, her blue-gray eyes narrowing in anger. Michael stood back and observed the interaction between his daughter and Harry with patient eyes. Because Nicodemus is dead. Truly and utterly dead. Dead as a fish out of water, a cow in a slaughterhouse, and Serbians in Croatia. That's low, Michael muttered, staring at Harry with disapproval. Do you know how many people have died there in the past few months? Do you know how little I care? Harry asked flatly, before he swung his gaze to the door. Anyway, I have better things to do than to talk to a bunch of Christians. Have a bad day, and I hope you all trip on a stairway and break your legs or something. We love you too, Harry, Amanda called out blandly, and Harry shook his head in disgust, stalking out of the room with a disgruntled frown on his face. The last thing he heard was the little boy speaking up, asking his sisters a question in a soft, serious voice. Is he always that mean? Yes, Amanda and Molly muttered in unison. Once again, Harry and the champions stood within the Quidditch stadium to complete a Triwizard Tournament task. However, once again the stadium had changed from a series of large stones and rocky ground into a lush 20-foot-high hedge that seemed to encircle the entire pitch. In front of the group was a darkened gap, the entrance to this vast maze of greenery. Harry's eyes flickered upward and saw a clear blue sky that was darkening as the sun went down, revealing the first of its twinkling stars. He then glanced at the other champions, all who stood apart from each other with determined expressions on their faces. None of them seemed to sense what Harry could, a darkened and ominous feeling that something big was going to happen tonight. So, this is it, Harry muttered, mostly to himself. His hand came up to idly brush against the pocket of his overcoat, and he felt the small hard object beneath the thick material. A smile twitched his lips as he dropped his hand, feeling a little bit better knowing that he had another weapon at his disposal, the transfigured sword. Indeed it is, Messiel whispered into his ear, and Harry had the sensation of an unseen wind ruffling his hair, a roaring cascade of searing fire burning into his veins. With long practiced ease, Harry grasped the power and allowed it to wash over him. The roaring presence of hellfire, along with the euphoric bliss that came with it, caused Harry to relax, and he stood loosely, a relaxed and arrogant expression on his face as he watched Bagman stand up at the podium, his voice blaring out over the darkened entrance to the maze and the hundreds, if not thousands, of spectators. Welcome, wizards and witches, to the third and final task of the Tri-Wizard Tournament, Bagman began and beamed when a wave of applause and cheering roared out from the stands. He continued, in this task, the respective champions must navigate their way through the maze to reach the center. The first person to reach the center of the maze and touch the Tri-Wizard trophy will receive 25 bonus points alongside the score that the judges will give you. Mr. Crumb and Mr. Banks are in the lead on 75 points, Mr. Diggory just 1 point under. Mr. Potter is on 71 points and Ms. Delacour is on 54. Every champion here has a chance to win today, so try your hardest. Since Crumb and Banks have the most points, they will be entering the maze first. Mr. Diggory will be allowed in 10 seconds later, Mr. Potter a minute later and Ms. Delacour 2 minutes later. Wizards and witches, let the third task begin. Here we go, Harry muttered as a loud crack filled the air. A loud wave of cheers roared from the stands as the first two champions entered the darkened maze, watching each other warily. A moment later, another crack filled the air, signaling Cedric's advance into the maze. Harry ignored them all and stood before the maze, distantly aware of Fleur's presence beside him. He narrowed his eyes, clutching his wand and preparing to cast a spell the instant that another crack filled the air. It seemed to take forever to Harry, but a third crack finally echoed into the night sky and Harry moved as a blur, his wand flying up as he leveled it right at the entrance of the maze. Echosandra. Harry flinched as a loud crackling noise hit his ears and an invisible ball of sonic energy left his wand, soaring through the maze at great speed. The tip of his wand shuddered and Harry winced, his eyes clutched shut as his spell hit a leafy wall and instantly shattered into 1,000 different parts, ricocheting off the wall and further into the darkened maze. Unheard to all except Harry, a long series of loud pinging noises echoed throughout the maze and a barrage of high-pitched tones struck Harry's ears. With each tone came a tantalizing flash, a grainy image of lines and darkness. Harry winced, placing a hand to his head and scrunching up his face as pain lanced through his head. However, an instant later a pulse of soothing heat banished his pain away and the images stopped as Mesiel emerged from the back of his mind, taking the brunt of the spell. This spell, which worked like sonar, was a mostly unknown and unused spell because of the detrimental effects it had on its caster. Any more than a few dozen images resulted in a considerable amount of mental trauma for the wizard, because their minds were simply unable to comprehend what they were receiving. Luckily for Harry, who was receiving hundreds, if not thousands, of images, he had Mesiel to do all the hard work for him and shield his mind from the potentially devastating effects. In a few moments, Mesiel had already received, translated, organized and stored over a quarter of the maze's pathways, and in a few more moments, she had already devised the best way to get closest to the center of the maze. "We done," Harry grunted under his breath, a pained scowl on his face as he stood in front of the maze entrance. "Because that hurt like a bitch." Next to him, Fleur stated at him strangely and hesitantly, before another crack spurred her forward and into the maze. Harry could hear the crowd behind him tittering loudly but he ignored them. "Yes, beloved," Mesiel replied briskly. "If you follow my instructions, you will find yourself in the center of this maze in no time." "Excellent," Harry muttered and raising his wand, he walked forward and entered the darkened maze. The walls loomed around him, almost eerily, but Harry merely cocked an eyebrow and flicked his wand, a tinge of hellfire escaping his tightly gripped grasp. A peculiar ball of crimson flames exploded in his left palm, illuminating the surroundings with a soft, red glow. Harry nodded in satisfaction, feeling a slight tickling sensation in his hand, and continued forward. He walked for a few minutes, Mesiel whispering the right directions into his head whenever he reached a corner. Harry followed them without question and dove deeper into the maze. He didn't see any sign of obstacles or defenses for the first 5 minutes, until, almost a quarter of the way into the maze, he met up with an unexpected surprise. Harry turned right at the next corner, as Mesiel instructed him to, and then came to a stop. Surprise flickered on his face and caution zapped through his veins as something loomed forward from the darkness in a barrage of strange clicking noises. It was a gigantic spider, as tall as Harry was, with clicking pincers and drooling fangs. It made a menacing growling noise and it scuttled towards Harry, intent on attacking him. However, the first instant Harry had seen the spider he had reacted. "Evertoxero!" he barked, his wand whipping up as the spider lunged at him. A jet of bright yellow flames billowed out of his wand and the spider screeched as it was met with a wave of searing heat. It stumbled backwards and Harry kept his wand steady, squinting past the almost painful brightness of the flames and the large clouds of smoke that was rising into the sky. Eruptus ardor. A barrage of red-yellow fire blasted at the retreating spider, two balls of flames striking it on the back and causing it to screech in agony as it vaulted around a corner and disappeared from Harry's onslaught. The rest of the blasts of fire struck the maze wall and the grass, and Harry's eyes widened, his wand whipping up to extinguish the flames. However, there was no need, as the hedge and grass didn't wither under the heat, and soon the fire died down. Harry stared at the hedge and frowned. Well, there goes Plan B, Harry muttered sourly, idly kicking at the ground with his scuffed shoes. I guess if we're ambushed, we can't burn our way out. We still have Plan C, D and F, Messiel reminded Harry, who nodded and started walking forward. What about Plan E? He asked, turning another corner with his wand raised, as if he were expecting another spider to jump out and attack him. However, the brief encounter with that spider must have left a lasting impression on it, and Harry saw nothing, only smelling a faint acrid burning smell. We're not using Plan E, Messiel said firmly. Why not? Harry asked defensively, the beginnings of a childish pout coming over his face. It was a good plan. It was a terrible plan, beloved, Messiel said exasperatedly. And you know it. It could still work, Harry muttered sourly, kicking the ground with his shoes and sending a small chunk of wet dirt and grass into the air. Don't knock it just because you don't like it. Oh beloved, Messiel said exasperatedly. Just keep walking and it's a right turn here. Harry rolled his eyes as he turned the corner and came to a sudden halt. A wary look came over his face at the glittering azure frost that coated the large hedges surrounding the path. Despite that rather beautiful appearance, Harry, or Messiel, could sense an enchantment on the sparkling wash of colors. Harry frowned, his wand raised as he cautiously approached the frost. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, came a choir of eerie singing, a beautiful and haunting spell that tugged at Harry's heartstrings. The sweet soft voices lapped at Harry's ears, and for a single instant he felt peaceful, completely relaxed and devoid of all emotion. There was a soft pressure on his mind, a soothing yet completely foreign presence that was attempting to lull him into sleep. However, just as quickly as it had come, it vanished and Messiel reared forward. The full force of her majestic presence almost threatened to overwhelm Harry as the fallen shattered the mental spell with a single spike of blazing power. At the same time, something warm fell over his ears and suddenly Harry was deaf. The glow of the azure frost had dimmed a bit but still sparkled as Harry walked forward, his eyes flickering over his surroundings in case there was something else lurking behind them. When he had passed by all of the azure frost, Harry stopped and glanced back at it. He winced and clutched his ears as a high-pitched note spiked in his ears for a brief second, before his hearing suddenly came back and the sound of his breathing filled his ears. Thanks, Harry said, staring back at the frost with a contemplative expression. You're welcome, beloved, Messiel said smugly. After another casting of Echosandra and a barrage of images that Messiel had promptly deciphered, Harry delved deeper into the maze. Because of the new information, Harry knew exactly where the center of the maze was and how to get there. All that lay in his way was 5 corners and whatever obstacles were still guarding the trophy. As he turned the first corner, he came to a slow halt as he took in what had to be another obstacle. It was some kind of creature, half human and half lion, with clawed paws, a long yellowish tail and thick orange fur. It had a woman's face and parts of a woman's upper chest, and her deep brown eyes swung towards Harry, a mysterious smile crossing over her face. It is a sphinx, Messiel said, not sounding worried at all. They are guardians of knowledge and treasure. She will only let you past if you solve her riddle. A riddle, Harry muttered sourly. Yes, I beep at riddles, Harry said and scowled, lifting his wand and leveling it at the beast, who blinked its luminous brown eyes and stared at Harry with surprise. Then kill it, Messiel said carelessly. Harry shrugged as dawning horror appeared on the Sphinx's face, who opened its mouth to speak, revealing sharp canines. However, before she could utter a single word, Harry struck out. Ephodio. Harry snapped, and there was a flash of silver light, a loud bang and a piercing scream of pain. The Sphinx collapsed, agony flickering over her features as one of her legs, now torn to bloody shreds and splintered bones, collapsed in on itself. She looked murderous as she tried to shrug off the pain, her teeth baring in an animalistic snarl, but Harry's next spell blasted her deeper into the ground. The Sphinx flinched and screamed in pain, dark crackles of magic flickering over her frame as she twisted and squirmed in the ground. The rage and anger in her voice had gone and she made pitiful meowing sounds, staring at Harry with fearful brown eyes. Her clawed paws scrambled in the dirt as she attempted to crawl away, shuddering with pain and fear. Harry watched her squirm as he leveled his wand at the Sphinx again, her pitiful meowing noises echoing out into the night sky, and he hesitated before heaving a soft sigh. The next spell that came from his wand was a golden flash of light, a spell that Harry had once seen Dumbledore use, and the Sphinx cried out with relief as it seeped into her body, her pain temporarily soothed. She gazed at Harry with sorrowful brown eyes, tinged with both fear and disbelief, and opened its mouth to speak. A crimson bolt of magic struck her in the head and the Sphinx slackened as it was blasted into unconsciousness. "You are getting soft," Messiel murmured, although she didn't sound too concerned. "Harry Potter, slayer of Nicodemus and a Dracon, spares the life of the pitiful beast. Touching, truly touching." "Oh, shut up," Harry muttered, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment as carelessly stepped over the stunned, wounded creature and turned the second corner. "And what can I say? I love women, and cats, and women with big B-easts. Although, after seeing that Sphinx, I have to say that I'm not really a fan on cat women." "Let me guess, beloved," Messiel said dryly. "Her B-easts were too small." "Actually it was her face," Harry said, a touch sharply, and frowned. "Why do you always make me out to be some kind of hormonal beep?" "Because your eyes were practically glued to the Sphinx's chest," Messiel said and paused. "Besides, you are a hormonal beep." "Touché, Haughton say. Why, figment of my imagination, touché," Harry said, and a smile curved his lips as he felt Messiel's spike of amusement. He turned the third corner of the maze and stopped, a frown flickering over his face. Something stirred in the darkness before him, something big, and Harry got a glimpse of movement before all fell still. He frowned and held out his left hand. The crimson-hued flames flared as Harry drew his arm back and hurled it into the darkness. As another fist of flames burst into existence over his hand, the other one exploded in a dull flash of light, not bright enough to hurt Harry's eyes but still enough for him to get a good view of the path, and of the creature that lay at the end of it. It looked like a giant scorpion, more than anything, and towered over Harry. A blast of fire erupted from its tail and it scuttled forward with a great burst of speed. Harry got a glimpse of thick, plate-like armor and a white strip of flesh on the creature's belly before it charged at him. With a snarl, Harry made to jump back, but Messiel, in a burst of hellfire, spurred him on. She communicated to him without words, a flash of images and insight, and Harry obeyed, charging towards the creature. The creature let out a loud hiss, sounding like a snake more than anything else, and leveled its head as it prepared to knock him over. But Harry was too quick, and as the creature loomed over him he ducked, frowning in concentration. Rage flickered over his face and his eyes glinted coldly as he initiated part of his transformation. The creature hurtled over him, its momentum too fast to stop completely, and Harry allowed the gigantic wings of bone to erupt from his back. The sharp, jagged ends tore into the white belly and the creature made an odd gurgling noise, its speed making sure that Harry's wings dug in deep. Harry felt something hot and sticky strike his face, but he ignored it as he retracted his wings and neatly sidestepped, the creature's tail missing him by a centimeter. Harry stood up and whirled around, holding up his hand and allowing the soft red light to illuminate the area. The creature had collapsed behind him in a heap of legs. A dark, sticky pool of liquid was slowly seeping out from its belly, where it looked as if a large saw had gutted the creature in two. Harry took in a deep breath, his heart racing as adrenaline surged through his veins. "That was close," he said slowly, gingerly touching his face and trying to scrub off the blood. "Good call, Messiel." "Well done, beloved," Messiel said, sounding both impressed and proud. "You moved faster than I thought you were capable of." "Ah, well," Harry said, shrugging his shoulders and turning away from the dead creature. "It's all in the beep, you know, and since I've been practicing so often lately." He was cut off as a loud, piercing scream filled the air, decidedly feminine in nature. Harry blinked, recognizing the voice as Fleur's, and sighed. "The French," he muttered under his breath, shaking his head. Bloody hopeless, the lot of them. I would dearly love to see you defeated by a Frenchman, Messiel said quietly, amusement trickling into her tone. Because the irony would be oh so perfect. Yeah, whatever, Harry said and rolled his eyes. He turned the last corner a few moments later and strode into the center of the maze, his eyes flickering over every corner in the small clearing. The Triwizard Trophy was gleaming on a plinth not too far away. The entire area seemed to be illuminated by its glowing presence, driving away the shadows from the corners. Harry frowned, peering behind him and at the gap past the cup, his wand high and ready. So, where's the trap? He muttered quietly, his veins roaring with hellfire. His eyes glittered, both with excitement and wariness, and he slowly walked forward, approaching the Triwizard Cup. I do not sense anything, Messiel told him quietly. Perhaps we were wrong. Perhaps Cessbulby was wrong. Maybe, Harry said slowly. But, something blurred in the corner of his eye and Harry instinctively ducked, his wand flying up. He heard a snarl as something jumped over his head and landed behind him. He whirled around and saw a large dog with gleaming teeth spinning around, its eyes dull and without life. This is the trap, Messiel asked scornfully. Fodio. Harry snapped and the dog gave a single whine as its head burst apart in a shower of wooden shards and green leaves. Harry blinked as the dog collapsed, twisting and shuddering until it had turned into a branch, one that could have easily been taken off the maze. He whirled around, just in time to sweep his wand upwards and parry a streak of light, driving it into the ground. So, it's you. Krum didn't say anything, but there was grim determination on his face as he took a step forward, his wand leveled towards Harry. His eyes flickered behind Harry, towards the Triwizard Cup, and a flash of longing flickered over his face. The cup is mine, he growled threateningly. And you will not stop me. Concutio. Declino. Harry snapped and swiped his wand through the air. The murky brown curse flickered and there was a small flash of red light as Harry batted it away, back towards Krum. The Durmstrang student ducked, his eyes widening, but he pressed on his attack. The ground shuddered around Harry and a dozen blades of grass rose up into red striped serpents. An instant later the serpents shot upwards and zoomed through the air towards Krum, who gave an elaborate twirl with his wand. The snakes became a puff of smoke, which burst into flames a second later. Krum gave a strangled yell and stumbled backwards, his wand flicking through the air. You idiot, Harry said scornfully as he parried another curse with ease. If I wanted to cup, then I would have taken it. In fact, maybe I will. Dolar. Krum snapped. A black orb of magic burst from the tip of his wand, but Harry sneered and drove it away. It struck the ground and disappeared in a shower of sparks and a column of oily smoke. Accio Cup. Harry had flicked his wand at the same instant as Krum had summoned the cup. A blast of silver light flashed throughout the small clearing and Harry gave a sharp yank of his wand, causing Krum to give a strangled yell as something tugged at his arm, lifted him from his feet and sent him soaring over Harry's shoulder. As the gleaming metal of the trophy touched Krum's fingers, Krum's flailing leg brushed along Harry and with a jerk at the navel, both champions activated the hidden portkey and were vanished from the maze. Harry and Krum reappeared, both managing to keep their footing as the Triwizard Cup dropped to their feet. Krum looked surprised but Harry looked murderous as his eyes darted around at their surroundings. They were standing in a dark graveyard, marble statues and headstones rising out around them. The air seemed thick with magic here, a dark and oppressive aura that battered at Krum and slightly strengthened Harry. Both champions whirled around and Harry wordlessly hissed out in anger. They were surrounded by a mixture of robed men. Some wore white masks and looked to be every bit as menacing as they had been described in the history books Death Eaters, while others were unmasked. Harry could sense black magic radiating from the very pores of the unmasked wizard's true magic, not wand magic, and he raised his wand, hellfire roaring in his veins. This is it. This is the trap, Messiel snarled angrily. Secure the boy, came a cold, barking order from one of the true wizards. Before the man's words had even died on his lips, Harry moved as quick as a blur and lashed out. His wand flew up, flicking sharply towards the ground around him, and a shower of brown sparks sprayed from his wand, settling on the ground. A loud shudder roared through the dirt and the very ground rumbled beneath Harry's feet, threatening to throw him to the side. Death Eaters and true wizards gave out surprised and startled yells, several falling to the ground while others clutched at tombstones to steady them. Harry managed to keep his balance and his eyes burned with fury, but he twirled on his feet, attempting to apparate and flee from the ambush. He didn't even make it halfway before a strong barrier tugged at him and hurled him backwards, into reality again. Rotundus ictus. Crumb bellowed, his heavily accented voice thick with a mixture of fear and anger. A spinning orb of crackling yellow bolts burst from his wand with a loud screeching noise and zoomed at one of the Death Eaters. The more experienced wizard had not trouble in deflecting the spell, his wand whipping up and parrying it to the side. Defensive magic sparkled around Harry as he easily ducked a barrage of both visible and invisible spells. Curses flew past his head, some singing his hair, and a blood-red curse struck Crumb in the leg and caused the older boy to scream in pain as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his shattered and mangled leg with trembling hands. Harry stood up, his eyes glinting angrily, and glided forward, jumping over a thunderous bolt of sapphire energy. His wand flew up and for a moment he resembled a striking serpent as he lashed out. One of the Death Eaters staggered underneath the force of Harry's curse, clutching his chest with bulging eyes. Blood burst from his nose and ears and the masked man managed to twirl on his feet, disappearing from the graveyard with a soft crack of apparition. No. He needs to be alive. Somebody yelled and Harry whirled around, jumping back and tilting to the side as a flash of eerie green light roared past him, the killing curse striking and chipping off a large chunk of a marble headstone. Stun him. Do not kill him. Harry had no such reservations and defensive magic sparkled around him, a sleet of crimson and sapphire hues forming around him. The dome of magical energy easily deflected a barrage of color streaks of magic and the stunning charms ricocheted away from Harry, striking the ground, headstones and even a surprised true wizard, who collapsed to the ground. When one of the Death Eaters moved to revive the man, Harry struck out with blazing anger twisting over his face. Ephodio. He snarled, jutting his wand towards the masked and robed man. The Death Eater whirled around as a blast of silver light and a loud, roaring pop filled the air and he parried the curse into one of the headstones, which exploded in a shower of marble splinters. Surround him. Do not harm him. Harry glanced around, seeing that the Death Eaters and true wizards around him were advancing in a tight circle. Dark power roared in his veins and with a wordless snarl, Harry leveled his wand towards the sky and summoned Hellfire. The tip of his wand glowed with crimson light and dark fire burst out in a fiery lasso of color and purple flames. They circled both him and Crumb, the latter looking scared, and a barrier of searing flames pushed at the circle of enemies that surrounded him. Some of the Death Eaters flinched while one true wizard broke the line, batting away at the fire with hasty movements, but the rest merely stood still. Suddenly the barrier of fire vanished in a puff of mist and Harry flinched at the backlash, stumbling on his feet. It was at this moment that the Death Eaters and true wizards moved as one. Several blasts of magic struck at Harry and broke apart upon the shielding spell. But some of the true wizards and Death Eaters had power behind them and Harry's shield shattered under the strain of simultaneous blows. Harry gave a cry of pain as something struck at him, feeling like a dozen lashes of a whip across his entire body, and he was slammed aside. He landed on the ground, dazed. His mind stretched out to Hellfire, to his demonic form, but suddenly there was somebody in front of him. Something cold was clamped on his wrists, binding them together, and suddenly there was a cold barrier around him. All of the blazing heat seemed to rush out of him and Mesiel's presence, her essence and fury, vanished from his mind, locked away behind an impenetrable wall. Try as he might, Harry couldn't reach his magic or Mesiel and true panic settled over him, his eyes widening with fear. His eyes darted down to the cuffs around him and he snarled, seeing a dark metallic material bound together by a thick chain of what looked like pure titanium. A howl of anger escaped his throat and he lashed out with his foot, striking soft flesh. One of the true wizards grunted in anger, throwing Harry back down to the ground, while a Death Eater stepped forward. Avada Kedavra! One of the Death Eaters cried. Harry flinched and scrambled across the dirt, his eyes widening and fear settling in his veins. Without his magic, there would no way he could escape. But the spell had not been leveled at him and Harry watched with a certain sense of relief as Crumb sailed backwards, his body sagging underneath the destructive weight of the killing curse, the eerie green light seeping into his body. Crumb thumped on the ground, his wand sailing through the air and clattering against a tombstone. Victor Crumb was dead. Harry eyed Crumb's body for a single second and then tried to stagger up to his feet, his eyes blazing with fury. Suddenly, something clamped down on his neck and he gagged, flaying uselessly at the powerful force that had gripped him. With a strangled yell and a spat curse, Harry was yanked to his feet and carried forward by an invisible force. He lashed out at anybody he could reach, rage plastered over his face and rushing through his veins, but without his magic he was truly powerless. What an animal, one of the Death Eaters muttered to his partner as Harry floated past them. Harry was led to a very elaborate ritual circle, past a pack of crimson-eyed dogs similar to the ones that had tried to assassinate both him and Molly at Hogwarts. Within the circle stood a bubbling cauldron of what seemed like pure gold. A soft simmering steam drifted from the contents, sparkling in an odd silver hue as it rose up in the night sky. Beyond the circle Harry could see more Death Eaters prowling the grounds, their cloaks flapping in the soft breeze. More people stood around the circle, watching Harry behind white masks or hooded cloaks. "We have the necessary sacrifice," one of the Death Eaters called out, his cultured voice crisp. "We do," one of the true wizards growled and gestured with his hand. Harry gasped with relief as he was released and he collapsed to the ground, gasping, peering up beneath his lashes with burning emerald eyes. "The effort to retrieve him was great on our part. I still don't think that." "You're not here to think," the Death Eater interrupted coldly. "You're here to serve, both your master and mine. So keep quiet. You can't order me around," the true wizard hissed, rage bubbling on his face. He took a step forward, his brown eyes narrowing and his lips twisting into a mocking sneer. "You hold no power over me." "But I do," came a high-pitched hiss. On the ground, Harry stared as a balding and watery-eyed man moved from the shadows, carrying a small bundle in his arms. It was no larger than a small child, but its reddish-black hairless, scaly body was far from human. Its arms and legs were feeble and its face was flat and snake-like, with gleaming red eyes. It looked weak and helpless, seemingly totally dependent on the wizard that carried it. Yet it seemed to possess an aura of darkness that made it seem much more powerful than it probably was. The Death Eater immediately bowed his head, subservience replacing authority in his posture. The true wizard, however, stared at the creature with disdain, although Harry saw a flicker of unease cross his face. "My lord," he said slowly, carefully. "I serve you because you serve my master. I serve no being." The small baby-like creature snarled and a deep tremble of anger pierced the air, so potent that Harry could sense it even with the magic restraining cuffs on him. "The Dark Lord is, and always will be, his own master. Your master needs my assistance, and it is within my power to grant it. It is also within my power to retain it. My master is more powerful than you are," the true wizard said, but he was looking decidedly uncomfortable and he fidgeted underneath the small scaly being's crimson glare. "Your master is nothing without me," the being said chillingly. "And you are nothing without your master. Do not forget that." "Of course, Lord Voldemort," the true wizard said, gritting his teeth with anger. He gave a short, sharp nod of his head and backed into the circle while Harry watched the proceedings with poorly concealed shock. Voldemort. The same Voldemort that had blown himself to bits years ago trying to kill Harry. He was still alive. "You're behind all of this," he distantly heard himself say, his emerald eyes glinting angrily as he glared at Voldemort. A hatred that Harry had not felt since he had killed the Dursleys rose up in his mind and he wordlessly hissed at Voldemort, his lip curling in disgust. "Look at you. You're pathetic. No wonder you couldn't kill me. We will talk later, Potter," Voldemort hissed menacingly. His crimson eyes locked onto Harry's and Harry gave Voldemort a challenging smirk, almost daring the banished Dark Lord to invade his mind. Despite the fact that he couldn't reach Mesiel at the moment, Harry knew that the Fallen was still within him, protecting his mind like she usually did. However, Voldemort didn't take the bait and glanced away, gesturing towards the golden cauldron. The wizard that was carrying him flinched and seemed to tremble, but he reluctantly obeyed and moved towards the cauldron. The soft muttering and chatter instantly died down and all was silent within the graveyard as Voldemort stared down at the cauldron. "Begin the ritual," the weakened Dark Lord whispered coldly. Harry squirmed underneath his bindings, glaring coldly at the wizards surrounding him. He had been strapped down to a large angel made of the purest marble. In another time and place, Harry would have laughed at the irony, but now he just silently raged at his predicament, desperately trying to overcome the binding's enchantments, but both his magic and Mesiel remained out of reach. Growling with anger, Harry focused his eyes back on the scene in front of him, powerless to do anything to stop it. I am going to kill you all, Harry snarled loudly, his green eyes flashing as tugged at his bindings one more time. I swear, I will make you pay for this. Some of the Death Eaters shifted under his burning gaze, but most of them remained silent, their wands clasped against their chests like swords. An eerie silver light was glowing from the tip of each wand as they turned their gaze towards their master, who had just sunken under the surface of the cauldron. The true wizards were chanting something on the other side of the ritual circle, spitting out harsh words with great hatred. Hatred and rage poured from them, and the mixture of the cauldron bubbled underneath the oppressive black magic, a dark stain on the solemn graveyard. Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son. The pudgy wizard cried out, his voice ringing into the air. The ground cracked and shuddered, and a stream of white dust rose into the air, seeping into the cauldron. The surface of the liquid hissed, and sparks of pure dark magic flew in all directions. A vivid, poisonous blue mist rose off the surface and crackled with energy as the true wizard's chant intensified. Omnis aveo Aeter Dominus. All hail the Dark Lord. One of the Death Eaters cried out, and the silver light emanating from his wand darkened into a shade of murky gray. All hail the Dark Lord. The rest of the Death Eaters chorused, their wand light dimming as well. The power of the gods, given in trust, you will resurrect your new servant. The pudgy wizard cried out again. His watery blue gaze flickered over towards Harry's crisp emerald glare, and he flinched, hurriedly darting his eyes away. This time the very air shimmered with darkness, shadows warping out from silver light like a thick liquid. The true wizards increased their chant, spitting away with words of ancient black magic, and the darkness fell into the cauldron. The diamond-sheen surface of the cauldron turned pitch black as the shadows poured in, and a crack of thunder filled the air. Harry glanced up and his eyes widened. The bright moon and the twinkling stars were being blotted out as thick, stormy clouds loomed above. There was a flash of lightning, and another loud rumble of thunder filled the air, strangely fitting into the true wizard's chant. The cauldron bubbled, a thick and oily splatter of liquid dripping to the ground. It spread through the dirt like a poison, and the grass around the cauldron shriveled up and died in a matter of moments. Omnis aveo, unus et veris. All hail the one and true. A true wizard chanted loudly, his eyes glittering with madness as he spread out his arms. The darkness converged on him until it seemed as if he were cloaked in shadow. All hail the one and true. The rest of the true wizard chanted. All hail. And here they pronounced a name so distorted and raspy that Harry could barely understand it. It was as if somebody else was speaking from within them, a voice that had not been designed for human vocal cords or ears. The closest approximation Harry could get was, Azza. Harry curled his lip up in hatred, but uneasiness was pounding through his veins. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. The very air around him was screaming in protest of what was happening in front of him. A great hatred, rage and calculating evil was beginning to settle down on the graveyard. Harry was no stranger to these emotions, but the presence he could sense was far greater than anything he had encountered before. Even Mesiel, in all her terrifying glory, could not have competed against what he could sense. Flesh of a servant, willingly given. The pudgy wizard stuttered, fear rampant on his face as he lifted a curved blade to his left elbow. Tears glistened in his eyes as he took in a deep breath. You will revive your master. The wizard pressed down on the blade, and Harry watched with surprise and a dry mouth as blood splattered on the ground. A loud scream pierced the night, and something splashed into the cauldron as the wizard sobbed in agony, falling to the ground and shaking his head in a futile attempt of denial. I stuck collator, fidus et maris. We are your servants, loyal and pure. The Death Eaters chanted loudly, bathing the entire area in a flare of darkening gray light. A soft, bright green hue of light was slowly coming into the gray light, and if Harry looked closely enough, he could see a faint serpent-shaped mist forming in the background. I stuck Chiliasta, divus et veris. We are your believers, blessed and true. The true wizards chanted loudly, and the shadows around them pulsed with an ancient evil, malevolence and hatred pouring into the clearing. The storms above them rumbled with great fury as another clap of thunder boomed through the sky. Lightning flashed and a bitter sheet of rain swept down from the heavens. Harry felt it strike his exposed head and winced as one touched his lips, the smell of rotten food and dead flesh filling his mouth. Lightning flashed once, then twice, and illuminated the sky as another clap of thunder filled the air. Black magic crackled in the storm clouds, just waiting to be unleashed, and Harry watched, a glint of true fear shining in his eyes as he watched the ritual come to a close. Hearts of heathens, torn asunder, you will strengthen our God. One of the true wizards chanted. His brethren intensified their chant. It was a yell now, and Harry watched as an ornate urn rose from the ground and hovered over the cauldron. Slowly, it tipped to its side and a stream of thick, crimson blood poured into the cauldron. An instant later Harry saw small, dark lumps fall into the cauldron with soft plopping noise, and he shuddered. There were some things that not even he had delved into yet. The darkness of the liquid seemed to lighten as a burst of unholy crimson veins spread throughout the thick liquid. Sacrifice, Harry muttered to himself, his eyes wide. Fear had clamped down on his heart, just as tightly as the manacles had clamped down on his wrists. He was alone in all of this, his one constant ally blocked from his mind, and there was nobody who could or wanted to save him. Horror dawned on him as he recalled the words of the Death Eater. He was a sacrifice, he was next. B blood of T the enemy, F forcibly taken, the injured wizard gasped, his face a picture of agony and pain as he raised his wand with quivering hands. Harry flinched but stared the wand down, hatred surging through his veins. So, this was it, this was where he would die. Why you will resurrect, why your foe? Harry grunted as something sliced into his cheek from jaw to brow. Hot blood splattered down on his coat and shirt, and a crimson curtain enveloped his left eye as blood pooled into the socket. Still, Harry had suffered through worse pain before, and he merely set his jaw and watched with anger as a stream of his blood flew towards the cauldron. The golden cauldron shuddered the instant that Harry's blood seeped into the surface of the liquid, and the clouds rumbled with thunder once more. Lightning flashed, silhouetting the looming figures in the summoning circle, and suddenly everything was silent. The chanting had stopped, and the flaring lights emanating from the wands of the Death Eaters had dimmed, until only darkness shrouded the area. Harry strained to see past it, anger and fear tugging at his heart as he furiously struggled against his bonds. The occasional flash of lightning allowed him to see the Death Eaters and the true wizards prostrating on the ground, their heads bowed in subservience, while the man who had cut off his arm was sobbing by the cauldron. Suddenly a flash of silver vapor burst from the cauldron, and a bright, white steam billowed into the air. The lightning flashed again, and thunder rumbled in the clouds as powerful black magic gathered above the cauldron, forming into a swirling vortex. The vortex was of no color that Harry could comprehend, no color that existed on this world. It flittered at his mind, as bright as the sun and as dark as the ocean depths, and a strange sense of wrongness filled him, followed by a burst of true fear. It could not be. They would not dare. But it was. And they had dared. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as, before the pouring rain and the prostrating wizards, a skeletal white humanoid figure arose from the skeleton. Crimson eyes glittered with power, and wrinkled white skin smoothed over with dark magic. Slit snake-like nostrils flared as the newly reborn Lord Voldemort spread out his arms, oblivious to his beepedness, and let out a chilling, high-pitched laugh. The Death Eaters quivered with fear, and even the true wizards shuddered at the figure before them, who continued to laugh as he bathed in the hatred and anger generated by the ritual. Then a bolt of lightning struck him. Voldemort's laugh cut off as he let out a howling screech of pain, his arms coming forward to clasp at his chest. The vortex of black magic swirled with sentient hunger as lightning flashed again and again, striking Lord Voldemort over and over. A continuous roll of thunder filled the air, a deafening racket that made the very ground shudder as Voldemort collapsed into his cauldron, his high-pitched screams piercing the air. Something burst out of the vortex, a presence of ancient malevolence, and it streamed down into the cauldron. Cracks shattered through the priceless gold, and the vortex howled as Voldemort's began to laugh once more. The Dark Lord's high-pitched voice started to lower, and the cauldron shattered and broke apart, sending a rush of dark oily liquid all over the ground, seeping into the decaying ground. Voldemort's voice continued to drop and something ancient rang deep within the newly reborn Dark Lord. Harry listened with horror as the most malevolent and disturbing laugh he had ever heard filled his ears. Goosebumps popped over his skin and real blinding terror filled his heart as Voldemort stood up from the broken remains of the cauldron. It seemed as if nothing in Voldemort had changed, but when the Dark Lord turned towards Harry, the Denarian renegade's breath caught in his throat as he caught sight of two burning crimson orbs, shining like torches in the dark and stormy night. Faithful Death Eaters and devoted believers, Voldemort or whoever he was now hissed out, a mixture of tenor and bass as he raised his arms. The shadows rushed towards him and enveloped his form, clothing his beeped body in liquid darkness. I have returned. The graveyard was completely silent, even the twisted hounds put their heads between the oversized paws and eyed the Dark Lord with nothing short of subservience. The respectful silence was shattered as Harry slammed his bindings down on the marble angel behind him, his fear easily surging into hatred as he eyed crimson-eyed being with a hateful glare. Who the F.K. are you? He snarled, slamming his bindings down again to no avail. And what the F.K. is going on? You will not break those bonds, Potter, said Voldemort, or was it? A malicious smile curved his thin lips and his crimson eyes gleamed in satisfaction as he watched Harry struggle before him. They have been designed specifically to restrain you, my little Denarian friend. It is fairy magic that stops you from drawing in your magic, and it is the blood woven into the enchantments, your blood, that stops you from seeking out the assistance of that pathetic bitch. My blood? Harry asked furiously, breathing in deeply as he eyed the newly reborn Dark Lord. Where the hell would you get my blood? Do you not remember, Potter? Voldemort asked softly, his voice as menacing as a snake's hiss. He moved forward and ran a slow finger down Harry's bloodied cheek. A sinister smile crossed his face as he put his finger in his mouth, his eyes fluttering as he tasted Harry's blood. You have given the ground your lifeblood many times over, largely due to the efforts of my warriors. It did not take much effort for a loyal servant to acquire the bloodied rags used during your healing. The traitor, Harry snarled to himself, both with anger and dawning horror. As for my name, Voldemort continued, drawing himself up and allowed the shadows to flicker and warp around him. I am Lord Voldemort, and I am the Great Azza. I am one and I am two. Banished from this world long ago, I have returned to reap my vengeance and... Yeah, Harry spat out, eyeing Voldemort, or was it Azza now, with gleaming eyes. I get it, alright. You're big, bad and powerful. You're going to bring darkness to his world and all that crap. There was a sudden intake of breath from the bowed heads of the Dark Lord's servants. The being in question blinked his luminous red eyes and stared at Harry with an alien expression, devoid of all recognizable human emotion. The wind howled as it swept through the graveyard, and a light drizzle of foul-tasting rain swept through the silent circle. Voldemort's crimson eyes burned into Harry's orbs, and the young Denarian shifted, ducking his head just in case the being in front of him could force his way into his mind. Suddenly a soft, sinister chuckle escaped from Voldemort's lips, and he motioned for his servants to rise. Rise, my priests, rise, my faithful, he chortled. The Death Eaters and true wizards hesitantly stood up, watching Voldemort with wary eyes as the Dark Lord. Rise and watch as I triumph over the obstacle that brought upon my fall. You, Harry Potter, will suffer greatly for what happened that night. However, in a way, I must thank you, for Azza never would have been freed if not for you. He paused and tilted his head as he stared at the quietly sobbing wizard on the ground. It was the same man that had led the ritual and had cut off his hand, and he gazed at Voldemort with tearful eyes. My lord, you promised. Please, my lord, please. The wizard sobbed, holding out the bloodied stump of an arm. You deserve this pain, Wormtail, Voldemort said softly. However, of all my servants, you have been, to this very moment, loyal. The last word was hissed out, and the Death Eaters in the circle shuddered, swaying on their feet and looking as if they wished to back away but did not dare to. Voldemort raised his wand and whirled it through the air. A streak of what looked like molten rock hung shining in the wand's wake, hissing as a gentle spray of rain fell on it, and then soared downwards. The Death Eater, Wormtail, shrieked in agony as molten rock attached itself to the bloodied stump. A loud sizzling sound filled the air and the Death Eaters remained still as the brightly glowing lump of molten rock stretched out into an arm-shaped object. The brightness glaring from the spell diminished as the glowing lava hardened into a glittering black substance, attached seamlessly to Wormtail's arm. The Death Eater's sobbing abruptly ended as he stared at his new arm with wide eyes, still shining with unshed tears. Slowly, he raised his arm and slammed it down onto a nearby headstone. A loud crack filled the air as the marble headstone, at least 5 centimeters thick, cracked into several pieces and fell to the ground. Master, it is wonderful. Wormtail whispered and scuttled forward, placing adoring key S along the Dark Lord's foot. Voldemort let a satisfactory smile cross his face and with a blur of movement, kicked Wormtail away from him. Wormtail squealed but scrambled backwards. May your loyalty never waver again, Voldemort said softly. Wormtail nodded his head frantically and stood up, taking his place within the circle as he clenched his new arm, his eyes glittering with devotion. My lord. A Death Eater began, but Voldemort raised his hand. The man screamed in agony as the shadows leapt from Voldemort and into his body, something dark and powerful searing into flesh. It was both similar and different to the Cruciatus curse, and the others cringed as the man's scream rose up into the night, blood beginning to drip out of his ears as he collapsed to the ground. This is the price of your sins, Lucius, Voldemort hissed softly, unclenching his white, spindly fingers. The man abruptly relaxed and lay panting on the ground. You, of all my Death Eaters, were expected to obey my instructions. I was displeased to hear of how foolishly you handed away one of the items I entrusted to you. Master. The Death Eater groaned, attempting to stand but failing miserably. I merely wanted to show that the heir of Slytherin. Enough. Voldemort cut in sharply. His eyes glittered with anger as he regarded his fallen Death Eater. You have proven loyal to me in the past, Lucius, so I will grant you the privilege of serving me once more. Perhaps you can atone for your past mistakes. You are merciful, my lord. The Death Eater, Lucius, groaned and crawled his way back into the circle. He remained on the ground, shivering as the aftereffects of the spell caused his body to shudder. Yes, Voldemort breathed in, his eyes flittering in pleasure. Am I not merciful, brothers? Yes, my lord, the respective Death Eaters muttered, bowing their heads. And my priest, Voldemort added, turning his crimson gaze on the other side of the circle. The true wizard, who had also performed in the ritual, bowed his head reverently. Do you think I am merciful? I am your true servant, revered one, the priest answered humbly, his rough voice echoing out into the night. It is not my place to judge the qualities of your nature. I am here only to serve you. Yes, that is your only task, Voldemort said musingly. However, I reward those who serve me well. You will come to me after we are done here and I will grant you a boon of unimaginable power. The world will fear you, priest, the world will fear you. Your generosity overwhelms me, revered one, the dark priest mumbled and filed back into the circle. My God was right to choose you. How, master? One of the Death Eaters asked softly, his voice hitched with awe and fear. Voldemort let his lips curve up into a smile and he swung his gaze back onto his Death Eaters. How has this came to be? Is this where you start your bad guy monologue and boast about how wonderful your plans were and why absolutely nothing went wrong? Harry asked with a snarling growl and Voldemort's smile disappeared. Rage flashed behind the Dark Lord's 2 crimson eyes and Harry instinctively flinched, feeling the dark power coursing before the man's body before him. I could torture and kill you right now if you prefer, Voldemort said softly, reaching out and caressing Harry's hair. Harry shuddered with disgust at the touch but fear racked through his body. He did not want to die. Voldemort's eyes gleamed as if knew exactly what Harry was thinking and he withdrew his hand. There are some who know the story of Lord Voldemort and some who know the story of the Great Azza, Voldemort continued, prowling around the circle. The shadows followed him, like a eager dog all too willing to serve his master, and he stretched out his hands, idly examining his new body. I will begin at the defeat of Lord Voldemort. Some of the Death Eaters shuddered at the words and drew their robes around them, as if the very mention of the incident that occurred 13 years ago was blasphemous. I, Lord Voldemort, set out to destroy the Potter family. You, my faithful Death Eaters, know of my hatred for those meddlesome ors, cocky and arrogant fools who dared to defy me, Voldemort begun softly. Having learned the location of the Potter family from my faithful servant, I took my wand and went to destroy them once and for all. James Potter was easily crushed. He had skill but lacked the true power to stand up to my abilities. Lily Potter did not even attempt to fight and pleaded for your life, begging me to spare you and take her instead. A low chuckle filled the air, but Voldemort let out a single, menacing hiss, his eyes burning with fury. Yes, Death Eaters, I also laughed, Voldemort continued coldly, his glare making even the most imposing Death Eater tremble. I laughed when I killed her. I laughed when I turned my wand against her child. I did not laugh when her sacrifice brought forward old magic. I did not laugh when my own curse rebounded back upon me. I did not laugh when the very power I wielded crippled and destroyed me. Ah, pain, my friends, pain beyond what you could imagine. My body destroyed, my powers broken. I was little more than a spirit, less than a ghost. I was forced to flee and I settled in a faraway place. Surely, my loyal Death Eaters would find me, to perform that magic that I could not and restore me to my former glory. But they did not come and I was alone. A shiver ran through the listening circle of Death Eaters and Voldemort paused, letting his gaze run over the masked wand wizards. Harry let out a loud snort, interrupting the silence and staring at Voldemort with a derisive scowl on his face. It's a bitch when ancient magic comes back and kicks you in the ass, isn't it? He said viciously. Voldemort spared him a brief glance and ignored him, going back to his story, and Harry, despite himself, settled down to listen. However, my powers may have been broken and my body reduced to ash, but other avenues remained open to me. You all know of how I strove for immortality, of how I pushed the boundaries from one world to the next. My human body, as powerful as I was, hindered my attempts, but now, as a spirit, I was able to bridge the distance between realms, in a limited fashion, at least. Near death and without allies, I spent my lonely years attempting to push forward from this realm to another. I could feel the power behind the walls, I could sense the magic that would make me whole again. The forest that I inhabited became my place of sacrifice. Creatures of all sorts, pathetic muggles when I could gather them, became my sacrifices as I sought to push past the boundaries. My quest was interrupted by a wizard and I took control of him. Through him I learned of the Philosopher's Stone and I thought, perhaps there is another way, perhaps I could restore myself to my natural form. Yet that failed. Once again, Dumbledore strove to defy me. Once again, I was torn asunder out of me new host. Once again, I was forced to flee into the deepest, darkest parts of the world. As my Death Eaters dined in their homes and enjoyed their unbroken powers, I submerged myself into my research and at last, years later, I succeeded. I bridged the distance between the life, death and magic to somewhere else. At last, I thought, I could restore myself to power. But the outside was not what I had expected. Powerful beings, more powerful than I, even, resided there. Most were dormant, forced into exiles by powers we cannot comprehend, but there were some who aware of my presence. They latched onto me, hungry and wild, and attempted to destroy me to make me one of them. But I prevailed over them and sought out sentient contact, confident that there was somebody there that I could use. It was here that I struck a bargain with a king, of sorts. His master dormant, Azza lusted for power. Fearful of the old one's awakening, he sought to stretch his influence over to our realm. He had already gained the services of a group of powerful wizards, different from our kind, but powerful all the same. Although he could not directly restore my body, for his realm is not ours and the attempt would have destroyed me, he did know of a way. Together, we plotted. In exchange for his servants and power I needed to crush that old muggle-loving fool. I would accept a part of him within me. I would become his avatar on Earth, spreading his darkness to the four corners of the globe. When I had conquered all, we would bridge the gap between our worlds and I would ascend as his equal. Together, we would rule. Voldemort paused and a sinister smile crossed his face. The Death Eaters remained perfectly still and Harry sensed that many of them were horrified at what they were hearing. It seemed as if they hadn't been aware of the full details of the ritual before they had participated in it. An outsider, Harry said flatly, breaking the silence and staring at Voldemort with a mixture of stunned horror, disbelief, and fury. You've taken on the power of an outsider. Yes, Voldemort hissed softly and flexed his arms. The shadows that clothed him writhed and boiled, and he smiled, his crimson eyes flaring with power. I am more powerful than any mere wizard now. I am more powerful than Dumbledore. I am more powerful than the White Council, and I am more powerful than you, Harry Potter. But, Harry said slowly, his mind racing as everything began to fit into place. There was somebody who could stop you. Somebody who, despite their lack of magic, possessed a weapon that could slice, dice, and split you in half. Somebody who you feared. The Knights of the Cross, Voldemort finished and nodded. I had encountered them before in my youth, and I knew that although they did not possess magic, they were formidable warriors. I managed to defeat one in Hungary, but I was sorely wounded afterwards. Azza advised caution, and I agreed. Luckily for us, there were only 2 out of the maximum 3 knights alive at the present moment. The third sword had not chosen a new master since the death of its former knight. My task was made easier and was very simple. The knights needed to be destroyed, or at the very least, distracted. Nicodemus, Harry breathed softly, his eyes wide. You, what? Set it up. In a way, Voldemort answered, looking pleased as Harry began to grasp the full scope of his plans. He paced around the circle, idly twirling a wand in his left hand as he focused his entire attention on Harry. Nicodemus' daughter was killed by the knights, however, it was due to my actions that she was ambushed. However, her father was not as upset as I had previously thought. It took careful planning and much of Azza's power to twist Nicodemus' revenge into an insatiable lust. However, I found myself with 2 problems. Nicodemus was unstable, he was hard to control, and his desire for revenge consumed him completely. I admit freely that I did not account for the human desire to cause pain. In his mind, the worst thing that he could do to the knights was destroy the very thing they sought to protect, their families. Because of this, his focus shifted from the knights towards their families. Despite this, I believed that Nicodemus would succeed. Should he destroy the family, the knights' morale and ability to fight would be weakened. And here came my second problem. You. Voldemort paced restlessly as his eyes burned into Harry's. Anger and hatred seemed to fly between the two, and for them, it was just the 2 of them in this graveyard. Harry gave a tight, icy smile and allowed a flash of arrogance to wash over his face. I must have really pissed you off, he said victoriously, his lip curling up as he stared at Voldemort with burning eyes. Here you are, all ready to set yourself up as a great Dark Lord, and a little boy kept getting in your way, stopping your plans. Indeed, Voldemort said coldly, his hand clenching his wand tightly as dark power flashed behind his crimson eyes. You were a most unexpected variable, one that neither I nor Azza had accounted for. At the eve of their destruction, you saved the Carpenter family. You killed the last of Nicodemus' men in Chicago, you evaded my Death Eaters at Salem, and you destroyed the last pack of Darkhounds within the very ground of Hogwarts. The Carpenter family evaded capture and went into hiding, hidden from even my powers, and the last 2 members sought refuge at Hogwarts, behind Dumbledore's wards and your wand. For a moment, it seemed as if we were at a stalemate. Then the knights struck at a band of loyal priests. Yes, the attack was far from here, but the message and intent behind the attack was clear. They were onto us, Voldemort said and gave Harry a tight smile, his nostrils flaring as he took a deep breath. I needed to destroy them or remove them from the arena. The second would prove much easier than the first. Especially since my loyal Death Eater had entered you into the Triwizard Tournament. Why? Harry interrupted, a puzzled frown on his face. That's the one thing I don't get. Why the hell did you enter me into that stupid tournament? What did the tournament have to do with the knight's death? Everything, Potter, and nothing, Voldemort answered softly. My servant had been dispatched to Hogwarts under the most unlikely of guises in order to acquire me a sacrifice. I needed a youth powerful in both magic and mind. What better way to determine the most likely candidate than through the Triwizard Tournament? The champion who prevailed would have shown that they possessed the power I needed to renew myself. However, a day before the Goblet of Fire was to activate, you showed yourself and my servant had to improvise. Not knowing what I know, I can understand the logic behind his decision. Here you were, the boy who lived, the one who had defeated me, the one who must have some deep, hidden power within him. My servant saw the perfect opportunity and confounded the goblet into accepting your name. This gave me the perfect opportunity to destroy you. The first task, Harry said with a groan. He heaved a great sigh and glared at the Dark Lord. You controlled the Drakon that tried to kill me. I did, Voldemort answered softly and smiled viciously as Harry groaned again. It was not easy, subduing that ancient beast. It required promises of revenge for the knight had slayed its brother and many large quantities of gold to ensure that the Drakon would bend to our will. In the end, Azza succeeded and I gave it 3 tasks. Its first task was to kill you. Its second, kill Dumbledore, a man I knew would oppose me when I rose back to power. Its third task, reap as much destruction on Hogwarts as possible. However, it failed. I kicked its ass from him to Russia, Harry sneered and Voldemort merely nodded, looking displeased. It had not occurred to me that you would have contacts in the other world of magic, Voldemort said softly, hissing at Harry's grinning face. His wand trembled with dark power, as if he wanted nothing more than to destroy Harry then and there, but he restrained himself. It was only afterwards that I discovered your true nature. Imagine my surprise when Nicodemus informed me of who you really were. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, had submersed himself into the darkest magics of hell. The hero of the wizarding world had fallen from grace. Oh, love the pun, Harry muttered. Suddenly he was struck across the face and he winced, his head slamming back into the marble angel. He could taste the coppery tang of blood on his lips and he looked up, eyes blazing as Voldemort lowered his wand. However, the incident was not a total failure, Voldemort continued, pacing around the marble angel with gleaming red eyes. One of the knights was dispatched to Hogwarts and suddenly, I saw an opportunity. My servant gave Nicodemus access to Hogwarts during the Yule Ball. However, once again, Nicodemus proved to be unreliable and instead of slaying the knight, he hunted down the family. Both you and the knight raced to defend the mudblood and in the struggle, Nicodemus was killed. Without a wand, even, Harry said, a dark gleam in his eyes as he glared at Voldemort. I wrapped my hands around his throat and strangled him to death. My time was looming closer and closer, Voldemort continued silkily, ignoring Harry's words. The ritual was almost ready and I had no choice but to leave the knights alive. I dispatched agents around the world to lure them away from England and away they went. I had failed to kill them but they were distracted. It would have to be enough. It was then that I finally received a message from my servant. He saw the need to warn me about your prowess and suggested that I display caution when I received you. Let me tell you, Potter, it had not occurred to me to use you for the ritual. You were an unknown entity that needed to be destroyed. But my servant opened up a new path for me. Not only could I use you to restore myself, a irony that I found my satisfying, but I could negate the ancient magic your mother left upon as well. Azza agreed with me, he did not want such a weakness to exist in his new avatar's body. You will be surprised to learn that I was relieved to hear that you survived the events of the second task. You were no use to me dead. I'm touched, Harry muttered, giving a tug at his bonds. He could see that Voldemort's speech was coming to an end and knew that his death would soon follow. The fear and panic that Harry had buried under his mind threatened to rise up, but Harry ruthlessly suppressed it, forcing it back down and keeping his mind on the task at hand. Remind me to put you on my Christmas card list. And now we come to his place, Voldemort finished, throwing his arms out and gesturing to the surroundings. On the night of the third task, my servant enchanted the Triwizard Cup to bring you here. Foolishly, you fell into my trap and now I have arisen, more powerful than ever before. The world will know fear once more. Bullshit, Harry snarled, interrupting Voldemort. A loud titter went around the circle of Death Eaters and true wizards as Voldemort whirled to face Harry, his eyes blazing with fury. Tell me, Voldemort, who the hell is going to fear you? You got your ass kicked by a baby. You're a joke to society. People laugh at you, Voldemort. They say that you must have been a pathetic and incompetent Dark Lord to lose a duel with a baby. Tell me, can you name one other person, just one, who lost to a 1.5-year-old child? Are you challenging me, Potter? Voldemort hissed dangerously, his wand trailing over Harry's cheek resting at the hollow of Harry's neck. Be warned. No wizard has ever escaped my wrath. I have, Harry stated coldly, his burning eyes boring into Voldemort's without fear. Distantly, some part of him wondered if this was such a good idea, but Harry shrugged the thought off. Hatred and fury roared in his veins. He didn't need hellfire to feel such immense hatred for the figure in front of him. Very well, Voldemort said after a pause and smiled coldly, backing away from Harry. Let us match the powers of Lord Voldemort, the most feared Dark Lord of all time, Avatar of Azza, against the powers of Harry Potter, the boy who lived, Denarian renegade. He whipped his wand and suddenly Harry felt his cuffs fall off. Heat scorched into his mind and suddenly Mesiel rushed for him, her blazing presence wrapping around him and washing away his aches and pains. Hellfire roared into him as Harry staggered up off the ground, his eyes never leaving Voldemort as one of the Death Eaters, at the behest of his master, threw Harry his wand. Mesiel. Harry started. I know, beloved, Mesiel said quietly. I saw it. I saw it all. I presume you know how to duel? Voldemort asked with a soft hiss. The shadows seemed to arch over him and lightning flashed in the sky, silhouetting his dark frame against the decaying and dying ground. A loud peal of thunder rumbled through the air and sheets of rain began to fall from the sky. The storm was starting again. The first one to die loses, Harry said crisply. Precisely, Voldemort answered softly and lifted up his wand, his crimson eyes gleaming with satisfaction. I have been looking forward to this for a very long time, Potter. Harry said nothing as he drew in vast amounts of hellfire. Dark power flared through his wand and raindrops sizzled as they touched the glowing red runes. Hatred, rage, fury, fear, bloodlust, they all flowed through his mind as Harry immersed himself in the deepest, darkest parts of himself. You have done well, beloved, Mesiel whispered into his ear gently, a soothing voice that swept away his fear. Now you must do a little better. What should I do? Live, beloved, live. Let us begin. Voldemort hissed and a bolt of lightning flashed through the air, thunder rumbling after it. Beneath the raging storm, surrounded by dark wizards and facing the most powerful opponent he had ever known, Harry tightened the grip on his wand and lunged forward with a roar of defiance. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.